Chapter 21, Returning to the North. Well everyone, I'm back. And I managed to keep my schedule despite taking a much-needed week off from everything for a family vacation. Hope that you all have been having a good summer so far and staying healthy and safe out there. Huge shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. The help has been invaluable so far. And another huge thank you to everyone who has favorited, alerted, or reviewed this story so far. Your support is what keeps me going. So if you feel so inclined to leave a review, please do. They really do help me get my mojo going and get the next chapters rolling on. And I also greatly enjoy reading your theories as to what is going to happen next. If you have any direct questions you want to ask me, please PM me as I am not the greatest in responding directly to reviews, but please still review LOL. I like hearing from all of you. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, so I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 21. Sitting around the small fire that was burning lowly to not burn the pieces of meat that were skewered above it, Jon Stark watched as the fire danced across the wood. The flames were almost mesmerizing. The way they danced across the wood, feeding on it. The way it flowed with the wind. It was almost beautiful in a way. Ah, hells. Everywhere I turn there is another fucking root trying to work its way up my ass. Why can't we sleep in the wagon? Or better yet just leave the blasted thing behind and make for Riverrun. We can't be more than a day's ride at best from the blasted place. Breaking his gaze away from the flames and the cooking meat, Jon spared a glance towards Theon, Robb, Samwell and their newest addition Gendry, the blacksmith's apprentice that Master Knox had collected as a potential acolyte back in King's Landing. The smith was quiet, even more so than Jon if that was possible. And he was clearly uncertain about his place amongst them. But that had changed quickly into their journey as Robb, showing just how capable of a lord he would be, was able to invite the timid blacksmith's apprentice and helped him get over his nerves about sharing space with nobles. Because, with the size of your head, Theon, you're liable to break the wagon again, Robb joked, earning a few chuckles out of Sam and Jon and a cross look from Theon. Very funny, Stark, Theon growled as he sat back down on the ground, trying to find a place to get comfortable. I still don't understand why she or the other one gets to ride in the wagon, while we lords and heirs don't. Because she is a woman, Lord Greyjoy, and a mother of an infant daughter, Gendry answered quietly. It is the honorable action to take. Letting her ride in the wagon over yourself. And she is watching over Lady Shireen as well as the other young girl under Lord Knox's protection. If you want to be known as the one that forced the daughter of Lord Stannis Baratheon to ride a horse just so he could sit in comfort, that is up to you. Not her, Theon scowled. I'm talking about the other ones. The whore and the girl. That girl has a name, Anna. She has been through hell worse than any you can imagine. And me Jen? She's not a whore, Greyjoy, Jon shot back, staring hard at Theon. Not anymore. And admit it, the real reason you're so upset is simply because you've finally met a woman who won't take your coin so you can get between her legs. Scoffing, Theon waved him off. At least I can get between a woman's legs, Snow Stark. Gods, let's not rehash this discussion, Robb sighed, rubbing at his head. In a rather blatant attempt to change the conversation to something more pleasant, he turned to their as yet silent companion. Sam, any further ideas about the moving wagons and the tracks to carry them for the north? The king and my father are both watching this project with interest. And I want as much planned out as possible before we reach Winterfell. The plan his brother was talking about was one that Robb, Sam, and Lord Knox had devised during the Inventors' Fair and just before Lord Knox's wedding. The idea was to use self-moving wagons that would travel along tracks to cross great distances at a rate of travel that could outpace even the fastest of horses. The idea was ambitious. And one that the North could not do on its own even with its newly acquired wealth from Valyria. Well, not unless they wanted to sell off every Valyrian blade to any noble that was willing to buy them of course. So, before they'd left King's Landing, Samwell had laid out the plan before the king with Robb, their father, and Lord Knox by his. The hand of the king, Lord Jon and Arianne, had seemed intrigued by the idea as had a few other members of the small council, but the king, well, it was difficult for Jon to get a read on the man. He seemed interested, but purely because it was something new and interesting. Other than that, King Robert honestly didn't seem to care. But, in the end, the king had declared that the crown would help to support this project in the north, provided that if it worked out as well as intended, then the plans would be sent throughout the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. The Master of Coin Lord Baelish, a man that had set Jon's teeth on edge though for the life of him he couldn't figure out why, had stated that it would be difficult for the crown to find the appropriate funds for such a project. King Robert though had simply brushed aside the concern and declared that effective immediately that a third of the funds that were designated to the citadel from the crown would hereby be redirected to the Winterfell College to help fund not only the college, but also the railway project, as Lord Knox had taken to calling it. And every night since they'd acquired the King's blessing, Robb and Sam had been hard at work hammering out as many details surrounding the project as they could. Jon offered his own insights on occasions when asked, as did Theon, though his was fewer and farther between than Jon's. Surprisingly, or perhaps not when one looked at it, the greatest contributions came from Gendry, whose time in the forge had given him a rather unique perspective that none of them had. And now Gendry was a regular part of their discussions about the railway. Cracking his neck, Jon got to his feet and quietly shuffled away from his brother and friends and made his way a short distance away from the camp towards the nearby forest so that he could have some quiet. Entering the tree line just enough so that he was out of earshot but still within sight of the camp, Jon sank to his knees and pulled out the talisman from Valyria that aided him in controlling not only dragon fire, but also wildfire as well. Closing his eyes, he sank into a light meditation as he allowed the force to fill him before guiding it towards the talisman in his hands. He was close, so very close to figuring out the secret behind the talisman. So close to taking that last crucial step towards the completion of the task his master had assigned to him that he could almost taste it. The force matrix he believed Master Knox called it, within the talisman was incredibly complex. But after watching his father, Lord Knox, and Lord Stannis using the large map of King's Landing to mark out wildfire caches, he was struck with an epiphany. The matrix was just like the map of the city. He just needed to memorize the map and replicate it. Though that was proving exceedingly difficult as the map was not something one could see and existed only in the Force. But the revelation still aided him in revealing the secret behind replicating the talisman. Feeling a familiar presence approaching him, Jon's concentration fled as he opened his eyes and stood just as his father, for Lord Stark would always be his father, entered the tree line with him. "Son," Lord Stark called out as Jon turned around. "I'm fine, father," he answered. "Just needed some quiet for a little while." His father nodded in understanding as his eyes fell upon the gold talisman in Jon's hands. "Have you made any progress on your task?" Lord Stark knew of the task that had been assigned to him by Master Knox. But with his father's limited force capabilities, he understood very little of just what the task entailed outside of the fact that he was trying to create a duplicate of the relic from Valyria. I believe that I'm close to figuring it out. It's so close I feel like I can reach out and touch it. Yet it escapes me whenever I try and do so." "You'll figure it out, Jon. You're a smarter man than most," his father said, putting a comforting hand on his shoulder. Jon felt his confidence and mood lift at hearing the rare praise from his father. It wasn't that he didn't praise any of his children or Jon. But he did so sparingly, making receiving said praises more meaningful. "Thank you, father. But the relic isn't what you wanted to speak to me about, is it?" "No," his father responded, shaking his head as a spike of regret rolled off him. "Tomorrow, we will be arriving in Riverrun and see to my lady wife's final resting amongst her family. And you don't have to ask, father," Jon said, cutting his father off. "Lady Stark, I knew her feelings well when she thought I was, even if at the end those feelings faded, I won't cause more problems with my presence in her childhood home. Especially tomorrow while she is being laid to rest in the Trident." His father lowered his head, unable or unwilling to meet his eyes. "You're a better man than most, Jon. And one that I am proud to call my son. Now come, you've been gone far longer than you perhaps realize, and your absence has been a cause for concern for your brother." Following his father back to the makeshift camp, Jon was surprised to find that his father had been speaking the truth about how long he'd been gone, as just about everyone, including Robb, had already long since found a bedroll for the night save for the few that were on watch. "I'll aid in the first watch," he volunteered as he and his father reached one of the few tents that had been set up. Lord Stark stopped just before the tent flap and gave him a once-over and nodded. You look like you still have a few hours left in you. Very well, wake Gendry as your replacement when you need rest." "I will, father," Jon nodded as his father gave him one last look before ducking into his tent and letting the flap close behind him. Alone once more, Jon walked across the camp to another low-burning fire where his master was kneeling and sitting perfectly still. Knowing that his master was more than likely in a meditative trance, Jon stopped a few paces behind Lord Knox and knelt in a similar fashion and waited for his master to acknowledge his presence. When Jon had first started his tutelage under Master Knox, he'd made the mistake of interrupting his master's meditation only once. In response, his master had proceeded to teach him a lesson that Jon would not wish upon even his enemies. And since that day, Jon had always made sure never to interrupt his master when he was meditating. For a time, the two just sat in silence with the only noise coming from the burning branches before them and the wilderness surrounding them. "What is it, apprentice?" "Master," Jon replied immediately, slightly startled as his master hadn't shifted even a single muscle before calling out to him. "I've been meaning to speak with you regarding the dreams I had during our return from Valyria." That got his master's attention as he motioned for Jon to join him beside the fire and turned so that the two would be face to face. "I take it that the dreams have returned." "Yes, master," he nodded, settling in next to his master. When we were sailing to Old Town from the north I had another dream of her. So, I did as you suggested and talked to the young woman in my dreams. And she responded. Her name is Dany, though I do not believe that is her full name. We didn't have a chance to say much to one another before I was awakened. But I've seen her in my dreams twice on our way from Old Town to King's Landing and once more since. Each time we talk, nothing important but, it's so real. And the last dream I had we reached out for one another and I swear I could feel the heat of her hand. But before we could touch, I was awoken once more. Master Nox's face betrayed nothing as his master scratched at his short-cut beard. Interesting. Lean forward. Knowing better than to question his master, Jon leaned forward slightly, giving his master a better angle as he placed the tips of his fingers on either side of Jon's head. Jon could feel his master do something through the force, but whatever he was doing was far beyond Jon's understanding. The sensation lasted only a moment, and when it passed his master rocked back and lowered his hands, a grin spread across his face. Well, isn't that interesting? Blinking, Jon stared up at his master, hoping that he had some answers for him. What is, master? This bond you share with this Dany, it is a unique and incredibly rare type of bond. It's so rare that it's almost to the point of being mythological even amongst my people. You two are a dyad in the Force, his master stated before turning his attention towards the fire and speaking his thoughts out loud. Such a rare phenomenon. And to occur in two so young. And without ever being in contact with one another. No. There was contact. Brief as it might have, you two did have contact. Was that enough for the dyad to form? It must have been. Could this have occurred if you had not? Possibly. But then, no, perhaps not. Curious, very curious. Biting his lip, Jon waited as his master continued giving voice to his thoughts, most of which went completely over his head. Master? Jon asked hesitantly. What is a dyad in the Force? A very rare form of Force bond, Master Nox answered, turning his attention back to Jon. Most Force bonds, like those between a master and their apprentice, give the two a connection but they remain separate. When a Force dyad bond occurs though, the bonded pair share a single presence, making the two one in the Force. And as such, the power of both involved is increased drastically. It is said that the power of a dyad is as strong as life itself. And more than that, your minds are now linked across space and time. No matter the distance that separates the two of you, you two will always be able to speak with one another. It's a mutualistic symbiotic relationship. The true abilities of a Force dyad have never fully been explored, but it has been theorized that the connection between the two could be potent enough that the two could pass physical items to one another through the ether of the Force. Jon could hardly form a proper response as his master laid what was happening between himself and this Dany woman, whoever she was. But as the full implication of what was happening settled in on him, he had a flash of dark hair and sun-kissed skin. Does this mean that she's my intended or soul mate? Despite not having eyes to convey the message, Jon could feel his master gaze at him with a look that made him feel like an idiot for even asking the question. No. This isn't some second-rate romance story that your sister loves to hear about. There is a chance that such a relationship could occur, but it is not an absolute. Despite being one in the Force, you are still two separate individuals with your own minds, hearts, and desires. It's far more likely that this dyad between you two formed on the will of the Force. Which means that the Force has intentions for both of you, intentions that may require you two to work in tandem even if you never again meet face to face. Interesting. Trailing off, Master Nox turned his attention away from Jon and off into the darkness of the night. You've given me much to ponder, apprentice, Master Nox stated, rising to his feet. Though I'm sure you're just as confused as I, perhaps more so. Take this time and meditate on what you've learned. And I will do the same. A dyad is something that I have only ever read and theorized about, apprentice. It will take the both of us to navigate through this. Well, 3 now. Watching Master Nox retreat from the fire, Jon found himself filled with far more questions now than he had before. He was bonded to this Dany woman. A woman he'd only met once before on pure accident. They shared a deep connection in the Force that made them as one in the Force, yet they remained separate. Separate bodies, hearts, and minds. Which honestly made next to no sense to him. How could they be one yet not one at the same time? And worse yet, Master Nox, his primary source of knowledge, was just as baffled. No sense in waking Gendry up, Jon huffed, rising to his feet and brushing the dirt off his leggings. I doubt that I'll be able to get any sleep for the foreseeable future. Not with all of this going on. Standing beside his son, his good father Hoster Tully, his brother by marriage Edmure Tully and Sir Brynden Tully on one of the docks jutting off from the south side of Riverrun that overlooked the Red Fork, Ned Stark calmly and quietly took a large bag containing half the ashes belonging to his son Rickon and his wife Catelyn from the Blackfish and approached the end of the dock. After the funeral in Winterfell, the ashes of his late son and wife were split in half. One of which was placed in the catacombs beneath Winterfell. and the other half was brought back to Riverrun by Sir Brynden so that at least part of his wife and son could rest in the rivers of the Trident like their ancestors before them. Reaching the water's edge, Ned knelt and slowly let the ashes fall from the bag and into the rushing waters of the Red Fork. "Goodbye, my son. Goodbye, my love," he thought as the last of the ashes fell from the bag and he rose back to his feet. "May you both find peace with the gods until the day we are reunited." Turning around, he found himself looking at those who had gathered on the dock with him. His son was holding himself up well, but Ned could see and feel the sadness that was threatening to break free from within him. Ed Muir was trying to put on a strong face, but it was cracking as tears formed in the corners of his eyes and fell freely down his face. Brynden was as stone-faced as normal. And Hoster, well, the Lord of Riverrun was an enigma to Ned. He was completely void. No emotion. No tears. Nothing. It was the same look and feel the man had had when Ned and the northern contingent arrived the day prior. And it was the same feeling he'd had throughout the day today. The man's daughter and grandson are dead. And he feels nothing. Ned frowned as he placed a comforting hand on his son's shoulder. "Lord Stark, we need to talk in my solar. Now." The words were surprising, not just because it was perhaps the longest string of words Hoster had spoken to him since arriving, but because of the, well, urgency in them. Nodding to the request, Ned motioned for Robb to follow them. A courtesy that Hoster did not extend to his own son and heir, he noted as the Lord of Riverrun led them back into the ancestral home of House Tully. Not a single word was spoken between the three of them. And even after they entered Hoster's solar and sealed themselves within, the three stayed quiet until Hoster sat down. "Your boy does not need to be present for this talk, Lord Stark." Ned, whose emotions were already on edge, teetered on the brink of losing control. "Robb is my son and heir, the future Lord of Winterfell and your grandson, Lord Tully," Ned replied evenly, already knowing that whatever was about to be discussed would not be pleasant. "Whatever words you have for me, you can say before Robb." Hoster's eyes passed over Robb quickly before settling back in on Ned. "Very well. I would know when you plan on sending your bastard boy to the Night's Watch or exiling him across the narrow sea." Ned was sent reeling by the direct question. So much so that the only response he could come up with was a distorted, "What?" "You heard me, Eddard," Hoster said, his eyes narrowing. "My daughter allowed that Stain to live in Winterfell as he grew because you asked it of her. But she was far from pleased with your insistence on raising him in her home. The only reason I did not press the issue was because he was a bastard and had no right to Winterfell over my daughter's children. But now he is legitimized by the king, something you should not have allowed, let alone encouraged. How long until he seeks to take that which is not his?" Ned's shock wore off quickly, replaced by a burning anger he had not felt since before the start of the rebellion. "Jon is my son," Ned growled lowly. "He has my blood and my name. If he chooses the wall or to travel to Essos, I will not stop him from leaving. But I will not force the decision upon him." Hoster was clearly not pleased with the answer. "And how long until his true nature shows itself? Legitimized or no, the boy is still a bastard. And bastards are all the same." "Jon is not a bastard!" Robb shouted, taking a step forward towards Hoster before seemingly catching himself. Jon is not a bastard, grandfather. He is a true Stark. He is my brother. Perhaps not by way of my lady mother, but he is still my brother by blood and choice. I trust him above all others. If you had even a moment to learn about him, the first thing you would learn would be that he would rather kill himself than bring any harm to myself or our siblings. And as for my mother, I loved her. But I was not blind to her faults, particularly when it came to Jon. But in the end, she changed, grandfather. I was there with her at the end. Do you know what some of her last words were? With her life fading, she begged Jon's forgiveness for her not being able to love a motherless boy. Jon could have thrown it back in her face, but he didn't. He told her that he understood and forgave her. So, if Jon wishes to remain in Winterfell, I will do everything in my power and future power to make sure he has a place by my hearth and home." Ned released the breath he didn't even realize he was holding. His son had just come dangerously close to letting loose a secret that could spell doom for all of them. But, thankfully, he managed to recover himself and fix his near slip. Fortunately, Hoster didn't seem to realize the near slip either, as the old Lord of Riverrun just stared hard at Robb. "Bastards do not change, boy. They only grow bolder when you give them a taste of what they could have. I pray you learn this lesson before more tragedy strikes," Hoster responded harshly before turning back to Ned. "I'm also having my daughter's old chambers prepared. I will have a septa sent back to the north with you to take over the education of my granddaughters until they arrive." Ned was again sent onto the back foot as Hoster near blindsided him. "Did Sansa make these arrangements while I was away? No, she wouldn't have done so. Not now, at least. I was unaware that my daughters would be coming to foster here at Riverrun. Nor have I requested a replacement for Septa Mordain. I preempted the decision, Eddard," Hoster said coldly, his eyes narrowing at Ned. Their mother, my daughter, is dead. As is the one sent to teach them how to become future ladies of the realm worthy of their station. I will foster both here in Riverrun, and when the time comes arrange for good matches for you to consider for their hands. Furious didn't even come close to explaining Ned's current state of mind as he stared dazedly at his good father. You mean to take my daughters away from me? I mean to see them raised right. Hoster shouted, slamming his hand on his desk and rising to his feet in anger. The history of the Starks does not bode well on the raising of daughters. Or lest you forget your own sister. From the letters I received from my daughter, you've done a shit job of raising proper daughters. Well, Sansa sounds like a true lady, even if what Brynden has told me is true of her sudden interest in learning that foul magic of your accursed pet sorcerer. But Arya? She is far from a lady and a true reflection of your inability to raise a woman properly. You will send them both to me. And I will ensure that those girls are raised right and know their proper place as future ladies of the realm. And, unlike you, Stark, I am not afraid to use the back of my hand to make sure that the girls learn they. Ned's anger boiled over at hearing Hoster tell him that he was going to take his daughters away from him and raise them. Feeling a rushing sensation flowing through him, Ned threw out his hand, palm out, and pointed towards Hoster. The Lord of Riverrun had only a moment to widen his eyes in surprise as he was thrown off his feet and back into the bookshelves behind him. The shelves broke under the force of the impact, sending all the books and other trinkets that were placed on the shelves crashing down to the floor along with Hoster Tully. The guards stationed outside the door immediately burst into the room, their swords halfway out of their sheaths as they did. But as fast as they were, Ned was proud to see that his son was faster. Before anyone could even move beyond opening the door, Robb reached out with his hand and made a pulling motion. All the guards lurched forward, hands desperately grasping for the swords that were suddenly flying out of their reach and flying across the room. His son immediately flowed the motion up by using his offhand and making a pushing motion and pushed the guards with the force clear out of the room and out into the hall. Ned turned to stand with his son, but before either could move or before the guards could recover, a loud hard voice brought everyone to a halt. What in the name of all seven hells is going on here? Ned saw Robb and the guards on the floor stiffen and refused to move as the Blackfish stormed down the hall towards them. The veteran of House Tully took one look at the guards laid out on the ground and one look into the room at the destruction which started the commotion and shook his head. All right, Lord Stark, what did my brother do to bring about this? Lord Tully informed me that he would be taking my daughters and fostering them here at Riverrun without my consent, Ned informed the Blackfish calmly, far more calmly than he truly felt. He then insinuated that he would turn my daughters into true ladies of the realm. By force, if need be. Ned could hear the Blackfish mutter something, but Ned didn't care what it was as the man made no move to call for more guards nor had his hands moved towards the sword at his waist. Walking carefully around the destruction within the room, Ned squatted down next to the still recovering Lord Tully. The man's eyes and face were both red with rage as he glared up at Ned. A look that would have at one time had Ned cowering, but now did absolutely nothing. There was a time when you frightened me, Lord Tully. But no longer. You are not a man to be feared, but a sniveling coward who thinks he knows what is best for everyone and damns anyone else's opinion. Ned informed Lord Tully calmly. I married your daughter to honor the agreement between our houses and to gain the allegiance of the Riverlands against the Mad King. An allegiance you held hostage pending on not only my own marriage, but on the marriage of your second daughter to Jon and Arianne as well. Even if I did not know or even love Kat when I married her, love eventually did come between us despite our disagreements. And it is only because of the love that I hold for your daughter and the fact that my children share blood with you that I shall take this no further unless you press the issue. Hoster sneered up at him, those girls are of House Tully. And in the name of the seven I will see them raised as is proper just like what their mother would have want. You have no idea what Kat would want for her girls, Hoster, Ned said. The lack of the old man's title being a deliberate slight on Ned's part. Just as Hoster's lack of title for Ned. Sansa and Arya may be of House Tully. But they are firstly of House Stark. They are wolves of the north. And when the cold winds blow and the snows rise, the pack weathers what storms may come and survives. You'd best remember that, Hoster. For winter is coming. And only a fool makes enemies of family when it arrives. Rising, Ned purposefully turned his back on the downed Lord of the Riverlands and motioned for Robb to follow him. We're leaving. Now. Robb nodded, his eyes holding much the same anger as Ned, but also no small amount of surprise at what had just transpired. The Blackfish didn't look surprised, neither by the attack nor by Ned's decision to leave Riverrun immediately. Might be for the best, Lord Stark, the Blackfish nodded sadly as he cast a glance at his still downed brother and lord. I'll send some boys to ready the rest of your men and those with you. Thank you, Ned responded, leaving the Blackfish to deal with Hoster as he and Robb made their way away from the Lord of the Riverlands. Once they were well beyond hearing, Robb stepped in close to him and talked lowly so only the two of them could hear his words. Father, was that wise? More than likely not, Ned answered honestly, feeling the wolf within him calm slightly despite the fact it was still pacing and hungry for blood. But Hoster and I, our history is complicated, at best. One that I will tell you in time when I am of the right mind to do so. For now, let us get our men and horses together and ride north, for I doubt that Lord Tully will be of the mind to host us for much longer after what just transpired. Walking across one of the many stone bridges that connected the various towers of Pike to one another, Asha Greyjoy took a moment to pause and stare down at the sea breaking against the rocks far beneath. For the past 6 years, she had been waiting for this moment, the moment when she would once again set foot into her family's home. Yet now that she was here, all that she felt was cold. And she found herself missing the warmth that was Winterfell. Not the weather. Gods no. There was more than once during the previous winter that she was sure the air was cold enough to freeze her nipples right off her tits. But despite the coldness of the air, Winterfell had always held a warmth within its walls. The warmth of family. Even though she was a hostage to keep her father in line, Lord Stark had extended that warmth upon her. Lord Knox had taken her under his wing and had even taught her a few tricks and trusted her. And when the time had come for her to leave Winterfell, Lord Stark had gifted her with a ship for her service to the north and had embraced her as his daughter, even if they did not share blood. What had she gotten thus far upon her return to Pike, her home? An empty dock with a single message telling her to return to the keep immediately and report to her father. None of her uncles were present. There was no escort. There was no one present. She was left to make the trek up to her father's rooms alone without even a single token fucking guard. Though, in truth, she shouldn't have been surprised. This was the way of the Ironborn. They were not weak people that needed coddling or someone to hold their hand to walk through a keep. But even with knowing that, the sting of her family's absence would not go away. Making her way to the Lord's chambers, Asha didn't bother to knock or announce herself as she marched right past her father's guard and flung open the doors to the Greyjoy family's private dining chambers. Within she found her father and her uncles Victarion and Arianne. Euron was not present, not that she expected him to be. Even in Winterfell, she'd heard of her uncle's actions which led him to be exiled. Of how her uncle Euron had raped Victarion's salt wife, getting her with child. And how her uncle Victarion beat his wife to death when he found out. And then how her father, in a rare instance of showing reverence to the gods, exiled her uncle Euron to prevent kinslaying from occurring in his hall. The story made her disgusted to think that she shared blood with any of them. Father, uncles, Asha greeted the three men as she calmly sat down at the family table, grabbing a plate of food and a cup of strong wine as she did so. Daughter, was the only response she got as her father drained the entirety of his glass before refilling it. Time had not been kind of her father during her time as a hostage in the north. Where Eddard Stark and Alan Knox had both aged like fine strong wine that just demanded to be drank, her father had aged like sour milk left out in the sun. His face was gaunt and his hair patchy and grey. And the scar across his face, one the many that had been left on him after crossing Knox and the Iron Throne, still looked as if it were still trying to heal even after years. Her uncle Arianne had not aged well either, though that was truly hard to tell as it looked like his hair and beard had not seen a shear since before her father's failed rebellion. Her uncle Victarion on the other hand had not changed much at all save for a slight greying of his hair at his temples. No further words were spoken until her father had finished off his third glass of whatever piss water he was drinking. I half expected you to return in some fancy Greenlander dress and made up like the Greenlander whores that prance around thinking they are better than us. At least the bloody stag fucking wolves didn't corrupt you that much. Asha's hand tightened almost involuntarily at the insult to the Starks, but she would not say anything. Not yet at least. I am no Greenlander whore who dances in pretty dresses, father, Asha countered, picking up her wine and finishing it in a single pull before slamming the cup down on the table. My will is of iron. My blood runs with the salt of the ocean. I am no Greenlander. Perhaps, her father growled. But you are still a failure. I see no child with you. And now I hear the sorcerer has found a northern cunt to fuck. You had one simple task, lure the sorcerer to your bed, steal his seed and bear his child that would be raised a kraken to take our revenge. And you have failed. Failed at the most basic expectations as a woman. Pathetic. The cup in her hand cracked then shattered as she sat there, listening to her father. Her father didn't look impressed by the display, but she could tell that both her uncles were mildly impressed. The accusation hurt, but what hurt more was that in a twisted way he was right. Early in her time at Winterfell she had tried to seduce Knox, but those attempts had failed miserably. Then Knox began his relationship with Nyra and, after getting to know the woman well, she did not have the heart to try and separate the two. Though she would join the two of them should the offer ever come about. The sorcerer's will is far greater than other men. He is not so easily swayed by a pretty face, a tight cunt, or a nice set of tits. And I may not have shared his bed, but I do have the sorcerer's confidence. After all, he did choose me to sail the greatest ship ever built into the waters of Valyria in order to raid the lost city of Valyria. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she regretted them. Well, not all of them. But definitely the part about the sea wolf. The greatest ship, ha! It's nothing more than an oversized piece of shit built by shitty northern hands, her father scoffed. But as for Valeria, there might be something to salvage from your failure if you can draw charts to replicate the exact path you took to reach the Valyrian freehold. At this, Asha broke the eye contact she'd been maintaining with her father so far. Such a thing is impossible, Asha said before meeting her father's eyes once more and pressing on before he could say anything. The land is covered in constant darkness and a fog that is choking like a slow-acting poison. There are hundreds of waterways that lead from the sea, each of which is filled with wrecked ships who tried unsuccessfully to navigate the channels only to end up lost. Then there are the creatures in the sea. Slugs that chew through wood and flesh with impunity. Sea turtles the size of ships, and the drowned god only knows how many other creatures that want to make a meal out of you. And those are just the ones in the water. Going by land is worse. But even they cannot compare to the presence of the place. The land itself is almost alive. And it does not like visitors. The only reason we were successful in getting in and out in the first place was because of Nox and Jon. A voyage without both giving their aid is suicide. Is that fear? Or Greenlander cowardice I hear from you, daughter? Her father asked snidely. A true Ironborn does not fear that which calls the sea home. It is not fear, nor cowardice, to knowingly and willingly avoid certain death, father. Asha pressed. An adventure to Valeria without Nox or Jon is certain death. Jon, Stark's bastard boy, the sorcerer's apprentice. Her uncle Aaron stated rather than asked. Asha nodded, not liking the look of contempt in her father's eye as he too made the connection. Another failure, daughter, Balon sneered. You couldn't tempt the sorcerer. And you couldn't bet a boy whose balls haven't dropped. Your usefulness is starting to fade. Thoughts of being with Jon were, well, complicated. She wouldn't deny that the young boy she had watched grow had started turning into quite the fetching young man that any woman would be a fool not to chase after. Hells, she'd even been tempted. But on the other hand, he was almost as much her brother as Theon. Thus, the thought of betting him both excited her and turned her stomach. Not to mention that, unless she severely misread the signs, there was another who had their sights set firmly on Jon and his cock. And the last thing she wanted to do was piss off a Dornish princess. The ship you returned with, her uncle Victarion spoke, turning the conversation. It is not a northern vessel. Nor is it of the Ironborn. No, Asha confirmed. It belonged to a pirate in the Stepstones. But now the Black Wind belongs to me. After the wolf gifted it to you, her father countered with a hard look. I paid the price for the Black Wind, Asha countered back, knuckling the table and rising to her feet to stare down at her father. I killed her previous crew. I killed her previous captain. I paid the iron price. She is mine. Her father just smirked that irritating smirk of his as he leaned back in his chair and made a motion which sent one of the guards scurrying out of the room. The ship is not yours. Not yet. Your time amongst the Greenlanders has made you forget most of our ways. Just having a ship does not make you a captain in the eyes of the Ironborn. And until you are, the ship is mine to decide what to do with. Just as you are, daughter. Asha did not like the way her father had said that, and her unease increased tenfold as the guard who'd left returned with a man she recognized as belonging to her uncle Victorion's crew, though for the life of her she couldn't name him. Who the fuck is this? She asked. This is Ragnar Pike, one of my raiders, her uncle Victorion answered, making the man puff out his chest like some prized stallion out to stud. He has proven himself worthy of captainship. And as such. No, Asha hissed, glaring at her father and uncles. The Black Wind is It is mine. Her father shouted, slamming his fist down on the table and rising to his feet and glaring right back at her. Your time amongst the soft Greenlanders have made you forget our ways, daughter. You have not earned the right to captain a ship. Not after your constant failures in getting the sorcerers or that bastard boy's cock in your cunt. You will do as I tell you. The Black Wind will go to Ragnar Pike. And you will serve as his first mate until I decide that you are ready. Maybe if you actually do the duties expected of a woman, perhaps you can earn your ship faster. I'd be more than happy to help with such an education, Lord Greyjoy, Captain. Ragnar smirked, eyeing Asha from head to toe and lingering on her tits and ass. My salt wife can teach her quite a lot. That woman can suck a barnacle off a hole when she's properly motivated. I'm sure Asha here will be most adequate choking on a cock. Asha moved without thought, turning the ruined cup in her hand over and slamming it down onto the table rim first, breaking it further. Turning before the idiot who thought he had the right to her ship could move, Asha clenched the broken cup tightly in her fist and lashed out at the man, burying the newly made jagged edge of the cup into the man's throat. Choke on this, fucker. Asha growled, letting go of the cup just long enough to bring her fist back in order to punch the cup, lodging it further into the man's throat. Stepping aside, Asha let the soon-to-be dead man fall to the floor, clutching at the jagged cut that was lodged deep in his throat while his blood left him in a rush. I am my own woman, and the Black Wind is mine, she hissed, eyeing her father and her uncles. The next man who tries to claim either had best do it with iron in their hands. or they will meet the same fate. Though next time I'll use something duller. Make it hurt more. Her father and uncles just stared at her. None of them uttering a single word as the would-be captain of her ship spilled his lifeblood out onto the floor. Perhaps you are not a complete failure. You do remember some of our ways. I know the way, Asha said strongly before adding in softly under her breath. Better than you. Her father obviously hadn't heard the second part of what she'd said as he calmly sat back down and resumed eating and drinking casually, as if a man dying on his floor was an everyday occurrence. Which, given her family, was a distinct possibility. The ship is yours, her father said nonchalantly as if they were talking about the weather. Change out the sail to something suitable, Asha. Then we will talk about where you will be sailing her to. Leave. Not bothering to even attempt to stay, Asha turned heel and marched out of the room. The rage that had nearly consumed her was still burning hot as she stormed through the halls of the Pike, leaving serving girls and guards hurrying to get out of her path as she made her way through. It was only when she was back aboard her ship and within her cabin that she finally took a moment to breathe. She knew that her return home would not be the most pleasant of experiences. But she sure as hell wasn't expecting this type of welcome home. Making sure that the door to her cabin was locked, Asha made her way to her bed and knelt. Lifting the corner of her feather-stuffed bed, Asha worked open a loose panel in the frame of the bed, revealing a hidden compartment the size of her forearm underneath. And within the compartment was a black melted candle made of glass. One of the many that had been plundered from Valeria and gifted from the Sorcerer to her just before she left Winterfell. Carefully picking up the glass candle, she took a moment to stare into the black glass before letting her mattress fall back in place and moving over to the desk in her cabin. Setting the candle down on its surface, Asha knelt before the candle, her head bowed ever so slightly. Reaching within herself as Nox had taught her, Asha touched into the small well of power within her and channeled it out into the glass. As she raised her head, she could see a faint glow emanating from the glass, making her smirk. Master Nox, I have returned home. My father acted as you predicted, and I responded in kind. The Black Wind is mine and my place has been confirmed. The candle pulsed and glowed brighter. Well done, Asha. You have taken your first step. And now your real task begins. Nox considered himself a very well-traveled man, especially when compared to the locals of the world he now called home. He'd been from one end of the galaxy to the other and had seen and done just about everything one could think of. But the sight that he now saw before him. It was just wrong. And there was no better way to put it than that. To everyone else it was just a large stone bridge with a castle, several castles constructed across its length in order to protect it. But to Nox, who saw with the force and not his eyes, he did not see a simple castle on a bridge. What he saw was just corruption and a sense of wrongness. And when coming from the man who'd ventured into the Dark Temple on Dramund Kos for fun, that was saying something. So, this is the infamous twins, Nox commented idly as he and Ned, along with the rest of their retinue, made their way towards the castle that rested on the banks of the river nearest to them. It was indeed an impressive construct. A large stone bridge that housed a castle of equal size on each bank, while the center of the bridge was dominated by a large tower twice as tall as either castle. Quite the formidable structure. Ned replied evenly, though Nox could detect the slightest bit of hesitation from his friend. And given what he'd learned about the Freys and their current lord, one late Valder Frey, Nox could understand his friend's hesitation. Lady Mormont. Stay back with the wagon, Lady Shireen, and the others. Great Jon, Nox, and boys, you are with me. Let's get this over with. The Freys were not necessarily the most powerful house in Westeros, but they had still managed to gain a lot of gold and notoriety over the years because of the fact that they controlled one of the only notable ways of crossing the Trident in the northern regions of the Riverlands. Because of this, they were able to exact a heavy toll on those who were looking to cross. Usually, the toll was in the form of coin. But it wasn't uncommon for the Lord of the Crossing to change his mind and demand other forms of payment in lieu of coin. Most commonly were betrothals to one of his many children, grandchildren, or even great-grandchildren. Coming upon the eastern bank castle, they were met with a closed gate and more than one weary eye from atop the battlements before them. Who goes there? A voice shouted down to them. The Great Jon didn't hesitate to respond as he nudged his horse so that he was positioned just in front of Ned and Nox. Can't you bloody well fucking see banners, you halfwit? The large man's shout was almost deafening. See the wolf? And the red mountains? The chains and the bear? This here is the Warden of the North, Lord Eddard Stark, and the Northern Sorcerer Nox are looking to cross your fucking bridge. Now, open the damn gates. The man atop the gates disappeared so fast that Nox was sure he left a trail of dust floating in the wind behind him. Within what seemed like only a few minutes, the main gate started lowering, revealing a man perhaps twice Nox's age who looked like he'd seen better years. The moment the drawbridge was lowered, the older man walked across its wooden surface with a contingent of 5 guards flanking him. Lord Stark, Lord Nox, Lord Umber, I presume, and Lady Mormont. I am Sir Stavron Frey, firstborn son of Lord Valder Frey and his heir. I welcome you all and offer you the hospitality of the twins. Nox couldn't help but be taken aback slightly at the declaration. This, is the heir to the twins? By the force, the fool is old enough to have died and passed on his title. Sir Stavron, Ned greeted the man, nudging his horse closer to the man with Winter staying right by the horse's flank. Your hospitality is appreciated. However, my bannerman and I must decline as we are anxious to return to our homes. We request passage across the twins and that is all. The elder Frey didn't seem at all surprised. But of course, word of what has happened between the North and the Maesters has reached many ears, my lord. As have your actions in King's Landing with the dreadful business of the wildfire. And given such events, I can understand your desire to return to your homes as quickly as possible. Good, Ned replied evenly. Name the toll and we will be on our way. Stavron shifted uncomfortably where he stood, and Nox could feel waves of anxiety and small amounts of fear coming off the man. Yes, the toll to cross. My father, Lord Valder, knew of your coming and asked that you be brought to him to discuss the toll, in person. The sense of something wrong intensified as the heir to the twins slowly made his way back across the drawbridge while beckoning them to follow him. Fucking hellspawn piss-sucking phrase, Great John spat lowly so that they wouldn't be overheard. You know what he'll want, Ned? I do, Ned responded with a voice that was like iron. But that does not mean he will get it. The Freys will have their due for our crossing. But not a copper more. Once they were past the walls and within the small courtyard, Sir Stavron led them towards a small stable where they all dismounted before handing the horses off to the stable hands. Before they could enter the keep though, the old Frey stopped them, his eyes travelling down to Winter and her two pups that had followed them into the keep. Are your beasts tamed, Lord Eddard? Winter's ears tilted back on her head as a low growl started emanating from her throat, forcing the Frey to take an involuntary step back as his fear began to overtake him. Winter and her cubs are dire wolves, Sir Stavron, Ned responded, calmly placing his hand atop the horse-sized wolf's head. They are the North herself, untamable by man. They are not beasts. But have no fear. Make no ill move towards myself or those with me, and none need fear them. And they stay with those of House Stark at all times. Lest you wish to test their abilities to control their baser instincts. The Frey gave each wolf a long look, no doubt weighing the repercussions of demanding that the wolves stay outside the keep. In the end, the man decided that it was better for the wolves to stay with them rather than allow them to wander off on their own and invited them into the keep. To Nox's senses, outside of the keep being built on a bridge he found the twins to be rather lacking. Sure, there was a substantial amount of wealth proudly displayed across the walls in forms of tapestries or fancy, painted shields, or other expensive items. But there was no warmth to the place. Walking through the keep, he could only compare the place to some of the households that belonged to the nobility within the Sith Empire that were not in fact Sith. Extravagant wealth but no power, only the illusion of power and importance. As they were led into the main hall within the keep, the Northerners were greeted to an unexpected sight. Most of the tables had been removed save for the high table and two others. And those 3 tables were laden with enough food and drink to satisfy a small army. And the only 2 occupants, besides the serving girl standing at the edges of the room with pitchers of wine, were 2 individuals seated at the high table. One was a young girl who looked to be only perhaps a few years older than Robb and Jon at best. And the other was an old man that looked like a corpse that had been rotting for years. And while the young woman wasn't touching the food or drink before her, the old man was digging into his meal with perhaps the worst set of table manners Nox had ever experienced in his life. And that included his mealtimes in the slave pens. Father, Sir Stavron said, bowing at the waist before the high table. I have brew. I can see them, fool, the old man, Valder Frey, Lord of the Crossing belched as he hastily wiped at his mouth. Well? Don't just stand there like the idiot you are, son, sit down and get out of Lord Eddard's way. The younger Frey, though he was still older than anyone else in the northern party, hastily bowed to his father once more before making his way around the tables and up to the high table where he took a seat to the left of the young girl. Well? Valder asked, motioning towards the feast laid out before them. What are you waiting for? This feast is for the lot of ye. Sit down already. Nox could do little more than shake his head. This man had arrogance in spades. More than likely never had anyone ever truly challenge him. In part because, from what he'd read, the man never left this castle. His own family didn't dare challenge him because he was their head of house and the local lords either avoided him or catered to his whims because they needed use of the crossing. A king of his own making so to speak. The offer is appreciated, Lord Valder, but we must decline the invitation, Ned replied, his voice hard and his face set in stone as he stood before the Lord of the Crossing. We have been away from the north for many moons and are all ready to return to our own homes. Valder did not look pleased with the denial. But it was a smart move on Ned's part. From what Nox had learned of Valder, while he was perhaps the oldest man in all of Westeros, he was still ambitious and sly. If they had taken his invitation to sit and dine and rest within the halls of the twins, then the Lord of the Crossing would have cause to raise the price of their toll due to the cost food they consumed. What? Are the lords of the north too good for the food within my halls? Valder asked, picking up a piece of chicken and biting into it. You denied my invitation to my wedding with my latest wife as well as my 90th name day, Lord Eddard. One would think you northerners are too good for House Frey. 90. Knox thought as his sight shifted to the clearly uncomfortable young woman sitting beside him. And I take it that this is his newest wife. Force, how that man can even still get it up at his age to produce children without the aid of pharmaceuticals is nothing short of a miracle. A terrible miracle, but a miracle nonetheless. Issues within the north required my attention, Lord Valder. Ned replied diplomatically. I congratulate you both on your marriage and ask the gods' blessing on your union. Hat, God's blessing, hat? I've got 22 sons, Stark. Gods have blessed me enough. This one here is just to keep my bones warm at night. Knox had to hold out his hand discreetly to keep Jon and Robb from acting rashly as the decrepit old man reached out and fondled the young girl to his left. And while the girl was not fighting off the old man's hand, it was clear that she was not enjoying his touch at all. As you say, Ned's voice had gained a definite edge, signaling that just like his sons, he was not unaffected by the brazen display. If we could proceed to the matter of the toll for our crossing, Lord Valder? My men and I are anxious to be in the north once more. Ceasing his fondling, Valder placed his elbows on the table and rested his chin in his hands. These your sons, Stark? They look like yours. Knox could feel Ned tensing at the mentioning of the two youngest amongst them. This is my son and heir, Robb. And my son, Jon. Knox could see and feel the desire and ambition rolling off Valder as he licked his lips. I was incorrect when I spoke of my sons, Lord Eddard, Valder said, still sidestepping the issue of the toll. I no longer have 22 sons. I have 21. One was a maester at the Citadel. Or at least he was until you and the sorcerer next to you strung him up and gutted him like a piece of livestock. Beside him, Ned stiffened, but Knox could only shake his head. He could sense no remorse from Valder as he spoke of his deceased son. Meaning the bringing up of him was meant only to put Ned off balance and try to garner some sense of guilt from the Warden of the North. The maesters who were executed were traitors to the realm, Lord Valder. Having lost my own son, I understand your pain. But I will not apologize for delivering the king's justice to those who sought to usurp control of the realm through treachery and were responsible for the death of my wife, son, and dozens of other sons and daughters of the North. That was not the response the elderly Frey clearly wanted, given the wave of annoyance coming off him. You want to cross my bridge, Stark, after killing one of my sons? Valder asked, trying to look intimidating but failing utterly at the task. Fine. But the cost, well, perhaps we can mitigate it. Despite the death of a son of House Frey at the hands of the wolves, I'm willing to overlook it and give you passage. And free passage for House Stark for the next generation as well. Provided your eldest son take one of my daughters or granddaughters for the next Lady Stark and your eldest girl marries one of my sons. Knox had to admit the man had balls. To all but demand not one, but two marriages from the Warden of the North, even if said marriages would provide toll-free passage for a generation, it was still heavily one-sided. And from the cold fury emanating off his friend, Ned knew it as well. Rejected. We will pay the toll today. But my sons and daughters' hands are not up for discussion. What? Are your children too good for sons and daughters of House Frey? I have plenty of sons for you to choose from for your daughter. And as for your son, I have a pretty girl or two, and that is all that matters in the end, isn't it, boy? A pretty face to warm your bed and bear your children. Valder asked snidely, but after failing to generate a response he snorted. Fine. If not your eldest son and daughter, then how about your bastard boy there and yourself? I'm sure you will find at least two of my daughters or granddaughters suitable for bed warmers. Now Knox was just plain astonished. The man's ambition had clearly overridden his sense of self-preservation, given that he was either completely ignorant or just uncaring about the cold rage that was steadily building in the Warden of the North. My wife of 3 and 10 years has been dead for not even a full year yet, and you expect me to take another wife already? No. I have no need for another wife, as I have secured House Stark with 3 sons and 2 daughters. And as for Jon, his fate and when he is ready for marriage is when Lord Knox determines that his training under him is complete. And not a moment before. He could feel Valder's greedy gaze shift from Ned to himself and then back. Hat, you can never have too many children, Stark. There's nothing sweeter than a young flower's honey to have all to yourself. And unlike some women, a Frey girl knows her duty in carrying a son to birth. Jon, Robb, Ned, and the great Jon all involuntarily took a step away from him as the temperature in the room plummeted. At the high table, the young Lady Frey suddenly started shaking while Sir Stavron started blowing into his hand, wondering how and why he could suddenly see his breath in the air. And Valder, the old fool, was helpless to do anything but stare at Knox as he calmly and slowly took a few steps towards the Lord of the Crossing. With a calmness that surprised even himself, Knox focused his full attention on the old fool who was clearly doing everything in his power not to piss himself. I do hope, Valder Frey, that your words were merely just a slip of the tongue and not an intentional slight against my wife who lost our child after being stabbed in the womb by a man who sided with traitors and broke the laws of gods and men. Valder, showing an incredible lack of self-preservation, merely snorted. Recent events speak for themselves, Sorcerer. Though, what more could you expect after marrying a lowborn whore? Knox moved without thought, his right hand rising in the blink of an eye as the small coin purse he kept on his waist was shredded as the coins within tore themselves free on his command. The gold flew faster than the eye could follow, crossing the distance of the hall in less than a fraction of a second. The silver cup in Valder's hand shattered and several strands of his hair fell listlessly to the ground as 5 gold coins cut through both as if neither was there before embedding themselves into the back of Valder Frey's chair. Lowering his arm, Knox slowly approached the high table. The Lady Frey was cowering against the arm of her chair, making herself as small as she could while simultaneously trying to put as much distance between herself and her husband as possible. Sir Stavron Frey had knocked his chair back, his hand on the hilt of the short sword at his waist. But unfortunately for the heir to the twins, he was unable to draw the blade no matter how hard he tried as Knox kept the blade within its sheath with only minimal effort on his part. And as for Valder, the Lord of the Crossing was frozen stiff in fear as Knox poured a constant stream of the dark side of the Force off himself and into the old man. Reaching the high table, Knox increased the flow of the dark side within him, making Lord Frey break out into a cold sweat and for the Lady Frey to faint in her seat. We came here to pass your bridge and head home, yet you impeded our path. Hoping to use the death of your traitorous son to induce a sense of guilt within us and then leverage our desire to return in order to expand your own feeble concept of power by tying your house to House Stark through marriage. Lord Eddard heard your proposal, and politely denied the immediate request. Far politer than he should have in my opinion. But you took it as a slight. And then you lashed out and insulted my wife. I have killed greater than you for far less. Pausing, Knox raised his hand, finger extended towards the man's racing heart. It would be so easy. An old man like you. Your heart is on its last leg as it is. A simple touch with the Force, and your heart would falter and fail. Leaving you to suffer in agony as you clutched at your chest, begging for one more moment of life. The unmistakable smell of urine permeated the air as the Lord of the Crossing lost control of his bladder, the sight and smell bringing a smile to Knox's face. But, lucky for you, I don't feel like dealing with the fallout your death would no doubt cause. Even if killing every Frey within this castle would be easier than my morning exercises. So, this is what is going to happen. Embedded in your chair are 5 gold coins. That is your toll, Lord Valder, and allow us passage across the twins. Should you, or any of yours feel the need to impede us further, then I will sink the twins into the Green Fork with every Frey still trapped within its walls. Do we have an understanding, my lord? Good. Turning on his heel, Knox didn't wait to hear the response from the Lord of the Crossing as he used the Force to throw the doors to the hall open, allowing him to march out. Ned was quick to follow his lead, not even bothering to offer the Lord Frey a customary acknowledgement before turning and following Knox out of the hall, leaving the great Jon and Robb hurrying to catch up with the two of them. In the yard outside, all the guards in the immediate vicinity were on high alert, their hands on their weapons. But wisely, all of them thought better of getting in the way of a clearly irate Lord Stark and Knox as they retrieved their horses and made their way out of the keep. Once they were clear of the walls of the twins, Ned spoke for the first time since Knox had taken over the negotiations. I doubt that was as courteous as Valder is used to. Knox just snorted. The man needed a lesson in humility. And a reminder that he is but a small fish in a very big pond. Leave off it, Ned, the great Jon added, slapping Knox on the back with a meaty hand. If Knox hadn't done anything, I would have shoved that fucking goblet of his down the weasel's throat. A firstborn son and daughter for just a simple crossing. Ha! Then to go and insult the women of the north, hells. If Ma Edge was there, she would have made sure the man would be shitting pieces of her mace for the rest of his life. Grimacing, Ned snapped his horse's reins, urging the beast into a slight trot. Master, Jon said, riding up next to him. What you said back to Lord Valder, about sinking the twins with everyone in it, were you? I wasn't jesting, Jon, Knox replied, turning towards his apprentice. Should the phrase impede our progress, then I will sink the twins into the river. I won't enjoy it, but I will do it. I made the threat. If I do not follow through on my threat then word will spread. And once word gets out that either I, your father, yourself, or your brother are not willing to carry out on the threats that are made, then your word will come to mean less than pig shit. Jon didn't seem pleased by the answer, but he wisely didn't press the issue and instead rode in silence beside Knox as the small group rejoined with the rest of those following them north. Sitting astride her horse at the front of the group was Lady Mormont. The fierce lady of Bear Island had her mace in hand and her eyes fixed solely on the twins. So, do we have any coin left to us, Lord Eddard? Or are we taking some simpering Frey whelp back with us to wed an unsuspecting northerner? The toll has been paid, Ned said, shooting a quick glance towards Knox. And there shall be no phrase accompanying us to the north. One of Maeg's brow rose as she turned her attention from Ned to Knox. Forgive me for assuming, Lord Stark, but I take it that the sorcerer here handled the negotiations? Is there a new lord of the crossing then? No, Knox replied as everyone prepared to make their way across the twins. But Baldur's pants and possibly even his chair will need to be destroyed, as I doubt even the most skilled scullery maid would be able to get them clean once more. Throwing her head back, Maeg let out a loud deep laugh that sent the nearby wildlife scrambling to flee. By the old gods, sorcerer! You are something else. If your woman wasn't who she is, then I'd be tempted to see just how far your passion went. Anything is possible, Lady Mormont. Knox smirked as he noticed the gates of the twins remaining wide open for them and the people within scrambling to give them a clear route across the bridge. But that's a discussion for another time. For now, let's just get across this bridge and get back into the north before the late Frey loses what little sanity I scared back into his aging head. Standing on one of the numerous docks lining the Bay of Pentos, Asher Forrester, second-born son of Lord Gregor Forrester, was still trying to reconcile in his mind that what was happening was actually happening as he watched numerous workers carefully unload the cargo from the northern vessel tied off before him. Barely a year had passed since he'd made his peace with never being able to return to his home after his father was forced to banish him once his love affair with Gwyn Whitehill had become common knowledge. And while part of him despised his father's cowardice for banishing him, time had given him perspective and made him realize that his father had indeed made the right choice in sending him away. And now, here he was, about to board a ship that would return him to the north with his father's and Lord Stark's blessing. And not only was he being allowed to return to his home, he was also returning to a betrothal to the one woman he truly loved and rulership of his own keep. And if that wasn't enough of a twist of fate, the one aiding in his return home was none other than Domeric Bolton, the exiled son of the now eternally disgraced Roose Bolton. If anyone had any doubts that the gods had a twisted sense of humor, they need only look at him to erase such doubts. I've never seen a vessel quite like this one, Asher. He didn't need to look beside him to know who was speaking. After all, the two had been almost inseparable since they came across one another 3 moons ago when he was on the road to Mirian. Not surprisingly, Biska, he said to the woman who had saved his life almost as many times as he'd saved hers. The wolf's howl is a scaled-down version of the sea wolf, the dreadnought that was designed by the sorcerer himself. And it's probably the first one of its kind to actually leave the north. Designed by the sorcerer, Biska hummed, her interest in the ship much more noticeable, though obviously not because of any interest in the sea. Tales of that man have spread far even here in Essos. A sorcerer greater than the warlocks of Karth. A statesman who can talk circles around even the representatives from the Iron Bank. And a warrior without equal while he holds a blade in his hand. There are even some, mostly those fire-burning fanatics, that even consider him some long-lost prophet come to deliver the people from the darkness of their sins. Though some of the more entertaining tales say he is sin itself and partakes regularly in any and all delights offered to him. Shaking his head, he took a wide step away from his friend to give her a wide breadth. Careful now, Biska. Don't want you to have to wring out your small clothes before we make way. And besides, best put those thoughts to the side. Last I heard, he had a woman who is now his wife. By all accounts, she is not someone you want to trifle with, and not just because she is married to the sorcerer. Biska merely shrugged. Hasn't stopped me before. Him having a wife just makes it even more exciting. Coming from experience here, Asher, there are few things in life that can top having a go at a husband and his wife at the same time. Shaking his head at his friend's antics, Asher left the woman sell sword to her fantasies as he walked down the length of the dock to. Well, he wasn't quite sure just what he was going to do. He wasn't even sure what he could do now, seeing as how the dockhands of Pentos and the sailors of the north seemed to have had a good handle on the unloading of the ship. So, instead of helping with the manual laboring, Asher was left with nothing more than to think over his life. His banishment. The months he'd spent in Essos trying to start a new life. And then his fated run-in with someone he couldn't even remember in Volantis, who did little more than hand him a letter stating that his banishment had been lifted and that he was to make all haste for Essos and seek out the other exiled northern who would see to his return home. He'd been more than slightly skeptical at the time, as had Biska, and had initially dismissed the strange letter and the one who delivered it to him. But after a few days of fighting tooth and nail just to get enough to fill his belly, his desire to return home won out and he and Biska left Volantis behind and made for Pentos. Ideally, the two would have traveled by ship from Volantis to Pentos as it was the faster and safer option to take. Unfortunately, that option was not available to them, as neither had enough coin for even one of them to book safe passage, let alone both. So, they were left with no other option than to walk. Which wasn't a very attractive option, as the roads in Essos were plagued with Dothraki, slavers, bandits, sell-sword companies, escaped slaves, or just plain idiots with a blade and nothing left to lose. But for the first time in his life the old gods of the north seemed to take pity on him. They had managed to complete the long walk from Volantis to Pentos with only a single short skirmish against a handful of bandits. Which in and of itself was a blessing, because they were able to liberate a couple of horses from the fools. Then there was his meeting with the northerner living in exile, Domeric Bolton. To say their meeting was tense was an understatement. At least from Asher's perspective. While having never met the heir to the Dread Fort before in his life, the man's name was enough to put Asher on edge. But surprisingly, Domeric was about as far from a Bolton as a Stark was from a Tyrell. He was actually courteous. And for some reason seemingly completely at ease with his lot in life, which now dictated that he live out the rest of his days here in Essos. A chance to start anew, Domeric had explained to him when Asher pressed the issue. Away from the stigma that my house has unfortunately placed upon ourselves over the years. Asher could do little but agree with the sentiment. Even in the north, the Boltons garnered little love from the people. Fear, yes. But love and respect? Those were aspects that the Boltons never had. And it was the reason why they were never able to overthrow the Starks no matter how many times they tried to do so. And Asher could admit that Domeric actually had a good thing going in Essos. He'd only been in Pentos for a few moons or so, and already he'd managed to become the primary merchant that dealt with the northern trade in glass and other items that the north produced that were considered exotic and therefore coveted by the people of Essos. He'd garnered more coin in a moon's turn than Asher had seen in his entire life. Enough to not only buy a decently sized manse but to also purchase enough servants to staff it as well. Hells, the man even had enough coin left over to purchase a few unsullied guards as well. While the exiled Bolton's sudden wealth was something that many would wish for, Asher was not one of them. Coin was all well and good. But he knew from experience the traders of Essos were ruthless. Especially those from the disputed lands. By trading in northern glass and other exotic exports, Domeric was brazenly thumbing his nose at Mir and more than a few other suppliers. And Asher would be willing to lay down a fair amount of coin to say that the man already had at least one contract out on his life. But despite that, he still felt no small amount of resentment towards the exiled northerner. Asher had been exiled and had to leave the north with only the clothes on his back, a sword, and an axe. Domeric gets exiled, and the bastard gets set up as a wealthy merchant with premier trading rights with the north. And speaking of the bastard, Asher thought as he watched Domeric appear at the edge of the docks with two unsullied guards flanking him on either side. The exiled northerner took his time in examining each of the carts that were being loaded up, which was understandable considering just how much coin was being invested in this transaction. Seemingly satisfied, Domeric gave off a few sharp commands which sent his servants scrambling to get the carts moving to their next destination. Lord Bolton, Asher greeted the man as the ex-heir to the Dread Fort approached him. Domeric appeared to either not notice his tone or he just didn't care. And given the history of his family, Asher was willing to bet it was the latter. I'm not a lord anymore, Lord Forrester. At least not one that is recognized by Westeros standards. My father's folly saw to that. Domeric greeted him cordially, his hands behind his back as he joined him in watching the northerners begin preparing the vessel for their eventual return trip to the north. Yeah, well, you'll forgive me for not shedding a tear over that, Asher replied, trying his best to keep his tone neutral. Not an easy feat considering it was because of the Boltons' relationship with the Whitehills that was the true tipping point in his father's decision to send him into exile. Few did, Domeric shrugged, seemingly unfazed. Even I struggled to mourn his passing after what he did. And even then, it was more over the family that I lost rather than the individual himself. But enough of the past, I would speak now of the future. This ship will be returning to the north at first light tomorrow. Until then, I would like to purchase the services of both yourself and your sellsword companion. 100 gold dragons apiece for the night. Asher eyed the Bolton warily. 100 gold dragons was certainly nothing to scoff over. But the question was, what job for a single night was worth such an expense? What's the job? Nothing untoward I assure you, Domeric replied. Tonight, after the sun goes down, the cargo for the return voyage north will be arriving. And while I have taken many precautions, there is still the outside chance of things potentially going wrong. Having 2 extra skilled blades standing guard will put my mind at ease. I see, Asher mumbled, trying to piece together what this cargo could be, but failing to do so. And what is so special about this cargo that it requires loading at night and extra swords to make sure that nothing goes wrong? Domeric didn't move his body, but Asher could see his eyes darting around the docks. Some things are best left unsaid, Lord Forrester. You will find out for yourself tonight if you take the job. Or tomorrow when the ship sets sail. Only should you find out in the morning, you will find yourself without the 100 gold dragons. Now, do we have a contract, or no? Asher was still uncertain about all of this, but 100 gold dragons for both himself and Bishka for a simple night of guard duty was enough to put his uncertainty aside for now. Very well, he nodded, holding out his hand. We have a deal. Domeric took his hand and gave it a firm shake before pulling out a light purse and handing it off to him. An advancement of 20 gold dragons for the two of you. Do whatever you two wish to do for the rest of the day. But I insist that you both are sober by the time night falls. Don't worry, Asher replied lightly, giving the purse a shake and smiling at the sound of coins clinking within. Bishka and I are professionals. We know what's expected of us. The former heir to the Dread Fort gave him one last look before bidding him farewell and leaving the docks. Once he was gone, Bishka strode up to him, her eyes firmly attached to the small purse in his hand. What happened? We've been hired to oversee the loading of the ship tonight after the sun sets, Asher explained, opening the purse and separating out 10 gold dragons which he then handed over to her. 100 dragons apiece, and 20 as an advancement. Bishka eyed him warily as she took the offered coins. 100 dragons apiece, to guard the loading of a ship during the night. Yeah, Asher nodded slowly, pocketing his share of the advancement. I don't trust it either, but still. 100 dragons is still 100 dragons. And the ship sails at first light, so it's not like we'll be around for long to face whatever consequences come of, whatever in the hells is going to happen. Bishka pursed her lips in thought then shrugged. You're right. But when this shit all goes tits up, I'm blaming you for getting us into the mess. But before that happens, I'm going to go find the best and most expensive whore in the city to entertain myself with before nightfall. Who needs the best whores when the cheaper ones are the most fun? He called out as his friend made her way down the docks. Laughing, Bishka shook her head and turned around to face him while still walking away. See, I knew that I liked you for a reason. Shaking his head, Asher decided to indulge himself in a cup or two as well before nightfall and made his way off the dock to find the nearest tavern for a cup and bed for a few hours. When night had finally fallen upon Pentos, Asher made his way back to the ship that would soon be taking him home. Unsurprisingly, Bishka had beaten him back and was sitting at the end of the gangplank sharpening one of her swords. What was surprising though was the fact that it seemed like the entirety of the crew that sailed the northern ship were also ready to aid in whatever was about to go down. Bishka, he greeted her at the end of the dock. Any coin left in your purse? Smirking, Bishka sheathed one of her blades. I know how to stretch my coin, Asher. The finest whore I could find who could do the most amazing feats with her tongue along with the finest bottle of wine, and I still have most of my coin. A bottle of wine? Asher questioned, giving her a look. Are you sober? I must be, Bishka shrugged. You're still not pretty enough to fuck. Shaking his head, Asher turned and sat down on an overturned crate next to Bishka. So, any signs of our host, cargo, or trouble? No, no, and no, Bishka answered immediately before looking up and sighing. Almost makes me wish I'd stayed in that whore's bed for the night. Doubt that young lad, Balin or whatever, would even notice if one of us wasn't here tonight. Just as he was about to comment, he noticed something. A shifting of a shadow out of the corner of his eye. Tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword, he scanned the pier with a critical eye until he caught sight of what he'd seen. Well, a night with a whore would be pleasurable. But that aside, I don't think tonight is going to be boring. Blinking, Bishka looked up at him before following his line of sight. Oh, fucking wonderful, she muttered, rising to her feet with Asher as no less than a dozen men started coming out from the shadows. Drawing his sword, Asher took a few steps down the dock while behind him he could hear his fellow Northmen start scrambling about their ship. At first he thought the intruders were a sellsword company given their number, but as he looked them over he noticed that none of them were wearing any form of armor and only one carried a sword while the others had only axes and daggers that were in rough shape. Bandits. Or just an unfortunate lot looking to make a quick bit of coin by plundering a ship. It's laid out for an evening stroll, boys, Asher commented, as he and Bishka approached the group near the end of the dock. Best you all turn around and head home and we can all rest easy tonight and wake in the morning. The mismatched group of thieves looked from Asher and Bishka to the ship and then back again. Sells sword. The only one with a sword asked with a thick accent. For the moment, Asher replied. Now, how about you lot just turn around and get the fuck out of here before something bad happens to you. The man in the lead didn't seem deterred, and neither did those who stood with him. Though whether that was because they didn't understand him or not, he didn't know. No need fight, the man with the sword said, pointing towards the ship. Take ship, we pay you. Much coin be had. Split? Even between us. Yeah, that isn't how this works, Asher said slowly, readying himself for the fight that he knew was inevitable now. A sellsword turning so readily on the one who hired him or her is a sure way to end their time as a sellsword. The man with the sword narrowed his eyes and pointed his rusted sword towards him. 2 and 10. Join. Or die now. Turning his body so his sword arm was in front of him, Asher slowly reached to the small of his back where he kept a throwing dagger with his offhand. Let me think about it, he said, drawing the dagger. How about, fuck off and die? Before anyone could move, Asher brought his left around and threw the dagger as hard as he could. The blade went end over end before coming to a stop right in the throat of the man nearest to the leader with the sword. The leader yelled out something in a language Asher did not understand before raising his blade and charging at the two of them with his men right behind him. Not that it did them any good, as the sailors on board the northern vessel had not wasted the time Asher had given them. Before the would-be attackers could even cover half the distance across the dock, the sailors on board the ship all stood up from their crouched positions behind the railing, bows in hand and arrows nocked. Being sailors first, they weren't perhaps the best shots out there, but they still did their part in killing off half the attackers before they reached Asher and Bishka. And from there, it was all but over. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, Asher and Bishka had experience in fighting whereas their foes had none. Bishka was able to kill 2 with her first strike. The only one that proved to be any sort of challenge at all was the one who'd brought a sword. But even then, Asher was able to disarm the man and claim his head in less than 5 moves. Pathetic sobs, Bishka spat, kicking a now headless body off the dock and into the water. Asher agreed, using his foot to push the ringleader's corpse into the water. Still though, makes me wonder what the hell Bolton is sending back to the north. Whatever the hell it is, it's apparently worth enough to make these fools risk both the sailors on board and the city watch to claim it. Well, I think you'll soon have your answer, Bishka said, using her bloodied sword to point towards the end of the dock. Following the path of her blade, Asher found no less than a dozen covered wagons escorted by perhaps a dozen more unsullied walking towards them. And sitting on the lead wagon was Domric Bolton. Though Asher's eyes were drawn far more to the beautiful older woman sitting on Domric's left. He loved Gwyn and she was to be his wife, if Domric was to be believed, but that didn't mean he was blind or couldn't appreciate beauty when he saw it. By the gods old and new, who is that? Your timing is terrible, Bolton, Asher called out, accenting his point by kicking the last of the freshly made corpses into the water. You missed all the fun. You and I have different definitions of the word fun, Forrester, Domric said as he and the beautiful woman dismounted from the wagon, the later immediately moving around to the back as Domric approached Asher and Bishka. Though, it seems I was correct to hire you 2 for extra protection tonight. I'll have to investigate just how word of the loading time leaked out. This cannot happen again. Too much is at stake for us to fail. Right, Asher said slowly, sheathing his sword. Well, if so much is at stake, then perhaps you wouldn't mind letting us in on the reason for the late-night loading of the ship and the extra guards. Domric looked around and then motioned for Asher and Bishka to follow him around to the back of one of the wagons where the beautiful woman was standing and speaking in a foreign tongue. I can do better than one reason, Asher Forrester. I can give you 73 reasons why we are doing what we are doing. Confused by the cryptic statement, Asher peered around into the back of the covered wagons and immediately took a step back. The wagon was full of people. Most were in a sorry state. But the one thing he noticed was the facial markings on perhaps half of the people in the wagon that were an immediate tell as to just who, or rather what, these people were. Slaves, Bishka breathed for the 2 of them, her hand traveling down towards the hilt of her sword. And here I thought you Westerosi were against slavery. Westeros has no tolerance for slavery, the North even less so, the woman said, her voice almost like a song to his ears. And these people are slaves no longer. They have risked everything to break their chains and free themselves. And now we are going to help them find a new life for themselves and their families in the North. Free from slavery. Stepping back, Asher watched as the woman spoke once more in a foreign tongue to the former slaves. One by one, the slaves all started climbing out of the back of the wagon, clutching whatever meager belongings they had, if they even had any to begin with. Asher was no novice when it came to slaves, he'd seen more than his fair share since arriving here in Essos. But as he watched these slaves pass him by, he noticed something in them that he hadn't seen in any other slave. A light in their eyes with a slight smile upon their faces. Hope, he thought, as he watched the former slaves happily make their way towards the ship that would be taking them to freedom. Upon greeting them with open arms, the sailors helped them get situated. They have hope. Their lives won't be easy by any stretch of the imagination as the people of the North are weary of outsiders. But still, it will be a far sight better than living as a slave until the day they die. And just who are you? Bishka asked, her gaze focused on the beautiful woman. This one's woman or something? No, the woman answered immediately as if it were a simple fact. I am voice. And that is all you need concern yourself with. She's right in that regard, Domric added as another group of former slaves were helped down and moved towards the ship. Asher also noted that there were several chests and other objects being loaded up as well, which meant that the transporting of former slaves wasn't the only cargo that was going to be taken across the narrow sea. Your part in what is going on here in Essos is now over. Blinking, Asher finally realized just what was going on. It wasn't chance or good mind for trade that allowed Domric to take over the glass trade and other trades between Westeros and Essos here in Pentos. But rather, he was set up to do so. And in exchange he was filtering freed or escaped slaves out of Essos and into Westeros. A very dangerous task, as even here in Pentos where slavery was technically illegal it was still a crime punishable by torture and death to help abscond with slaves. Maybe I was wrong about you Bolton, Asher chuckled as the last of the slaves were loaded up onto the ship. You've got stones the size of the fucking wall. Or a complete lack of sense, Domric smirked as his unsullied guards closed the wagons and took up positions flanking Domric. May the old gods watch over you, Forrester. And may you and yours find fortune and long life. Smirking, Asher reached out his hand and clasped arms with Domric. You as well, Bolton. You as well. Riding through the east gate of Winterfell, Eddard Stark kept his face as neutral as he possibly could as he tried to hide just how relieved he was to return home. They'd only been gone for perhaps 2 moons at best, but still. That was 2 moons away from his home. Away from most of his children who needed him now more than ever before with the loss of their mother. Cat. Just thinking about his lost wife was enough to put a damper on his elation at returning home. For she would no longer be here to welcome him home. To take him into her bed at night. Pushing such thoughts aside, Ned kept his focus forward as he led their small caravan through the walls of Winterfell and into the keep proper. Once they were within the walls, Ned immediately felt the warmth of Winterfell wash over him, as well as the near-deafening sound of hundreds of small folk cheering for their return. Behind him, he could sense both Jon and Robb shift uneasily in their saddles as they tentatively waved to the small folk that were crowded along the street and leaning out the windows of their homes. Is it always like this? Robb asked, just loudly enough so that Ned could hear him over the cheering of the crowd. Only when your people have a reason to celebrate your return, Ned replied calmly, raising his hand and acknowledging some of the small folk as they rode through the streets of Winterfell towards the inner keep. In truth, this was only the 3rd time Ned had received such a welcome. The first had been on his return from Robert's rebellion and the toppling of the Targaryen dynasty. The second had been upon his return from putting down the Greyjoy rebellion. And now I've put down a pseudo-rebellion by the Maesters, he thought morosely. Am I to be cursed to spend my life either participating in or putting down one rebellion after another? Can I not know a time of peace for myself and my children? Perhaps Nox is right. It is in the very nature of man to fight. To strive for that which he does not have, and if he cannot claim it, to try and take it by force. That only the dead have truly seen the end of war? Such a bleak outlook. But now after 13 years and 3 rebellions I cannot help but think that he is right. As he usually is. Making their way into the inner keep, Ned's sour mood disappeared as fast as water in Dorne as he gazed upon the small army of people that were assembled in front of the great hall of Winterfell. It seemed as if every servant in the keep had been brought out to welcome them home. He could also see the growing number of students of Winterfell's college standing tall and proud beside Maester Luwin. And it was clear that his house guards, under the direction of Jory and Sir Roderick no doubt, had spent the night cleaning and preparing their arms and armor. But his attention was not on the servants, the students, or even his house guards. No. His attention was reserved solely for the small group of 7 that were standing at the forefront of the gathering. Of those gathered at the forefront there was one that seemed out of place, but he assumed that Lady Talisa had more than earned her place at his daughter's side. Especially considering he'd sought the foreign lady out before their departure and had specifically asked her to give aid and console to his daughter whenever requested. Next to her were Jory and Sir Roderick, both men standing tall and proud. And standing next to them was the woman he'd entrusted his children and Winterfell to, the former serving girl as many called her, the stewardess of Winterfell, Lady Nyra Knox. And standing just in front of those 3 were the ones who had his undivided attention. Bran was near bouncing in place, his eagerness to rush towards them so great that Ned could feel it. Arya was, well, Arya. His little wolf had foregone the dress she should have been wearing and was instead wearing fine leather breeches and a tunic to match. And in the lead was his eldest daughter, Sansa. Gods, she looked so much like her mother right then, standing with her head held high with her red hair braided and slung over her right shoulder. His red wolf had grown so much in his absence. And standing next to each of his children were their dire wolves, each of whom were shaking in place from excitement. Greywind and Ghost broke ranks first, running with excited yips towards their siblings, who didn't hesitate to rush from his children's sides to meet their brothers halfway. The yard broke out into a mixture of laughter and excited yipping as the 5 dire wolf pups reunited with one another in a massive tangling of fur and limbs. Beside him, he could feel Winter's amusement and, with only the slightest of mental pushes from Ned, the mother of the pups trotted across the yard to join with her children in their reunion. Father, Sansa curtsied, an action that was followed by the rest of those assembled as Ned dismounted from his horse. Brothers. Welcome home. Winterfell and the north is yours once more. Ned knew what courtesy called for, but it could go to the hells for all he cared. Stepping forward, much to his daughter's surprise, Ned quickly crossed the distance between them and scooped up his eldest daughter in a hug and spun her around in a quick circle. Father. Sansa yelled, though he could tell there was more mirth than anger in her cries as small peals of laughter escaped her as he spun her around multiple times. Setting her down, he repeated the same process with Arya. Only his little wolf didn't wait for him as she leapt up into his arms with a grin so large it threatened to split her face in 2. Bran was next, his youngest child bouncing in place as he waited for his turn while Sansa and Arya went to welcome their brothers home. As he let go of Bran, he noticed that Nox had quietly strode past him and was in the process of thoroughly reconnecting with his wife. A scene that brought both joy and no small amount of pain to Ned. There are a few that I wish to introduce you 3 to, he said, turning and motioning for 3 individuals to come forward from the line of the wagons. Lady Shireen Baratheon, who was perhaps the only one of the 3 that was used to these situations, immediately took the lead and walked forward with her head held high while Gendry, Anna, and Mhijen slowly trailed after her. "This is Lady Shireen Baratheon, first daughter of Lord Stannis Baratheon," Ned introduced the young girl to his children. "This lad here is Gendry of King's Landing. This young girl is Anna of King's Landing. And this young woman is Mhijen of King's Landing along with her infant daughter Bera. Lord Knox will be taking Lady Shireen, Gendry, and Bera as his students in the Force and teaching them alongside yourselves while Mhijen and Anna will be under Lord Knox's charge." Bran's face lit up at the prospect of more people learning the ways of the Force with him, while Arya's took a downturn. No doubt she was of the mind that because there were now more looking to learn the ways of the Force that her lessons would lessen. Sansa however didn't miss a beat as she immediately gave a welcoming courtesy which Shireen and Mhijen returned almost perfectly while Gendry took a moment longer before giving her an awkward bow in return. "Welcome to Winterfell, Lady Shireen. And you as well, Gendry and Mhijen of King's Landing. I trust that, as we will all be students of Master Knox for a time, that we will come to know each other well." "Thank you, my lady," Shireen responded with all the expected courtly etiquette. "I look forward to getting to know yourself and your siblings much better in our coming years together." "Yes, milady, thank you," Mhijen followed up, curtsying again while holding onto her infant daughter. All eyes turned to Gendry, the strong lad suddenly looking very unsure of himself now that he was the center of attention. "Milady, Oh, give off it already, stop stammering and just say thank you," Arya snorted, earning a roll of the eyes from Sansa at the breaking of decorum. Gendry's face turned redder than a smith's forge. Thank you, milady Stark." Sansa, taking pity on the young man, gave him a smile that almost seemed to freeze the lad in his spot before she turned back to him, a note of apprehension coming upon her face. "Father, there have been several ravens that have arrived since you left King's Landing. And, well, I believe there are things that must be spoke of in private." "Lady Sansa is quite right, milord," Lady Knox said, sounding more than slightly breathless as she finally managed to partially free herself from her lord husband, though she didn't look like she was trying too hard to fully break free of his hold. "There are a number of things that need your immediate attention. Rooms have been prepared for our guests within the Sorcerer's Tower. And with your leave, I will show them to their rooms." Ned just barely managed to hold in his sigh. He'd wanted nothing more than just to spend the rest of the day and night relaxing with his children. But apparently that was not meant to be. "Very well, let us go somewhere quiet to speak," he said to his children before turning and addressing the crowd. "All of you, thank you for your warm welcome. My sons and I thank you all. Now please, return to your duties." Hearing the dismissal, the servants of Winterfell immediately began to disperse, leaving the courtyard near empty in only moments. "Lady Knox," Ned said, turning towards his stewardess. "Please see to the placement of our guests and then the rest of the day is yours to do with as you wish. Knox. Please try and remember that your wife still has duties to perform tomorrow. I will need her coherent and able to walk properly." "As you say, Lord Stark," Knox replied, a grin on his face as he effortlessly scooped his wife up into his arms with one arm bracing her shoulders and the other under her knees. "Call if you need anything, Stark. But don't call." And with that, Knox turned and moved away so fast Ned could have sworn he simply disappeared. Pushing aside the pang of longing that wished he could do the same, Ned led his children through the Great Hall and into one of the smaller private dining areas that was usually reserved for the immediate Stark family when they were not entertaining guests in the Great Hall. Sitting down at the head of the short table within the hall, Ned waited as his children took their seats as well before starting. "What ravens have you received? I take it based on Nyra's comment about needing to prepare Winterfell that we are soon to be expecting visitors." "Yes, father," Sansa answered politely, her posture that of a perfect lady. "We received a request shortly after your departure from Casterly Rock, specifically from Lord Tyrion Lannister. He requested that he bring his daughter here to Winterfell for her to be tested by Lord Knox. I responded that you were away and would have to wait until you returned. But a week passed we received another raven stating that Lord Tyrion was on his way north by ship with his daughter and that Lord Tyrion Lannister would be accompanying them as well." Rocking back, Ned resisted the urge to groan. Knox had told him shortly after returning from Valyria that they should be expecting a visit from Tyrion and his daughter sometime soon. But even being prepared for it, the events at the end of Robert's rebellion still left a foul taste in his mouth whenever he thought of the Lannisters. And now they were to host not only Tywin Lannister's brother and niece, but his son as well. His deformed dwarf son at that. Though if he were to be honest, it wasn't so much having to house those of House Lannister that put him on edge. No, that was due more to the fact that there was a good probability that Knox would take the girl on as an acolyte. He shuddered to think of what Tywin Lannister could do in the future with one of his house having the same abilities as his own children and Knox. Lord Tyrion and his daughter's arrival is not unexpected, as Knox told me that they would more than likely be coming. Lord Tyrion, though, I expect you all to be on your best behaviors and remember your courtesies while in his presence." His children all nodded, though his gaze did have to linger on Arya for a time before she gave in and nodded her consent as well. Is that all? He asked, turning back to Sansa who started fidgeting. No, father, she answered. We also received word from Dorne. Prince Oberyn and Princess Arianne and a retinue from Dorne are on their way north as we speak. They say they are coming to Winterfell to discuss further trade relations between the north and Dorne. And the prince, well, he said he's coming to offer his condolences for what happened. Blinking, Ned frowned as he thought over what the arrival of Prince Oberyn and Princess Arianne could actually mean. While he had no doubt that there was truth to the wish of discussing trade, he doubted that was the entirety of the matter. The Martells had not left their lands for any part of the Seven Kingdoms since the end of the rebellion. Hells, the only reason why they hadn't continued the fight after what happened to Elia Martell was because Jon and Arianne somehow managed to convince them that peace was the better option. Prince Oberyn and Nar Princess Arianne are coming to Winterfell. Looking towards Jon, Ned immediately noticed the slight reddening around his son's ears. Jon seems quite familiar with the princess to call her by her name only. Even if he did catch himself. Did something more happen in Dorne than what he told me? Jon? Ned asked, leveling a look at his son. Is there something you wish to tell us? Jon's face had gone red before going white and then returning to a somewhat normal color as he fought to control himself. No. I mean nothing happened between us. We danced and talked and that was it. I swear it. There was no lie in his words. But still, for two of the ruling family of Dorne to personally make their way to the north to speak of something as simple as trade? No, Ned might not be one who readily participates in the game that the other highborns participated in. But he was no fool. A matter of condolence or trade did not necessitate the arrival of two members of a ruling house. One of whom was the technical heir due to the laws of inheritance in Dorne. And, Sansa pressed on. We have also received word from Highgarden. Lady Olenna Tyrell, Lord Willias Tyrell, Sir Garland Tyrell, and Lady Marjorie Tyrell are on their way north with a large contingent of their sworn guardsmen while escorting men north who have volunteered for the Night's Watch. Given the timing of each raven, Father, Lady Nyra and Maester Luwin have both estimated that all three groups will be here within the walls of Winterfell within a moon's turn at the latest. And they should all be arriving within a sennight of each other. Gods, which of the gods did I wrong in my life to have to deal with this gathering? Ned thought morosely as he felt the beginnings of a headache that he was sure wouldn't leave him until all parties had departed from Winterfell. Dealing with just one of the great houses of Westeros was cause for a headache. Dealing with three, and these three at that? House Martell despised House Lannister because of what transpired at the end of Robert's rebellion, and with due cause. House Tyrell and House Lannister had been in a constant state of rivalry as they continuously tried to prove to the realm just which house was technically the richest. And House Tyrell also had a cold relationship with House Martell in no small part because it was Prince Oberyn who injured Lord Willias during a tourney years ago, leaving the boy with a permanent limp despite his age. Neither of those three houses had even talked to one another for years due to their grudges against one another. And now, all three were going to be within the walls of Winterfell for the gods only knew how long. Father? Are you all right? Giving himself a mental shake, Ned found his children all staring at him with varying degrees of distress written clear across their faces. I'm fine, he lied. He was far from fine. We will need to prepare separate wings of the guest hall for our visitors. Hopefully, guest rights will keep them in check, but I will not put them to the test. Not in my halls. I thought you would say that, Father, Sansa replied, the slight distress at his brooding gone and replaced with her mother's facade once more. I've ordered the servants to begin cleaning and preparing 3 different areas of the guest quarters. Favoring his eldest daughter with a smile, Ned gave her an appreciative nod of thanks. Only a few moons on her own, and already his daughter had changed so much that he hardly recognized her. Well done, Sansa. You are truly your mother's daughter. And will, without a doubt, one day become a great lady of your own house. Sansa preened under the praise while Arya merely rolled her eyes. Sansa will indeed become a great lady, but I fear that Arya never will. And while such a thought fills me with dread, I fear far more what she would do should I try and force such a fate upon her. The Lannisters, the Martells, and the Tyrells. And here I was hoping that we would be done with the Southerners for a time, his eldest sighed. The North is a part of the 7 Kingdoms, son. As are the Reach, the Westerlands, and Dorne. As such, we will never be done with the Southerners, Ned stated sternly, giving Robb a hard glare. Perhaps not realizing he'd said the thought aloud, his eldest son went wide-eyed and sat up straighter. Father, that wasn't what I meant. I know what you meant, son, Ned replied, taking pity on his son. The games of the South have little use here in the North. But nonetheless, you must learn how to play their game as well should you wish to become a respected lord. Both in the eyes of our people and those of the South. And this will be a good opportunity for you to put what you learned in King's Landing into practice. Father, I won't let you down, Robb said with determination. I know you won't, you are all the best of your mother and I and more, even you, Jon. And I am proud, so very proud, to call each of you my children." Ned smiled as he saw each of his children, Jon included, light up and smile. "Now come, enough of this heavy talk. Let us move on to lighter subjects. I have had a first-hand accounting for Rob's and Jon's progress, but I am curious how you three are doing with your training that Master Knox assigned to each of you." There were few things in life that Knox found truly relaxing. And laying on his bed with his wife using his chest as a pillow as she slept while he idly traced the path of her spine with his fingers was at the top of that list. But while his body and soul were relaxed, his mind was anything but. Nyra had told him of their impending visitors from the south. While he had fully expected for the major players of Westeros to start trying to make their moves soon, he was not necessarily expecting them all to make them at the same time. And while this wasn't necessarily a bad thing, it was unexpected. But it also meant that he would need to expedite a few of his plans. His training of the Stark children was progressing as well as could be expected. But given their current rate of growth, it would be at least a decade or more before their training could even be considered partially complete. He would have to increase their training regimes. Especially for Jon and Arya, who were now the two most powerful of his students. Though with Shireen now in Winterfell, Arya would more than likely find herself having to try to keep her number 2 position amongst his students. As for the other two, Barra was still but an infant and still years away from even being able to start proper training. And Gendry. Though Knox could tell that the boy would make for an excellent Sith warrior, focusing solely on his battle prowess would be doing the boy a disservice. Considering his skill in force forging, his training would perhaps be the most difficult to outline. And outside of force training, he also needed to accelerate some of his technological plans. The rail system was a good start, but Samwell and Luwin still had not finalized the design for a steam engine that would be powerful enough to pull the weight of train cars. He'd had to lean on them a bit and start subtly injecting more advanced theories and ideas for the two to use. Then there was his other project. The project that would change warfare as this world knew it forever. But even that project would take a decent amount of time. Firstly, to acquire what he needed. And secondly to get the correct combination put together to make it effective. Then there was the actual delivery mechanism. He'd been planning on using Mycon to help him design the mechanism he required. Yet now with Gendry's force forging ability, perhaps he could expedite that plan as well, which circled back around to how to properly structure Gendry's training. But he also had another problem to consider. And that was when he started introducing a continuous stream of technological advancements, how long would it last before people began asking questions as to just how he was able to come up with such inventions? Questions that Knox was honestly surprised hadn't already started to come about. Questions that he didn't want to answer. But still, those questions could potentially create a divide between himself, his apprentices, and the few that he had started to consider to be his friends. Possibly even a divide between himself and the woman he now held in his arms. There was a way to preempt all those questions and ensure that he maintained the trust of those he considered his friends and his love. But it was not without risks of doing exactly what he was hoping to avoid. Which was to tell them the truth of himself and the universe at large. Tightening his hold on Nyra, his wife gave off the slightest of whimpers as she tightened her hold on him, burying her face further into his chest. Losing Ashura had nearly destroyed who he was. Losing his son Kem just before he could be born had thrown him back into the deepest pit of darkness imaginable. And the only reason why he was able to pull himself out of the pit was his connection to Nyra. Should he lose her, either due to a blade or because of an ill-kept secret? It should work, he thought, resuming running his fingers along Nyra's warm flesh. Jon and Robb are more than powerful enough in the Force. Ned's power has grown significantly despite his age. And Nyra, I don't know how or why. But she has developed the slightest of Force attunements. That last little bit had certainly been a shock to Knox when he'd laid his metaphorical eyes on her upon returning to Winterfell. Her connection to the Force was slight and untrained, but it was there. The question was, how? Spontaneously acquiring an affinity for the Force was not necessarily unheard of. But it was so rare that it was all but a myth. Yet, Nyra was living proof that it was indeed possible. Granted, she would never be powerful enough to outclass anyone above an apprentice level. But she still had a connection to the Force now. Perhaps it wasn't just Sansa's healing that saved her life? Perhaps there was a chance, an outrageously slim chance, that their unborn child subconsciously protected its mother? It was a possibility. But it was not one that he was truly interested in testing out further. How it happened no longer matters, he thought, inhaling the scent of his wife's hair. All that matters is that she has a touch of Force sensitivity. Which means that she will be able to partake in what I'm going to be attempting. The only question that remains is how will she and the others react to learning the truth of the universe. Chapter 22, Gathering in Winterfell Part 1. Back again folks. Sorry for the week delay in getting this out, but, life. But a lot of the BS I was dealing with is past now, so hopefully I'll be able to concentrate just a bit more on writing and not on other things. Not much to honestly say other than my update schedule will continue to once every 4 to 5 weeks given my preferred chapter length. Huge shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. The help has been invaluable so far. And another huge thank you to everyone who has favorited, alerted, or reviewed this story so far. Your support is what keeps me going. If you have any direct questions you want to ask me, please PM me, as I am not the greatest in responding directly to reviews, but please still review LOL. I like hearing from all of you. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, so I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 22. Walking into the godswood alongside his brother Robb and father, Jon Stark could do little more than wonder just why his master had asked to speak privately with them. Ever since they'd returned to the north, he noticed that his master had been, well, almost reclusive. It wasn't noticeable to most, or pretty much anyone for that matter, as Lord Knox kept his normal routine. But Jon noticed that there was almost a sort of detachment to him while he was going through his day. Jon could only hope that whatever it was that had been bothering his master would be brought into the open today. For if there was one thing he knew was not good, it was when there was a situation that sent even a man like his master into a brooding mood. Coming to the center of the godswood, Jon was mildly surprised to find not only Master Knox at the base of the weirwood tree, but his wife, Lady Nyra Knox, was also sitting next to him, the two holding hands with one another. However, even more surprising than her presence was the pensive look on her face as the two sat beneath the weirwood. Apparently, Lady Knox was just as in the dark about her husband's mood as the rest of them were. "Ned, Robb, Jon," his master called out in greeting as the three of them approached, making Lady Nyra jump slightly, as she apparently had been so engrossed in her lord husband that she hadn't even noticed their approach. "Knox, Nyra," Jon's father greeted the two of them as they both rose to their feet. "You said that you had something urgent that needed to be said, Knox. What is it? Another vision of the future?" "No," Master Knox said, shaking his head. "The future is important, but it is not what I wish to speak of today. Rather, I would speak of the past. My past." Confusion and excitement warred within Jon. Jon knew of his master's past. Well, as much as he'd shared of it anyway. He knew that his master came from a land far away, further than Asai and Yeti, and that the land he came from was much more advanced than Westeros. But outside of those facts, little else was known about Master Knox's homeland. "Have you heard word from your homeland?" his father asked. "Or have you perchance seen something that would lead you to believe that those of your home are coming to Westeros?" "No," Knox said, shaking his head. "As I said before, there is little to no chance of my people ever finding me or this land. But I've never truly explained just why I know this for a fact. The reason why I've always neglected explaining though is not out of malice or a desire not to explain my homeland. But rather it is because I doubted that any of you would believe me when I spoke of my past and where I came from. I still believe that. But I believe that I found a way to show you my past rather than just tell it to you." "Show us your past? How?" Jon heard himself asking before realizing it. "By using the weirwoods," Knox explained, waving a hand towards the ancient tree that had stood since the founding of Winterfell. "These trees are unique. In all my travels I have never seen anything like them that occurred naturally. They act as conduits to the Force. If they serve a specific purpose, I have not found them yet and doubt I ever will. But right now, I believe that I can use the weirwoods as a stage of sorts, much like a mummer's show. And my memories will be the play you will be watching." Jon was nearly shaking with excitement with the idea that he would not only be hearing but seeing Master Knox's past. And by the looks of it, Robb was just as excited. But their father did not appear to share in their excitement as he just continued staring at Knox. "Why do this now? Especially if, as you say, there is little to no chance of those of your past catching up to you." "2 reasons, Knox stated, holding up 2 fingers to emphasize his point. "First, I wasn't sure if this would even work in the first place. I'm still not entirely convinced that it will work exactly as I hope, but I believe I can make this technique work. Second, is trust. Dark times are coming. Times that will put our faith and trust in one another to the test. And if my past remains clouded in shadows, there will be those that will try and use that to put a divide between us." Sharing a look with his brother, Jon took a step forward. He trusted his master as if he were family. And while he doubted that anything his master could show him would change that, he wouldn't say that he wasn't curious about how Knox was raised and trained. All he knew was that the training his master went through was brutal and fatal to those who were deemed not strong enough to become Sith. "What do you need us to do, Master?" "You all don't need to do anything besides placing your hands on the trunk of the weirwood," Knox replied, gesturing for them all to take a step forward. "I'll be doing all the work from here on out." Swallowing past the lump forming in his throat, Jon stepped forward and placed his hand against the weirwood tree along with his father, brother, and Nyra. Well, Nox said, placing his hand against the tree last. Close your eyes, reach out with the force, and get ready for a ride. Jon didn't have to wait long to figure out just what his master meant by the strange saying, as the moment his eyes closed, he felt something almost pull him forward even though he knew he was standing still. The next thing he knew he was no longer in the middle of the godswood with his hand on the weirwood. Instead of the trees and hot springs, the space around him was filled with nothing but darkness. But before he could question just what was going on, his father suddenly appeared next him, making Jon take a step back in fright as his brother quickly appeared next, followed by Lady Nyra and then lastly Nox. By the gods, his father breathed, looking around wildly at the darkness that surrounded them. Nox, where are we? Stepping forward, Jon watched as Nox raised his hand. The darkness surrounding them almost seemed to shift, moving as if it were water as it flowed around his master's outstretched hand. Physically we are all still standing at the base of the weirwood in the Winterfell godswood. Spiritually or mentally, however, that's complicated. But suffice to say we are standing within my mind, sort of. Or rather yet, my mind that is being displayed through the flow of the force that is passing through the weirwood tree. Now, let us see if my theory proves true or not. Hearing a gasp, Jon could do little more than gape as the black mist around them seemed to almost come together to form trees and dirt and walls. In the time it took Jon to blink, the darkness that had been surrounding them was replaced by the godswood and Winterfell. Well, that works, Nox stated, his head tilted skywards, which was still the same fluid darkness. I'm not entirely sure just where to begin with all of this. So, let's just dive right in the deep end, shall we? This, as you all know, is Winterfell, and this, the world around them seemed to rush past them, and suddenly the group no longer found themselves standing in the midst of the godswood, they were now standing amongst what should have been the clouds looking down on the land. And this is the north. The land shifted against as they seemed to travel even higher, or perhaps it was more that the land beneath their feet got smaller as more and more of the seven kingdoms and then the land beyond became visible to them. This is all of Westeros. And over there is Essos. Sotheres. The lands beyond the Jade Sea and the Sunset Sea. All the land masses that make up this world. Yet across them all, you will find no trace of my home or the Sith Empire. And that is because neither belong to this world. Jon was so busy marveling at the sphere below their feet containing all of the land he'd seen and most he'd only ever read of that the meaning behind his master's words took several long moments to actually register in his mind. Wait, Robb called out, forcing Jon to look away from the land below them and to his brother. How can the land you were birthed in, and the empire you claimed to have served, not exist? Was it all a lie? No, Nox answered calmly. I have never outright lied to any of you. I said, that neither the Sith Empire nor my place of birth are on this world. The next Jon knew, the very stars were rushing past them like arrows as their home disappeared. When everything around them stopped moving, they found themselves staring at a sphere that looked almost exactly like the one that Nox said contained the north and the rest of the lands they knew. This world is not the one you know that contains the north. This world is one known as Dromundkos. The world upon which I was born into slavery within the Sith Empire. The full implication of what his master was telling him started to dawn on Jon. But no. That it simply wasn't possible. Was it? Alam. Nyra breathed softly, staring down at the world before them with wide eyes. Are you saying that? Nox nodded. I am not of this world. And the Sith Empire is in fact an empire that spans hundreds of worlds like your own. Turning towards his father and brother, Jon saw that both were staring in disbelief at first Nox, and then the world that was slowly turning before them. How is such a thing possible? Their father asked. Are the gods truly so powerful to create life amongst the stars? I'm the wrong person to ask about religious ideology outside of the Force, my friend. I've seen hundreds of different religions worshipping hundreds of different gods in almost as many ways, Nox shrugged. But there is more life out amongst the stars than you can possibly imagine. What you know as your sun, is a star. Just like all the other stars you see in the night sky. And just like your own, most of those stars have planets surrounding them. And on some of those planets, there are life forms that call them home. Even the Empire and the Republic, the two major powers in the known galaxy combined, have only explored perhaps little over half to maybe 2/3 of this galaxy. And given the sheer size of the galaxy, it takes a century to explore any unknown region of space. Which is why I am so positive that neither the Empire nor the Republic will ever find this world as it lies within what we consider the unknown region of space. The likelihood of either major power within the galaxy finding this world anytime soon is akin to stumbling across an island the size of a needlepoint without a map in the middle of the Sunset Sea. But this also means that I cannot leave this world either. Which means that this place is now my home until the day I die. There was a note of, almost sorrow in the way his master said that. And Jon believed that he had an idea about just why that was. There was so much out there. And his master was once a part of it. And now, he can no longer be a part of it. Seeing movement to the side, Jon remained silent as he watched Nyra approach Nox and slowly slip her hand into his. But stargazing isn't all that I brought you here for, Nox said, though Jon noted that his hand did not leave the hold of his wife. This is a lot to take in, I know, and all of you are more than likely wondering if I'm just trying to pull one over on you. So, it's time to take you through some of my memories of the galaxy. Again, the darkness around them swirled and Jon felt as if the very ground, or whatever it was, that they were standing on lurched as they suddenly found themselves inside of some steel contraption of sorts. By the gods old and new. Hearing Nyra, Jon turned and followed the path of her eyes, and found himself staring at what could only be a small version of Master Nox. He was young. Very young. Perhaps Jon's own age or maybe just slightly older. But what was truly strange was the fact that his hands and ankles were bound with chains and there was a strange type of collar around his neck. A slave collar, Jon realized, a pit of dread forming in his stomach as he noticed that his master wasn't alone. There were 5 others similarly bound and sitting next to his master. Before anyone could say anything, there was a hiss as part of the wall lowered like a drawbridge allowing a bright, almost blinding light into the small metal carriage where his master and the others were sitting. But despite the sudden brightness, Jon didn't feel any discomfort on his eyes. In fact, everything seemed just as clear now as it did a moment ago, there was just a warmth to everything now. You are seeing the world as I see it, Nox explained as several large, armored men marched into the carriage and started undoing the chains that were binding those within. That is the only reason why you can see everything around me. A normal memory would be limited to your visual range. But for me, my visual range is limited only to how far I reach out with my senses through the Force. Though the farther I reach out the fewer details I'm able to obtain. Gaining a new appreciation for the way in which his master used his sight, Jon watched with his father, brother, and Nyra as the younger Nox and the others were led out of the strange carriage and onto some sort of metal dock-like structure. As they were being led forward, Jon noticed another man standing in the shade of a building with a strange marking over one of his eyes and talking to a man in black robes. As they approached, the man in the robe bowed and then left without a single backwards glance towards them. Welcome to Korriban, birthplace of the Sith and home to the Sith Temple, Nox explained as the man with the strange mark over his eye started degrading Nox and those who'd come forward with him. While I appreciate the fact that Korriban weeds out the weak, it is wasteful in how it goes about the process. What you are watching here is the introduction of 6 Force-sensitive acolytes to their overseer. The one responsible for their training while in the temple. In truth, this part is little more than survival of the fittest. And in the end, only one of the chosen acolytes will remain alive. Jon watched with no small amount of dread as the world around them almost seemed to race them by. He watched as his master fought his way through a dark cave filled with people and strange creatures trying to kill him before coming out the other side and entering what Jon could only assume was the Sith temple his master spoke of. The place was massive and unlike anything Jon had seen before. He doubted that even the Valyrian freehold during the peak of its reign could match what he was looking at now. Unfortunately, he had little time to marvel at the structure as his master's past self strode quickly through the halls, only stopping once he reached a room that had the strange man with the marking on his face that he saw back on the dock. The strange man wasn't the only one there. The rest of those that had arrived with his master were there as well, as was the man that was wearing the black cloak. When the man in the cloak turned to face them, Jon took an involuntary step back with his brother and father doing the same as he. The man in the cloak was, gods, could he even be considered a man? He looked more like a demon from one of the hells. His skin was red and he had what looked like red horns that were part of his flesh and protruding from where his eyebrows and chin should have been. This despicable piece of filth was named Fawn, Master Nox stated as Jon watched the man with the strange tattoo berate the others before singing the praises of the strange devil-like creature. He is from a race of beings known as pure-blooded Sith. One of the 2 dominant races of the Sith Empire. Now, you don't really need to see what happens next, suffice to say, my training was not pleasant and I will not be using the exact same methods with all of you. So let us skip forward a bit to show you another species, as well as the one who would be perhaps my first and one of my most loyal of friends. The world shifted once more, and when it stopped, they found themselves standing in a large cavern on yet another metal bridge. Standing just before them was the young Master Nox. And, floating in the air covered in a strange light was a creature that Jon had no words to describe. It was positively massive. He'd never seen the mountain who rides, but he was sure that even the monster of House Lannister would be considered small when compared to this beast. This is Kemval. Nox explained, waving towards the beast hanging in the air. He's part of a species known as a Desaid. And before you ask, yes. He is just as deadly as he looks. It wasn't easy winning over his allegiance. But once I had, he quickly became my first true friend and most loyal protector. Now, I've shown you a few different species outside of humans, so let us progress to something quite a bit different, shall we? The darkness swirled, swallowing the cave and everything around them before dissipating once more. When Jon could see once more, his eyes nearly bugged out of his head. All around him were lights and buildings and gods. Structures that he couldn't even put a name to that reached higher into the sky than even the high tower in Old Town. It was a city that stretched further than his eye could see. It was incredible. And all around them there were metal carriages flying through the sky. Welcome to Nar Shadda, Nox explained, waving his hand around the landscape. Technically a moon, but that doesn't really matter much. But this is an example of the technological prowess of some planets. There is only one large city in the entire universe, and that is Coruscant, the central hub of the Republic. The city spans across an entire world and has built on top of itself repeatedly over thousands of years to the point where it is now impossible to actually reach the ground of the planet. And here I thought that King's Landing was a large city. Jon marveled, looking around at the sprawling metal monstrosity of a city laid out around them. It was incredible. Looking at his brother, he could tell that Robb was thinking along the same lines as he as they watched all sorts of different people, most of whom didn't look anything remotely like them, walking around and living their lives just as they did here in the north. But when Jon turned to his father, the elation within him died slightly as he noticed the pensive look on his father's face as he went back and forth between everything around them and Nox. You must think so little of us, coming from a place where this is possible. Jon had never heard his father sound so defeated before. There are some, well, many who would think less of you and your people due to your current level of advancement, but I am not one of them. Nox answered, sweeping his arm through the air in a wide gesture. You see the lights, the technology, the advancement of society. But what you do not see is the fact that sentient beings have not progressed much since we reached this planet's level of advancement. War. Politics. Baser sentient instincts. All that which you can consider to be the game of life that is played. Our technological advancements haven't changed any of that. The only thing that has changed is the board upon which we play the game of life. The darkness swept through them, taking away the city of metal towers and buildings. The next few images passed by so rapidly that Jon barely had time to truly comprehend what each one was before they were forced to move on. He saw a field of battle with men carrying large crossbow-like weapons that shot bolts of fire instead of arrows. There was a meeting of what looked like a small council with his master being one of those in attendance. There was a quick scene back to the city of lights and metal where scantily clad women and men were vying for the attention and coin of those who passed them by on the streets. There was a brief glimpse of what looked like a family making their way through a desert while staying close together to protect themselves from the harsh sand. And while the background might be far different than anything he had ever seen, or perhaps ever will, what was going on was not new or surprising to Jon. What they were seeing was just simply people living out their lives. Just as Master Nox had said. The people he came from, the Empire as he called it, were far more advanced than anything Jon could ever imagine. But in the end, they were still just like the people of Westeros. Without warning, the visions ended as the darkness swirled in once more and Jon felt another strange pulling sensation on his mind. And the next he knew he was opening his eyes and standing once more in the godswood of Winterfell with his hand pressed firmly against the weirwood. Alam. Hearing Nyra's cry, Jon turned quickly and found his master down on one knee before the weirwood. I'm all right, his master said, waving off Jon and the others while Nyra knelt next to him. That took quite a bit more out of me than I was expecting. But it is nothing that I haven't endured before. I just need to sit for a few minutes to recover. And seeing as how I know all of you have a lot of questions about what you just saw, so you best get them out of your systems now while I'm incapable of avoiding them. Saying that Jon had a lot of questions was an understatement. The problem was that he didn't know which question to ask first. His father took the initiative and spoke up first while Jon was still trying to figure out just what he wanted to ask. You've avoided truly answering just how you arrived in the north ever since we brought you into our halls. And now I understand just why you did so. But now with the facts you have given us, I would ask you how and why you came to the north. The how should be obvious. I came here on a ship, his master answered calmly. It took Jon a moment to fully realize just what he said, but when he did, he felt a jolt of excitement race through him. Lord Nox has one of those carriages that can fly through the air and sail across the stars. But, if he has one, then why hasn't he used it or at least shown it to us yet? That ship alone would have been more than enough to convince us of his past. I take it that this ship of yours is destroyed? His father asked, making Jon realize that he was more than likely correct. It isn't necessarily destroyed, Nox replied, bringing the jolt of excitement back to Jon. However, I did crash land. And in doing so pretty much destroyed the ship. What's left of it is sunk at the bottom of a lake not too far from where I first came across Jon and yourself all those years ago. The ship is still there as far as I know. It's nothing more than scrap metal. But perhaps if it will help to confirm my words, then we can go and retrieve it. Though, what we would do with it beyond scrapping it is up to you. Can you create more of those flying carriages made of steel? Robb asked eagerly. Or those crossbows that fire bolts of fire and can pierce through armor? To this, Nox shook his head. Unfortunately, no. If I had the parts and the means to do so, I would have created blasters or airships years ago. But the unfortunate truth is that this world is nowhere near ready to create any of those things. And it will be centuries, perhaps a millennium or more before this world reaches that level. Unless of course there is a significant amount of outside interference. But that's unlikely. But don't think that I've been holding back. I've been doing everything I can to help advance this world. The only problem is, everything is too simple. That confused Jon. And judging by the looks on everyone else's face, they were just as confused as he by that statement. If something was simple, shouldn't it be easy to accomplish? I can sense your confusion, Nox stated. So, let me clarify. The common person in the Empire can do complicated logarithmic mathematical equations in their head that would dumbfound even the most learned of maesters on this world. The steam engine, the printing press, your methods for making glass. All these great advancements that I am showing you have not been commonplace in the greater galaxy for perhaps over 25,000 years. So, while the idea behind the process is simple, making the jump from idea and design to creating the devices has been proving to be difficult. That is why I have been relying so heavily on Luwin, Sam, and now Talisa to act as a bridge between design and creation. I can provide the theories and designs. But I need others to help take those ideas and rework them into something that is feasible for this world. And while we are making great strides towards advancement, it will still take a long time for this world to catch up to the rest of the galaxy. Having said that though, there are a few things which I was planning on introducing to help speed up the process of advancement. That made some amount of sense. From what he'd seen in the few brief glimpses Jon had seen of the realm from which his master came from, they were so far advanced that what they considered normal occurrences were something that could only occur in one's wildest imagination here in the north. He now had a far greater appreciation for his master's teachings outside of the sparring ring and outside of the force. He couldn't imagine just how difficult it was for his master to try and teach them what he knew. It would be akin to Sir Baristan the Bold trying to teach an infant who hadn't even taken its first step how to be an expert swordsman. What are these few things that you planned on introducing to help further our advancement? Jon was somewhat surprised by the almost eager tone his father had in his voice. It was no great secret that the north did not change fast. In fact, the past decade had seen more changes to the north than all the time since before the Targaryens came to Westeros. He knew that more than one of the lords were not necessarily thrilled with how fast things were changing. But as it was Lord Stark leading the charge for change and the fact that said changes were a huge boon to the north, those complaints stayed mostly to the shadows and had all but disappeared after the failed assassination attempt at Master Nox's wedding feast. With the aid of his wife, Nox regained his footing. We need to move forward with new manufacturing techniques. I've already started drawing up the designs to create a rudimentary lathe, though I'm not entirely sure just how well it will work. We also need to work on a process for rolling thin sheets of steel. And we need to get that geological analysis from the location Talisa deciphered in the Valyrian journals. And, perhaps easiest of all, we need to develop a standardized unit of measurement that will be universal across the land. In short, we've got a lot of work ahead of us if we're going to truly jumpstart the advancement of this world. Stepping off the gangplank and onto the shores of White Harbor, Princess Arianne Martell, daughter of Prince Doran Martell and his heir clutched tightly at the heavy furs that were draped around her shoulders. Even in a city as large as White Harbor, which looked to be larger than even Sun's Pair, the cold of the north was unavoidable and unrelenting. Thankfully, the voyage had given her time to start acclimating to the cold of the north. But still, she honestly did not know if she would ever truly get used to just how cold it was. And it wasn't even winter yet. Just this morning she could see her breath on the air, something she had only ever heard about. Better get used to the cold, my dear niece. We'll be guests of the north for perhaps a moon turn or even more pending how certain things progress. Glancing behind her, Arianne resisted the need to curse as her uncle descended from the ship behind her. Despite the cold air, her uncle seemed completely at ease in only a pair of long pants and a snakeskin leather overcoat. And those things are none of your concern, Uncle Oberyn, Arianne replied with a turn of her head and flicking of her hair. To her overwhelming surprise, her uncle had barricaded her into a cabin with himself and his paramour less than a week's turn after they left Sun's Pair. Once alone, Oberyn told her that he knew exactly why she was so adamant about coming north. Or more precisely, about who she was coming to see. The fact that her uncle knew of her plans sent her stomach plummeting to the floor. Because if Oberyn knew, that meant that her father knew as well. But instead of trying to dissuade her from pursuing Jon, he encouraged the action. Which was certainly not what she'd been expecting. Of course, he didn't just leave it at that. No, that would have been too simple an act for the Red Viper of Dorne. Instead of saying his piece and leaving, her uncle and his paramour then spent the next near half-day going into very explicit detail about how she might be able to catch and keep Jon's attention. By the time she finally managed to escape their grasp, she was positive that her face would be permanently red from embarrassment. While she did intend to use some of their suggestions, most of the rest ranged from the downright obscene to what she was sure to be anatomically impossible. Though she had assurances from her uncle and Elaria that everything they suggested she do, they had already done. Which of course only made it all the worse as she immediately started picturing her uncle and his lover in each suggested action they'd given to her. Her uncle's paramour, Elaria Sand, as well as her cousins Obara, Nymeria, and Tyene, with her uncle's squire Daemon coming down last. Of the four women, only Obara seemed even remotely comfortable in the cold of the north as her eldest cousin took after her father in wearing only light leathers while the rest had donned more furs than even Arianne had. Gods, how does one get used to such cold? Nymeria asked as she joined Arianne on dry land. Though, the scenery isn't all that bad. Following her cousin's desire-filled gaze, Arianne quickly found what had stoked a fire within her cousin. Working on the docks were a fair number of Northmen who, despite the cold air, were stripped of their shirts and wearing only their breeches. It was quite the sight indeed. While she was attracted to the lithe frame of the men of Dorne for the most part, she certainly appreciated the robust build of the Northmen. Especially when they lifted crates equal in size to themselves with seemingly no difficulty at all. For just the briefest of moments, she allowed herself the idle fantasy of Jon working in such a manner before shaking her head to clear herself of such thoughts. There is a time and place for such thoughts, she reasoned as she noticed a group of armed soldiers making their way across the pier, the people of White Harbor hurrying to give them a path as they walked. And it is not now. Now I need to focus. As the last of the Northmen between the Dornish and the approaching guards cleared away, Arianne noticed a familiar face at the forefront of the men coming to meet them. Sir Wendell, Arianne called out while plastering a smile on her face and losing her hold on her furs. The last thing she wanted or needed was for the Northerners to think her some soft southern flower who couldn't stand a little cold air. It is good to see you again, good sir. The heavy-set knight and son of House Manderley smiled at her greeting of him, his thick walrus-like mustache twitching as he did. Princess Arianne, the man greeted her cordially with all the courtly manners she'd come to expect from the house that perhaps had the most dealings with Dorne in the north. Prince Oberyn. It is an honor to welcome you both to White Harbor and the north. My father, Lord Wyman, has prepared rooms for all of you in Newcastle so you might rest before continuing on your way to Winterfell. A bed on solid ground would be very much appreciated after so long at sea, Sir Wendell. Arianne smiled at him, taking a step forward so that she was within reach of him. Please, lead the way, good sir. Sir Wendell nodded before stepping aside and motioning for his guards to make way. Stepping up beside the large man, Arianne delicately took his arm and allowed him to guide them across the docks and towards the walls that separated the city itself from the docks. As they walked, Arianne couldn't help but notice a small grouping of people that were gathered near a single large building that was nestled against the wall. While the gathering wasn't surprising, the people within said gathering were. Especially because a fair number of them had very specific marks on their faces. Marks that she had only seen once during her brief venture to Essos with her mother when she was still but a girl. Sir Wendell, she said, keeping an eye on the group of people. If you will forgive my curiosity, I would like to inquire about that group of SSC slaves I see there. There is no need to ask for forgiveness, Princess. They are free men and women who have left their lives of slavery behind and are now seeking to make a new life here in the north, Sir Wendell answered her without hesitation. Freed slaves. Either because they escaped or they were willingly set free, Arianne thought, still keeping an eye on the former slaves as they passed them by. Either way, it is dangerous to take them in. The slave masters are not known for their mercy to slaves who have escaped them. Or those who helped them escape. Though, I suppose with them being here in the north, the distance between them and the slave states is their primary protection. Freed slaves, Her uncle asked, giving the former slaves a thorough examination before their sight was obscured by the walls of White Harbor. Knox made far better use of his time in Essos than I thought. But even if he set the groundwork, he would need a direct hand. Ah. I see. Very clever of Stark and Knox, using an exile like that. Very clever indeed. Blinking, she felt Sir Wendell stiffen slightly under her touch at her uncle's comment. Frowning, she racked her brain trying to piece together what her uncle had figured out so quickly. If I remember the stories uncle told me of Knox, he spent time in Bravus and Volantis before heading to Valyria. Their stays weren't long, but they were long enough for Knox to employ spies or agents for himself. But how does he communicate or control them? And what is this about an exile? There have only been 2 individuals that have been exiled from the north as far as I know. Sir Yoram Mormont and House Bolton's Hay-O. That's how it is. They're using the ones who've been exiled as their point of contact for whatever spies or agents they have in Essos. But what are they offering them for their loyalty? Pardons? No. That's unlikely. The north is well known as perhaps the most unforgiving of lands in terms of those who break the laws. So, how are Knox and the Starks keeping their loyalty? Forgive me for saying, Prince Oberyn, Princess Arianne. But this matter is of no consequence to those outside the north. Sir Wendell's tone had gained a cold edge that Arianne had not heard from the large man before. As you say, Sir Wendell, Her uncle conceded quickly. If you northerners want to free slaves and give them a home, Dorne shall not stand in your way. But just know that we will also not stand in the way of the masters of Essos when they come looking for those that they consider to be their property. And from my time in Essos, I can tell you that the slave masters can be relentless, creative, and brutal. The smile Sir Wendell gave her uncle was almost sinister. And we of the north can be just as relentless, creative, and brutal in defense of those we consider our own. Just ask the maesters. And the dragons, Arianne thought, finishing the unspoken part of Sir Wendell's promise. Though considering he was standing with her uncle, his daughters, and herself, he was wise to not bring up what happened during the usurpers' rebellion, especially what happened at the end of it. The rest of their walk passed in silence as Sir Wendell expertly led them through the winding streets of White Harbour and to the main doors that would take them into New Castle, the ancestral seat of House Manderley since they'd been forced into exile from the Reach. As they passed into the castle, Arianne couldn't help but take note of the men standing guard. They were clothed in heavy cloaks made of blue-green wool and they carried silver-coated tridents of all things. She knew that it was quite popular amongst the nobility to garb their house guards after the symbols of the house they served. But that almost seemed excessive. Even to a princess of Dorne. And certainly not an extravagance she expected to see in the cold logical land of the north. As they entered the mermaid's court, Arianne's eyes immediately turned to the almost comically large man that dominated the raised dais. Lord Wyman Manderley, Arianne thought, immediately recognizing the man who held dominion over White Harbour. The only man in the realm whose girth can exceed that of the Fat King and the Fat Flower. But unlike those two who can barely lace their own boots without tripping over themselves, Lord Manderley's mind is sharper than most and he wields it with a skill akin to some of the greatest of all time. Even my father is weary of him. Once she managed to take her eyes off the Lord of White Harbour, she noticed that they were not alone in seeking an audience with the man. Standing before the dais was another young man with flaxen hair that had been tied back and donned in leather armor. And standing beside him was a muscular woman who'd looked to have seen more than her fair share of brawls. Hey, well, that is a face that I had not thought to ever see in Westeros, her uncle remarked quietly after Sir Wendell let go of her arm and made to return to his father's side while they waited for whoever was before them to finish their business before being introduced. Turning her head, she eyed her uncle, who was staring at the strong-looking woman with a silly grin on his face. Someone that you know, Uncle Oberyn? She asked quietly. Her uncle's smirk never left his face as he nodded. Yes, though not in the manner of which you might think, dear niece. That is none other than Biska, also known as the Basilisk in the fighting pits. Perhaps one of the greatest and most feared pit fighters there has ever been, other than myself. Though how she has come to end up in the north of all places is beyond me. But she seems to be with that young man there, whoever he is. Nodding, Arianne refocused herself as the young man and Biska both bowed to Lord Manderley before clearing the floor. Lord Father, Sir Wendell's booming voice sounded throughout the court. I have the honor of presenting to you Princess Arianne and Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne, and the prince's daughters and his paramour, Lady Elaria Sand. Walking forward with her head held high, Arianne waited until they had crossed half the expanse of the mermaid's court before bowing her head politely in greeting to Lord Manderley. While her station as a princess of Dorne technically put her below only the royal family and therefore didn't necessarily need to show reverence to those beneath her, she had had enough dealings with the north over the past few years to know that such standing meant little here. Plus, she was trying to win over the north, or at least one person in particular. And acting like everyone was hers to command was certainly not how to go about that. Princess Arianne, Prince Oberyn. I welcome you to White Harbour in the north. Lord Manderley bellowed, rising from his chair surprisingly fast for a man his size. It is an honor and a pleasure to house the Desert Rose of House Martell and the Red Viper himself in our halls. Ask what you will of us, and we shall strive to meet your desires during your stay. Your offer is much appreciated, Lord Manderley, Arianne replied with the slightest dipping of her head. But we will not be intruding upon your hospitality for long, my lord. We have business we wish to discuss with House Stark. And as such would prefer to continue on our journey to Winterfell with all haste. Of course, Princess, Lord Manderley replied as if he'd been expecting her response. Did he know what her goals were? Unlikely. But given what she knew of the man and what she had personally experienced with him over matters of trade, she was not willing to write the possibility off. But it would be best for you and yours to wait to leave until the morrow with Lord Asher Forrester here, who is taking a group of newly freed slaves to Winterfell. Much to the North's shame, there are still remnants of the traitorous houses who cannot accept that their liege lords and ladies are gone. And because of this they have turned brigand and have been plaguing the Barrowlands between Winterfell and White Harbour for some weeks now. Lord Stark has dispatched the Wolf Rangers to deal with them, but it will take time for them to find them all. A group of brigands? Her uncle asked, the same look entering his eye as it always did whenever the prospect of a new conquest or a fight arose. Do you believe that I and my own are helpless, Lord Manderley? Wyman didn't hesitate in his answering. Of course not, Prince Oberyn. Your skills are well known across the land, and even if you were caught by surprise, there are only a few that could stand a chance against you in all of Westeros, But one must remember that even the mightiest of warriors can be felled by a single stray arrow in the chaos of battle. As guests of the North, your safety and that of your niece, woman and daughters is of paramount concern to us and Lord Stark. The offer is appreciated, Lord Manderley. And a night's rest in a bed that doesn't sway will be a nice change of pace before we head north to Winterfell. Arianne said, jutting back in before her uncle could say more and turning her attention to the young man she assumed was this Lord Forrester. Lord Forrester, I hope that we will be able to have a pleasant journey north together on the morrow. Surprisingly, the young lord managed to keep his eyes on her face instead of her body as he politely inclined his head to her. Stupid leather and furs, I'll have to get used to this cold if I'm to use every option available to me once we reach Winterfell. It will be an honor and a pleasure to travel with the Desert Rose of House Martell and the Red Viper, Princess Arianne. Prince Oberyn. Good lad, you'll make a fine lord of High Point after you marry Lady Gwen, Lord Manderley stated before seemingly becoming uncomfortable in the blink of an eye. There is one other matter that I fear must be discussed with you, Princess, Prince Oberyn. And it involves your stay at Winterfell. Frowning, Arianne gave the Lord of White Harbor her full attention. Is our presence a problem here in the north, Lord Manderley? No, no, of course not, Princess, Wyman said hurriedly. But, you will not be the only house visiting Winterfell during this time. I have received word from Lord Stark that Lord Tyrion Lannister, who is escorting his daughter to Winterfell to be tested by Lord Knox, will be in Winterfell by the time you arrive. And he is being accompanied by a full guard and Lord Tyrion Lannister. And a majority of House Tyrell led by Lady Olenna Tyrell and Lord Willias will also be arriving in Winterfell shortly after you should you leave at first light. Arianne froze upon hearing that. The relationship between House Tyrell and House Martell was notoriously bad, especially after her uncle accidentally crippled the eldest son and heir to House Manderley during a joust. But they could still be in the same room with one another without trying to kill each other. The Lannisters, however. The warning is appreciated, Lord Manderley, but I am not a man who loses control so easily, her uncle said with a smile plastered across his face. And besides, it will be pleasant to speak with Tyrion again. I am curious to see how well he has recovered now that he has been away from Valyria for nearly a year. Despite his words, light tone, and the smile across his face, Arianne could tell that it was all an act. Her uncle was tauter than the string of a longbow at full draw. Sharing a look with Ellaria, the two women held a quick and silent talk with one another. I will take care of him, Ellaria said with her eyes and actions as she stepped up next to her lover and slipped her hand into his own. Arianne could only hope that Ellaria could keep her uncle distracted and relaxed enough to ignore the fact that he was in the company of the same house that saw to the death of her aunt and cousins. As my uncle said, the warning is appreciated, Lord Manderley, Arianne said, keeping her tone as neutral as possible to disguise her own personal distaste as having to share the same space as the Lannisters. But if her uncle could bear it, so too could she. But we of House Martell shall honor the guest rights, even if it means we have to share space with the Lannisters. You have my thanks for your understanding, Princess Arianne, Prince Oberyn, Lord Manderley said, clearly relieved at her stating their intention to adhere to guest rights while in the north. Now, I have taken enough of your time. You must all be tired after such a long journey. Rooms have been prepared for each of your use and I will have a servant fetch you when the evening meal is ready. Thank you, Lord Manderley, Arianne replied, recognizing the dismissal and taking it in stride. Your generosity will not be forgotten by House Martell. Leaving the hall, it took everything in her power to keep her face blank as a serving girl led them deeper into Newcastle and their assigned rooms. Learning that members from both House Lannister and House Tyrell, and not just any members but parts of the main families, would be arriving in Winterfell alongside them was making Arianne seriously reconsider parts of her plan. Which, to be fair, wasn't all that involved in the first place. Her goal and plan was to use the pretense of formalizing further trade agreements between the North and Dorne while working to make sure that she had Jon's full and undivided attention through any means necessary. Then she would start dropping little hints to hopefully lead Jon to accept the position as her future prince consort as part of the formalized trade agreements. It was simple and to the point, but she was sure it would work. However, the one thing that she hadn't counted on was other houses arriving at the same time for perhaps the same reason. Which meant that she now potentially had competition for Jon's attention. After all, why else would those houses be heading north in the first place? Well, House Lannister she could understand. According to the information her uncle had, apparently Tyrion Lannister had had the same type of ability as the Sorcerer but only to a far lesser degree. And that ability had been exhausted keeping the man sane in the ruins of Valyria. But there was still a possibility that his daughter that was coming north with him had magic as well. Which meant that House Lannister's presence was primarily to get the girl under Lord Knox's tutelage. And while the girl was young, she wouldn't put it past the likes of Tywin Lannister to use the girl to try and get Jon's attention. Was that Tywin's goal in sending Joy to the north? To use her as bait to gain Jon under the Lannister name? Or perhaps another of the Starks? It had to be. And based on what she knew of the man, it was exactly in line with his past actions. Absorb that which you can and destroy that which you cannot. It was the same philosophy that made the Valyrian Empire what it was. So that explained the presence of the Lannisters. But what of the Tyrells? As far as she knew, there were no members of House Tyrell or any other Reach house that even showed the slightest of inklings towards the usage of magic. Probably because they were too busy beating themselves over their heads with the seven-pointed star. Perhaps it was an act to save face by coming to kiss the ass of the wolves? The Tyrells did have quite a bit of mud thrown on their name after the debacle with the maesters and them not preventing it from occurring in the first place, so it was a possibility. But such an act would not be done by the Queen of Thorns herself. No, for her and the next generation of Tyrells to all venture north meant that they were after something. The same thing that everyone is now after, Arianne concluded as the servant opened the door to her room before stepping aside and allowing her entrance. The Stark children have become the most sought-after hands in the entire realm. Perhaps even more so than the hands of the royal family. The question is, just who are the Tyrells actually after? Sitting up tall in his saddle, or as tall as the saddle contraption that held him in place would allow, Tyrion Lannister did his best to keep himself from marveling at the sights around him as he, his uncle Jaerion and the contingent of Lannister men who were in formation around the small carriage containing his cousin Joy made their way through the large double walls that served to protect Winterfell under the midday sun. While he certainly did not consider himself the best military mind in the realm, he could and did appreciate fine works. Casterly Rock, his home, had never been impregnated by an invading force due to its strategic placement and the death trap that was the lion's maw that led into the rock. But Winterfell, despite not having the most defensive placement in the land, was perhaps just as impregnable with the double high walls and separating moat. If only they could add a bit more color to the place, he thought, trying to find any imperfection in the wonder that was Winterfell. I know houses prefer to keep after their house colors. But the wolves take white and grey. Such dull colors. Though I suppose it also fits with the temperament of the north. Making their way through the closely placed buildings that made up Winterfell, Tyrion found himself taking a breath to steady his racing heart as the main keep came into view. Though he couldn't help but be disappointed and elated at what he found waiting for them in the yard before the keep. The disappointment stemmed from the fact that it appeared that no members of House Stark deemed to greet them upon their arrival. Lord Stark was no doubt holding court given the time of day, so his absence was understandable. But neither his heir, nor his other children were present. Some would see such a move as a slight, his father certainly being chief among them, but Tyrion figured that the children more than likely had lessons and were not able to greet them. But while he was disappointed at the lack of a Stark greeting, he certainly was not disappointed in the woman who stood before a dozen Stark guards to greet them. Tyrion had been with more women in his lifetime than perhaps anyone else in the realm save for the king himself, so it was safe to say that he had a good eye for beautiful women. And the woman who stood before them was certainly one of the more beautiful he had ever seen. Her dress, while simple, hugged her curves in all the right places, showing off her almost perfect form. Her face was flawless, and heart-shaped with long dark hair that was braided elegantly and strung over one of her shoulders. And the only piece of jewelry she had on her was a single wolf brooch that was pinned on her chest. It is far too soon for Lord Stark to have married once more, Tyrion thought as his uncle urged his horse slightly ahead of Tyrion so he could take charge of the introductions. A high-ranking servant perhaps. Whoever she is, her beauty is remarkable. Perhaps a fair bit of gold might encourage her to my chambers for a night. But before the Lannisters could dismount and introduce themselves, the mysterious beauty beat them to the point. Lord Jaerion Lannister, Lord Tyrion Lannister. I am Lady Nyra Knox, stewardess of Winterfell and lady wife to the Northern Sorcerer, Lord Alym Knox. Lord Stark apologizes for not greeting you in person, but matters of the North have taken his time as of late and his children are currently in lessons with my husband, Lord Knox. The fantasy that had been running through his mind of taking this beauty to his chambers came to a screeching halt as her name and title reached him. She is the former serving girl who became the wife of the Sorcerer. Tyrion thought, desperately trying to curb any inappropriate fantasy he might have had about the woman as his uncle dismounted his horse. I can see why the Sorcerer went for her. Even though she was low-born, her beauty is not something one finds every day. And from what little dealings we've had with the North and her through ravens, her mind matches her beauty. Damn it all to the seven hells. Why do the perfect women always go for someone else? Oh, right. Dwarf. Undoing his legs from the harness holding him in place, Tyrion swung his legs over his saddle and expertly dismounted despite the long drop down to the ground. At least, long for him. Lady Knox, his uncle greeted the woman as another guard opened the carriage door to help Joy dismount. Your husband often told us tales of you on our return from Valyria. And may I say, his tales were, if anything, understating your beauty. Lady Nyra smiled, a smile that made her even more beautiful and tempting. No. Stop, Tyrion. No thoughts like that about her. Last I need is a jealous sorcerer on my ass for thinking about his woman. I thank you for your words, Lord Jaerion. But I know such platitudes are expected for any woman of rank you meet. Even if she has the face that would put even a pig's ass to shame. And she has the wit to match her mind and her beauty. Gods damn it all, the seven hells. She's perfect. And taken. They are, his uncle smirked, beckoning Joy and Tyrion forward to join him. But in your case, they are more than true, my lady. Now, if we have such empty platitudes out of the way, allow me to introduce my nephew, Lord Tyrion Lannister, and my daughter, Joy Lannister. Lady Knox gave Joy a smile and a warm greeting before turning her attention to Tyrion. He expected her to react as almost all women, save for those he paid, to react to his presence. But, instead, she just smiled at him and greeted him warmly. Lord Tyrion. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. I do hope the journey here was not too difficult. Not at all, my lady. But whatever difficulties there might have been were worth it to see your beauty in person. Damn it all, Tyrion. Stop trying to get under her dress. The Sorcerer. Remember, she belongs to the Sorcerer, and save yourself some pain for once. Her smile never left her face as she turned her attention back to Jerian and Joy. As I said, Lord Stark is currently dealing with matters of the North and regrets that he is not here to greet you in person. But should you wish, I can either bring you to your assigned rooms or I can bring you directly to my husband, who is currently training his acolytes. It was all Tyrion could do to keep his mouth shut. A chance to watch the Sorcerer's training methods. Many a lord, his father included, would kill for the opportunity. And it was one that he couldn't afford to pass up. He'd have to write down what he saw the moment he got back to his room while it was still fresh in his mind, but it was an opportunity that House Lannister could not pass up. Perhaps fortunately, his uncle spoke up first, but with an entirely different reasoning behind his choice. I would prefer to watch Nox's training, especially seeing as how there is a chance my daughter will soon be added to his list of acolytes for a time. Understandable, Lady Knox nodded before stepping aside and sweeping her arm across her body to point towards the largest tower within the walls of Winterfell. Then please follow me, I will lead you to my husband's training grounds. As they walked, Tyrion did all he could to try and calm his racing heart. He was about to meet the Sorcerer himself. A practitioner of actual magic. Not just sleight of hand tricks that fools like to perform to amaze an audience. He could hear a steady thumbing in his ears, which he first thought to be his heart. As they rounded another building and came into view of the base of the tower, he found himself mistaken. The thumbing wasn't his heart, rather the steady knocking of training swords against one another. Yet it wasn't the training that caused the brief faltering of Tyrion's steps. But rather the who that was practicing. There were 4 boys of varying age that were lined up and practicing their sword strikes against an opponent, just as he'd seen Jaime and the men at arms in Casterly Rock do countless times. But what was surprising was the fact that their opponents were, well, girls. Young girls. So young that the one he assumed to be the eldest with long braided red hair looked to be only a few years older than young Joy at best. And if that wasn't surprising enough, then the fact that one of the girls, the smallest, was going against 2 of the boys, and winning, if he were to be any judge of it. While he was all for the empowerment of women, the idea that a young girl would not only be practicing the blade but also be good enough to hold her own against 2 boys her age and older was just, gods. If the Sorcerer could bring out such skill in a young girl like that, then what could he do with a boy? Or better yet, just how much was Joy going to change from the shy little timid thing she now was? The Stark children. And one of the girls must be Stannis's daughter Shireen. Which means that one of the young men is one of the small folks the Sorcerer had taken an interest in when he was in King's Landing. Hold. Sansa. You need to keep your grip tighter. If Jon were to put some weight behind his strikes, your sword would be on the ground. Jon, stop holding back. You do your sister no good if you coddle her all the time. Tyrion heard the names and immediately placed them as the eldest Stark girl and the Stark bastard that his father had his eyes on as the best target to acquire. But he did not focus on them, as his eyes sought not those who were mentioned, but rather the one who was doing the talking. And the moment he did, he felt his heart hammer and the breath freeze in his lungs. The Sorcerer was a tall man with straight silver-white hair that was pulled back and tied together at the base of his neck, a black cloth covered his eyes and went through his hair, and he was certainly a comely enough man, just as the bards sang. But all that together wasn't what gave Tyrion pause. It was the aura. The man radiated an aura that demanded he be respected and listened to, even more so than Tyrion's own father. And for just the briefest of moments, Tyrion had the fantasy of seeing his father and the Sorcerer square off against one another, only for his father to end up pissing his boots. Break for now. Then Jon will lead you lot through midday exercises before your lessons with Lady Bethany and Luwin. Tyrion started to question whether the man was truly blind as he turned on his heel and marched directly towards their small group while easily stepping over or sidestepping any obstacle in his path. So, the rumors are true. He uses his magic to see where his eyes cannot. Jerian, I wasn't expecting to see you again so soon, the Sorcerer greeted his uncle while reaching out his hand towards them. It seems that you have managed to recover completely from your ordeal in Valyria. It wasn't the easiest road to travel, but it is thanks to you that I was even given a chance to in the first place, his uncle greeted the Sorcerer back, grasping his arm as if they were old friends. You have my condolences, Nox, and you as well, Lady Nox, on the loss of your child at the hands of those traitors. Had I been here, Nox, I would have been right by your side helping you punish those responsible. It may have just been a trick, or perhaps a cold breeze, but Tyrion felt for the briefest of moments the air seemed to grow so cold to the point it was almost suffocating. What was that? Your condolences are appreciated, Jerian, the sorcerer nodded, his face remaining completely devoid of any emotion, though with that cloth covering a good portion of his face it was difficult to get any type of read on the man. And I take it that these two are your nephew Tyrion and your daughter Joy. His uncle nodded, motioned for Tyrion and Joy to step up. This is my brother's youngest son, Tyrion Lannister. And this little ray of sunshine is my own daughter, Joy Lannister. It is an honor to meet you, my lord, Joy stuttered slightly while curtsying to the sorcerer. For his part, it was all Tyrion could do to keep his excitement out of his voice as he took his turn in greeting the man he'd been waiting to meet for years. Lord Nox, it is an honor to meet one such as yourself. Even though it was impossible to tell where the sorcerer's eyes were pointing, for some reason Tyrion just knew that the man was looking directly at him. Tyrion Lannister, your reputation precedes you. Oh? Have tales of my prowess and conquest in brothels reached all the way to the north? I'm flattered. Tyrion smirked, trying to keep his tone light and jovial. Which was an utter and complete failure as the sorcerer just continued to stare at him. I was referring to your love of books and the few interactions you've had with my wife via ravens. But if you prefer to be known here in the north as a whoremonger, then I won't stop you. Just know that value of the latter is much diminished compared to the former here in the north and in my eye. Tyrion could do little more than curse his wit for potentially ruining his first impression on the sorcerer as said man turned his attention away from himself and onto Joy. And you, young lady, yes. You are your father's daughter. Tyrion had absolutely no idea what was going on, and given his little slip earlier, he decided for now to keep his quiet as the sorcerer raised his hand and held his palm out a few hand lengths from Joy's face. Well, Nox? His uncle asked after a few moments of silence. Does she? She does, Nox nodded, lowering his hand. Your daughter is force sensitive. Perhaps not the strongest I've ever come across. But should she have the will and the drive to succeed, then in time she will become a force to be reckoned with. Tyrion didn't need to look up at his uncle to know that he was beaming with pride. And while Tyrion did feel elated for his cousin, he still couldn't help the slight pain of regret that swelled within him as well. Now that it was confirmed that Joy had the same power as the sorcerer, that just meant that she would be even more involved in whatever scheme his father had in mind to increase the standing of House Lannister. You mean that I am like you, my lord? I can use magic too. Joy's voice was full of wonder and joy. He hated the day that would come soon when the truth would be revealed to her and her joy would fade. You do, young lady, the sorcerer said, squatting down so that the two were on level with one another. But I will tell you now, it is not an easy path to walk. And many before you have faltered and failed. I will push you to the point of breaking and then force you to go beyond. There will be days where you will curse my very existence and the day that your father brought you here to me to be trained. There will be days where you will be unable to lift your arms due to exhaustion or pain, but I will make you continue regardless. And at the end, when I have deemed you have learned the basics, I will have turned you into a being that even the mountain who rides will be wary of. Do you understand, girl? Joy was clearly not expecting that as fear began to show on her face. But after Jerian put his hand on her shoulder, the fear disappeared, and a look of determination came over her face. I can, and I will, my master. The sorcerer's lips twitched. We will see. Arya. Yes, master. The younger girl, the one that had been sparring against two boys, separated herself from the other children and ran over to where they were standing. This is the other Stark girl. Tyrion thought, giving the girl a once-over. She certainly has the Stark look to her. And she seems to be taking to this training far better than her elder sister. Something to keep in mind, I guess. This is Joy Lannister, Nox said, introducing Tyrion's young cousin. She will be joining us in our training from here on out. Show her to her rooms in the tower next to Shireen's. Then have her get changed and come back down immediately to rejoin the others. Joy went wide-eyed, as did Tyrion. Though, Jerian seemed like he expected it. Not to judge your training methods, sorcerer, he said, trying to let the sorcerer give his cousin some time to rest after such a long journey. But we have just traveled non-stop from Casterly Rock. My bottom has taken the shape of a saddle and I'm sure that. The words died on his lips as he once again felt the sorcerer's invisible eyes fall upon him. It's okay, Joy said, her voice shaking ever so slightly. I can do this. I will do this. Good, keep that mentality, girl. You're going to need it, the sorcerer stated as he rose to his full height. Now, get going. I have little patience to begin with. And even less with my acolytes. Joy gave the sorcerer one last curtsy before hurrying off after the youngest Stark girl without question. Nox, Jerian said lowly as Joy disappeared into the tower with the Stark girl. I understand what you are hoping to accomplish. But, as a father, I understand, Nox countered, cutting Tyrion's uncle off. You believe that she has limits. But if she is to truly become a Sith, a Force adept, then she will have to learn to leave those limits behind. And the process to do so is not pleasant. Though in comparison what I went through to become what I am was hell compared to what I'm putting my acolytes through. But still, there is a reason why Stark does not frequently watch his children train under my guidance. But just know that while my training might seem torturous to many, there is a reason for everything that I do. Jerian still looked uneasy, but he nodded his acceptance. I owe you much, Sorcerer. The least I can give you is my trust in training my daughter. But I hope you understand that I will be staying for a time to make sure that she is doing all right under your tutelage. We expected nothing less, Lord Lannister, Lady Nox interjected for her husband. Rooms within the guest hall have been prepared for the both of you. If you will please follow me, I will show you to your rooms and send some servants to see to whatever needs you might have. Thank you, Lady Nox, Jerian bowed, and sensing the dismissal Tyrion followed suit. But just as they were turning to leave, the sorcerer called out to him specifically, Lord Tyrion. Stopping, his heart thundering in his chest and praying to whatever gods might be listening that the man hadn't heard his wanton thoughts about his wife, Tyrion turned back towards perhaps the most feared man in all the 7 kingdoms. I understand that you are quite the learned man and enjoy books. Perhaps just as much as you enjoy women and wine if the stories of you are true. The Winterfell library and my own personal library within the tower are yours to enjoy while you are here. And if you wish for quiet as you read, I suggest that you visit my personal library at this time of day when I and my acolytes are in the midst of our daily training. Swallowing, and feeling like he'd just dodged the headsman's axe, Tyrion nodded. I will take you up on your offer, Lord Sorcerer. I look forward to perhaps seeing some of what you brought back from Valyria. Not wanting to press his luck further for the day, Tyrion quickly turned tail and made to catch up with Lady Nox and his uncle as fast as his legs could carry him. Not the best introduction ever. But it was still an introduction. Now I just need to start mapping out how the sorcerer has managed to turn the north from a barren wasteland into a prosperous region in less than a decade while not stepping too far out of line that the sorcerer feels inclined to shorten me by a head. No pressure. Letting the cool night air of the north wash over him, Ned Stark stared out into the night sky, his eyes tracking from one star to the next as his mind raced. How does one come to terms with learning what I have learned, he pondered, frowning as the same question ran through his mind that had been plaguing him night and day since Nox revealed the truth of his origins to Ned, his sons, and Nyra. How does one just accept the fact that life as one knows it is but just a single grain of sand amongst a desert that is the galaxy? The fact that there are more planets with life out there, that there are more types of intelligent beings out there than there are people in the north. And then the fact that Nox wasn't just a ruling member of a single world, because that wasn't enough. No. Nox was in fact a ruling member of an empire that spanned dozens perhaps hundreds of worlds just like this one. How does one come to an acceptance of these facts? Shaking his head, Ned did his best to try and force such thoughts from his mind. Nox's revelations were amazing and frightening. But as the man had said, it was more than likely that neither his empire nor their adversaries the Republic would ever find this world. And if they did, then Nox would do everything in his ability to protect this world and its people from what and who was out there. So, for now, there was no reason to worry about what might happen. There were plenty of problems that were happening. And some of them far too close to home for his liking. The most pressing issue was one that he had been informed of after returning from the south. A good number of those that were still loyal to the now disgraced and exiled northern houses of Bolton, Ryswell, and Whitehill had abandoned their duties and honor and had gone brigand. He'd sent out ravens calling for the men to be brought to justice, but these were no ordinary bandits looking to make quick coin by preying on travelers. These were experienced men of the north. His lords had sent out hundreds of men trying to find them, but it was like trying to find one of Sansa's needles in a haystack. Even the Wolf Rangers had been unable to find them. Though they were able to determine that the brigands were apparently staying close to the King's Road somewhere between Winterfell and White Harbor. Which, while it narrowed down his field of search, was still several hundred miles of road and surrounding land to search. Not the easiest of tasks. But it was one that was extremely necessary considering he'd received word from Howland and Wyman that the Martells and the Tyrells had crossed into the north and were now making their way along the King's Road towards Winterfell. While he was confident that both houses would bring enough to defend themselves, any harm that fell upon them would be placed on his shoulders. And he had enough weight on them as it were dealing with the normal issues of the north, Lannisters in his hall, and waiting for word from the Night's Watch about his overtures to the king beyond the wall. Hearing a knock, Ned didn't need to ask who was at his door at this hour as he'd summoned him just a short time ago. Come in, Jon. The door to his room opened, allowing his son in all but blood to enter. You wished to see me, father? Jon asked as the door shut silently behind him. Ned nodded, hating that he was having to resort to this. But Jon was no longer a boy. And he was the best option he had short of sending Knox himself out. Lord Serene sent a raven stating that his men have found traces of the brigands making camps along the King's Road between Winterfell and White Harbour. No doubt hoping to disrupt trade between us. And while this is concerning and must be dealt with, we have another issue that has arisen because of their suspected placement. Word has reached us that both the Tyrells and the Martells have entered the north and are travelling along the King's Road towards Winterfell. Jon caught on quickly as his eyes widened in understanding. We have to send word. Ned nodded. Lord Manderley has already warned Prince Oberyn and Princess Arianne about the danger. They are proceeding north in the accompaniment of Asher Forrester and the freedmen and women sent over from Essos by Domeric. But we have been unable to send word easily to the Tyrells. There is a chance that the two groups will cross each other on the King's Road, but it is a chance that I am not willing to take. Therefore, on the morrow I am sending out all the wolf rangers we have currently in Winterfell south along the King's Road to ensure their safety. And I want you to lead them. Your abilities to track using the Force proved invaluable when I sent you out last time with the rangers to hunt down the sellswords from Essos. I want you to use those same abilities to make sure that our guests arrive here safely. Ned felt a surge of pride fill him, as well as sorrow, as Jon didn't even hesitate before nodding. Yes, father. I will do you proud, I swear it. Smiling, Ned placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. You already do, son. And I know that your mother would be proud of the man that you have become. Jon's eyes moistened at the mention of his mother, a topic that, despite now being known between them, was one that was still rarely spoken of aloud. Thank you, father, Jon nodded, clearly fighting back the emotions warring within him as he kept himself together. Do we have any idea about how many have turned brigand? Unfortunately, no. Ned answered honestly. Our best estimate puts their number between 50 and 100. Even with all the rangers currently in Winterfell, you will be outnumbered. But I trust in both you and the rangers to be able to handle the brigands without issue. Of course, father. We will handle these brigands quickly. Jon stated. It wasn't a boast, he knew his son well enough to know that he didn't boast. He was simply stating a fact. Good, Ned nodded, then get some rest tonight. You'll be heading out at first light with the rangers to bring justice to these brigands who dare defy the laws of the north. Watching the scenery pass her by from within the comforts of her carriage, Marjorie Tyrell of House Tyrell marveled at the beauty of the land. A beauty she honestly did not expect given the general view of the north that was held by most of the noble houses south of the neck. This wasn't a land of barbarians and bloodthirsty, godless heathens. It was a land just like any other. It was wild and untamed to be sure. And the morning chill was often cold enough so that she could see her breath on the air. But it was still beautiful in its own right. House Manderley. What is their importance to the north? Turning her attention away from the landscape, Marjorie refocused herself and turned back to the other two occupants of the carriage she was riding in. Her grandmother, Lady Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns, was staring at her expectantly as she waited for Marjorie to answer her question. The other occupant, her eldest brother Willias, was also staring at her as he waited for what she had to say. House Manderley claims the city of White Harbour as their own and hold their seat within Newcastle. And have done so since their house was forcefully removed from the reach by the Gardner King several centuries before the arrival of the Targaryens. As they control White Harbour, they hold a substantial number of ships which are used for both trade with Essos and other kingdoms within the Seven Kingdoms. Their current lord is Lord Wyman Manderley and they are staunch supporters of House Stark and their loyalty is without question. They are also perhaps the richest house, besides House Stark, in the north and the city of White Harbour is perhaps the fifth most populous city in all of Westeros. This had been the norm for both her brother and herself ever since they'd left Highgarden. Their grandmother would pass the time by quizzing them both on matters related to houses and politics around the realm with an emphasis on those related to the north. And while Marjorie was still young, almost 4 on 10 name days, she knew exactly what her grandmother doing and why she was doing it. Her house, just like any other house, was a very active player in the game. And their end goal, just like any other house, was to see her as the next queen of Westeros. But unlike most of the other houses or highborn girls throughout the realm, Marjorie didn't want to become queen just so that she could have the title. No. She had goals and ambitions. Things she wanted to see done that she couldn't do as just a highborn lady of a great house. She didn't want to just be a queen that sat back and basked in her power and did nothing. She wanted to reach out and help those who needed help the most. She didn't want to just be another queen in Westeros's history. She wanted to be remembered along the likes of Queen Rhaenys, Queen Visenya and good Queen Alice Anne by the time her end came. But before that could happen, she had to become queen first. Which was why her and her family were currently riding across Westeros to speak personally with the eldest family in all of the lands. The Starks held much sway in the land, perhaps more so than they even realized. Lord Eddard Stark was brothers in all but blood with the current king. And perhaps just as importantly, the Starks held the loyalty of the Northern Sorcerer. A loyalty that seemed to be absolute now that the sorcerer had taken a northern woman, who was now the stewardess of Winterfell, as his wife. An alliance between House Tyrell and House Stark was crucial for Margaery's family's long-term plans. If they could boast a marriage between Stark and Tyrell, then those houses in the Reach that were starting to question her family's wardenship would be quieted for a long time, and it would also serve as the beginning of a mending of ties between the Reach and the North. Which, after recent events with the failed marriage between Sir Yoram Mormont and Lady Lena's Hightower and the debacle with the Maesters, was sorely needed. And most importantly, by marrying the eldest Stark girl, Sansa Stark, to her brother Willias, it would remove perhaps the primary competition Margaery had for the Crown Prince's hand. While her whole family agreed with this course of action, she knew her eldest brother well enough to know that he had more than one reservation about the match. Though not for the reasons most people would assume. It wasn't that he presumed that Sansa was not good enough for him, but rather that he was not good enough for her. All because of an accident at a tourney when he had an unfortunate draw that brought him up against the Red Viper of Dorne, leaving him lame in one leg and forcing him to rely on a cane to walk properly. It was, in her opinion, a ridiculous notion. Just because he couldn't ride or fight like other men didn't mean he wasn't desirable. He was heir to Highgarden, the future warden of the South. And even if he wasn't a knight, he was still very handsome. She just hoped that the Stark girl would be able to look past his cane and leg and see the wonderful man that was her older brother. Just as Margaery's grandmother was about to ask them another question, they were spared as her other brother Garland and his squire Dickon Tarley rode up alongside their carriage. "Grandmother, brother, sister. An outrider from Castle Cerwyn has been spotted by our outriders. We should reach the castle walls by nightfall at the latest. It would probably be prudent of us to rest for the night and continue on to Winterfell on the morrow." Their grandmother tilted her head back in thought for a moment before nodding. "I would prefer reaching the Starks sooner rather than later. But we must be of fresh minds when we go to deal with the wolves and the sorcerer. Send a rider ahead and announce our arrival to House Cerwyn. This will be a good chance for us to feel out the waters regarding the northern political climate after the attempted coup by those idiot maesters and lords." Now shoo! Garland, well used to their grandmother's antics, didn't hesitate before nodding and snapping the reins of his horse, spurring the warhorse back towards the front of their column. "If we wish to make a good impression on the Northmen, grandmother, perhaps it would be best for us to set up camp outside of Castle Cerwyn's walls. After all, we cannot expect Lord Cerwyn to provide for a column as large as this one with no notice of our arrival. And considering Lord Cerwyn only recently came into his inheritance after the death of his father at the attempted northern coup, should we really be putting so much on a new lord?" Willias stated once their brother had ridden away from them. He did have a point. Their retinue was quite a large one. There were perhaps a dozen supply wagons filled to the brim with foodstuffs meant to be distributed during their stay, as well as no small amount of coin to pay for that which they used while at Winterfell. Then there were the wagons containing those destined for the night's watch, both the volunteers and those who chose the black over the block. Then there were all the guards of House Tyrell that had come north with them to guard over them. Then they had also managed to bring along a highly sought-after group of minstrels and one of her family's favorite fools for entertainment while they were in the north. In all, their retinue consisted of perhaps close to 150 in total. Not an extraordinary amount. But not a small one either. "I'm sure that Lord Stark did that upon returning to the north earlier, and upon learning of our coming was to inform every lord that lies between us and them of our passing," grandmother responded plainly. "Lord Cerwyn knows of our coming, Willias, of that I guarantee you. And better the boy learns what is expected of him now that he's a lord sooner rather than later. And oh, for God's sake, what is it now?" Frowning as their carriage lurched to a stop, Margaery tried to peer out through the shuttered windows, only to see several guards in Tyrell livery running back and forth and yelling to one another. Leaning towards the door opposite from Margaery, her brother Willias opened the carriage and called out to the first man he saw. "You there? What is going on? Why have we stopped?" The young guard, for he couldn't have been older than Willias, swallowed at being called upon as he took off his helmet and lowered his eyes. "Forgive me, my lord. But Lord Garland called for a halt. One of our outriders returned and he had an arrow in his back. And the other who went with him, he didn't return, my lord." Margaery felt a shiver run through her at the thought of one of their men having died and another heavily injured. "What? Who? Bandits? Or no? It couldn't have been wildlings, could it?" "Wildlings?" her brother asked, giving voice to her own thoughts. The young guard merely shook his head. "We don't know, my lord." Still standing in the entrance to the carriage blocking most of her view, Willias turned his body so he was facing north with his good leg supporting his weight on the step just outside the carriage door. "Go to the front of the column and tell my brother that I want to speak with him now." The guard blinked, then hastily nodded. "Yes, my lord, I'll go th." With a sudden, pained grunt, the guard lurched forward and fell into her brother. "Shit! You two stay in the carriage!" Willias yelled loudly as he jumped out of the carriage, bad leg and all, and slammed the door shut. But not before Margaery got a good look at the young guard. Her heart thundered in her chest as she saw a river of red blood running down from the young man's eye, which had the tip of an arrow protruding from it. "Get away from the window, Marjorie!" her grandmother yelled, forcibly pulling her back down into her seat as 5 men in Tyrell livery took up positions on the side of the carriage where the young man fell. Swallowing, Marjorie tried to see what was happening outside the carriage, but between her grandmother keeping her away from the carriage windows and the men who placed themselves around them, her sight was extremely limited. She had no idea how long they sat there, neither her nor her grandmother saying a word. But eventually they heard dozens of horses galloping off into the distance as the men surrounding their carriage moved aside slightly. The door to the carriage opened, and Willias pulled himself back in before quickly shutting the door behind him once more, their guards reforming their circle the moment he was within. "What in the hells is going on, Willias?" grandmother asked with narrowed eyes. "The outrider was bait," Willias answered, shooting her a sympathetic look before continuing. "He and the other he was with ran across a group of bandits a fair distance to the west. The bandits killed one, then let our other outriders survive so that he would lead them back to the main caravan. Garland has taken a dozen of our best to hunt them down while we make haste towards the safety of Castle Sirwin." Marjorie found herself letting out a breath of relief, but at the same time she felt a pang of fear for her brother. This wasn't the first time he'd ridden out to take care of bandits or brigands or whoever else might be threatening the land. And the only other who seemed to even be able to give Garland a challenge in the yard or with a lance was their brother Loras. But that didn't mean she never stopped worrying for any of her brothers whenever they put themselves in harm's way. "Good," grandmother sighed, straightening herself. "Then let us get a move on before those idiotic fools decide to press their luck again. Honestly, attacking a caravan the size of this one with knights acting as escorts, perhaps I was incorrect on those of the north having mostly sound minds." Marjorie had to agree with her grandmother on this point. It was foolish for an apparently small group of brigands to attack such a large train like their own. From what little she knew of military matters, when it came to brigands they preferred to only fight when the odds were in their favor and would often avoid such large numbers. So then, why did these brigands in the north attack them so readily despite being outnumbered? Just as she was about to give voice to her question, a movement out of the corner of her eye beyond the carriage caught her attention. Turning away from her brother and grandmother, she stared off into the woodlands perhaps 100 paces or so to the east of the King's Road. However, there was nothing there besides trees and grass. But as she began to turn back around, she saw it again. A dark shape amongst the tall grass near the tree line. Frowning and narrowing her eyes, she focused in on the spot. Only to have her eyes widen as a man stepped out from behind a tree with a bow in hand and an arrow drawn. As he started to raise his bow, no less than perhaps 24 other men, all carrying bows, stepped out from behind the trees. "There's more of them!" Marjorie shouted, pointing towards the tree line just as the man she'd seen let loose his arrow, along with the 24 others who'd stepped out of the trees with him. She felt her brother's hands grab her by the arms just a moment before she was thrown to the floor of the carriage. A moment later, several loud thuds sounded within the carriage as the arrows found their mark, but mercifully failed to pierce through the wood ceiling or find their way through the windows. To the east. She heard her brother shout from his spot above her, his body covering her own like a shield. "All men to the east! We're under attack!" Looking up, she saw her grandmother on the floor of the carriage next to her with Willias's arm draped protectively over her back. "Stay here and stay down!" Willias yelled as outside the carriage men started yelling and horses began crying out as steel rang against steel. "Where do you think you are going, young man?" grandmother shouted as Willias's weight left them both. But instead of answering, her eldest brother ducked out of the carriage before quickly shutting the door once more as he began yelling out orders to the men around him. "Bloody fool! He's not a warrior with that leg. He should leave the fighting to those who can fight properly. This is no time to be a bloody hero. Idiot! I thought he was smarter than his father." Marjorie wanted to yell at her grandmother for talking about her brother and father so, but she held her tongue when she looked up at the woman who helped raise her. She was scared. And that, more than anything else, scared Marjorie too. Her grandmother, the Iron Lady of House Tyrell, was never afraid. But now, here she was, scared as the two huddled together in a carriage while around them the sounds of battle raged. Marjorie had been to many tournaments in her life, so she was no stranger to the sound of steel ringing against steel or the sound of war horses running at each other. But this was so much different than what she had experienced before when watching any melee or joust. This was, so much worse. Feeling the carriage rock, Marjorie risked a glance up, and immediately regretted her decision. A man, who looked to have not seen a proper bath in perhaps a moon turn or more, was peering in on the two of them. A wicked smile on his face showing his yellow crooked teeth. "Well, well." The man crackled, holding onto the carriage with one hand as he used the other to bring a dagger up to his mouth where he proceeded to lick the blade. "The old hag ain't much, but ye, lass? I bet you have a tight little see-you-ah." Marjorie had no idea what happened. One moment the man was standing there and the next he was, simply gone. The only clue she had to his sudden disappearance was a white blur that had passed by the open window of the carriage where the man had been standing, along with a strange noise that was almost like a humming sound. And cheers of victory as she heard the unmistakable sound of horses racing past her carriage once more. Has Garland returned? He must have. And we've routed these brigands. Summoning all the courage she had within herself, Marjorie edged towards the window and dared a glance through it. She could see the men of House Tyrell racing around and chasing after some of the brigands who were now trying to flee. But she couldn't see either of her brothers. If not Garland, then who came to our aid, she wondered as she started to notice several men in thick grey cloaks mingled within the men of House Tyrell, aiding them against the brigands. Hearing a snarl and the strange humming again, Marjorie angled herself to try and see where they were coming from and felt her heart hammer in her chest. Standing amongst the men in grey cloaks and her own family's men was a young man of age with herself. He had long dark hair that was tied back behind his head in a simple braid and he was wearing almost all black. He was very handsome in a rogue-like manner. But what truly got her heart thundering was the sword the young man was using. The blade was white and glowing. He wielded it with a skill she had only ever seen in her brothers. But most peculiarly was the white dog that was staying close by his side. No. Not a dog, a wolf, she realized, her eyes widening as she put the pieces together. A Stark. With a wolf end and one of the sorcerer's blades. For that weapon could be nothing else. And he's leading these men in the grey cloaks. And given his looks, that must be Robb Stark, Lord Eddard Stark's son and heir. But what is he doing here? The brigands must have realized that there was no chance of victory and began to cry out to flee. But the moment they did so she heard another shout as a new set of heavy horse steps reached her ears. Turning her head, she had to stifle a gasp and put her hand over her mouth as she watched one of the brigands get speared right through the head by a man on horseback. Following the path of the spear, Marjorie felt first elation, then confusion tinged with the slightest bit of anger as she saw the man on horseback wearing all red leather armor with the sigil of a sun's pair displayed on his chest. The Red Viper of Dorne, Prince Oberyn Martell himself. The same man who lamed my brother Willias, what is he doing here? Almost as seemingly as quick as the fighting started, it was ended as she watched the Red Viper of Dorne raise his bloodied spear and give off a yell of victory, which was quickly taken up by all of those outside the carriage, both of the North and those who came with House Tyrell. Forcing herself up, Marjorie ignored her grandmother calling for her to stay put and threw open the carriage door and stepped outside. She'd been prepared to see the worst. But what she saw was worse than anything she could imagine. There were dead men and even some dead women, some of whom she had talked to this very morning, laying around the various wagons and carriages that made up their convoy. The North respects strength, Marjorie, she told herself, forcing herself to step down from the carriage and into the aftermath of the battle. If I am to be Queen of the Seven Kingdoms one day, I need the North to support my claim. And to do that, I need to show them that I am worthy of being their queen. Keeping her head held high, Marjorie did her best to not openly stare at the dead around her or let her unease show as she made her way around the carriage and towards Prince Oberyn, who was now off his horse and standing beside Stark, her brother Willias, and another man with dark blonde hair that she didn't recognize. Oh, you are, thanks, Prince Oberyn, Lord Jon, Lord Asher. If not for your timely arrival, then I shudder to think about what might have happened. Marjorie's steps slowed but she kept moving towards the small group, being careful to avoid any unpleasantness on the ground while she ran each name through everything she knew of the North and its people. Lord Jon, not Lord Robb. But he is definitely a Stark, with the wolf and the sword he could be no other. Which means that this young man isn't Lord Stark's heir, but rather his bastard son. The sorcerer's own apprentice and the man who at the age of 13 managed to win a trial by combat against a full-fledged member of the King's Guard. And the other, Lord Asher, I don't recognize the name. But he is definitely a man of the North. As she came upon them, her brother was the first to notice her, his eyes widening as he obviously wasn't expecting her to get out of the carriage. Marjorie, what it isn't safe. Marjorie finished for her brother with a note of challenge in her voice. I stand here before the Red Viper of Dorne, Prince Oberyn Martell. The sorcerer's apprentice, Lord Jon S.N. Stark, himself. And a very capable lord of the North who I have unfortunately not had the pleasure of hearing about. What safer place could there be? And as you all are so casually exchanging courtesies with one another, I assume that it is safe to say that the threat of these brigands has been dealt with, no? Willias looked more than a little uncomfortable, which made Marjorie stand up all the straighter. No wonder grandmother acts like she does and says what she says. My lords, this is my sister, Lady Marjorie Tyrell. Marjorie, this is Prince Oberyn Martell, Lord Jon Stark, and Lord Asher Forrester. Marjorie met the eyes of each man in turn. Prince Oberyn seemed to be just as charming as her brother had described him to be, and even though he was the one responsible for her brother's injury, she could not hold ill will against the man. Not when that same brother seemed so friendly with him. With Jon, she did her best to appear as strong as possible before him by not backing down and keeping her eyes firmly trained on his own. The North, and the Sorcerer especially, valued strength. So, she would give them strength. And to be truthful, it wasn't hard to keep her eyes fixed on Jon's. They were an interesting and lovely shade of color that she had never seen before. So dark, but with a tinge of coloring that she couldn't identify. Though when she went to meet the eyes of Lord Asher, she hesitated a moment as his name fully came to her. Lord Asher, tell me, are you by chance family with Lady Myra Forrester? Lord Asher's head tilted slightly. My lady. She's my younger sister. Marjorie smiled at her good fortune. Not only was she able to start impressing upon the Starks by meeting up with Lord Jon, but she would also be able to start forging a relationship with the family of her future handmaiden. Then we shall be seeing and hearing more of each other in the future, my lord. Part of our reason for coming north was to collect your sister as she will be my handmaiden in Highgarden upon our return south. Oh, Lord Asher responded, blinking and clearly not sure how to follow up. Well, it'll be good for her. Thank you for taking her in, my lady. Favoring her future handmaiden's brother with a smile, she turned her attention to Jon Stark and Prince Oberyn. Lord Jon, Prince Oberyn. Thank you both for your timely intervention in aiding us against these brigands. Your words are appreciated, Lady Marjorie, Jon said, his voice calm yet authoritative. It is the North who offers our apologies for this even occurring, my lady. These brigands are remnants of the houses that attempted to usurp House Stark nearly a year ago. Instead of accepting the actions of those they served and trying to move forward, they turned brigand and we have been attempting to locate and bring them to justice for some time. It was merely ill luck that you and your family got involved. But I am heartened that we were able to arrive before too much damage was done. And as for myself, Lady Tyrell, I was merely out with a ride with this strapping young man here and my niece when we ran across your column just as the trap was sprung, Prince Oberyn explained. Ever since she was young, Marjorie had been taught all aspects of the game, including how to read those who played with and against you. So, when Jon's body went from relaxed to rigid at the mention of Prince Oberyn's niece, she immediately took note of the change. Strange. Prince Oberyn has only one niece. And that is Princess Arianne. And Jon's sudden shift at her name. There's some sort of history between the two. But what? Regardless, both of your interventions were most timely and saved a good many lives her. Oh, enough flattery, Marjorie. Men are perfectly capable of stroking their own egos to the point of popping off. They don't need your help to get to that point. Marjorie just barely managed to hold in a wince as her grandmother approached them. While she truly loved her grandmother and appreciated her blunt honesty, she also wasn't blind to the fact that her grandmother's mannerisms had slighted more than one individual in the past. And these men were not amongst those they could afford to slight. Not when the entire purpose of this voyage was to create ties with House Stark. Ah, Lady Olenna Tyrell. I see that age has not curbed your tongue in the slightest, Prince Oberyn smiled, seemingly not at all surprised or put off by her grandmother's tone or words. Her grandmother's steps didn't slow as she picked her way across the field, her twin guards taking up position beside her as she walked. Ah, the man-whore of Westeros himself. Be careful not to stand too close to that one, Marjorie. You're likely to catch some sort of rash. And you're a Stark, are you not? Of course you are. The wolf there speaks louder than you do. It may have been a trick of the eye, but Marjorie could have sworn the white wolf near Jon's feet tilted his head in confusion as if he could understand what her grandmother was saying and didn't appreciate it. Now, if you men are quite finished stroking each other's ego or trying to get my granddaughter to do it for you, perhaps we can move the forward so that we can speak with one another without the stench of the dead assaulting us. You agree? Good. Then get moving. Marjorie, we have much to talk about, young lady. Watching her grandmother promptly turn around and leave, Marjorie turned back to the others. Forgive my grandmother, my lords, Prince Oberyn. But today has been most trying for all of us. No need for such apologies, Lady Marjorie. If I had a copper for every time Lady Olenna has insulted me, I'd be richer than the Triarchs of Volantis right now. Prince Oberyn smiled at her. But she does have a point. Pleasantries are best saved for when you are not straddling the dead. Care to ride back with us, Jon? I know that Arianne has been looking forward to your reunion and she would be pleased to see you sooner than she'd thought. Again, Marjorie took careful note of Jon's posture and the slightest reddening of his ears. Something had clearly happened between him and Arianne. The only question was what? And even more confusing was the fact that, unless she was severely misreading what was going on, Oberyn seemed to be almost encouraging a continuation of whatever was between them. Most peculiar. Of course, Prince Oberyn, Jon nodded, his unease seeming to disappear in an instant. Lady Tyrell, Lord Tyrell. Castle Cerwyn is less than a half a day's ride north and Winterfell is yet still another half day beyond that. I know that Lord Cerwyn will offer his hospitality to us all for the night if you wish. Or we can press on to Winterfell through the night if you wish. Castle Cerwyn would be the better choice, I feel, her brother stated, looking around at those who were still trying to clean up after the skirmish. We have injured and at least one of the wagons is broken. It'd be best if we don't push things too hard and take the night to recover ourselves before pressing onwards. Jon nodded, clearly expecting the answer. I'll send the wolf rangers that accompanied me onward to Castle Searwyn to announce our arrival. You have our thanks, Lord Jon, Marjorie said, favoring him with a smile as she decided to test something. And we will find no insult in you leaving us to join with Lord Asher and Prince Oberyn as they return to Princess Arianne and their own retinue. There it was again. Faint, but the signs were definitely there. The slightest twitch and the slightest turning of red at the mention of Arianne. He's clearly infatuated with her. But the question is whether the infatuation is returned on her end? Or is she merely playing a part to secure the Martells and Dorne the Northern Sorcerer's apprentice and permanent ties with the North? I'll have to talk with Grandmother and Willias once we are out of hearing. This changes things. Leaving the men, Marjorie quickly and quietly made her way back to the carriage where her grandmother waited. Coming to the steps, she barely gave her grandmother's 2 guards a passing glance as she hoisted herself up into the carriage and retook her seat directly across from her grandmother. It was only after she was seated that she noticed the thumping of her own heart beating wildly in her chest. And it was only after her grandmother took hold of her hands that she realized she was shaking. You did well, my dear, she heard her grandmother say. But her voice sounded like she was talking to her from across a room instead of directly in front of her. You showed your strength to the Northmen, and a Stark no less. And you stood strong before one of the snakes of Dorne. Very well done, Marjorie. Though the arrival of the Martells is one that we should be concerned with. No doubt they are here to use their brief trade relationship and the fact that the Menhor spent time with the Sorcerer to try and poach one of the wolves for their own. Taking a breath, Marjorie did her best to put the aftermath of the skirmish to the back of her mind as she focused on her grandmother and the unexpected appearance of the Martells. If they are here for that, then I believe I may know who they are trying to claim. Oh. Her grandmother responded, giving her a look Marjorie knew all too well. I believe that the Martells have their sights set on Jon and Stark. Her grandmother leaned back in her seat and neatly folded her hands in her lap. And what makes you think that? Biting her lip, Marjorie took a moment to choose her words carefully. Prince Oberyn made it a point of mentioning the presence of his niece, Arianne, several times. And each time he did, Jon reacted in a way that suggested that he, well, knew the princess well. Just how well that is, I do not know. But something must have happened between the two of them during his brief stay in Dorne when the Sorcerer and the North returned from Valyria. If the Martells are here to try and arrange a betrothal, I believe that they will try and secure one between Arianne and Jon. Humming to herself, Marjorie's grandmother turned and stared out the window at the now retreating forms of Prince Oberyn and Jon Stark. It is a possibility. And a likely one at that. Doran hasn't betrothed the girl to anyone yet, even though she's his heir. Perhaps one of the few good traditions I can think of that come out of that wasteland. A bastard becoming a prince consort isn't unheard of in that land. It's been made even more feasible now that the boy has been legitimized as a full Stark. Doing so would allow them to claim the first apprentice to the Sorcerer himself, giving them a very powerful weapon to wield in terms of not only his supposed powers, but also through his other true-born siblings. If the Starks and the Martells manage to formalize an alliance through marriage, it would tie yet another kingdom to the north, giving the wolves that much more influence. Which means that securing Sansa for Willias now means far more than it did when we left Highgarden. Sitting astride her horse with her riding skirt legs gently flapping in the breeze, Arianne Martell watched while lightly biting her lip as she surveyed the aftermath of the skirmish that had fallen upon the Tyrells. This was the first battle, or rather skirmish, that she'd ever seen outside of the melee in a tournament. And that paled in comparison to what she'd just witnessed. The brutality was just, gods, and this wasn't even a real battle. Just a skirmish at worst. Looks like they are cleaning up any stragglers. Turning her head, she cast a glance over to her cousin Tyene, who was sitting tall in her saddle with her blonde hair flowing freely in the wind. But while her cousin appeared to be the epitome of calm, Arianne knew better. Her uncle Oberyn, Tyene's own father, was down in the thick of the fighting, as was Obara. But Tyene was stuck here, along with her uncle's paramour Elaria, her other cousin Nymeria and a handful of House Martell guards that had not followed her uncle into the fight. Well away from the fighting. That it does, Arianne nodded, her eyes searching the small mass of bodies for her uncle, trying to make sure that he was all right. My love is fine, Elaria said, nudging her horse so that it was level with Arianne. Though, I will admit that I do not enjoy the thought of him running headlong into every fight he finds. It does the heart no good. But that is just who your uncle is. And it is who Obara is turning out to be as well. All we can do is have faith in their skills and trust that they will return to us. And, it looks as if our faith has been rewarded. There is my love now returning to us. And he does not appear to be returning alone, princess. Narrowing her eyes, Arianne quickly spotted her uncle, Obara, and the few house guards that had accompanied them into the fight. And at her uncle's right hand was a young man with dark hair wearing a black cloak and who had a pure white dog running alongside his horse. No, not a dog, Arianne realized, a slight grin coming to her as the approaching group got close enough for her to start making out details. A wolf. A white wolf. And there is only one man who is said to have a white wolf at his command. Jon Stark. My Jon. My wolf. She didn't know when it happened, but sometime after Jon had departed from Sunspear her thoughts and feelings towards the northern bastard had started to change. She wouldn't lie, the first that had truly attracted her attention to him was the fact that he was apparently the favored student of the Sorcerer. But after getting to know him, she found that he was so much more than just the Sorcerer's apprentice. He was, unlike any young man she had ever met. He was more skilled, thoughtful, and intelligent than most men twice or even thrice his age. Yet he was still humble and honorable. And after some time spent apart, Arianne came to the stark realization, no pun intended, that she just wanted Jon. His powers and the political advantage he could bring to her, while still important, had gone to the back of her mind whenever she thought of him. She just wanted him by her side. A fact that her cousins had teased her relentlessly about ever since she'd made that revelation to them. And now, I'm about to see him once more, she thought happily. The grin growing with each moment the group drew closer, only to falter as she looked down at herself. And here I am, unbathed for a week and wearing a riding dress that is completely unflattering. I'd planned on making another impression on Jon upon our reunion, one that he wouldn't be able to get rid of so easily. But now there's no chance of that happening. Though, perhaps this is still salvageable. Ellaria always said that there are few things that can get Uncle Oberyn's blood flowing like a good fight. Perhaps I can tempt him and leave an impression that way? I wonder? With his blood flowing, will he take the initiative when properly provoked? Or will I have to take his hand and lead him through the dance? As they drew close enough so that Arianne could hear their voices, she saw that her uncle was looking incredibly smug. No doubt he knew exactly what I had hoped to achieve with a reunion with Jon, and he more than likely invited Jon along just to mess with me. Ah, dear niece, daughters, my love, Oberyn greeted each of them in turn as he brought his horse alongside Ellaria's so that the two could share a very passionate reunion. Ignoring the display, Arianne instead focused her attention on Jon. Who, she noted, seemed to be taking her uncle's antics in stride. It's only been a year, and I can tell he has changed. When he was in Dorne such an open display would have at least the tips of his ears turning red. But now he simply brushes it off as an everyday occurrence. And he has filled out quite nicely in that time as well. Though that beard, or what is starting to be a beard, needs some work. Princess Arianne, welcome to the north. Though I do wish that our reunion was under better circumstances, it is good to see you again, Jon greeted her, his voice firm and warm, though she could detect just the slightest bit of shaking that he was obviously trying to keep out of his voice. Well, at least he hasn't changed too much. Arianne thought with a grin. Jon, how many times have I told you how you are to address me? It's not hard, just my name. Now, try again properly. Jon blinked, then graced her with a smile that seemed to warm his face. As you wish, Arianne. It was such a simple thing, but hearing her name on his lips as if he were tasting a fine wine and savoring it. It sent shivers down her spine that had absolutely nothing to do with the cold air of the north. Oh yes, this is going to be a most fortuitous journey to Winterfell. Pursing through the shelves that contained the Northern Sorcerer's private library, Tyrion Lannister could do little more than marvel at the rather impressive collection the man had managed to acquire in his relatively short time here in the north. The main library within Winterfell was impressive beyond measure and put Casterly Rocks to shame. And this library only added onto the already impressive collection. Pulling down a book at random, Tyrion fought down the jealousy rising within him as he stared down at the Valyrian language written within the tome. Of course, most of these came from the ruins of Valyria, Tyrion thought, cursing the fact that he'd never taken the opportunity to learn the language of the Dragon Lords, though granted outside of some parts of Essos it was pretty much useless. But still, each of these books are probably worth a small keep apiece. To the right people, the Sorcerer could probably generate enough coin from the sale of these books to surpass both House Lannisters and House Tyrell's combined wealth. Putting the book back in place, Tyrion continued his way down the length of the shelf, intent on making the most of his time now that he finally had a moment to do so even after being in Winterfell for nearly 5 days and nights. Ever since he'd arrived in Winterfell with his uncle and niece, he had been a very busy little man. Personally, he wanted to do nothing more than just sit and read and watch the Sorcerer's lessons. But his father had pointedly informed him before he left that his going to Winterfell was not for mere pleasure. His father had given him a list of tasks he was to perform that was nearly as tall as he was. And he had to work fast, as he learned on the very day of their arrival that House Lannister was not alone in its desire to gain an in with the north, as both House Tyrell and House Martell were sending envoys that were due to arrive within only a few days. So, For the first few days he spent every waking moment taking constant mental notes of everything the sorcerer had done to Winterfell before retreating to his room and writing them all down so that he wouldn't forget any detail no matter how small. The glassmaking was astonishing to watch. While in theory, now that he knew the secret behind it, it wasn't difficult. But the craftsmen of the north had turned glassmaking into almost an art form. Just to see how good they'd gotten, Tyrion had commissioned a set of bowls and chalices worthy of House Lannister. The master craftsman hadn't even batted an eye at the request and had simply stated a price, which was unfortunately almost all the gold Tyrion had on him, and given him the time frame of 8 days to complete the work. It'd be possible to start our own production in the Westerlands, perhaps a keep along the shoreline where there is sand aplenty, Tyrion mused as his fingers drifted along the spines of the books. But it will take years to catch up to the Northmen. And even then, we would only be able to do so if they remain stagnant in the craft. Which is unlikely considering how far they've come in such a short time. His next target was the printing press. Which, to him, was honestly the greatest treasure in the north. It was so intricate that he'd spent a full day just observing how the thing worked and writing down everything he could. And even after that, he doubted that he got everything and didn't know whether House Lannister would be able to replicate the device or not. Then there was the school, as it was known. A place of learning for the young children both high and lowborn. And then the college where the more studiously inclined individuals went. Then the training regimes that the sorcerer imposed on both his acolytes, which even with Joy's help he couldn't make sense of. The only mild break he had was 2 nights ago when he made his way down to the brothel in Wintertown. But even that wasn't just about finding pleasurable company for the night. For the whore he'd chosen was the very same one that he'd sent to the north in the first place. Unfortunately, she didn't have much to tell him, as most of her patrons didn't have much to say about the goings-on in Winterfell. And her best source of information, the Greyjoy lad who had become her most frequent patron, had only the coin to visit her twice since returning to the north with Lord Stark. But he did give her a bit of information that Tyrion was very interested in. Information regarding the few small folk that came back from King's Landing with the Starks. The young lad was a motherless bastard who worked as a blacksmith's apprentice before the sorcerer got his hands on him. The young mother who came with them was a former whore who now worked on the looms in Winterfell. And while she didn't have any magic within her, her infant daughter apparently did. And it was because of her daughter that the woman was allowed to travel north and treated pretty much like a noble lady. And the last of the small folk was apparently a young girl that the sorcerer rescued. Though just why the sorcerer had taken an interest in her, seeing as how she wasn't joining the sorcerer's other acolytes in their lessons, that Theon didn't know. I'll have to try and find this young girl, Tyrion frowned, his mind wandering as he walked. The sorcerer never does anything without reason. So why would he take in a young girl? His thoughts scattered as he turned the corner of a shelf and ran straight into someone small, knocking both of them to the ground. Ouch! What oh! Milord, forgive me. I didn't see you or hear you coming. Picking himself up off the ground, Tyrion found a head of golden hair scrambling around him trying to pick up a few cleaning instruments that the girl must have dropped when they collided. No worries, girl, he said, picking up a feather duster and holding it out for her to take. I am quite a small man and am often missed. His words died in his throat as his heart seized in his chest. The girl's face when she looked up at him. He knew her face. It was younger than the one that so regularly haunted and mocked his dreams, but the face was almost the same. And her eyes. One green. The other dark to almost black. Thank you, milord, the girl stammered, quickly taking the duster from him. Forcing himself to breathe, Tyrion looked down at the girl carefully. Who are you, girl? The girl's hand froze in the act of picking up a rag. My name be Anna, milord, she said, causing Tyrion's heart to stop beating once again. I clean the sorcerer's library when I'm not learning from Lady Bethany. I wasn't expectin' nobody today, milord. Usually, only Lady Talisa be in the library at this hour. Her name. Her face. Her eyes. Gods, it's impossible. Isn't it? I see, Tyrion responded, doing everything he could think of to try and remain calm. And tell me, girl, do your parents also work to help clean? The girl shook her head slowly. No, milord. Me ma be dead. She died back in the big city, then bad men came, and they did bad things. But then the sorcerer and a man in a white cloak came and saved me. And the sorcerer brought me here. The sorcerer is such a good man. He's letting me learn how to read and write and he says that I'm good at it. And he gives me extra coin to help Lady Talisa and to help clean up around his library. I miss my ma, but I'm happy here. I see, Tyrion swallowed the lump in his throat. And, what of your father, Anna? Anna ceased slightly as her right hand came up and clutched at something that was around her neck and tucked into her dress. A pendant perhaps? I never knew me father, milord, Anna stated plainly, though with a clear touch of sadness in her voice. Mama Ma said they were married in secret and that he was a lord of some sort. She said she loved him but he betrayed her in the worst way. She never said what he did but he hurt Mama bad. And then she was driven away from her home and left on her own by me father's family. Mama, she never said any more about me father than that. Tyrion was near shaking at this point. Too many things were matching up for his liking, but it was impossible. Wasn't it? And what is it that you are holding on to so dearly there, Anna? Blinking away the tears forming in her eyes, the girl pulled on a thin cord that was around her neck. When the pendant came clear of her dress, any doubts that were left in Tyrion's mind were gone as he saw the poorly repaired cheap lion pendant that had been hidden. After all, he'd been the one to repair that exact pendant and give it to his whore of a first wife. That's quite the treasure you have there, Anna. Thank you, milord. Not milord, father, Tyrion wanted to tell her, but he didn't. He couldn't. Not until he had some answers. Tell me, girl. You said that a man in a white cloak found you as well as the sorcerer. Would you be able to describe this man to me? Anna blinked at him before gracing him with a dazzling smile and nodding. His hair was yellow like mine. And he had green eyes and smiled a lot. At least he did until he went and talked quietly to the Lord Sorcerer. Then he wasn't smiling anymore. And I never saw him again after that. Jaime. For the first time in his life, Tyrion felt pure unbridled anger at the only member of his family outside of his uncle Jerion who showed him any amount of decency in his shit life. Did he know about her? Or did he just happen to come across her and recognize her? And if so, why did he send her north? Why didn't he send her to me? She's my daughter, for fuck's sake. Why would he send her so far away and not tell me about her? And Nox, does he know? That's a stupid question. Of course, he knows who she is. She just told me that she usually works in the library at this time of day. And Nox specifically told me to come here at this time when the place was mostly deserted. He wanted the two of us to meet. Keep that pendant safe, Anna, Tyrion said, trying his best to smile at the girl and failing miserably. Now, if you'll excuse me. I believe that I need to have a few words with the Lord Sorcerer myself. Leaving the young girl who was his daughter was perhaps one of the hardest things Tyrion had ever done in his entire life, but he needed to talk to Nox immediately. Not bothering to ask anyone for directions, he simply started to climb the tower, assuming that the sorcerer's private quarters were at the very top. But before he could reach the top of the tower, a door was suddenly flung open in his path. What was strange though was that no one seemed to have opened said door. It simply opened on its own. Peeking through the doorway, Tyrion clenched his teeth as he spotted the sorcerer kneeling in the middle of the room. Brave of you to trespass so readily into the domain of a Sith, Tyrion Lannister. Especially as you were not invited. The sorcerer said, his back still turned to Tyrion. Fighting down every instinct within him that was telling him to turn tail and run. Tyrion forced himself to walk into the room. As soon as he did, the door slammed shut behind him and the latch fell in place, locking the two of them in the room together. I don't take to being threatened well, sorcerer. He didn't know just how or why he was able to keep his voice as steady as it was, but he just hoped that whatever it was that was allowing him to confront the sorcerer like this would hold out for a while longer. Threatened? The sorcerer questioned, rising to his feet and turning to face him. The cloth that usually covered his face was gone, showing his burn-scarred eyes for all to see. That was no threat, Tyrion. Merely an education, if you will. Sith do not take to being intruded upon well. Not that, Tyrion countered, fighting to keep his eyes on the man's scarred face. I am not a fool, sorcerer. I know how this game is played better than most. And I know when a threat is being waved in my face. The sorcerer tilted his head slightly to the side. I see. So, you have met your daughter then. A good girl. One you should be proud. Cut the horseshit, sorcerer. Tyrion yelled, taking a step towards the sorcerer. You have my daughter. And I swear to the gods, old and new, that should anything happen to her, I'll bring an end to. Something invisible struck him in the gut, forcing the air from his lungs and ending his tirade. Before he could recover his wits, he felt himself being dragged back and slammed against the wall before being raised up and held in place so that he and the sorcerer were now at eye level. You say that you do not take to threats well, Tyrion. The very air in the room almost seemed to turn to ice as Tyrion began shivering as he was held in the air by unseen bindings as the sorcerer advanced on him. But Sith do not take well to even the idea of a threat. Your daughter being here and you meeting her was no threat, Tyrion. Merely a chance to stage a reunion between a father and his daughter away from prying eyes. Now, we can either sit down and talk. Or you can continue to try and threaten me with whatever imagination you have. In which case, well, just ask Sir Lincorbray how inventive I can be with those who cross me. Now. Choose. Talk. Or something far more unpleasant. Whatever was keeping him in the air and turning the air to ice disappeared as Tyrion's feet hit the floor. Not really much of a choice, is there? Tyrion asked, making his decision known as he worked to calm himself to deal with the sorcerer with a clear mind. Wouldn't happen to have any wine up here, would you? It would be best if you kept your wits about you for now, Tyrion, the sorcerer informed him, returning to the center of the room and kneeling down in the same place he'd been in when Tyrion arrived. You can indulge yourself later. Frowning at not finding any seats and being denied a drink, Tyrion sat down on the cold stone floor a few paces in front of the sorcerer. Not necessarily the most comfortable of seats, he grumbled, fidgeting as he tried to find a comfortable manner for which to sit. Comfort is merely a state of one's mind. Now, on to the topic of your daughter. What exactly do you intend to do with her now? Frowning, Tyrion scratched at the back of his head. Let me ask you this first. The white cloak who found her? Was it my brother, Jaime? It was. The answer was expected. But still devastating to hear. Jaime was the one person he thought he could trust in his family. And now his brother had sent Tyrion's daughter to the north without even bothering to let him know that she existed in the first place. But before you let your anger get the better of you, it was clear that your brother was just as surprised to learn of her existence as you now are. And him sending her with me was not done to keep her from you. But rather to protect her. To protect her? Tyrion asked. What in the seven hells are you talking about? Tell me, Tyrion, should your father or sister learn of your daughter's existence? A daughter that is true-born regardless of what people say, what do you think would happen to her? Had Anna been born a boy, she would have technically been the direct heir to Casterly Rock. But even with her being born a girl, she still holds significant value. The question made Tyrion pause and think. And none of the thoughts that came to him were pleasant. When Tyrion made no move to speak, the sorcerer pressed on. You wish to take her from here and raise her as your own, do you not? That will cause more than a few issues. One of which will be you explaining to your daughter why you stood by and watched, and later participated, in the gang raping of her mother. The insinuation and reminder of his whore of a first wife made Tyrion clench his fist. Her mother was a whore, nothing more. And I fell for her tricks. But my father showed me what she was after he revealed her plot. Offered her a silver stag for each guard she fucked. Then when I fucked her, he gave her a single gold dragon cause a Lannister man was worth more. When she was done, she had so much silver that it was pouring from her hands like water. And you believe your father to be the epitome of truthfulness when it comes to matters regarding yourself. Tyrion leveled a glare at the sorcerer. Of course he hadn't believed his father when he'd informed him of Tisha's true nature. But Jaime confirmed the tale to be true. Of course not. But Jaime, he told me that she was a whore and that the whole farce had been set up so that I could become a man. And you believe that your brother is incapable of lying to you? Even if your father ordered him to. That brought Tyrion up short. Jaime was always kind to him while they were growing up. But his brother was also desperate for his father's approval, even if he would deny it. If his father ordered Jaime to lie. Gods, could it be true? Had he been tricked by his father and brother? I spent quite a bit of time looking in on Anna's past while I was in King's Landing after your brother left her with me, the sorcerer continued, oblivious or not caring of Tyrion's internal struggle. Her mother died less than a year past from a sickness. The moment she died, men raided the small home she had managed to purchase, and Anna, sweet and cute girl she is, was sold off to an underground slave market that was starting to take hold. It took me some time to locate the ones who sold her, but I eventually managed to catch one of them. After some questioning, he informed me that the reason why they raided the house was because there was a tale that Tisha had a bag of silver and a gold dragon hidden in her house somewhere despite living in near squalor. And the rumors proved true. The man confessed that he and his accomplices found a bag full of silver stags and a single gold dragon hidden beneath one of her floorboards. It had been there for so long that a thick layer of dust had formed on the bag. Tyrion felt his world crumbling around him. Tisha, she never spent a single coin that had been thrown on her soiled body. She raised their daughter without him even knowing. His daughter had been sold into slavery, even if only for a brief time. His father had destroyed the one good thing that had happened to him. And his brother had lied about it to cover for his father. Questions of the past and what had truly happened could wait. Right now he needed to focus on his daughter and keeping her safe. Because, as loath as he was to admit it, right now her anonymity was her best protection from his family and from those who would seek to use her against his family. I want to leave her here in Winterfell, for now. Tyrion ground out, his mind still a mess as he tried to sort out his upturned life. You'll treat her well? Like she was one of your own. The sorcerer gave a slight nod. As long as she is here, I will see to her upbringing as a favor to you. She will have to work to earn her keep, but given her mind and work ethic, that will not be a problem. Once you are ready to be reunited with her, I will make sure she arrives to you without incident. Tyrion wanted to curse whichever god had led him to this situation. Hells, he might as well curse them all. Shaking his head, Tyrion got to his feet and made to leave the sorcerer alone so that he could gather his thoughts. Coming to the door, which unlatched itself as he approached, he turned back towards the sorcerer and did something he rarely did. He bowed to the man. "Thank you, Lord Knox. A Lannister always repays his debts. Though, I cannot fathom just how I'm going to repay this one." As he moved out into the hall and started making his way down the tower, he couldn't stop himself from muttering, "Fuck, I need a drink and a strong one at that. Probably more than one." Chapter 23, Gathering in Winterfell Part 2. Alright everyone, back again. I just want to say that I really appreciate all the support that I've gotten for this story so far. I'm truly thrilled that I've gained so many fans for what I'm writing that, yeah, I just don't know what to say. I'm just happy that you're all enjoying this. Not much to say outside of that. Shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. The help has been invaluable so far. And another huge thank you to everyone who has favorited, alerted, or reviewed this story so far. Your support is what keeps me going. If you have any direct questions you want to ask me, please PM me, as I am not the greatest in responding directly to reviews, but please still review LOL. I like hearing from all of you. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, so I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 23. Riding with his back straight and his head held high, Jon Stark led what was perhaps the longest procession of riders and carriages he had ever seen through Wintertown and towards the east gate of Winterfell. Riding next to him was an assortment of highborns that Jon had never, even in his wildest dreams, thought he would ride beside, let alone lead. Princess Arianne of House Martell rode to his immediate right, the beauty of the desert riding so close that they were almost touching. A fact that had placed Jon on edge for almost the entirety of their journey together, though not in a bad way. Next to her was her uncle, the Red Viper of Dorne, Prince Oberyn Martell, while his eldest daughter, Obara Sand, rode just behind him. The prince's other daughters and paramour were with them as well, though instead of riding for the last leg they had all decided to ride in one of the few carriages House Manderley had lent them after their arrival to White Harbour. Riding on Jon's left, opposite of the Martells, was Sir Garland Tyrell, along with his squire Dickon Tarley. If Jon were to be asked to define a southern knight, he would tell the one who asked to simply look towards Sir Garland, or Garland the Gallant, as he heard many of those amongst House Tyrell's retinue refer to the man. He was the exact type of knight that was always the hero in Sansa's stories that she liked to listen to. And his squire, well, Jon honestly couldn't believe that the young man was Sam's brother at first. The two were just so different from one another. Honestly, Jon didn't even realize that two brothers could be so different. But while Sir Garland and Dickon rode at the front with Jon and the Martells, the rest of House Tyrell rode back in a large decorative carriage that easily looked like it could hold a dozen people comfortably. "I've heard many a story about the majesty of Winterfell," Princess Arianne said from beside him, her eyes traveling up the tall dual walls that protected Winterfell from the elements and any potential enemies as their horses began making their way up the wooden bridge that connected the outer wall to the inner wall. "But now actually laying eyes on it, the stories do not do your home any justice, Jon. Your ancestor was quite the man of vision and deed to create such a structure like this. And here I was thinking the Sons pair was impressive. Winterfell is indeed something else entirely." Jon felt no small amount of pride at hearing Arianne's words. Sons pair was indeed a wonder to behold. And he was sure that Arianne had no doubt spent time in Essos as well, given that her mother was from the free city of Norvos. So, to have her compliment his home so was no small thing. "Indeed it is," Sir Garland added, as the knight edged his horse closer to Jon. "You northerners never do anything halfway, that is for sure. I can see now why it is said that Winterfell has never fallen to an invading force. Attacking this place would be a nightmare, even without the weather to consider. Not that I'm considering it, of course. Just an observation." Glancing towards Garland, Jon could do little more than shake his head. It was more than obvious, even to him, that the Tyrells were desperate to gain his, or rather House Stark's, approval. Ever since he joined them on the King's Road, all the family members had been beyond polite and courteous with him. Well, all except Lady Olenna Tyrell, of course. But after their first quick meeting, Jon quickly learned not to take offense at what the old woman said. Hells, if anything, her demeanor and no-nonsense approach would probably be a better approach to gaining the approval of the North rather than all the flowery words and courtesy of the South. Passing through the various buildings that made up the interior of Winterfell, Jon felt his heart lift as the main yard before the Great Hall came into view. His entire family and their wolves had all assembled before the steps of the hall to welcome him and their guests. And standing right next to his family was Master Knox and Lady Nyra, while just next to them stood the few Lannister guests that were still at Winterfell. Urging his horse to a trot, Jon led the procession into the yard before pulling his horse to a stop halfway across the yard. Climbing down from his saddle, Jon immediately made his way over to Arianne and offered her his hand while the various carriages and riders began spreading out through the large yard. Arianne graced him with a smile and took the offered hand before sliding perfectly from her saddle and landing with barely a sound. Though even after dismounting from her horse, Arianne refused to let go of his arm, leaving him with no choice but to walk hand in hand with the Princess of Dorne towards his family as Prince Oberyn retrieved his paramour and his daughters from the carriage they'd been riding in. He could see his father's eyes bounce off where their hands were joined together, but other than that his father kept his face completely passive. His brother Robb, however, he was sporting a grin that promised no small amount of teasing to be heading Jon's way soon. Sansa was smiling brightly while both Arya and Bran rolled their eyes. "Father," Jon greeted his father as they neared. "I introduce to you Princess Arianne Martell of Dorne, along with her uncle Prince Oberyn Martell and his daughters and paramour Lady Ellaria Sand." His father met the eye of each Martell before bowing his head in greeting. "Princess Arianne. Prince Oberyn. Ladies. Welcome to Winterfell. The hospitality of the North, and that of House Stark, is yours for as long as you wish to stay within our walls." Finally letting go of his arm, Arianne stepped forward and gave his father a slight curtsy. "We thank you for your hospitality, Lord Stark. And we shall do our utmost to not be a burden upon you and yours during our stay in the North. And for the sake of tradition more than anything else, we would ask for bread and salt to honor the laws of gods and men." His father nodded and ushered a few servants forward who were carrying trays loaded with bread and small bowls of salt. One by one, each member of House Martell came forward and partook of the bread and salt before moving off to the side so that the next group could be introduced. Jon had to admit, the Tyrells could make their presence known when they wanted to. Lord Willias was dressed in a fine heavy doublet while Sir Garland's armor was so finely polished it was shining despite the sun being blocked out by the clouds. And while Jon would always say that Arianne was perhaps the most beautiful woman he had ever had the pleasure of meeting, Lady Margaery was indeed a very beautiful lady as well. "Father, I present to you the members of House Tyrell," Jon began to introduce the newcomers, only to be cut off by the matriarch of House Tyrell. "We can speak for ourselves, lad," Lady Olenna scoffed, stepping forward until she and his father were nearly arm's length away from one another. "I must say, Lord Stark, you are much more impressive in person than my oaf of a son has said." "Grandmother." Lady Margaery gasped, stepping forward and giving an apologetic look towards his father. "We are guests. We should know." "Oh, don't be a spoilsport, girl," Lady Olenna huffed. "This is my one chance to ignore all that pomp and circumstance in the south and just speak plainly. One of the many things I admire about your northern lot, you speak your mind and don't bother getting weighed down with all that courtly horseshit." "Lady Olenna," his father said, though Jon honestly couldn't tell if his father was amused or annoyed by the old woman. "Probably both. Your reputation precedes you. And I see that all that they say about you is true too." "Not all," Olenna sighed, shaking her head. "As much as I would like to, these old bones wouldn't be able to handle taking several young men to my bed each and every night. Now, let's get this over with. This is my grandson and future Lord of Highgarden, Willias. My second grandson, Sir Garland, and my only granddaughter, Margaery. And I see that despite recent events, may the gods curse those traitors and the maesters to the worst of the hells, you have quite the impressive lot as well." Frowning, Jon came to the realization of just what the old woman's game was now that he had the chance to sit back and watch. Her blunt mannerisms were merely a means to throw her opponents off guard and give her an advantage. It was certainly a different approach than what he'd seen during his admittedly brief time within the court down in King's Landing. "Lord Willias, Sir Garland, Lady Margaery. Welcome to Winterfell," his father responded, taking his time in greeting each one. Which Jon realized was his father's counter to what Lady Olenna was trying to do. She was trying to put everyone off guard, so his father was taking his time and allowing everyone to catch up to try and erase whatever edge the matriarch of House Tyrell was gaining. "This is my son and heir, Robb. And you've already met my son Jon on the King's Road. These are my daughters, Sansa and Arya. And my youngest son, Bran." The two families politely greeted one another, and Jon could see a slight frown forming on Lady Olenna's face as her ploy to put his father on the back foot obviously failed. Strangely enough though, even though she was frowning, Jon could sense a feeling of almost satisfaction and excitement coursing through the old woman as House Stark and House Tyrell finished greeting one another. Is she excited because father didn't fall for her game? "Well, now that all of that is out of the way there is someone else I've been looking forward to meeting," Lady Olenna said, turning towards Master Knox and Lady Nyra. "Lord Knox, Lady Knox. I've been looking forward to this meeting for some time. There is something to be said about a self-made woman who rose through the ranks and became the stewardess of Winterfell by her own merits. And you, Sorcerer," Olenna paused, her gaze going from his master's head to his boots and then back. "You are not what I expected. Last word I had of you swore that you were taller and broader than the mountain who rides and that you were blessed with a face that could make even the maiden herself swoon. But all I see is a man. A comely man, but a man nonetheless. The day is still young, Lady Olenna. There's still more than enough time for me to exceed that which you have heard." Master Knox replied without hesitation before moving his attention to Willias. Tell me, young man. That limp of yours, how long have you had it? Lord Willias blinked, then shot a look towards Prince Oberyn. Jon had heard the story of how Lord Willias had been made lame from both Arianne and Prince Oberyn the first night after meeting up with them. It happened during a tourney, one of the first and unfortunately the last tourneys for Willias. He'd drawn up against Oberyn and in a bout of ill luck ended up with a broken leg as the result. Many wanted to claim that Oberyn caused the injury intentionally, but the Prince of Dorne told him that was not the case. And that even despite injuring the lad, the two had become something of friends over the years. Some years, Lord Sorcerer, Willias answered Lord Knox. I've grown accustomed to it. His master smiled, and Jon could immediately see where his master was going to go with this. It will go a long way to garnering some favor with the wardens of the south and rulers of the Reach. And as good as the north has become at growing our own food, it's still the summer years. Come winter, we will more than likely need the food from the Reach to feed everyone. Well, it would be a shame if I am unable to live up to the image the famous Lady Tyrell has crafted of me, no? His master asked rhetorically. I'll swing by after you lot have settled into your rooms and look at your leg. At worst, I'll be able to minimize the pain you feel. At best, you'll be able to burn that cane by nightfall. Every member, even Lady Olenna, stared dumbly at his master while more than a few of those that were watching began muttering to one another. I would be eternally grateful to you, Lord Knox, if you would be able to do anything to help relieve me of this burden. Lord Willias stated with more than a touch of excitement in his voice. Jon noted that there were more than a few disbelieving looks among the Tyrells and even amongst those who'd arrived with the Martells. They'll see, Jon thought with a smirk. Master doesn't try. He does. It's the first lesson he taught us when we began our training underneath him. And soon everyone else will learn just what that means. Then Lord Knox will attend to you after you are settled, his father said with a note of finality. Tonight, we shall have a feast to properly welcome all of you to the north. Until then, I invite you all to adjourn to your rooms and rest from your travels. Walking calmly down the corridors of Winterfell with Sansa and Talisa flanking him on either side and Asha taking up the rear behind them, Knox ignored the Tyrell guards that had taken up position near the beginning of the guest wing that the Tyrell family had claimed as their own for the duration of their stay. Wisely, the guards didn't make a move to try and stop any of them. Not that they could have even if they wanted to. But as much as he'd like to think that it was his reputation in this land that stilled the guards, he knew that their inaction came more from the fact that they were visitors to Winterfell. And that the Tyrells had informed them that they were expected and were not to be held up. Reaching the sitting room that had been set aside for the Tyrells' personal use, Knox gave the door 2 sharp knocks before pushing the door open and walking inside. He could sense through the force that all 4 of the Tyrell family members were present, as well as the 2 rather large bodyguards that served the Dowager of House Tyrell, Olenna Tyrell. Or the Queen of Thorns pending on who you spoke to. It was the elderly matriarch of the family that overcame her surprise at their sudden appearance first. Well, I see power has gone straight to your head. But at least you have the decency to knock. Knox didn't back down, nor did he stop walking into the room. You knew that we were coming, and you are in Winterfell. Were you expecting someone else? Knox asked as he focused in on the eldest of the Tyrell children. Well, let's get on with this. Sansa, turn around for a moment. Willias, off with your pants and lay down on the table over there. Immediately, all 4 of the Tyrells plus Sansa were put on the back foot. The only ones who were not taken aback were the 2 hulking guards and Talisa. What? Willias stammered, his attention flickering towards Sansa, who blushed when she noticed the heir of Highgarden was looking at her. Why? Because it's a lot easier to examine something directly rather than having to guess through the obstruction of clothes, Knox answered as if he were lecturing a child. Sansa will turn her back. And as for the rest of us, you don't have anything we all haven't already seen, so to speak on my part, I guess. Now. Drop your pants and get up on the table. We don't have all day. He could sense the hesitancy coming from Willias, which didn't dissipate even after both Sansa and Marjorie had turned their backs to him like good proper ladies. Letting out a breath, Willias got to work quickly undoing the laces of his pants and dropping them before laying down on the table in the room with his brother Garland's help. Once he was down, Garland then grabbed a sheet and used it to cover almost all of his brother's lower body save for the leg that was injured. You can turn around now, Sansa, Knox said, taking a step forward and motioning for the 2 young girls to join him. Talisa, you go first. Then Sansa. Don't say anything until both of you have a chance to examine him however you deem fit. Talisa, ever the professional healer, didn't hesitate as she stepped up and began to carefully examine the man's leg with her hands. Once she reached his thigh, she slowed her prodding and focused on a specific area near the hip. Her examination lasted for only a minute or so, but that was apparently all she needed as she wordlessly stepped back and motioned for Sansa to step up next to her and take her turn examining the young man. Sansa's complexion had gone from its normal pale to a deep red as she held her hand out a few inches from touching Willias's leg. Willias tried to give her a reassuring look, but Nox could only sigh as he noticed Sansa's trembling hand in her clearly distracted mind. Apparently, he needed to work with her on concentration. You won't be able to concentrate while your thoughts are so far away from what you are trying to do, Sansa, Nox chided the young girl. Put all thoughts outside of what you are trying to do out of your mind. Focus on your task and your task alone. Or you will fail. And I'll have you sparring with Arya until you can't sit down right for a month. Sansa flinched at the threat of having to spar with her sister. Taking a moment to compose herself, Nox could sense her nervousness die down slightly as she held out her hand once more. This time, he could sense the whispers of the force leaking out of her hand and into Willias's leg. Which apparently was noticeable by Willias as well as the young man blinked, shivered, and stared down at where Sansa's hand hovered over his flesh. What do you sense, Sansa? The young Stark frowned as her hand vibrated for a moment before she pulled it away from Willias. His leg it's healed, but there is something not right with the way that it healed. Nodding, Nox turned his attention to Talisa, who proceeded to add in her analysis as well. That is what I felt as well. It seems that the bone in his leg was broken near his hip and wasn't set entirely properly and therefore healed over incorrectly. Which is causing your limp and your pain. In this case, the best course of action would be to re-break the bone and set it properly. However, given the time that has passed and the location of the break, there is a chance that we could do far more damage than good by re-breaking the bone. A slow, clearly sarcastic clapping came from the edges of the room. Congratulations, Sorcerer, the Queen of Thorns chided them. You three have deduced what any even slightly learned individual in the arts of healing could tell us. Now, do you have anything more impressive to show or tell us? Or are you just wasting our time telling us that which we already know? Grandmother. Marjorie gasped while Nox merely turned and fixed the elderly Tyrell in his foresight. To her credit, the old woman did little more than shiver slightly under the weight of his gaze. I assure you, Lady Tyrell. I have many, many more tricks up my sleeve. And you would be wise to not wish me to show you most of them. Now be quiet for once. And witness a mere glimpse of what the Force is capable of. Turning his attention off the old woman, Nox made his way towards the table and stood beside Sansa staring down at Willias. We're going to break your leg and reset it, Willias, Nox explained to the heir of Highgarden, causing a jolt of fear to spread throughout the room. As Talisa said, there is a risk to this. Bone marrow could escape and enter your bloodstream and make it to your heart, causing a heart attack. Sansa and I, working in tandem, are going to minimize this risk using the Force. I'm going to break your leg and reset it, and then Sansa will immediately heal the damage done. Any questions before we start? Willias made to interject, but Nox didn't let him and continued while holding his hand just above the man's forehead. No? Good. Now, you're not going to want to be awake for this as it's going to hurt like hell. So, sleep. It took more effort than Nox had anticipated, but within the span of a heartbeat Willias went from wide awake to having his eyes roll into the back of his head and collapsing lifelessly onto the surface of the table. What did you do? The second son, Garland Nox believed his name was, demanded. His essence screaming his need to reach for his sword to try and protect his brother. Nothing nefarious, Nox shrugged. I merely used the Force to overload his mind and shut it down momentarily. This way we can work on him without him having to suffer through the pain that we're about to cause. And once we're done, I can revive him easily, or you can wait until he wakes on his own in a few hours. Now, step back and let us work. He could sense that the young man wanted to say or perhaps do more, but a subtle gesture from Olenna behind him brought that to an end. Apparently, the old woman wanted to see just what they were capable of. Sansa, Nox said, snapping the girl to attention at his side. Get ready and work with me. Don't heal him until after you feel that I've set the bone properly. Heal him too soon, and we're right back at the start and we'll have to break the bone again. Beside him, Sansa swallowed nervously. I'm ready, Lord Nox. Giving her one last look, Nox turned his attention fully to Willias as he held his hand directly above where the bone had healed over incorrectly. Using a variation of a force crush, Nox clenched his fist and broke the femur near the hip joint. A loud snap sounded as the bone broke and, despite being unconscious, Willias's entire body flinched violently, causing Talisa and Garland to both reach out and hold the unconscious man down. Ignoring the twitching body, Nox concentrated on using the Force to realign the bone. Not an easy task as it was akin to doing a puzzle in the dark. Sansa. Now. Nox ordered the moment he felt that the bone was correctly realigned. Sansa didn't hesitate as she immediately began wrapping the Force around the bone Nox was holding in place as if she were bandaging a wound. The young girl was completely focused on the task at hand as small beads of sweat began forming on her brow and her hand began to shake. Pulling back on his own power, Nox felt whatever Sansa was doing settling in on the bone and immediately heal the break he'd created. Tilting his head, Nox watched what she was doing through the Force. Usually, it took one years upon years to learn how to properly use Force healing, and even then most could not accomplish the task. And yet, here was this young Stark girl from a backwater planet who was doing a force technique at the age of 12 that most force practitioners several times her age and experience couldn't hope to duplicate. There, Sansa breathed, rocking back on her heels, and almost falling over if not for the presence of her shadow Asha, who caught the young girl around the shoulders and helped her remain upright. "Thank you, Asha. That was quite a bit different than the first time when you healed my wife," Nox finished for her as he used the force once more to examine the leg she'd just healed and finding no faults at all. "You didn't have the adrenaline rush this time around. But you did remarkably well, Sansa." Sansa beamed with pride as she allowed Asha to guide her over to one of the few chairs in the room. As Sansa moved away, her spot was immediately claimed by the young Marjorie. "Is he? Will he be all right?" the young flower of Highgarden asked, her voice a mixture of concern, excitement, and awe. "Let's see for ourselves," Nox said, pressing his index finger to the center of Willias's forehead. "Wake up." Upon his command, Willias's eyes fluttered opened. What? What just? "I placed you into a temporary deep sleep so that Sansa and I could fix your leg," Nox answered the question the young man wasn't able to properly form. Blinking, Willias took a moment to seemingly process what he'd just said. His eyes widened in realization once he had. The young man sat up and began tentatively poking at his hip and leg. There's no pain," Willias said with no small amount of shock and awe in his voice. There's no pain. "Nor should there be," Nox answered. "Sansa, despite her age, is incredibly powerful in the art of healing. Even amongst my people she would be considered a prodigy and highly sought after. Now get down and put some weight on it." With the aid of his brother and sister, Willias slowly lowered his feet to the floor and rose from the table. His face was set in an expression of fear as he was obviously bracing for the worst. But once he had both feet on the ground and was standing to his full height, the look of fear and apprehension disappeared, replaced with a look of shock. "By the gods," Willias breathed, stomping his formerly injured leg against the floor, and smiling as there was obviously no pain in the action. There's no pain. No clicking. No, nothing. Gods, it's been so long I've forgotten just what this feels like to walk without at least a dull ache in my bones." Marjorie and Garland were both beaming at their brother as they watched him take a small walk around the room unaided. Though when he tried to do a little jump, he stumbled on the landing, making them race forward to catch him. "I'm all right," Willias said, waving them both off, his smile still etched on his face. "I would advise that you avoid strenuous activity for some time yet, Lord Willias," Talisa stated as she stepped up to him, her eyes traveling up and down his person. "You haven't used the full strength of your leg in some years, therefore the muscles in your leg have gone soft. You'll have to start slow and build up the muscles in your leg once more before you try more strenuous activities." Willias nodded along as Talisa proceeded to outline what was basically a physical training regime for the heir of Highgarden. As she did so, Nox took careful note of the one individual who, while happy with the way things had turned out, was not paying attention to either Willias or Talisa. The Queen of Thorns' attention was focused solely on young Sansa, her face impassive, but her emotions anything but. And there was now no doubt in Nox's mind as to the full intentions of the Tyrells while they were in Winterfell. They mean to try and betroth Sansa to Willias. A very shrewd play, he thought, his sight passing over Marjorie for a moment. They strengthen their house and gain blood ties to House Stark, which will be enough to quell any dissent there might be in the reach for fear of bringing the wolves down upon them. And with the betrothal of Sansa to another, they remove their own daughter's primary competition for the position of the next Queen of Westeros. The Queen of Thorns certainly does appear to live up to her reputation as an astute player of the game. Unfortunately for her, she has never played against the likes of me. And she has yet to realize the trap that she is walking right into. The only question that remains is when the right time will be to pluck the Rose's ambition and bring them back to ground. While his master and sister were busy with the Tyrells, Jon was preoccupied as well, leading Arianne and her cousins up through the Sorcerer's Tower and showing them everything he could think of to show them. He'd expected Prince Oberyn and his paramour to join them as well, but the moment everyone started to disperse from the courtyard the two had all but vanished. When he inquired about their disappearance to Arianne, the Princess of Dorne merely smiled at him and calmly informed him that the two were more than likely on their way back to Wintertown to visit the brothel to relieve the stress of traveling such a long distance. The comment took Jon aback, though not because of the action itself but rather because of the pointed way Arianne had said it. Almost as if it were the most natural thing in the world for one's uncle and lover to frequently seek out the company of others. Within his family, the only one he knew to frequent the brothel was Theon, who constantly liked to brag about his conquests. The idea of his father, Robb, or even Uncle Benyon visiting the brothel with frequency. He would still love them all the same. But he just couldn't wrap his mind around it. Not that he was given much time to think about it, as Arianne had quickly taken his arm and all but demanded that he personally show her the famed Sorcerer's Tower. And, as it wouldn't be proper for a lady let alone a princess to go unaccompanied, her three cousins Obara, Nymeria, and Tyene joined them in their walk. He started with the living quarters and workshops that were near the base of the tower. Neither of which seemed to interest the princess all that much, though he did notice a gleam in the eyes of the one with blonde hair, Tyrion he believed her name was, when he showed them the workshop that his master had taken to calling his laboratory. As they ascended the tower, he could feel the slightest bits of excitement starting to come off Arianne as her grip on his arm became slightly tighter with each level they rose. Coming to one of the highest rooms in the tower, Jon paused as he was unsure whether it would be all right for him to bring the princess into this room as normally, outside of Master Nox's acolytes, one needed permission from either Jon's father or Master to enter the sorcerer's private library. Master did say to show them everything, I guess that is permission enough. Deciding to push forward, Jon opened the door and led Arianne into the library. This is Master Nox's private library, he informed the group, drawing sharp looks from 3 of the 4 women, Obara he'd come to realize had little care for much outside of martial matters. Most of what you'll find in here are the tomes that were collected from Valyria. But he has quite a few more from our brief stays in Bravus and Volantis. Incredible, Arianne breathed, all but dragging him into the library before dropping his arm and making her way between the shelves. Pausing, she pulled a book seemingly at random off the shelf and flipped it open. Are they all in High Valyrian? Because mine is more than a little out of practice. Nodding, Jon stepped up beside her while making sure he was keeping a respectful distance between the two for propriety's sake. Not all, but most. Lady Talisa has been most helpful since her arrival in both translating some of the texts and teaching a few of us how to speak and read High Valyrian. Though there hasn't been much time for either of those lessons as of late. Jon felt a quick spike of jealousy from Arianne that disappeared almost as soon as it appeared. Jealousy? Why? Perhaps I can be of assistance then while I am here, Arianne said, replacing the book and returning to her wandering between the shelves. I do not claim to be an expert in the Valyrian tongue, but I do know enough to instruct you in the basics of the language. As if to prove her point, the Princess of Dorne switched from the common tongue to High Valyrian without hesitation. And perhaps I can show you just what else I can do with my tongue in a more private setting. Jon suddenly found an intense want to learn High Valyrian. The way the language rolled off her tongue, it brought more than a few images and desires to mind that he had to quickly quell. I would be honored to learn from you, Arianne. I'm sure that there is much you can teach me. The look she gave him made his britches more than slightly uncomfortable. Oh, you have no idea just how much I can teach you, Jon Stark. An urge awoke within him, like a sleeping bear coming out of its cave on the first day of spring. He wanted her. By the gods did he want her. He wanted to press her against the shelves here and now, tear her dress from her body, and stop, Jon. He cursed himself, fighting against the urges raging a war within him as he fought for control. A battle that turned abruptly once more when Arianne turned and jutted her hip towards him as she walked away. By the gods, she's a princess. But on the other hand, she is making all these no. That's no excuse. She's still a princess and deserves the utmost respect. Yet had things turned out differently, then I would be a prince and such things wouldn't matter. No. Stop. Just, stop. Jon? Are you coming? It isn't polite to keep a princess wanting. Gods, Jon cursed, the war for control still raging within him as he quickened his steps to catch up with Arianne. She's going to be the death of me. I swear it. Catching up with Arianne, he found the Princess of Dorne standing beside one of the few tables within the library and staring down at its surface. Or, more accurately, the 2 bracers that were laid out on the surface of the table. What are these? Arianne asked, her dark curls swaying as she turned her head at his approach. Looking down, Jon wanted to curse his forgetfulness. On the table, thankfully still where he'd left them before his father had sent him south to protect the Martells and Tyrells, was the talisman bracer they'd found in Valyria that allowed him to control the dragon's fire. And next to it was the duplicate that Jon had been trying for over a year to replicate with unfortunately little success. At least I remembered to keep my other little gift from Valyria hidden in my room. Gods only know how anyone who react to me having an actual dragon's egg. It's the talisman that I found in the ruins of Valyria. The one that allowed me to control the dragon's fire. Or at least divert it away from us, Jon answered, drawing a surprised look from Arianne. And this one, well, it's a duplicate I've been trying to make for years using the texts we found in Valyria. But I've had no luck whatsoever with the blasted thing. Even after almost a year, it's little more than a decorative bracer. And not even a well-made one at that. Arianne favored him with a smile that lifted his ill mood brought on by the reminder of his failure. I'm sure that you will figure it out, Jon. You're one of the smartest and most gifted men I've met. And I include my father and uncle in that company as well. Turning away, she looked down at the bracer again, the smile fading from her face as one of her fingers began to delicately trace the rune work on the original armlet. Tell me. You said that you've been using Valyrian text to duplicate this, correct? Which means Valyrian magic. Jon nodded, staring intently at Arianne. Her smile returned full force as her fingers left the armlet. Then I might be able to start teaching you here and now, Jon Stark. For these runes are not Valyrian. They are of my people. They're Rhoynish. Rhoynish? Jon questioned, looking back and forth between Arianne and the talisman. Yes, Arianne nodded, pointing towards one of the symbols on the armlet. I am by no means an expert on the subject, but I've studied my ancestors, especially their magic given its recent resurgence. This rune here, I recognize it as being a rune for fire. And I recognize a few of these other runes, however without a guide I am not entirely sure of their meaning. Though I do find it strange that there are Rhoynish runes on a Valyrian artifact. My ancestors did not have the best history with the Dragon Lords. So, it is odd that they would give the Valyrians a part of their magic. Actually, it's not as strange as you might think, Jon started, remembering back to the ruins of Valyria and what they learned about the Valyrian people. The Valyrians didn't just eradicate their enemies. They absorbed them, taking what made their enemies strong and incorporating them into their own people. The Rhoynish were powerful. It isn't surprising that the Valyrians would take in their magic after their defeat. But now that I know that these runes are Rhoynish instead of Valyrian. Trailing off, Jon turned on his heel and marched away from Arianne and began searching through the shelves of books looking for anything on the Rhoynar people. Come on, there has to be something here, he thought, quickly scanning over the books. Sam, Talisa, and the other students had been busy trying to categorize the books that they'd found, but it was still a work in progress. Which meant that finding anything about one subject in the library was more than a little difficult. Stumbling in his rush, Jon braced himself on the shelf and cursed his 2 left feet before blinking dumbly. Right in front of him near the floor was a book with similar symbols as the talisman. Grabbing the book off the shelf, he quickly flipped it open, once again cursing his lack of understanding of the Valyrian tongue as he made his way back. Arianne was still where he'd left her, though during his brief search she'd managed to pull 2 chairs up to the table and was currently sitting in one of them. Did you find something? She asked, a slight note of excitement in her voice. I think so, Jon nodded, taking the empty seat across from her as his excitement mounted, making him forget the fact that he was with a princess. These look like the same symbols as on the talisman. Hand it over, Arianne all but demanded as he laid the book out on the table so that the 2 of them could look it over. Arianne immediately began flipping through the pages, her eyes scanning each page quickly before moving on to the next. Most of this is in High Valyrian. But other parts, like this page here, this is Rhoynish. I might just be able to make some of this out, but this is very old. Jon lost track of time quickly as he and Arianne sat next to one another with the book spread out between them. He had no idea if her cousins were still in the room or not, nor did he really care. He was so engrossed in his work and in the beautifully intelligent woman beside him that everything else faded into the obscurity. Working together, the 2 used everything they knew to work their way through the Rhoynish Valyrian book, using scrap pieces of paper to write down their observations as they went. In seemingly no time at all, the entirety of the surface of the table was covered with various books that Jon had fetched and dozens of pieces of scrap parchment with crude drawings of runic designs. So, this is where you 2 have disappeared to. Jumping slight, Jon cursed himself for having become so engrossed in his work that he'd neglected to keep mindful of his surroundings, and because of that he'd allowed Prince Oberyn to get almost arm's length to the 2 of them. I must say, you 2 caused more than a few tongues to wag at your unexpected disappearance. Though I am quite surprised to see that none of what was being said is actually happening. Prince Oberyn. Jon greeted the man, trying to keep himself passive despite his anger at himself for having failed to have noticed him. We were just working together. Nothing untoward hap. Relax, boy, Prince Oberyn said, smiling lightly at Jon as he held up a hand. I know my niece, and I like to think that I've known you long enough to get a good read on you. And if anything were to happen, I know that it would be my niece who would be the guilty party and not you. Is there a reason that you are interrupting us, uncle? Arianne asked, seemingly completely at ease with the prince's insinuation, which brought more than a few inappropriate thoughts to Jon. Or have you come merely to try and get a rise out of Jon and I? And before you comment on that with your usual response, don't. The prince's smirk made Jon shiver as the potential double meaning of Arianne's words came to him. Nothing of the sort, dear niece. I'm merely here to remind you that our wonderful Stark hosts are holding a welcoming feast for our arrival, as well as belatedly welcoming the Lannisters as well. And I thought it prudent that I find you both before the start of the feast. You 2 have already started more than a few rumors. Should you both miss the feast, well, those rumors will become even more interesting by morning. Perhaps even to the point where we'll have to find a septon or drag you both before the weirwood as is tradition here in the north. Stay calm, Jon, he thought, willing himself to remain impassive as possible just as his master had taught him. Don't give in to his taunting. Clicking her tongue, Arianne rose to her feet. Was it not you uncle who told me that if you do not start at least 5 scandalous rumors wherever you visit, then you are not trying hard enough? Prince Oberyn smirked and nodded. Yes, I did, niece. Though in that case, I was referring to myself, not you. I do have a reputation to keep after all. Of course you do, uncle, Arianne nodded before turning to him. I expect you to be my escort for the night, Jon. I have found myself missing your company since you left Sunspear and would not have you parted from me tonight. I would enjoy that very much, Arianne, Jon replied, only just managing to keep the stutter out of his voice as he agreed to her request. Good, Arianne nodded. Then I best freshen up while I still have the time. And don't think you are going to be completing this little project without me, Jon Stark. You've piqued my interest with this Rhoynish armlet from Valyria. And I intend to be there once you've completed your work. Of course, Arianne. I think I have already made twice as much progress with you now than I have in the past 6 moons alone, he said in an attempt at flattery. Yes, you could, Arianne nodded. Modesty is a good trait to have, Jon. But so is confidence. Perhaps you should start showing more of the latter rather than the former. And with that, Arianne turned quickly away from him and marched out of the library with her uncle and cousins following closely behind her. Now alone, Jon let out the breath he didn't know he was holding. Gods, that woman is going to be the death of me. Sitting in the great hall of Winterfell with his head leaning back against his chair, Robb Stark watched with a keen eye on the festivities that had taken hold within the heart of Winterfell. The great hall had been transformed into a state that he doubted he would ever see again. Members of 4 of the great houses of Westeros were gathered under a single roof for the first time and he didn't know how long. To an outside observer, everything might seem completely normal. Bards were playing in the corner, their music bringing a lively air to the hall that prompted more than one man and woman to leave their seat and dance across the middle of the hall. And the members of each house were seemingly being very cordial with one another. But the truth was that this peace that had descended upon Winterfell was balancing on a sword's edge and the wind was blowing. It was in the eyes. The slight shifting and the tightening whenever a member one house would approach a member from a differing house. Almost as if they were expecting a dagger in the back here and now. And then there was also the fact that, after the initial entering of the hall, each house had pretty much separated themselves from the other, sectioning off each part of the great hall as if each side was preparing themselves for battle. He knew that gatherings such as this one was important for the future, as whenever this many nobles gathered it was inevitable that one if not more alliances would be struck before the gathering was through. And as he watched his sister Sansa be led across the dance floor by a newly healed Willius Tyrell, Robb had a suspicion as to a potential alliance that might be struck. She isn't the only Stark who is enjoying themselves, Robb's own voice sounded in his head. In fact, you seem to be the only one of your siblings who is not enjoying themselves tonight. Unfortunately, the betraying voice in his head spoke true. While he was stuck at the head table constantly keeping an eye on the other houses to make sure nothing nefarious took place, his siblings were mingling with their guests and seemingly having a great time of it. Jon had moved from his seat the moment it was appropriate to do so and had taken up the spot right next to Princess Arianne. Ever since the moment he sat down, Jon and Arianne had put their heads close to one another and began talking, though about what he didn't know as he couldn't hear them over the noise in the hall. But he was sure that their closeness to one another, and the fact that the two had seemingly disappeared right after arriving this morning, would set more than a few tongues wagging. His brother had told Robb quite a few times about the woman's beauty, both in mind and body. And now that Robb had met the woman who had so captivated his brother, all he could think was that his brother had been understating matters. The woman was stunning. Though in his eyes she still paled in comparison to Talisa. Sitting almost right next to Jon was their sister Arya, who'd followed Jon after he'd left his seat to join the Martells. Though unlike his brother who was completely enthralled with Arianne, Arya seemed to have her attention focused on the bastard daughters of Prince Oberyn, the so-called Sand Snakes. Warrior women who, according to Jon at least, were just as good with their weapons of choice as any man he'd ever met. So, it was little wonder as to why his sister, who dreamed of casting aside what was expected of her and forging her own path, was drawn to them. Thankfully though, the daughters of Prince Oberyn seemed to take Arya's presence completely in stride. Hells, if anything, within a few minutes Arya seemed more at ease with the bastard girls than any of the other visitors they'd had in Winterfell over the years. Bran, much like Sansa, had drifted towards the Tyrells, or more specifically the middle son of the Tyrells, Sir Garland Tyrell. A knight of the Reach and a man said to be one of the better swords in the south. And just like Jon and Arya, it was little wonder as to just why his brother had made his way towards the man, who was now at least humouring his young brother with some tale or other. Despite being trained by Lord Knox, his brother's dream of becoming the greatest knight Westeros had ever seen had not diminished in the slightest. If anything, they'd only intensified as his brother's training began. Such a heavy demeanour is not befitting the heir of Winterfell tonight, Robb. Not while your brothers and sisters are enjoying themselves so. It was all Robb could do not to jump out of his seat at the sound of her voice. Instead, he managed to remain calm as he rose to greet her. Gods! Am I so distracted that I didn't even notice her? By the gods, old and new. Talisa was always beautiful to him, but tonight, there was just something about her tonight that truly took his breath from him. Her hair was done in a traditional northern-style braid and slung over one of her shoulders, and she was wearing a pale blue dress that covered most of her body while still hugging her curves. If not for the darkened color of her skin, he would say that she was a true northern woman. "Lady Talisa," he greeted her, doing his best to calm his racing heart. This was their first feast such as this since Lord Knox's wedding feast, and the less said about that night the better. "Robb," Talisa greeted him before turning her attention to his father. "Lord Stark, please forgive my tardiness. A woman unexpectedly went into labor in Wintertown, and it was an unfortunately difficult delivery for both the mother and babe. And I didn't feel right leaving either until I knew they were both all right." "There is nothing to forgive, Lady Talisa," his father replied in greeting. "You were doing your duty to the people of the North. None here will begrudge you for that. Please, join us. The Tyrells have graciously provided the food for tonight's meal. Though, I fear that even if we invited every man, woman, and child in Winterfell to dine with us, there will still be some left." His father wasn't lying in that regard. Upon their arrival, the Tyrells had immediately set about trying to make a good impression on their hosts by revealing enough food to feed a small army through a campaign. Ideally it was supposed to last for the duration of their stay, but given the fact that his sister and Lord Knox healed Willias Tyrell's leg from its long-standing injury, the Lady Olenna Tyrell pressed the need for a lavish celebration for his recovery. "I can see that," Talisa nodded, taking note of the piles of food, the weight of which Robb was sure was making the table legs buckle. "Perhaps when the night is through, we can send any food that is left to be distributed to those unable to join in the celebration tonight." His father nodded as Talisa took the seat to Robb's left and began putting a small amount of food on her plate. "Your thoughts mirror my own, Lady Talisa," his father said as Robb retook his seat. "Talisa, please Lord Stark," Talisa said, filling her glass with watered-down wine that had been set out for Robb and Jon. "I have been, basically a ward of Winterfell for nearly a year now. I have little connection to my past life and title. And that is the way I prefer it to be." "As you wish, Talisa," his father nodded before turning his attention away from Robb and Talisa and back to the hall itself. Racking his brain, Robb tried to think of something to talk about as Talisa carefully picked at her meal. The new mother in Wintertown. Will she be all right? And her child? Taking a sip of wine, Talisa nodded. It was not an easy birth. The baby had not turned fully before the birth begun. Mercifully we didn't have to forcibly remove the babe from the womb, which could have caused quite a few more complications. But in the end, the mother and her new son pulled through, and after a bit of rest will be back on their feet within a few days. Blinking, Robb tried to wrap his mind around what she'd just told him. "What do you mean by forcibly removing the babe from the womb? Surely, you don't mean that you... well, cut the child out?" To his horror, Talisa merely nodded. "That is exactly what it means. The process isn't unheard of and isn't nearly as bad as you might think it is. But it is still a last resort and only used when the life of the child and the mother are at risk." Shaking his head to keep the image out, Robb tried desperately to find another topic to talk about. "Are you finding the North to your liking, Talisa?" Talisa paused in her eating and leveled her gaze at him. "You are horrible at small talk, Robb," she said not unkindly. "It's been a year since I left my home, most of which has been spent here in Winterfell. And my answer to that question is the same as the last time you asked it of me, which was 2 days ago if I recall correctly." From beside him, Robb could swear that he heard his father try, and fail, to stifle a laugh. "Sorry," he said ashamedly. "Don't be," Talisa replied, giving him the slightest of grins. "You're to be the future Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. It's your prerogative to ask the same question again and again, even if you already know the answer." Sighing, Robb turned his attention away from Talisa and back to the dance floor. His sister Sansa had left the dance floor and was now sitting next to Lady Margaery Tyrell, and the two were engaged in a seemingly animated discussion, though about what he had no idea, nor did he necessarily want to know. But those dancing in the center of the hall had not stopped just because his sister and Willias had vacated their spot. In fact, it seemed as if more people had decided to take the opportunity to enjoy themselves. Lord Knox was expertly leading Lady Nyra around the floor, his grace and technique once again putting even the most seasoned of dancers to shame. But what surprised Robb was the fact that his brother Jon was also now in the center of the floor with the princess held lightly in his arms. And judging from the look of shock on his face and the look of satisfaction on the princess, it was not necessarily Jon's idea for the two of them to dance. Well, Robb thought with a grin, seeing an opportunity to get one over on his brother. Jon might be a far better sword than I. But perhaps there is an area that I can truly outshine my brother. Waiting until she had finished with her meal, Robb rose to his feet and offered his hand to Talisa. "My lady, will you do me the honor of sharing a dance with you this evening?" Robb smirked as he was finally treated to the sight of Talisa being put on the back foot for a change. "And what will everyone think if we do, Robb?" Talisa asked, her eyes looking around the room. The heir of Winterfell and future Warden of the North sharing a dance with a foreign lady from Volantis. They will envy my luck. For I will have been graced with the chance to dance with the most beautiful woman in the hall, he answered her, not backing down and still holding his hand out waiting for her to take it. Talisa glanced down at his offered hand, and then looked up to meet his eyes, his heart beating faster and harder with each moment she stayed in her seat. Very well, she said at last, bringing a wave of relief and joy rushing through him. I do hope that you know your steps. I would like my toes to remain unmolested come morning. No worries of that, my lady, Rob replied with confidence as Talisa took his hand and led her out to the center of the hall. Once they reached the center of the mass of people, Rob wrapped his right arm around her waist and took her right hand in his left as she placed her remaining hand on her shoulder. Waiting for the music to shift, Rob immediately began leading Talisa around the floor with a grace that had been ingrained into him from the endless dance lessons his mother had forced upon him. I hated those lessons, and I let mother know it too. He lamented as he guided Talisa through the other dancers. And now I can't tell her how much I appreciate her insistence that I learn the art. It seems you're not all talk, Rob, Talisa commented, a light smile upon her face. You're not half bad. Smiling, Rob spun her around in a tight circle in accordance with the music before taking her in his arms once more. I hated dance lessons when I was a boy. But my mother was relentless and insisted that I learn the steps of multiple dances, he remarked, his light mood fading slightly at having said his thoughts aloud. And now I'll never be able to tell her just how much I appreciate her insistence. Or how much I've come to appreciate the hundreds other things she did for me over the years. Talisa's face fell slightly. She knows, Rob, she said, her left hand reaching up and gently cupping his face for a moment as they paused their dance. Thank you, he said with a smile before taking off once more as the music picked up once more. After leading her around the dance floor for at least 4 songs, exhaustion finally caught up to both and they decided without even having to say anything to one another that they'd well and truly earned a break. Leading her back to her seat next to him, noting that his father had moved away from his traditional spot and was now down mingling with the guests, Rob held out her chair for her before retaking his own right next to her. That was exhilarating, Talisa said, smiling widely. It has been a long time since I've danced like that. Let alone since I've had a competent dance partner. I am pleased that I met your expectations then, my lady. Met and exceeded, Rob, Talisa commented back lightly. And stop with the my lady. You more than have my permission to call me by my name. Talisa, Rob said, smiling and enjoying the way her name felt on his lips. The two smiled at one another as they sat back and just enjoyed each other's company while watching the rest of those present enjoy themselves. Rob, I'm going to be leaving Winterfell. Rob was caught so off guard by the statement that it took him a while to even realize that it'd been Talisa who'd said it. What? He asked when his mind was finally righted once more. Why? I thought that you said that you were enjoying your time here? And you're not a burden on anyone. Why would you leave? I have enjoyed my time here, and I have learned more from the Sorcerer in terms of healing than I ever thought possible, Talisa nodded, giving Rob a sense of hope that she might just change her mind. But I can see, especially after watching your sister and the Sorcerer heal that young man over there so easily, that I am not needed here. Not when they can heal an injury that is unhealable by any normal means. But outside of Winterfell where the people do not have access to such miraculous capabilities? That is where my skills will be needed. Rob hated it, but she had a point. Just about everyone within Winterfell and Wintertown would wait days to have a chance to see the Sorcerer, or now Sansa, for the chance that they might heal whatever ails them. Granted, most were turned away due to the illness or injury not being severe enough to warrant their attention. But a skilled healer like Talisa, and even Maester Luwin, were all but wasted in Winterfell. And if there was one thing about the northern people, they were not wasteful. When Rob started, then paused as he had to swallow a large lump that formed in his throat trying to keep him from saying the words. When will you leave? Not for some time. Months, maybe even a year or more. There is still much I have to learn before I can set out as a healer. Talisa answered, bringing a new wave of hope to Rob. And there is also something else I wish to do. Something that I will more than likely need your and your father's help wi. Whatever you need, I will see it done, Rob said eagerly, hoping to win some favor with her. What he got instead was a quick flick to the nose that he didn't even see coming. A lord, even a lord-to-be, should not be so eager to grant requests like that, Rob, until they have time to hear what is being asked and consider the ramifications should they fulfill the request. I know your father taught you better than that. Hiding the wind that threatened to overtake him, Rob nodded. You're right. What is your request, Talisa? I want to organize a group much like the rangers you have patrolling the lands of the north, Talisa explained to him as he poured them both some wine. But unlike your rangers, who are hunting down bandits and undesirables, the group I wish to form would be a band of healers who travel from village to village and treat those who would be otherwise unable to receive the care they would if they lived near a castle with trained healers. Taking a sip of his wine, another gift from the Tyrells, Rob took a moment and truly thought over Talisa's proposal before saying anything. In theory, the idea had a lot of merit. Healers, usually maesters, never really strayed far from the holdfasts that they were assigned to, which usually left the small folk to rely on the village elders or anyone who had even the slightest bit of training in the arts of healing. If an injury was bad enough, the small folk would make the trek to the nearest holdfast hoping to see those with more experience, but that journey was usually not without risks. Having a group of healers traveling around the land giving aid to those who needed it, it would certainly do much to boost the faith of the small folk in their lords and ladies who ruled them. But while the idea was a good one, there were multiple issues that would need to be resolved first before they could go forward with the idea. The first being just how would these healers earn their coin to pay for their healing supplies and other basic amenities? The small folk could pay them for their service of course, but he doubted that many of those they would be treating would have the coin to pay them in full. Which meant that this group would be relying heavily on the donations of the lords and ladies of the land for their coin. Which meant they would have to look at the taxes and see what could be moved around to make sure they could get the coin. Perhaps they could combine the group with the rangers? The coin for the group was just the first problem though. The second would be ensuring the group's security. Once word got around that there was a traveling group of healers who worked for little or nothing, few would be foolish enough to bring them harm. But that didn't mean that it wouldn't happen. There were those out there who wouldn't care about the fact that they were a traveling group of healers looking to help people. They would only see an easy target to attack. So that meant that they would have to provide some sort of security for the group as well. And lastly, they came to the issue about just who would be part of this group. Obviously, Talisa would be leading them. But outside of his sister and Lord Knox, Robb could count the number of trained healers he knew of on one hand. The idea has merit, he said after thinking for some time on her proposal. There are a lot of details that would need to be worked out before the idea could be brought before my father for approval. But I would be more than happy to help you with the organization of this group of healers, Talisa. If that is what you truly want to do. Talisa favored him with a smile, then made his heart nearly leap out of his chest as her hand lightly fell atop of his own. Without thought, his hand turned seemingly of its own accord so that his palm was flush against hers and their fingers wove together, locking their hands together. Smiling at Talisa, Robb sat back and took a moment to enjoy this one simple moment where he and the woman he hoped to spend the rest of his life with sat together and watched the feast going on around them. Sighing heavily, Ned Stark entered his private solar adjoining to his bedchamber and immediately sought out the comfortable chair that was positioned just before his hearth. The feast to welcome the visiting houses to Winterfell had dragged out long into the night. Far too long for his tastes. And in fact, he could even still hear the feast still ongoing even from his chambers. Gods only know what tonight's gonna cost us, he sighed, feeling a headache begin to form. And the gods only know how much the rest of their time here will cost us. One visiting great house would be costly. 3 at once? The only saving grace in all of this is the fact that all the houses at least realized the burden they were placing on us and have sought to ease the burden by bringing either coin or supplies of their own to distribute. But even with their aid, this is going to be a long and expensive gathering. Hearing a low whine, Ned turned his head just in time to watch Winter saunter into the room and drop down onto her belly before the fire. The difference in the she-wolf from a year of proper feeding still amazed Ned. Her body had filled out more and she'd grown at least a hand if not more during that time. She could now lay down on the floor and rest her head on the arm of his chair without straining her neck. And the pups were showing signs that they would be just as big, if not bigger, than their mother by the time they finally stopped growing. I hear you, girl, Ned nodded as Winter whined once more, the sensation of exhaustion fluttering through the strange connection he felt with the she-wolf. I'll take a war any time over dealing with the politics of the noble houses and the game they all love to play. Winter gave off a huff and rolled over so that she was laying on her side with her belly facing the fire trying to warm herself. Despite not caring or even wanting to play politics with the South, Ned was not ignorant of them. He knew exactly why these houses had come calling on Winterfell. They wanted power. Specifically, they wanted the Sorcerer's power. And since Knox was a man who was not so easily swayed, they had set their sights on the next generation, his children, and those who were and could be trained by Knox to wield his power. Along with the power of the Sorcerer, they also wanted to know just how the North had managed to advance themselves as in a few short years in hopes of duplicating their success. And they weren't even trying to be discreet in their desires either, which irked Ned more than anything. All throughout the feast, Willius Tyrell had kept close by Sansa, entertaining his young daughter with stories of Highgarden or tales of the Reach. And whenever he was not impressing himself upon his daughter, then either Garland or Marjorie were. Did they truly not think that he would notice just what they were trying to do? Or did they just not care? His sweet red wolf was only 2 and 10, barely even a woman. And granted many highborn ladies throughout the realm were either betrothed or were being negotiated for at her age. But still. She was his daughter, damn it. The Lannisters were a bit more cunning in their desires. Though that was more than likely because their need for getting the blood of magic into the Lannister line was not as strong as the Tyrells, given that Joy Lannister was now one of Knox's acolytes. But they were still doing all they could to learn the secrets of the North, some of which he knew that Tyrion Lannister had managed to figure out. He'd wanted to restrict the half-man's movements in Winterfell, but Knox advised against it. Instead, he ensured Ned that they had a safeguard against Tyrion stealing and spreading some of the more profitable secrets of the North. Though when he found out just what that safeguard was, it was honestly the first time he truly wanted to strike his friend. They, unknowingly to him, had acquired Tyrion Lannister's own secret daughter safely in Winterfell and working for the Sorcerer. The only thing that had stopped him from striking his friend was when he stated that they needn't hold the girl hostage to keep the half-man quiet. They just merely needed to keep her safe from the rest of the lions. But while the actions of the Lannisters and Tyrells annoyed him, it was the presence of the Martells that had him the most ill at ease. Relations between the North and Dorne had improved greatly over the years since Knox's arrival, but it was still tense after what befell Elia Martell and her child at the end of the rebellion. On the surface it seemed like the ruling family of Dorne had come north to do exactly as they said, discuss further trade with the North in hopes of expanding the glass trade further south, perhaps even to Sotho Rios or the Summer Isles. But when you looked closer, it was easy to see that that was not all they were after. Princess Arianne had made her intentions towards Jon very clear to just about everyone. And that worried him greatly. There was a good possibility that the girl's interest in Jon was truly genuine, which it honestly looked to be. And in truth, it wasn't a bad match at all. While he desperately wanted to keep Jon in the North, perhaps even make him lord of one of the recently vacated keeps, the Dread Fort for example, he knew that anything he offered Jon would fall well short of the chance to become the next prince consort of Dorne. The marriage would also work to truly repair the relations between the North and Dorne, and it would give them an ironclad trading partner. But in the back of his mind, there was still a nagging suspicion about a potential match between the two. And that suspicion was born from Jon's true parentage. If the Martells somehow discovered Jon's true parentage, they could potentially try and push him towards the throne. No. They wouldn't even have to do that. They would just have to let his parentage slip into the right, or rather wrong, ear. And the moment word reached Robert, his friend's anger would do the work for them, as he knew that the king would demand Jon's head immediately for being the son of Rhaegar. And once that happened, Dorne would take up arms in defense of their prince consort, as would those who still held loyalty to the dragons. And then either he or Robb would be stuck with having to choose between Robert or Jon. He knew exactly who Robb would choose. And he knew that many of the North would follow the choice. Not because Jon was the son of Rhaegar, but rather because he was the son of Lyanna Stark. And because he had made a name for himself within the North on his own merits. But what was truly disheartening in the whole scenario was not the prospect of war, but rather that he himself did not know who he would choose. His brother in all but blood? Or his nephew who has become his son in name and blood? No. You do know exactly who you would choose. After all, you made the choice years ago when you promised Lyanna on her deathbed that you would protect him from everyone. Should Robert ever learn of his true heritage and demand his execution, I would raise my sword against Robert and declare Jon my king. I wouldn't be pleased with the decision, but I would do it in a heartbeat. Resting his head back against his chair, Ned closed his eyes and allowed his senses to drift. And as soon as he did so, he immediately opened his eyes and sat up straight. Of course I would not be allowed a moment's peace tonight. "Milord," one of his guards called out from the hall. "Law. I know who's there," Ned grumbled, taking a moment to compose himself, because the gods knew that this conversation was about to tax him like no other. "Show Lady Tyrell in." Huffing, Ned got to his feet as the guard showed the Dowager of House Tyrell in, while Winter only barely raised her head to see who had come in before laying back down and closing her eyes. "It is quite late, Lady Tyrell," Ned said, greeting the old woman politely. "Pa, neither of us may be spring chickens anymore, Lord Stark, but the hour is hardly that late," Olenna replied, brushing off his concern as she claimed one of the two seats before the hearth, the one that Cat usually sat in during their quiet nights together. "And if you're concerned about rumors being spread, don't. I've long since passed the age where I am interested in late-night dancing between the sheets. Even if it would be with a strapping lordling like yourself." The thought was not one Ned wanted to entertain, so he pushed it from his mind as he retook his seat. "I take it you have a reason for calling upon me now instead of on the morrow." "Of course, I do," Olenna shot back, pulling out a rolled piece of parchment from within the confines of her robes and brandishing it towards him like a dagger. "Let us cut to the chase, as you northerners are so fond of doing. You know why I dragged my grandchildren across Westeros to meet with you and your family, don't you?" Sighing, Ned nodded. "In light of recent events, House Tyrell has lost much standing with your bannermen. First, not fully committing to the field with the Targaryens. Then the reduced trade with the North, not something that would hurt the Reach in a significant manner, but noticeable to those who relied on the trade for coin. And most recently, the plot of the Maesters that has been brewing under House Tyrell's leadership since before even the time of Aegon the Conqueror. No doubt some of your bannermen are starting to think that they might be better suited to stand as wardens of the South. You need allies. Strong allies. And you're here to secure the North as your ally through marriage. Given the way your children were acting during the feast, you are hoping to take my eldest daughter Sansa and turn her into the next Lady of Highgarden. Olenna gave him a look that showed she was mildly impressed with him. And there are those in the south that believe you northerners despise the game, Lord Stark. I do despise it, Ned countered. It's a waste of time and resources that could be put to better use. That's debatable, Olenna shot back. But despite your hatred, you play the game far better than most I've met. Your handling of the Sorcerer and keeping him locked to Winterfell by naming his lady wife as your stewardess was a well thought out play. Then there is the fact that your eldest son and heir is obviously courting that young woman, Talisa McGurr, who just so happens to have the same family name as one of the Triarchs of Volantis. Then there is the fact that your bastard boy is so obviously besought by the Martell girl. Should either or both courtships bear fruit, then the North will have gained ironclad trading partners in both Sunspear and Volantis, which would allow you to expand northern trade far beyond the reach of most other houses in Westeros, making the North the most dominant exporter of Westerosi goods. Quite the ambitious goal, Lord Stark. Ned was just about to counter her, saying that her thoughts were not his own. But the words died on his tongue. If people think you are doing something and are so convinced that they are correct, don't correct them even if they are wrong. He remembered Knox telling him during one of their many discussions involving the politics of the South. That way, their own arrogance blinds them to what you are actually doing. The North has stayed stagnant for far too long, Ned replied instead, neither confirming nor denying Lady Olenna's thoughts. It has served us well in the past, but times have changed. And the North must change if we are to survive the whatever the future might hold for us. He noticed that Olenna was eyeing him critically from her spot next to him. Quite the view to have, Stark. And a drastic change from what many have perceived the North to be in the past. Now, are you going to open that contract up and read it? Or are you going to make me wait for winter to set in fully before you make your decision? Truthfully, Ned wanted to do nothing more than to throw the contract in his hand right into the fire and watch the thing burn. He and Kat had talked about their children's futures and their eventual betrothals many times in the past. But talking was as far as they'd ever gotten on that subject. Hells, he hadn't even finalized a betrothal for Robb yet. And now, here he was, holding a betrothal for his eldest daughter. His little red wolf. Breathing out through his nose, Ned broke the wax seal on the rolled parchment and began reading over the contract before he could rethink his decision not to throw the thing into the fire. The contract was more than just a simple betrothal contract, it was also tied into a trade contract as well, with a few aspects thrown in that were usually not normal for a betrothal. The contract itself and the contents within were certainly not unheard of, but they were not typical either. And for the most part, all the terms within the contract seemed to benefit the North, or rather House Stark specifically, over House Tyrell and the rest of the Reach. They're desperate, Ned realized as he started going through the contract once more. They're doing everything they can think of, even coming here in person, to obtain a bride from House Stark. Is their position truly so precarious in the Reach? They've even put in a clause stating that there will be 2 wedding ceremonies. One in Winterfell before the Heart Tree, for which House Stark will pay for. And one in the September at Highgarden, which House Tyrell will provide the coin for. The only part that truly seemed to benefit House Tyrell in specific was the terms of Sansa's dowry. Instead of coin, House Tyrell wanted a single Valyrian steel sword, at least a long sword in length. Such a dowry was almost unheard of outside of one reserved for a princess of the realm. And if not for the fact that they had a stockpile of Valyrian steel thanks to Nox's expedition into the ruins of Old Valyria, Ned would have rejected the contract outright for that one clause alone. Well, Stark? Do we have a contract or no? Lady Tyrell all but demanded as she sat seemingly impatiently by his side. Rolling up the contract, Ned thought over his words carefully before responding. Your terms are most generous. Besides the requested dowry, though considering Master Nox's recent success, I find myself without cause to deny the request. But anything before the word "but" Stark is horseshit and you know it, Olenna cut him off, surprising Ned slightly as he'd often said the same thing. The North may not have the best recent history with the Reach, considering the Maesters and the failed marriage between the Mormonts and the Hightowers. But she will be the future Lady of Highgarden and wife to the Warden of the South. She will want for nothing. And the North and the Reach will benefit greatly from a union of our 2 houses. But, Ned pressed on over Lady Tyrell and giving the old woman a look that caused her to freeze momentarily. No doubt because as he recognized that his own anger that had crept into his voice had turned his eyes the slightest shade of yellow. My daughter is still a young girl of 2 and 10. And I will not see her wed for at least another 5 years. The old woman overcame her surprise quickly as his words reached her. Reasonable. Marriage serves little use if the bride hasn't bled yet and is unable to bear children. Additionally, Ned pressed on, trying his best not to let the words of Olenna put him off. I will not agree to this betrothal unless my daughter finds the betrothal agreeable as well. The look Olenna gave him was one as if he'd grown a second head right before her. You would hold up the betrothal and the betterment of your people on the decision-making of a 2 and 10-year-old girl. Ned gave the old woman a hard look. I would. The North has survived long before now and will continue to do so well after our time has come and gone. This agreement will indeed perhaps make things slightly better in the north for some time, but let us not fool ourselves, Lady Tyrell. You need House Stark. You need the power my daughter commands and the influence House Stark can bring to your house. We, however, do not need House Tyrell. We are discussing my daughter's future, Lady Tyrell. She deserves a say in it. By the end of your stay here in the north, should my daughter find Willie as agreeable, then I will agree to the betrothal. If, however, she does not, then you will leave my lands without. Those are my terms, Lady Tyrell. You can either accept them, or the door is right there. The decision is now yours. Olenna stared hard at Ned, a look he returned with one just as hard and unyielding. The moment of silence stretched on between them, the only sound in the room being the slow steady breathing of winter and the burning of the fire. In the end, Olenna was the first to back down. Well, I never expected to find such a challenge when I set out from Highgarden. And now I'm even more sure that coming here was the right decision to make. Had my oaf of a son come up here, he would have done something so stupid as to make it so that relations between the Reach and the North would only become a thing of fantasy. Rising to her feet, Olenna waved Ned off as he rose to help her. I'm old, Stark. Not an invalid. My legs still work just fine. And I suppose that we will be extending our stay here in Winterfell for a bit longer than we had originally planned. Keep the contract, Stark. You've laid down the gauntlet for your daughter's hand. And I guarantee you that before we leave, your daughter will all but be begging for you to agree to the offer. We shall see, Lady Tyrell, Ned answered, rising to his feet despite the woman's motions for him to remain seated. Indeed we shall, Stark, Olenna grinned. Indeed we shall. Drumming her fingers against the railing lining the balcony attached to her chambers in the Red Keep, Queen Cersei Lannister, for she refused to have any ties outside of Queen to her drunken whoremongering husband, glared hatefully towards the north where she knew the greatest threat to her, and her children's, reign resided. Unfortunately, I am the only one who truly recognizes the threat Nox poses, she fumed, still glaring northwards as her fingers picked up the pace of their drumming. My drunken husband all but worships the ground he walks on, and the small council are all either Baratheons as well or browbeaten into submission. And now because of what transpired during his brief time in my city, even the fucking small folk look upon him like he's some sort of god descended from the heavens to save them. None of them realize the true threat that he is. But I do. She'd always been wary of the stories of the Sorcerer ever since Robert returned from the Greyjoy Rebellion singing the man's praises like he was the warrior reborn. But now after meeting the man in person, she realized she'd been wrong. He wasn't as dangerous as she thought. He was far, far more dangerous than she could have ever dreamed possible. That night when he silenced her and froze her in her seat with but a mere look. She had no idea what foul magic he used on her that night. But she could still feel the cold fear he'd cursed her with even now well over a moon past his leaving. The fear, the darkness. It would come and go seemingly at random. But when it came, it never fled no matter what she did. Drinking. Fucking. Causing torment upon some idiotic serving girl. Nothing could bring her out of the dark pit that Nox had cursed her into. He needs to be brought under control. Cersei seated, her drumming ceasing as she closed her hand into a tight fist. Or, failing that, eliminated. He's not one of us. So, he's our enemy. Yes. He needs to be eliminated. But before he dies, his power. I must have his power. With his power, my rule and the rule of my perfect lion will remain unchallenged for an age. Hearing a light tapping on her door, Cersei didn't bother to turn around as the King's Guard assigned to her today, Sir Mandon Moore, opened the door to her chambers and entered. Your Grace. Lord Varys is requesting an audience with you. He is out in the hall. Glancing out of the corner of her eye, Cersei took a moment to gaze over Mandon's pale facade. Jaime always considered this man to be one of the most dangerous of the King's Guard because his face never truly gave away what he was thinking. Which to Cersei meant that he was the perfect tool if he did what she told him. Jaime. Her musing of the King's Guard was cut off as her mind drifted, as it usually did, to her brother and lover. He was another reason for her hatred towards the Sorcerer. Were it not for that blind meddling fool, her brother would not have had to endure the punishment that Robert so unjustly brought down upon him. They dare to punish Jaime, she seethed once again as her thoughts turned to her brother's whipping and the wounds that had still not fully healed over. They should be lining up to suck his cock in thanks for saving all of their lives. But, no, instead they whip him bloody. And not even father will step in to remind Robert and the realm that the Lannisters are not a house to take such a slight. And this? This was so much more than just a slight. Your Grace, Moore called out to her again. Shall I tell him to leave? Taking a moment to compose herself, Cersei shook her head. The eunuch never called upon her unless he had something that he knew she would be interested in hearing. The only questions were what was the information that he had and what it was going to cost her this time. No. Send the spider in. She didn't bother to turn around, instead she merely listened to the door open and close as she remained staring out over the kingdom that rightfully belonged to her. "Your Grace," the smooth oil voice of the spider called out to her as the eunuch entered her chambers. "I am grateful that I managed to catch you at an unbusy time to speak with you." "No games, Varys," Cersei all but snapped as she was in no mood to trade words with the cockless fool. "Say what you have to say, then leave." As usual, the man didn't flinch in the slightest in the face of her wrath, the same wrath that had sent many a servant to the ground in fear. "Of course, Your Grace," Varys bowed slightly, his tone not changing and the irritating smirk still on his face. "I was merely curious as to whether you have received word from your brother or uncle about your cousin and whether or not she was successful." Cersei only just managed to keep her brow from furrowing as she spared the spider a single glance before dismissing him and returning her gaze to King's Landing. "And why would I care about word from that wretched creature or the bastard girl?" She could almost hear the amusement in Varys's voice as he spoke. "Because Lord Jerion and Lord Tyrion have both escorted your cousin Joy to Winterfell to have her tested by Lord Knox to see if she is capable of becoming one of his acolytes. No doubt at the command of your father, Lord Tywin. The songs of my little birds in the north have not yet reached me as to whether she was successful, so I was merely curious as to whether you had heard if she was successful or not." Cersei only just managed to keep her rage, which was already teetering on the edge, from taking hold. "Now even my father is lining up to suck the sorcerer's cock." She seethed, only just barely managing to keep her expression impassive as she did everything in her power to keep her anger from showing. The last thing she wanted now was to give the cockless fool the pleasure of showing that he'd managed to get under her skin. "No. Father wouldn't do something like that. It's a ploy. It has to be a way to learn the sorcerer's secrets and use them for House Lannister's advantage. But still, even knowing that, I am the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms and a Lannister by birth. I should have been informed of this. Whether she succeeded or not is none of your concern, Varys," Cersei answered him, playing it off as if she had known about her father sending the bastard north the whole time. "It is a matter for House Lannister and none of your concern." "Of course, Your Grace," Varys replied, seemingly unsurprised by her response. "Then I shall leave you be, Your Grace. Oh, before I leave, there is one more piece of news that I believe you will be interested in hearing. It appears that it is not only your uncle and brother who have gone to pay a visit to the Starks. My birds have sung songs saying that the Martells are making their way to Winterfell as well as the Tyrells, though they unfortunately did not sing just who amongst the families are making the voyage." "Good day, Your Grace." The moment the eunuch left her chambers, Cersei's delicate hold on her anger disappeared and she let out a scream and picked up the nearest thing she could find, a vase of some sort, and threw it across the room with such force that it shattered into countless pieces against the wall across the room from her. "I have to write my father," she mentally screeched, her breath coming out in near pants as she began pacing. "First, he refuses to do anything after Jaime's unjust punishment. And now he sends the bastard girl north to gain the favor of the sorcerer without telling me. Me. His own daughter and queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Whatever plot he has hatched regarding the sorcerer, I need know, I should have been in the know about. That man is a menace to the kingdom and our power. Yes. I need to write my father again. Only this time not as a daughter to a father, but rather as a queen to her subject and demand to know why he neglected to inform me of this little plan of his. That last bit, the Martells and the Tyrells? I'm not surprised those power-hungry roses are trying to suck the wolves' cocks. They latch on to whoever has power and try to steal it from them as they are unable to create any true power themselves. The Martells, though. Why would they care about the frozen wolves that lay on the opposite side of the Seven Kingdoms from them? Ugh. Father should have just rooted the snakes out completely just like he did to the Rains and Tarbecks. But no. Because he didn't, we now must keep an ever-vigilant eye on the snakes because of what happened to that fucking slut Elia. And now they're traveling to visit the wolves? They're plotting their revenge, I just know it. But I won't let them anywhere near my precious lion or what is rightfully his. Ceasing her pacing, Cersei stood in the center of her room taking several deep breaths as she reined in her anger. Calm. Father always preached that anger clouds your ability to think clearly. I must be calm to plan. The sorcerer and the wolves have become too powerful. I need to find a way to first weaken them before they can be brought back fully under control like the wretched dogs they are. But how? With her mind so focused on figuring out how to start discrediting the sorcerer and the wolves, Cersei didn't even realize she'd left her rooms until the doors shut behind her and her guards, mostly wearing Lannister red and gold as they should be, took up positions around her with more standing closest to her. Without saying a word, she marched towards the gardens of the Red Keep, hoping that a walk might just calm her enough to allow her to think clearly. Entering the gardens, she immediately noticed the sound of someone singing a tale of some sort, accompanied by the excited voices of children. Her mood lightening ever so slightly, Cersei immediately headed towards the noise as she recognized the children as her own. Coming to a small clearing, Cersei smiled despite her current ill mood as she found Tommen and Myrcella sitting close to one another with Sir Oakheart of the King's Guard standing vigil behind the two. Neither of her two little lions noticed her approach as they were both fully fixated on a bard sitting before them on a stone bench. For such an act of evil could not be punished so easily. Death was far too quick. And no pain could match that of a parent's loss of a child. So, a curse he placed upon the fool. A curse of life. A life of eternal torment as he would remain sealed inside a stone prison for all eternity. Wails and pleas for mercy went unheard as the fool who thought to end the love of the sorcerer and stole his child from him was placed into stone and thrown to the sea, not to die, but to live a life unlike any your grace. Whatever good mood Cersei had gained from seeing her children immediately died as she recognized the tale they were being told. I do not believe that such a tale is suitable for my children's ears, she said, approaching the now kneeling bard and her two children who had sprung up to their feet to greet her. Please mother, it's a wonderful tale. Her beautiful little lioness pleaded with wide eyes while quiet little Tommen stayed behind his sister. And Warner tells it so well. Even father said that it is a tale worth hearing. Please. This is the only scary part. The rest is about the sorcerer and his love, the beauty of the north, Lady Nyra Knox. Cersei ground her teeth at hearing her precious daughter refer to that fat fool as her father. If only she could tell her sweet little lions the truth. But what truly caused her anger to peak was hearing her own daughter refer to that whore who'd stolen the sorcerer's power as the beauty of the north. Ha! What a joke! There was no such thing. The north had no beauty. Only barren snow-covered lands with barbarians who called it home. That woman is no beauty, Myrcella, Cersei said, kneeling in front of her daughter. She's nothing more than a low-born whore who more than likely slept with half of the north before falling into the sorcerer's bed. And that is not the sort of woman that a princess like yourself should be looking up to. She's not like that. Myrcella cried out, stamping her foot angrily. She's the most beautiful woman in the realm. Until there comes another, younger and more beautiful, to cast you down and take all that you hold dear. And they say that during her wedding to the sorcerer that the old gods blessed her with a golden crown upon her head, showing the sorcerer had chosen the right woman for his bride. Gold shall be their crowns and gold their shrouds. She's not a whore. She's a beautiful maiden Cersei hadn't even realized she'd moved until she felt a sting on the palm of her hand where it connected with her daughter's cheek. She could only stare in horror, unable to comprehend what had just happened as her daughter, hands raised to cradle a steadily reddening cheek, trembled before her while Tommen whimpered and cowered behind Myrcella. Rising to her feet, Cersei brushed at the unseen dirt on her dress as she tried to pretend that nothing had just transpired. You must watch your step, dear Myrcella. You are growing quickly and you are not as sure-footed as you once were. Sir Oakhart. My children are tired from the day's activities. Take them back to their rooms and have them both lay down for a nap. The young king's guard looked troubled for a moment, but a stern look from herself that sent the promise of retribution quelled whatever troubles he might have, and he quickly moved to usher her children out of the yard and back to their rooms. Only when her children were out of sight did Cersei look down at the hand that struck her daughter. Why did I do that? My daughter, my beautiful lioness. It's the sorcerer. It must be. Whatever trick he played on me on that first night, that's what caused me to strike my daughter. Yes. That's it. But there is an upside to this. I now know what the sorcerer and his little whore have planned. They plan to steal my throne. Yes. That little northern whore is without a doubt the one the witch warned me about. First, she stole the sorcerer's power away from the ones who should truly be using it. And now she seeks to claim the throne that is not hers. But I won't let that accursed prophecy come true. I will not be brought low. And I will not let my beloved little lions die at their hands. She is the key. She must be removed. Yes. Removed. Shaking, Cersei glanced around as a shiver went down her spine. Just the wind, she thought, noticing the still shaking leaves. But how to remove her? I doubt there is any assassin in Westeros that would do the deed, no matter what was offered. The Faceless Men? A possibility. But that would take time to set up and there would be no guarantee that they would even take the contract in the first place. And going that route could potentially lead back to me. So, how to remove her? Your Grace? Do you still have need of me? Spying the bard out of the corner of her eye, Cersei was struck with a thought on how to begin separating the two. Words have power. If enough of the sheep believe something to be true, then it doesn't matter whether it was true or not to begin with. Do you have a family? The bard blinked, then hastily nodded. Yes, Your Grace. A wife and a boy no older than you. I asked you a simple question, not for your life story, bard, Cersei snapped, rounding on the man who flinched at her tone and presence. Good. Fear. That is what is needed. That is what I want. This is what I deserve. I will not hear another pleasant word about that northern whore in the Red Keep again, do I make myself clear? The bard swallowed and nodded. Yes, Your Grace. Forgive me, Fo. Forgiveness is earned, bard. And you will earn it or pay the price. Cersei continued over the stumbling man. You will compose a song that sings to the truth of the northern whore, not that drivel you've been spouting. Be as colorful and inventive as you want. But I want it to be on the lips of bards throughout the city and in the ears of all those who can hear within a sennight. The bard blinked and paled. Why, your grace, I don't know if. Fail to do so or try and flee the city and I will have you and your family hunted down on charges of treason against the crown, Cersei added, feeling a thrill go through her as the man's eyes widened in fear. You will be placed in a giblet for the rest of your life and given the perfect view to watch as your wife and son swing from the gallows. Understand? The bard nodded quickly. Yes, your grace. Leave, Cersei demanded, turning her back on the bard as the man quickly scrambled to gather his meager belongings before all but running away from her. I will not let that witch's prophecy come true, Cersei seethed, her hands closing into tight fists at her side. The sorcerer and his whore are seeking to take that which is mine. I will not let them have it. Lowering himself into his seat within the small council chambers, Jon and Arianne cursed his old bones as his joints ached and popped as he sat down fully. Seeing that he was still alone in the chamber, Jon took the moment of peace he had to rub at the aching muscles and joints in his legs. 5 and 10 years ago, I was a man who could still ride into the thick of battle and slay men less than half my age. Now here I am, almost defeated by a single flight of stairs. By the 7 and even the old gods, I'm getting far too old for this shit. Perhaps it is time I finally announce my resignation as Hand of the King. I've served ever since Robert had that crown put on his head, I deserve some time for peace before the 7 call me to their side. But as quick as the thought came, Jon immediately dismissed it. He knew that he could not resign his position. Not yet. There were still too many loose ends that needed to be cleared up before he would feel that the time was right to leave his post. Hearing the door open, Jon wasn't surprised to see Stannis march into the chambers with his head held high. But what did surprise him was the fact that Robert was right behind his brother. Your Grace, Jon muttered, attempting to rise despite the protesting from his legs. No need for that, Jon, Robert said, motioning for him to stay seated. Keep your ass in that chair and stay comfortable. Gods know if anyone has earned the right to be comfortable, it's you. Nodding his thanks, Jon remained in his seat as Robert took his place at the head of the table while Stannis took his seat to his brother's immediate right. Soon after the king's arrival, the rest of the small council arrived as first Varys, then Baelish, and lastly Renly made their way into the small council chambers and took their respective seats. The position of Grand Maester was still vacant as the Citadel was still working on clearing out the traitors and finding a suitable replacement for Pycelle. All right, Robert bellowed, slamming his fist down on the table. Let's get this counting copper shit over with already. Stannis, where the fuck are we with the barrels of wildfire the mad fucking king left behind? Folding his hands in front of his mouth to hide his grimace, Jon only paid partial attention to Stannis as the king's brother began detailing the amount of wildfire that had been disposed of and how much was still under the city. As much as I would like to think that I am responsible for Robert's sudden interest in ruling like a true king, I know that is not the case. Jon sighed as he watched the boy he raised at least start to act the part of a king by listening to his advisors and issuing commands after thinking them over. But after failing to turn him into a true king for so long, I know that I am not the cause for this even slight turn towards being a proper ruler. That accolade belongs with Ned and the Sorcerer Knox. It will still be some moons until we can be completely certain that there are no lingering caches beneath the city, Stannis continued as Jon turned his attention away from his failure and fully onto Stannis. But the majority of the city is clear of the wildfire and the threat they posed. Good, Robert nodded before turning to Renly. And what of the pyromancers? All of those who were around during the reign of the Mad King have been put to the sword, Renly stated, though Jon could easily see that the young man was uncomfortable with what he'd been tasked to do. For not the first time he thought about urging Robert to replace Renly as Master of Laws. The lad was popular with the small folk, but Jon feared that the boy simply lacked the constitution to do what needed to be done. Those who were not are being kept under close watch by the gold cloaks. Good, Robert nodded and turned his attention towards Varys. Spider. Have your worthless little birds finally put an end to the fucking dragon spawn in Essos? Unfortunately, no, your grace, Varys replied calmly, his arms folded into the sleeves of his robes. The last song I heard from my little birds in Essos had the beggar king and his sister in Volantis, however they have long since left and were seen heading north. I've sent word to my birds in both Norvos and Qohor to keep a watch for either and to send word if they are seen. Though I do have other songs that his grace might be interested in. A rather peculiar song that was sung to me by one of my birds in the north. Jon sat up straighter as he noticed Robert's scowl over the fact that the Targaryens had once again disappeared. Clever, Varys. Distract him from your failure to find the Targaryens by bringing up the Starks. What is going on now? Robert asked, now very interested on the issue at hand. Varys took his time in unfolding his arms from his sleeves, revealing a small raven scroll in the process. It appears that Winterfell will soon, if it is not already, host to not 1, not 2, but 3 visiting noble families. The Lannisters, the Tyrells, and the Martells are all on their way to Winterfell as we speak. And if the weather holds, I do believe that all three families will be arriving in Winterfell around the same time. The news made Jon's already old heart skip a beat. One great house visiting another wasn't unheard of. But to have 4 great houses under the same roof at the same time? Gods only knew what was going to happen. If betrothals were made, which was more than likely given the gathering, then the next few days could very well shape the next generation of leadership throughout most of Westeros. And neither Jon, nor the crown, had any representative to speak on their behalf. Who leads each house? Stannis asked, clearly very interested. And it wasn't a wonder as to why, considering that his daughter was in Winterfell under the tutelage of the Sorcerer. We'll have to send a raven to her immediately with instructions. But can we truly trust a young girl Shireen's age to speak on behalf of the crown and House Baratheon? No, we can't. Varys pulled out a second scroll from his sleeves and took his time in opening it. From what I've heard, it's quite the group. From House Lannister, it appears that Lord Tyrion and Lord Geryon are escorting the Lady Joy to Winterfell in hopes that she will catch the eye of Lord Knox and become another of his acolytes. Lady Olenna Tyrell has personally set out from Highgarden. And she brought along all of her grandchildren, save for Ser Loras, who is still in service as Lord Renly's squire. The Martells have sent Prince Oberyn along with his paramour and his daughters. However, he is not leading the delegation. That honor belongs to Princess Arianne Martell. And rumor has it that the Princess of Dorne has acquired a sort of infatuation with the White Wolf of Winterfell, Jon Stark. The two apparently grew close during the Northern Expedition brief stay at Sun's Pair. The last part brought a surge of relief through Jon. Finally, something is going right for a change. A princess infatuated with a former bastard, Baelish sighed while shaking his head. The Dornish truly are an interesting lot. Or perhaps they see this as a way of revenge for Elia Martell. Take the former bastard from his family and then the princess uses her womanly ways to turn the boy against his family. It wouldn't be the first time such an act has been carried out. The question is, should we trust that the boy has the force of mind to resist the wiles of the Princess of Dorne? Jon wanted to strangle Baelish as he noticed that the man's word had an effect on Robert. The sorcerer has shown many times that he is not a man who can be so easily swayed, Lord Baelish, Stannis countered, leveling his gaze at the Master of Coin. Yes, he has, Baelish nodded. But the bastard is not the sorcerer. He is but still a boy who is just now at the age of discovering the pleasures of the flesh. And the Princess of Dorne is apparently quite the beauty. And given the nature of the Dornish, how long do you think the boy will be able to hold out against her? And what would you suggest, Baelish? Renly asked, leaning forward with his elbows on the table. Make it so that the boy is unable to be tied to the girl, and therefore cannot be used as a weapon against his family or the crown by the Dornish, Baelish replied easily. The North holds the Night's Watch in high regard, or perhaps the position on the King's Guard that the boy opened with the slaying of Ser Trant. Both orders take vows of celibacy. Therefore stopping any potential ways the Dornish could try and use the boy. No, Jon said, mustering all the strength he could into his voice. Blinking, Robert cocked his head towards Jon. Why not? I agree the boy would be wasted at the watch. But if we were to offer him a spot on the King's Guard, it would give us direct control over Knox's apprentice. Hells, it might even convince the man to finally come south and take up the position as Master of the Arcane on this council that is waiting for him. Jon had to fight to keep his displeasure from showing on his face. Everything about the sorcerer just screamed, well, wrong to him. His magic was a power that should only be held by the Seven. And while he wouldn't and couldn't deny its usefulness, the fact that a man so outside the Andal faith could wield it with such efficiency was concerning. It was even more concerning given the fact that Knox honestly didn't seem to care about the fact that Robert was his king. He just did what he wanted, regardless of what anyone else thought or wanted. Robert found the sorcerer's attitude amusing and refreshing. But Jon saw it as nothing more than a danger that needed to be corrected before it spread out to the masses. Because Jon Stark is perhaps our best way of bringing the Martells and the rest of Dorne back into the fold, Jon stated, staring right into Robert's eyes as he spoke. Even now 5 and 10 years later, the Dornish hold a grudge for what happened to Elia and her children. They hate you. They hate me. And they hate the Lannisters for holding dominion over those they find responsible. But despite their hatred, they have opened their doors to the north. Jon Stark is the son of Ashura Dane. There is no doubt about that. He is a son of Dorne and of the north, yet he was raised in the north and by all accounts loves his siblings and would do nothing to ever bring them harm. And the north has become a very influential region ever since you took the crown. And their loyalty to you and the crown is without question. If Jon were to become attached to the princess and essentially become the next prince consort of Dorne, it would do much to bring the Dornish back into the fold. Jon had been working towards that very goal for years. Spreading the tale of Jon's birth into Dorne as well as tales of his deeds in hopes of catching the attention of the Martells, which it had. Then the boy had taken care of the next part by living up to the tales Jon had spun throughout Dorne during his brief stay in Sun's Pair. And now the princess was apparently infatuated with the boy. If it was within his power to do so, he would march both to the nearest September and have them wedded and bedded within a fortnight. But unfortunately, should he tip his hand in such a way, or if Robert called for the betrothal, then the Dornish would immediately back out due to spite. An interesting strategy, Lord Hand, Varys smiled at him. Now I understand why you wish to have my little birds begin singing songs of Jon's birth and his late mother, the Lady Asha Dane. Robert blinked, turning first to Varys and then back to Jon. Yes, Robert, I have been working towards this very objective for some years now. Blah, seems a waste of time, Robert grumbled. We should just issue a decree stating their betrothal and be. No, that is the one thing we cannot do, Jon groaned. Apparently, Robert had not been listening too well. The Dornish, and the Martells in particular, hate you. They hate me. They hate all of us. If you were to issue a decree announcing the betrothal between Jon Stark and Princess Arianne Martell, the Dornish would refuse out of pure spite and perhaps even call themselves to arms in defiance. We have to handle this carefully and from a distance in order for our long-term goals to be achieved. Scratching the back of his head, Robert sighed and shook his head. Fine, Jon. We'll go about it your way. Now, what the fuck else do we have to talk about? Get it out quickly, cause I need to fucking piss. Leading his brother to his workspace within the Sorcerer's Tower of Winterfell, Samwell Tarly felt more than a touch of excitement run through him as he prepared himself to show his brother just what he'd been working on ever since he'd arrived in the north. Their reunion the previous day had been quick, as Dickon had stayed with the Tyrells as was proper given his station as Sir Garland's squire. But today the Knight of Highgarden had dismissed his brother for the day, giving the two a chance to truly reunite after years of separation. So, brother, what exactly is all of this stuff? Dickon asked as Sam led his brother into the workshop where Sam spent most of his time. It would take days to actually tell you about everything in here, Sam told his brother, and truth be told, I think only Lord Knox actually understands everything that is going on in here. I don't even know what half of this stuff does, and I work closer with Lord Knox than perhaps any of the other students at the Winterfell College, save for Lady Talisa. Lady Talisa, Dickon repeated with a smile. Now that is a woman. Not quite as fine as Lady Marjorie, but I definitely wouldn't mind sharing a night with her. Stopping, Samwell turned and faced his brother. Careful, Dickon. Robb has his eye on her. And trust me, you do not want to get in the way of the Starks once they have their eye on something. Or try and take something that they care about away from them. The Boltons, Rhyswells, Whitehills, Sir Corbray and the Maesters are just the latest to learn the truth of that statement. His brother's grin faded as his face went white. Well, I mean, I guess if she's spoken for, then it would be in bad taste to pursue such a woman, no matter how fine she might be. But enough talk of the wolves, brother. I'm anxious to see just what you can do after being under the tutelage of the Sorcerer for so long. But I do have to wonder why we are up here in the tower in this strange craftsman shop rather than down in the yard. Sam frowned as he knew that he would no longer be able to avoid the topic. Dickon, Lord Knox never took me on as his acolyte. I don't have the gift of the Force. His brother blinked, then laughed. That's a good one, Sam. But everyone knows that the Sorcerer only keeps around those who have the same ability as he. So, you must have this magic, or is it that you're ashamed of it? Or are you not powerful enough to really do anything? Lord Knox doesn't dismiss people just because they can't use the Force, brother, Sam countered with a sigh. He dismisses those who don't show any promise to him. If they have an affinity for the Force, he will take them on as acolytes. But then there are others like myself who, even though we don't have the Force, we still managed to impress him and Lord Stark enough to earn a place within the Winterfell College. Dickon continued to stare at him as if trying to decide whether he was having a go of him. By the seven, brother, Dickon finally sighed. I thought that you were one of the Sorcerer's magic users. I guess that means that I can't become a magic knight either then, hey? Probably not, Sam replied, shaking his head. Lord Knox has an uncanny ability to sense those like himself. If you had the same magic as he would have conscripted you into the ranks of his acolytes the moment you walked through the gates of Winterfell. Sighing, Dickon looked around the workshop. Well, if you haven't been learning magic from the Sorcerer, then what have you been doing all these years up here in the north? Smiling and feeling slightly giddy, Sam led his brother over to the newest project Lord Knox had assigned to himself and the others at the college. A lot. I've helped to create the medicine the Sorcerer uses to cure grayscale. We've created a pump system that can move water from one location to another using pipes, though it's not really all that efficient right now. I've also been tasked by the King and Lord Stark to help Lord Robb work on creating a new type of roadway that will support a new type of fast transportation between Winterfell and White Harbor. But lately I've been working on this. Pulling back on a blanket, Sam revealed a bench that had a sharp blade that was attached to a bar, allowing it to move back and forth across the length of the table. And in the middle, there were a set of clamps with spikes to hold something in place. And on one end of the table was a turning wheel that was attached to one of the spikes. This is a lathe, Sam explained, seeing the clearly confused look on his brother's face. Right now, it's used to shape wood into specific shapes quickly, and we're working on adapting it to shape steel as well. Here, watch this. Picking up a log the size of his arm, Sam set it between the two spikes before turning another wheel to bring the spikes closer together, skewering the log and holding it in place. Turn the wheel, and make sure you go as fast as you can, Sam told Dickon as he worked on positioning the sharp blade that was attached to the table against the log. Still clearly confused, Dickon stepped up and grabbed the wheel and began turning it as fast as he could. The log immediately began to spin quickly and the blade that he'd set against it began cutting effortlessly into the wood, shearing off the outer layer but not going any deeper than where Sam had originally set it. With Dickon still turning the wheel, Sam slowly began to move the blade down the log, shearing off the bark quickly and nearly effortlessly. Okay, Dickon mumbled as he stopped turning the wheel. That's interesting. And we did remove the bark faster than a woodworker could. And if you can set that blade like you did to cut deeper, it looked like you could make a lot of good arrow shafts and spear shafts quickly with this thing. Sam could tell that his brother was just humoring him. He doesn't understand the full implication of just what this device can do. But that's all right. I've spent weeks helping to make it, and I'm still just now starting to come to the full realization of what this lathe can do. Especially if we can get it to work with shaping steel in this manner. Arrows and spears are just the beginning of what this thing can do, Dickon, Sam finally said with a smile, resting his hand on the lathe. Lord Knox has a lot of plans for the future. And this thing will help craft what is needed to make his plans come to fruition. Hey, well, I'm sure that you and Father will be able to figure out what you can do with this thing when you return to Hornhill. Again, Sam felt his stomach plummet. That's something else I need to talk to you about, Dickon, he said slowly, as he tried to figure out the best way to say what it was that he needed to say. I'm not going to be returning to Hornhill. What? Dickon asked, blinking rapidly. What do you mean? Of course you'll be returning home. Unless... They aren't forcing you to stay here, are they? No, don't answer that. Just, I don't know. Just nod and when I get back to the Reach, I'll talk to Father and we'll figure something out to keep you safe. Don't, Dickon, Sam said desperately, trying to keep his brother from making a huge misunderstanding. The Starks and Lord Knox are not forcing me to stay here, that is my choice. And quite frankly brother, it is them who are keeping me safe. His poor brother just looked more and more confused with each word spoken. What in the seven hells are you saying, Sam? Is there? Has someone threatened you? I mean, I know we have enemies back home, but Father can take care of anyone who tries to cross our house. And what if the one I need protecting from is Father? Sam demanded a bit more forcibly than he'd intended and his brother's eyes went wide in shock. Well, now it's out there. Might as well say everything. Taking a breath, he pressed on in a more controlled manner. Dickon, I don't regret leaving home for a single moment. But the day I left was not by choice. I've always been a disappointment to Father, and don't try and say different brother. I'm fat and craven. And Father told me very pointedly that he would not allow one such as I to tarnish his legacy. So, he gave me 3 choices. 1. Come to the north, seek out the Sorcerer, earn his approval, and unlock the secrets to his magic. 2. Join the Night's Watch. Or 3. The two of us would go hunting together and there would be an accident during our trip. Either choice, Father would get the heir that he wanted. I can't believe that Father would do that, Sam, Dickon stammered. He was probably just trying to motivate you. Yes, that must be it. And it worked. He wouldn't have harmed you. You're his son, his heir. Shaking his head, Sam put a hand on his brother's shoulder. I'm sorry, brother, but he wasn't trying to push me. He was completely serious. I am his son and his heir, but I am not what he wanted in either of those things. That's you, Dickon. Dickon blinked again. What? I intend to write a letter that I am abdicating my position as heir of House Tarly and Hornhill and I intend to have Lord Stark and Lady Olenna, now that she's here, bear witness to my writing of the letter, he said, making his brother's eyes go wide. I'll never be the heir that Father wants. And I don't want to die or end my days at the Watch. This is where I want to be, brother. And, besides, you'll definitely be a better lord than I could ever be. Before his brother could respond, they both heard a loud commotion coming from the nearby open window that Sam knew looked over the sparring yard. Come on, brother, Sam said joyfully, trying to lighten the mood. You'll never be able to see my fat arse spar like the Sorcerer. But judging from the cheering, it sounds like if we hurry, we might just be able to catch the end of Lord Knox's spar against whichever unfortunate soul thought they could prove a challenge to him. Chapter 24, The True North Part 1. Back on a 4-week schedule for this release, let's hope I can keep this momentum going. I'm hopeful that everyone gets the message that this story had been updated. Personally I haven't been getting any notifications from Fnet for over a week now. Shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. The help has been invaluable so far. And another huge thank you to everyone who has favorited, alerted, or reviewed this story so far. Your support is what keeps me going. If you have any direct questions you want to ask me, please PM me, as I am not the greatest in responding directly to reviews, but please still review LOL. I like hearing from all of you. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, so I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 24. The roar of the crowd in the training yard of Winterfell was almost deafening as Nox and seemingly all of Winterfell watched the spectacle unfolding before them. Come on, Southern boy, Asha laughed, her spear resting on her shoulder and a small trickle of blood running down from the corner of her mouth. If this is the best you can do, then I'll be tempted to put ya in a dress and take ya to one of these dances you Southern boys are all up about. But don't worry, I won't let your precious virtue be tarnished, even though I think ya look quite fetching all dolled up. Directly across from her was her opponent, Garland Tyrell, who was currently down on one knee gasping for breath while trying to recover from the vicious blow he'd just taken to his balls, courtesy of Asha's spear. Burying the tip of his tourney blade into the ground, the knight from House Tyrell used his sword as a crutch to help him rise to unsteady feet before taking his stance once more. I can do this all day, woman. Alim, Nyra whispered to him from where she was standing beside him just on the outskirts of the sparring ring. Should we not put a stop to this? They both look like they're about to fall over. Or kill one another. No need to fret, my dear sweet Northern Rose, Prince Oberyn commented, drawing a slight blush from Nyra as the prince glanced her way while his paramour gave a wink towards Nyra as well. True to his word, the Prince of Dorne and his paramour, despite only having been in the Winterfell for a few days, had been relentless in their pursuit of not only Nox, but of Nyra as well. And while his wife had adjusted to the life of a noble reasonably well, the fact that the Prince of Dorne was pursuing her was something that she had clearly never expected to experience in her life. He could sense from Nyra that while the advances from the prince were not necessarily unwelcome, she wasn't all that comfortable with them. Especially not with the trauma that she'd endured barely a year past. This is merely just a friendly little competition between two very skilled individuals. I wouldn't mind testing my own spear against either of these two, after they've recovered of course. This friendly little competition, as Oberyn had put it, had been going on for the better part of 2 hours. It all started when Asha had stormed into the yard with a blushing Sansa right behind her and marched right up to Willis Tyrell and demanded a fight against him. Willis, obviously completely caught unaware by the sudden demand, asked to know what he'd done to garner such hostility from her. Asha's answer had been blunt, to say the least. She said, loudly enough for everyone to hear, that if Willis intended to steal Sansa Stark, her charge, then she was going to make sure that Willis was a man worthy of her. Garland had quickly come to his brother's side, even if he didn't understand what was going on. He could clearly see that Asha intended harm upon his brother. Garland pointed out that his brother was still freshly healed and was not ready to fully spar in the ring just yet. He then added that, while he didn't know what was going on, if Asha really wanted to fight then he was willing to face her in his brother's place. Asha wasn't pleased, but she accepted Garland fighting for his brother. The yard had been quickly cleared as Asha picked up a tourney spear and Garland was handed a tourney blade by one of the men from House Tyrell. After placing his helm on his head and securing a shield to his arm, Garland approached Asha with his guard mostly lowered. It was a mistake that nearly cost the man his head as Asha had capitalized on his lack of guard by striking him with the blunted end of her spear against the side of his head with enough force to break the shaft of the spear and uproot Garland, sending him into a heap on the ground. We fight to 10 kills. Asha called out, tossing aside her broken spear and collecting another as Garland struggled to right himself. That is already one for me, Southern boy. Do at least try and keep this entertaining for me. It took Asha earning another 4 kills before Garland started to take the fight seriously. And by then the two had drawn a significant crowd which included all the members of the visiting houses and their entourages, plus Ned and the rest of the Stark children as well. Once Garland started to finally take the fight seriously, he was able to garner 4 kills of his own, but in that time, Asha managed to acquire another 2, leaving her with a 6-4 lead over the night. The next 2 kills went to Garland, tying the 2 at 6 apiece. And by then, seemingly all of Winterfell had descended upon the sparring ring to watch the spectacle as shouts of encouragement, taunts and more than a few coins started being tossed about. By the time the two were tied at 8 kills each, Garland finally managed to get his first lead as Asha's exhaustion made her slip and lower her guard. A mistake Garland capitalized on, slashing across her leather-padded chest and shoulder and knocking her to the ground in a killing blow. Unfortunately for Garland, his blow had dislodged the shoulder strap that was holding Asha's chest armor in place, and the former wildling had taken advantage of the situation by grabbing her armor and exposing herself to Garland. It was only for a split second, but the sight of her naked tit hanging out in the air caused Garland to freeze, which gave Asha more than enough time to jab the butt of her spear right into Garland's balls before jerking the spear up and catching him under the chin, earning her own kill and tying them once again at 9 kills each. That, Garland coughed while finally managing to right himself through the pain. Was a cheap shot. That's the difference between fighting and sparring, Asha panted as elation from a good fight poured off her through the force. You're sparring. I'm fighting. When you fight, there are no rules. You win, or die. That is the way of the true North. The way of winter. Readying themselves, the two began hacking at one another, exhaustion having taken its toll to the point where neither was moving with any real skill and were instead just putting whatever strength they had behind each of their attacks as they tried to overpower one another. Asha made the first mistake as she overextended a lunge, giving Garland the opportunity to sidestep and bring his sword down on the shaft of the spear, knocking it out of her hands. But Asha did not give up. Instead of trying to reclaim her spear, the former wildling woman charged at Garland with nothing more than her fists. Her action gave her the element of surprise and allowed her to disarm Garland after placing two well-aimed punches, one to his shoulder and the other to the wrist of his sword hand. With the two now disarmed, the two started in on one another with nothing more than their fists as the two went past the point of a spar and started all-out brawling with one another. Garland had the edge with his strength as each punch he managed to land staggered Asha. But while Asha did not have her opponent's strength, she was far quicker than him. And for each punch Garland managed to land on her person, she reciprocated with 2 or 3 of her own. Well, Oberyn sighed, seemingly amazed at what he was about to say. I never thought I would tire of watching a good fight, but this is actually starting to get boring. In the center of the sparring ring, Asha and Garland were both using the other for support with one hand while the other continued trying to rain blows down on their opponent. Fucking southern shit. Asha gasped, blood running down from her mouth as bruises started forming on her face. Why won't you go the foo fuck down? Gasping, Garland spat out a wad of blood. Same to you, bitch. With one last yell, both Garland and Asha pulled their fists back and put everything they had into one last attack. Asha's fist connected squarely on Garland's temple, just as Garland's fist connected with Asha's jaw. And like trees in the forest, both went down at the same time. There, Nox chuckled, stepping away from his wife and friend as he made his way over to the two downed combatants, both of whom were out cold. Doing a quick check to make sure that both of their hearts were still beating, Nox declared an end to the match. The match is a draw. Groans of disappointment met Nox's announcement as coins started changing hands and the crowd began to disperse. Sansa immediately rushed to Asha's side while the Tyrells, led by Marjorie as she was the first to move, went to Garland's. Sensing amusement coming from behind him, Nox turned his attention to his wife and Oberyn. His wife's embarrassment had risen significantly while Oberyn had an air of a man who'd just gotten exactly what he wanted, a feeling that was mirrored by Ellaria. And given what he knew of Oberyn and his paramour, he had a feeling he knew what this was all about. So, Nox said good-naturedly as he made his way back over to his now blushing wife and smirking friend. I take it that Oberyn made a quick wager with my wife in the few seconds that it took me to check on those two? And by her expression, I'm guessing she lost. Dare I ask what the stakes were? Or do I even need to bother to ask given what I know of you, my friend? Oberyn's smirk grew as Nyra's blush and embarrassment intensified. Nothing at the moment, dear Nox, Oberyn smirked, wrapping an arm around Ellaria and pulling his paramour in close. Just an open invitation for an audience in the near future with either one pair or the other being the active while the other observers. His wife's embarrassment increased tenfold as Nox turned his attention to her. Well, that could be interesting. But only if or when Nyra wishes it. Of course, Oberyn smirked. I have never forced any of my lovers into a situation they were not ready for. I'm not about to start now. And certainly not with the wife of my friend, who can conveniently turn me into a well-cooked meal for the beasts of the forests with but a wave of his hand. And don't forget it, Nox smirked, wrapping his arm around Nyra and pulling her in close. Oberyn's smirk fell as Nox felt his gaze pass over him. Seems that our time for enjoyment might have to be placed on hold, my friend. Following his gaze through the force, Nox found one of the messenger boys of Winterfell slowly making his way towards them. Excuse me, milord, Milady and, my prince. What is it? Nox asked, turning to the boy. Lord Stark asks for you to attend to him and his sons, milord Sorcerer. Immediately. Scanning the yard, Nox quickly found Ned and the boys hurriedly making their way towards one of the gathering halls. There was a sense of urgency in their steps and emanating through the force from them that made Nox frown. Something had happened. Nyra dear, Nox said, letting his arm drop from around her shoulders. Will you be? I'll be fine, husband, Nyra cut him off. I can handle the prince and Lady Sand, though not in the way either would probably prefer. Go. Nodding, Nox bid goodbye to Oberyn and Ellaria before kissing his wife and making his way after Ned and the boys. What the hell has gone wrong this time? Staring down at the large map that dominated most of one of the tables within the Great Hall, Ned was doing everything he could in his power to keep himself calm and collected as Maester Luwin pointed to where the king beyond the wall had set for their meeting. Hardhome, my lord, Luwin said, pointing to a small peninsula well north of the wall. The only known wildling settlement, though it has been long since abandoned and thought to be haunted by many of the Night's Watch and a few of the wildlings that have spoken on the matter. It lies at the tip of Sterold's Point on the Shivering Sea. It would take many days to reach the city by land, my lord. Then we won't go by land, Knox cut in, leaning over the table while Robb and Jon, the only two other occupants of the room save for Sir Roderick. The journey to the wall and then through the lands beyond, it would be doable in the timetable Raider set for the meeting, but it would be a close thing. No. We send word to White Harbour and have the Seawolf sail north immediately. We ride to Castle Black and then cut across to Eastwatch. By the time we arrive the Seawolf and whatever accompanying ships Lord Manderley can send should be at the docks. This will also give the lords and ladies of the north who wish to join us a chance to catch up. And this way we also won't be exhausted by the time we reach Hardhome, just in case Raider's offer is in bad faith or if one of his chieftains decide to do something stupid. A sound plan, Ned nodded, liking the idea. Riding all the way to Hardhome would exhaust he and those who came with him. Making nearly half the trek by sea had the downside of cutting back on the number of men he could bring with him, but on the other hand he and his would be well rested just in case Raider's offer of temporary truce to talk was in bad faith. Luwin, send a raven to White Harbour immediately telling Lord Manderley that I want the Seawolf ready to sail and docked at Eastwatch within the next fortnight. Of course, my lord, Maester Luwin nodded as he took a step back from the table. Father, Robb called out to him, rising to his feet. Jon, Theon, and I are all coming with you and Lord Knox to speak with the king beyond the wall. Sighing, Ned merely nodded. I thought you would be pressing that point. But just as when we went south, you three will heed my orders to the letter. Yes, father, both of his sons agreed quickly. Lord Stark, Sir Roderick said, stepping forward. I assume then that you will be making Sansa the Stark in Winterfell once more. Nodding, Ned scratched at his beard. She performed admirably when we were in the south. I have faith in her that she will do just as well once more. As you say, Lord Stark, Roderick nodded. But if I may, what shall we do with our guests? Ned didn't bother stifling the growl that escaped him. I cannot just let this opportunity to talk with the king beyond the wall pass me by. And I cannot just demand that the lords and ladies from 3 prominent houses leave the north. Yet do I dare leave Sansa alone with them? The Tyrells have more than made their intentions towards Sansa clear. What kind of advantage could they seek to press upon her without me here to block them? I believe that we will be solving that issue soon enough. Turning, Ned saw that Knox's eyeless face was turned towards the doors to the Great Hall. It took Ned a fair bit of effort on his part, but he was able to reach out with what power he could. And when he did, he could sense a mass of people approaching the hall. The only one of which he recognized however was Lady Olenna, and that was only because he'd had the time to get a read on her during their little chat on her first night in Winterfell when she made House Tyrell's intentions towards his daughter known. And if she is coming, then it is a fair bet that all of our other guests will be as well. Sir Roderick, open the door, Ned sighed, figuring that it was for the best to get this out of the way now rather than later. Sir Roderick didn't even question as to how he and Knox knew that there were people approaching as he quickly went over and opened the door that led towards the guest quarters. Well, Lady Olenna said, her hand that had been raised in preparation to knock falling back down to her side as she strode past Sir Roderick with hardly a second glance. Your man has a good sense of timing, Lord Stark. I do believe that it was more that Lord Knox sensed our approach, my dear Olenna, Oberyn commented smoothly as he, along with Willis, Arianne, Tyrion, and Jerian made their way past Sir Roderick and into the hall. Garland was notably absent from the Tyrells but given that he was more than likely still passed out alongside Asha, Ned wasn't surprised. I take it that word has spread fast then? Ned questioned, not even bothering to ask about why they had all decided to call upon them at once. Indeed it has, Stark, Oberyn smirked, his eyes flickering down to the map on the table as he walked around the room so that he could stand beside Ned. A raven with a black seal arrives in Winterfell, the contents of which demanded the immediate attention of the Warden of the North, his sons, and the Sorcerer. Can you blame us for being curious? Even in the Reach, Lord Stark, we know what a black seal on a raven scroll means, Willis stated as he helped his grandmother to sit down beside the map. The raven came from the Night's Watch. Glancing towards Knox, Ned ground his teeth as the Sorcerer made a shrugging motion as if to tell him that it was his choice whether to tell them the whole truth of the matter at hand. I doubt they will believe me fully, Ned thought, dreading the reaction to what he was about to say. But at least if I can plant the notion into their minds now, when we provide physical proof to back our claims they won't be as shocked and will be quicker to take action. We've recently learned that the wildlings have mostly united themselves together behind a king beyond the wall, Ned told them, drawing a few sharp looks from those present. Last I heard, the wildlings are little more than barbarians that still use stone arrows and clubs, are they not? Olenna scoffed, seemingly not too concerned about the threat of the wildlings. That is true. Ned conceded. Though in recent years they have started using more and more steel weaponry. No doubt those that they collect from their raids south of the wall. While individually the wildlings are little more than raiders, in a large group they can be extremely dangerous. And the Watch's best estimate of those who follow the king beyond the wall number over 100,000 who have spent their entire lives fighting every day just to survive. The number brought a look of concern to the Tyrells and one of interest to Prince Oberyn. 100,000? Willis asked as the young man visibly tried to wrap his mind around the fact that there was a force that could rival the numbers the Reach could muster in times of war. Each of whom will pick up a weapon and fight to the death with a ferocity that is rarely seen outside of experienced soldiers. Ned said seriously, pressing his knuckles down onto the surface of the table and leaning forward. And while the numbers are indeed concerning, the man who leads them is equally concerning if not more so. Because unlike other kings beyond the wall, Mance Rayder is a former Black Brother who defected over the wall and made a life for himself amongst the wildlings. And from what I've learned from my brother who serves at the Watch, Mance is well educated and has a good head for battle. Then the solution is obvious, though no doubt difficult to achieve. Oberyn shrugged. Instead of fighting his entire force, you find a way to slip a brave man with a sharp dagger or a potent poison into the wildlings' camp and end this king beyond the wall. If I understand the wildlings, his death will cause a power struggle and fracture the gathered army beyond repair. No. The idea was not without merit, as loath as Ned was to admit as such to a plan involving assassination. But if it came to it, it was something he needed to consider. One life and chaos amongst the wildlings versus open warfare at the wall or perhaps even south of it, bleeding into the northern lands and her people. It is possible. But I fear the wildlings gathering behind a king is only part of the problem north of the wall. This is where Ned knew that he had to tread carefully. The resurgence of magic that had come with Nox's arrival may make some more open to the idea of the White Walkers and their undead army being real, but they still had no actual proof to back their claim. But we have been receiving reports of late that are concerning. Entire clans of wildlings the size of small villages have gone missing seemingly overnight, leaving behind all their possessions and no clue as to where they went. Then there are the raids that are being conducted by the wildlings that manage to get south of the wall. Their methods and tactics are unusual. They're not raiding and going back north. They're raiding and continuing south. And recently the number of desertions from the Night's Watch has increased as well, particularly amongst the rangers that have managed to return to the Watch and speak of some type of horror north of the wall before fleeing. And that's if they even manage to return at all in the first place. You believe that there is something further north of the wall. Something that is hunting down both the wildlings and the men of the Night's Watch, Prince Oberyn stated, a thoughtful expression on his face as he idly rubbed at his well-trimmed beard and mustache. You believe that the wildlings are not gathering in mass to launch a war against your lands, but rather to try and flee across the wall to get away from whatever it is that is hunting them. So, you wish to treat with this king beyond the wall to try and discover what it is that is driving their actions. Ned was mildly amazed at how quickly the Prince of Dorne had managed to put everything together. You are right in your assumptions, Prince Oberyn. But, what could it be? Lord Willis asked, genuinely confused. What else is north of the wall besides the wildlings and the cold? The White Walkers. All eyes in the hall turned to the smallest individual in the hall, Tyrion Lannister, who was standing just off to the side of the gathering with a thoughtful expression on his face. Outside of the wildlings, the only other thing that could be north of the wall is the White Walkers, even if they are myth. No use in denying it now that it is out in the open. Ned frowned. They are a possibility that we are considering. Absurd, Lady Olenna scoffed, shaking her head. The sorcerer's power is real, my Willis can attest to that. But you are talking about legends that have long since been dismissed as mere myth, Lord Stark. They are no more real than Grumpkins and Snarks. I would not be so quick as to deny their existence, Lady Tyrell, Tyrion Lannister cut in quickly before Ned could. If you were to step even a foot onto the land that was once Valyria, you would quickly come to realize that that which you believe to be utter superstitious nonsense is in fact quite real. Frowning, the Dowager of House Tyrell turned her attention to Prince Oberyn, no doubt in the hopes of trying to find some ally to back her assumptions. But to Ned's surprise, neither the prince nor the princess of Dorne were rejecting the idea. Instead, both were looking quite worried and interested. Bran the Builder created the wall to keep something out of the lands of men, Princess Arianne stated plainly. And while my knowledge of siege warfare might not be the greatest in the land, you don't build something the size and scope of the wall just to keep out the likes of men. You build it because you are trying to keep out something far worse. Don't be so quick to underestimate the power of the Force, Lady Tyrell, Nox stated, turning his sightless gaze towards the Lady of the Reach. The Force is capable of feats that you cannot fathom. A task such as animating corpses, while inefficient in my opinion, is not outside the realm of possibilities for one who has the necessary will and power. Ned could easily see that those present were quickly separating into two groups. The first, mostly the Tyrells, were seemingly completely dismissive of even the possibility of the White Walkers being real. And the second were at least open to the possibility that the ancient foes of men were real. But even if they are open to the idea, they do not fully believe that such an enemy exists. Gods, I don't even want such an enemy to exist. But having seen what I've seen and based on what I've learned from Nox, animating the dead is not necessarily an uncommon phenomenon. Regardless of what we believe the cause of their actions to be, the fact remains that the wildlings are moving. Ned stated, trying to edge the conversation around the walkers and back to a threat that they could all understand. And we need to know what their intentions are. The Night's Watch has managed to get word to the king beyond the wall. He has agreed to treat with us at a location of his choosing north of the wall. And my sons and I have decided to hear him out. We'll be leaving in 2 days. The announcement silenced everyone in the hall, and for good reason. Even in the far south, it was well known that a venture north of the wall was not something that was to be taken lightly. So, you intend to march past the wall into a frozen wasteland where your piss freezes before it can hit the ground. Then through an army of savages that wish you dead to speak with the man who leads them. Who, to the best of your knowledge, is fully intent on doing anything he can to get his people south of the wall. Oberyn spoke up at last, ending the stunned silence in the room. Sounds fun. I'm in. The proclamation drew several sharp looks, mostly from the princess and the Tyrells. The only one in the room who didn't look even the slightest bit surprised by the offer was Nox, who was just standing off to the side with a smile on his face. Your offer is appreciated, Prince Oberyn, Ned said, leveling his gaze at the prince. However, I am not asking for any too. Then it is a good thing that I am not asking, isn't it? The prince countered him with a smirk. Face it, Stark, I'm coming with you. My own brother cannot keep me from doing that which I wish, what chance do you think you have of doing so? Plus, my spear will be more than handy to you when this all goes to shit. I'm going as well, Tyrion Lannister stated, drawing a sharp look from Tyrion and Ned. I owe Lord Nox, your son, and the North a debt of life. And a Lannister always pays his debts. Sighing, Ned knew that there would be no talking the men out of joining them. And from the look that Lady Tyrell was directing towards her grandson, he knew that they would not be the only ones joining them. A matter of the Watch is a matter that concerns all of Westeros, not just the North, Willis said diplomatically, though Ned wanted to scoff at that. The Watch was little more than a dumping ground for those who wanted to avoid the block for anyone outside the North. And House Tyrell will not shy away from our duties to the realm. My brother and I, along with some of our men, will accompany you, Lord Stark. Provided we can manage to get Garland on a horse before we leave for the wall. And now things have gotten even more complicated, Ned wanted to sigh. Demanding that they leave would be much more preferable than having them come north and potentially risk their lives on what could be a fool's errand. You all will follow my commands as if you were my own bannermen once we are north of the wall. Is that understood? Yes, Lord Stark. As you say, Stark. Very well, Ned sighed. The courtesy of Winterfell shall be extended to your families until your return. Do what you must to prepare yourselves, but we leave in 2 days at first light. If you are not with us when we ride out, then we will leave you behind. Maester Luwin, send out the ravens to the lords of the north. Any who wish to take part in these talks must gather at Eastwatch before we depart for Hardhome. Darkness swirled like a thick fog around Jon as he knelt in the middle of his master's private meditation room. The force flowed freely through him, guiding his thoughts as he let himself be pulled by its current. Where are you? He wondered within the vortex of the force, searching through the endless void for what he sought. It's never been this difficult before, but then again I've never tried to purposefully make the connection. But still, it shouldn't be wait. There. Sensing his target like a lighthouse at night, Jon focused his will to divert the flow of the force to reach that which he sought. The young blonde girl jolted upright, her eyes blinking rapidly as she stared around wildly trying to find what woke her from her slumber. As her eyes fell upon him, her gaze softened, and her body relaxed. Jon, she said, her breath coming in and out in soft pants. Dany, Jon smiled, elation flowing through him at being able to make the connection. I didn't actually think I would get this to work so fast. Dany's head tilted to the side as she blinked at him. Get, what to work? This. Jon started, motioning between them. This connection between us. My master said it's a force bond and that allows us to talk and see one another. Though he didn't really know why it formed between us, though he called us a dyad in the force. Whatever that means. Dany's just continued to stare at him, confusion still written clearly across her face. Force? A bond between us? What are you talking about? Rubbing the back of his head, Jon thought about the best way to explain this to her. How many times have I run this conversation through my head? And now that it's here, I can't remember a single word I meant to say to her. Well, the force is basically magic. Though that term is an oversimplification, and if you call the force magic to my master, he'd just laugh at your ignorance. Dany's confusion started to wane, being replaced by a. So, you have this magic? This, force. Jon nodded. And so do you, Dany. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to talk like this. Dany's eyes widened once more. I have this power as well. Jon nodded. You do. And I can even show you the basics on how to use it if you'd like. I'm afraid I'm not nearly as good as a teacher as my master is, but then again I doubt anyone is. Your master? Dany questioned, her face becoming somewhat guarded suddenly. You keep mentioning him. But who is he? And, if you don't mind me asking, who are you? She's concerned. Why? My name is Jon Stark, baseborn son of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell. And my master is Lord Alim Knox, the Northern Sorcerer. The moment the names left his lips, Dany immediately jolted away from him as she started scrambling at what he could only assume to be her bedroll. Confused by her actions, Jon reached out to try and reassure her, but he immediately had to pull his hand back as Dany slashed at him with a small dagger she'd pulled out from beneath her bedroll. Stay back. Son of the usurper's dog. I won't let you kill me so easily. What? Jon gasped, keeping his hands raised and making sure to have one eye on the dagger. Dany. Don't call me that. Dany hissed, slashing at him again even though they were nowhere close to one another. I am Daenerys Targaryen, sister to King Viserys Targaryen, the true king of Westeros. She's a Targaryen. Jon gasped. No. This isn't possible. Well, I suppose it is possible because it's happening and shit. She's frightened, but she's telling the truth. I can sense it. Do I tell her who I really am? No, that won't do any good right now. Dany. The knife twitched towards him again. Daenerys. You might not believe this but I mean you no harm. And neither does my father. Lies. Dany hissed as she suddenly stopped backing away from him as she clearly backed up against something. I will not believe the words coming from the mouth of the usurper dog's son's mouth. Then look past the words, Jon said, doing everything he could to keep himself calm. Look to me. Look with more than just your eyes, feel the connection between us, it's like a stream. Don't fight it, just feel. And you will know that I speak the truth, Daenerys, when I say that neither I, nor my father, nor anyone in House Stark wishes to see you come to harm. He could feel something touching at the outside of his senses. It was tentative and clearly ill-practiced, but he could feel the probe. So, he willingly left himself bare to its fumbling touches. No, Dany kept muttering. It's a trick. It's all a trick. The usurper has been sending assassins after my brother and I since he overthrew my family in his own selfish bid for power. My brother told me so, and I've seen them with my own eyes. I know that my father wouldn't send assassins after the remaining Targaryens. But I guess that I can't really say the same about King Robert. But wait, what did she say? His own selfish bid for power. Does she not know what happened to start the rebellion? Daenerys. He quickly corrected himself, keeping himself open and trying to impart the truth of his words through the force so that she could sense it. Do you know what started the rebellion against your family? Dany's hold on the knife faltered as the tip lowered slightly. Brother, he doesn't like to talk about it. He only says that the usurper, his dog, and those who supported him revolted against father, their rightful king, and brutally murdered our brother, Rhaegar. That's only part of the story. It was true, from a twisted point of view, but it was not everything. The truth is that the rebellion was a long time coming. But the tipping point was when your brother, Rhaegar, disappeared with Lyanna Stark. My uncle Brandon, the heir to Winterfell, marched to King's Landing and demanded of your father that Rhaegar present himself to explain his actions. Your father had him imprisoned and then called my grandfather, Rickard Stark, down to King's Landing to explain what he considered to be the treasonous actions of his son. When my grandfather arrived, King Aerys immediately had him arrested for treason before he could even utter a word in his own defense. Knowing that he had no hope in a fair trial, my grandfather demanded a trial by combat. King Aerys agreed and named Fire as the champion of the crown. He could see Dany's eyes go wider and she began to shake her head in denial, but Jon pressed on. He had my grandfather suspended from the rafters and slowly burned alive in his own armor. At the same time, he had my uncle brought out, put a noose around his neck, and had a sword placed just out of his reach. He told my uncle that he could save his father if he could reach the sword. My uncle strangled himself to death trying to reach the sword while watching my grandfather be burned. It's a lie. Dany screamed, and Jon had to take a step back as he felt the force react to her shout and force him back a step. It's not, Jon replied sadly, shaking his head. You know my words are true, even if you don't want to believe them, even if you don't know how you know. You know that every word I am speaking is the truth. The knife clattered to the ground as Dany grabbed her head in both hands and sank down to her knees. I don't know. I don't know. It can't be, it just can't be. Sighing, Jon knelt before Dany. He wanted to comfort the girl. But, honestly, he had no idea what he could say or do that would bring her any sort of comfort right now. Especially seeing as how he was the source of her anguish. He needed something to try and convince her. Or someone. But who was in Essos that could talk to her? That she would even believe? Wait, the Martells. Arianne's mother is still in Essos. And Dany and her brother are supposedly on the run. It might be possible. Tell me, Daenerys, are you and your brother by chance traveling towards Norvos? Dany's eyes shot up and went wide with fear. How? Don't worry. I have no intention of telling anyone where you are heading, Jon tried to reassure her. I only want to help. Despite the tears still staining her cheeks, Dany eyed him wearily. Why? You all serve the usurper. Why aren't you trying to kill me? Because life is not so simple, Daenerys, Jon replied. My father in the north did indeed hate your father, King Aerys, and your brother Rhaegar for what they did. But that hatred started and ended with them. In fact, the fates of Elia Martell and her children combined with King Robert's demands for you and your brother's death damn near started another war. In the north, we believe that the sins of the parents should not fall upon the shoulders of their children. Sniffing, Dany sat up straighter. What help can you offer us? I don't even know where you are. And my brother and I are alone and constantly on the run. Wincing, Jon sat down so that the two were eye level with one another. I can't offer help directly, but I can point you in the direction of someone who might be willing to at least give you and your brother shelter for a time. When you reach Norvos, if that is indeed where you are heading, seek out the manor of Lady Melario. She might be willing to give you and your brother at least some aid. Dany blinked. Why? Because she is the wife of Prince Doran Martell of Dorne, Jon answered, drawing a look of surprise from Dany. I cannot guarantee that she will be welcoming of you and your brother, but at the very least she might be willing to meet and speak with you about what happened in Westeros that led to the downfall of your family. Rising to his feet, Jon stared down at the still kneeling form of Daenerys Targaryen. I won't contact you this way again, Lady Daenerys, until you try and reach out. I don't want to cause you any more anguish than I already have. But when you want to talk once more, I will be here for you. And, one last thing. You and your brother, you're not as alone as you might think. And with that, Jon severed the connection, ending his time in the black void of the Force and snapping back into his body with such force that he nearly knocked himself over from his kneeling position. Taking a moment to regain his bearings, Jon rose on unsteady feet and made his way out of his master's meditation rooms. The moment he stepped out of the room, he was nearly run over by a mass of silk and wavy black hair. Gods, Jon, Arianne gasped. I thought you would still be in meditation and what's wrong? Giving himself a shake, Jon did all that he could to put what had just happened to the back of his mind. Nothing of importance, he said, forcing himself to look at Arianne, which in truth was not a difficult task in the slightest. Are you all right? Did something happen? Arianne didn't look convinced, but she seemed willing to let the matter slide for now in favor of whatever it was that had brought her to him. I've deciphered the last of the runes and I think we can finally finish your copy of the Rhyanish artifact. His ill mood brought on from his encounter with Dany Daenerys quickly left him as the prospect of finally finishing the task his master had assigned to him nearly a year passed. Finally, he breathed as he met Arianne's smirk with one of his own. Let's get this done, shall we? The two didn't say another word to one another as Arianne grabbed hold of Jon's arm as they made their way back to the Sorcerer's library and to their own little section that they'd been using ever since the day of Arianne's arrival in Winterfell. The little table that had been there originally had been replaced with a much larger table that was nearly as long as Jon. Skewed across its surface were dozens of books, sketches, and pieces of jewelry, most of which had been donated by Arianne herself, and sitting amid all the chaos was the armlet that Jon had found in Valyria alongside the duplicate that was now nearly complete. Setting to work immediately, Arianne pulled out a small sketchbook that she seemingly took everywhere with her and opened it while Jon grabbed a small chisel to etch the runes into the new armlet. The work was almost excruciatingly slow, mostly since Jon had next to no experience working on metal in this manner, and neither did Arianne. So, the two were learning as they were going. But while the chiseling and organization of the runes was indeed difficult, it paled in comparison to the fact that Jon had to constantly channel the Force into his every edge to imbue the armlet with the Force. Or at least he hoped that he did. If not, well, best not for him to dwell on the matter. And the last rune, the one for water, should go right here, Arianne stated, pointing to what was quite possibly the last piece of unetched metal on the armlet. Then you'll need to connect the rune to the others using this arrangement, or at least that was what was done on the original. Following her instructions exactly, Jon made the last few additions that were necessary to complete the runic design. Thanks to how deeply and continuously he was channeling the Force, the moment his chisel made the last connecting line, Jon felt something. It was like a startling spark. A strong shift in the Force the likes of which that he'd never felt before. The armlet beneath his hands glowed red like a hot ember for the briefest of moments before returning to its normal silver coloring. "Jon," Arianne breathed, her face so close to his he could swear he felt her breath on his face. "Did that? Did it just glow? And what was that feeling? I swear I just got a chill but there was no wind." Picking up the armlet, Jon stared down at the simple thing. It wasn't that beautiful or impressive looking, all things considered. A silver forearm bracer with a leather pad to protect the skin with a slim golden chain Arianne had provided him that was connected to a ring that was meant to be worn on the user's finger to further their connection and provide better control. Or at least that was his hope. In truth, he didn't know why he'd added the chain and ring. It just felt right to do so in the moment, so he did. But now that he was holding the completed armlet in his hands, and with Arianne sitting so close to him, he could feel something else. Something between the beautiful woman at his side and the armlet in his hands. "So," Arianne said, clearly putting the strange phenomenon out of her mind. "Does it work?" "Let's see," Jon said, before turning and holding the armlet out for her. "Put it on." For the first time since he'd met her, Jon finally had the pleasure of pulling a surprise out on the Princess of Dorne. "What?" she gaped, looking from him to the armlet and then back again. "But I thought Lord Knox said I don't have magic." "No," Jon replied, shaking his head, "he said that you do not have the same type of force affinity as my siblings and I. That doesn't mean that you are incapable of manipulating the force at some level. And plus, this is Ryanish, your people. If anyone has a right to wear this Arianne, it's you. Here, hold out your hand." Jon didn't really understand why, but as Arianne held out her right hand Jon felt something shift within him. And it shifted again as he carefully placed the armlet on her exposed skin and slipped the ring onto her finger on her right hand. The moment the ring was fully on, Arianne shivered and let out a slight gasp. "Jon? What was? What's happening?" Keeping hold of her arm, Jon pulled the two of them up to their feet. Without even realizing what he was doing or why, he arranged them so that his front was flush against her back and her right hand was being held in his right with her palm pointed towards the cup of water. "You're feeling the flow of the force," he said, her hair tickling his face and her scent filling his nose nearly to the point of distraction. "Let it guide you. Feel the room around us. Then find the cup of water through what you feel." Arianne's hand was still slightly shaking in his own as her breath started coming in short pants. I can feel it. It's so, gods. Is this what you feel all the time?" "Focus," Jon gently chided her, tightening his grip on her arm not to cause pain but to make sure she focused at the task at hand. "Find the water." Nodding, Arianne closed her eyes and her breathing leveled out. I see it." "How?" "Now command it," Jon told her firmly. "Don't ask it. Don't will it. Command it. Bend the water to your will and form it into a ball and lift it from the cup." He could feel Arianne almost vibrate against him as a surge of the force flowed through her. The cup on the table shifted and rocked back and forth as she squeezed her eyes closed. Slowly, the water within the cup began to ripple, then the rippling stopped as the water began to form a ball and slowly rise out of the cup. "Arianne," he said lowly, his lips near her ear. "Open your eyes." Arianne's eyes snapped open, and she let out a gasp as she saw the ball of water floating before her. I did it." She all but yelled joyously. Unfortunately, her elation was short-lived as her concentration broke and the small ball of water fell back down into the cup, over half of which splashed back out and onto the table. "That's all right," Jon smiled, trying to be reassuring despite her loss of concentration. "You just need to practice a bit more and..." That was about as far as Jon got as Arianne turned in his arms, wrapped her surprisingly strong arms around his neck, and firmly sealed her lips to his. Jon's mind went blank as Arianne pressed herself harder against him to the point where he could feel every sensuous curve she possessed pressed against him. But when he finally began to reciprocate and she let out the slightest of moans of pleasure, whatever control he had snapped as the slumbering wolf and dragon within him both awoken simultaneously. Before he could even comprehend what it was that he was doing, he'd backed Arianne up to the wall and pressed her against it just hard enough to make her gasp. But he didn't stop, he couldn't stop. The wolf and the dragon within him that he always kept on a leash were now unleashed and demanding that he take what had always been on his mind ever since he'd met her. And for her part, Arianne seemed more than willing to take everything he was giving her and return it tenfold. But as pleasurable as the sensation coursing through him was, all too soon the needs of the body took hold and Jon had to separate from Arianne to breathe. As he pulled back, Arianne's eyes opened, dark and filled with a heat that made Jon shake. "You know. That doesn't look all that comfortable doing that against the wall like that." Jon sprung away from Arianne, his hand reaching out on instinct and calling his lightsaber to him. "Gods, Arya!" Jon growled, seeing his youngest sister standing just a short distance away from them. "What are you doing here?" Arya, for her part, was just staring at the two of them with a blank expression. Well, mostly blank. There was no hiding that slight smirk on her face. "From the stories that I've heard Theon and the other guards tell, this sort of thing works a lot better on a bed. And with less clothes. Though just why you'd want to do something like, well, that is just weird. You two looked like you were trying to suck each other's faces off. Clearing her throat, Arianne stepped up past him and towards his sister. While Jon was sure that he was completely red by this point out of embarrassment, Arianne looked utterly at ease despite having just been caught doing, well, what they were doing. Hopefully Arianne can calm this situation down. Or at least convince Arya not to tell everyone. The last thing I need is for the Red Viper of Dorne to think I've dishonored his niece. A bed and less clothes are the end game of such activities, little wolf, but not necessary to have fun. Any hope that Jon had of Arianne calming things over went right out the window as she glanced towards him and gave him a wink before turning back to his sister. As for whether it is fun or not, of course it is. It's quite an enjoyable experience for both parties, otherwise you and your brothers and sister wouldn't be here. Give it a few years, and once you find the right man or woman you will understand just how enjoyable such activities can be, little wolf. Man, or woman? Arya asked, which only served to add to Jon's mortification. How can two women do that? Quite easily, Arianne answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Such activities are not limited to just between a man and woman. A woman and woman can enjoy one another, as can a man and man. You can even just enjoy yourself should the need arise. Gods, Arianne, Jon breathed, his mortification reaching levels he never thought possible. He was not about to have this conversation with his little sister. She's just 10. She doesn't need you to corrupt her. Arianne turned on him with an arched brow, and Jon immediately knew that he'd said something wrong. Oh? A corrupting influence am I, Jon Stark? Jon had next to no warning before something cold struck the back of his neck and quickly ran down his shirt. Come, little wolf, Arianne said, a smile on her face as she purposefully turned her back on Jon and looked to his sister. I have some corrupting to teach you. Away from your brother's sensitive ears. Shivering from the cold water running down his back, Jon could do little more than just stare as Arianne took his sister by the arm and quickly led her out of library. I wonder who will actually be doing the corrupting. Jon sighed, knowing his sister and her fondness for pulling jokes on people. I see that you finally managed to complete the task that I set upon you. Shit! Jon nearly screamed, jumping in place, and turning so that he was facing his very amused-looking master. Master! Though I do admit that I agree with your sister. If you truly wish to engage in such activities, I would highly recommend a bed. At least for the first time, much more comfortable. After that, well, a little bit of exhibitionism never hurt anyone and can provide quite the thrill when done right. By the gods, master! Jon swore, trying to shake the water out of his shirt, which of course only spread it out further. I'm not talking about this with you. Or anyone. His master, seeming to take joy in his suffering, didn't let the matter drop. Why not? It's not healthy to keep this sort of thing bottled in. Humans, and most sentient beings, are creates of needs and passion. Denying or bottling those up can cause a lot of harm to both oneself and those around them. I know, Jon nodded. You've lectured on this topic to all of us many a time before. His master nodded. I have. But you still seem intent on not understanding it. Though it does seem that the young princess is quite good at getting you out of your shell, so to speak. But let's leave this for now and let's focus on the fact that you finally managed to replicate the Ryanish armlet you found in Valyria. An armlet that you immediately gifted to Arianne. Jon's chest puffed out slightly in pride. I wait, you said a Ryanish armlet, not Valyrian. Which means oh gods. You knew it was Ryanish and not Valyrian. I did. Huffing, Jon brought a hand through his hair in frustration. Then why didn't you tell me? I've been spending months poring over every Valyrian book I could find trying to make sense of the damn thing. If I had known that it wasn't even Valyrian, then, oh. That was part of the lesson, wasn't it? It was, his master nodded. You did good in using the Force to guide you in the recreation of the armlet, take pride in that because I do not know of many apprentices your age that would have even come close to manipulating the Force in such a precise way as you just did. But you missed one of the larger points of the lesson for a long time. Never make assumptions based on what you think you know. We found the armlet in Valyria, so you simply assumed that it was Valyrian. And you became so blinded by this view that you forgot the fact that we learned one of the key factors in the Valyrians becoming such a dominating force was because they took what made their enemies strong and incorporated it into themselves. Master, Jon nodded. I won't make the same mistake again. See that you don't. Tunnel vision serves no one well. Pausing, his master held out a hand and summoned a seemingly random book from the depths of the library. This is a book on how the Ryanish used the Force to manipulate the elements like water, fire, earth, and air to their needs. I would suggest that you gift this book to Arianne as an apology. An apology? Jon asked, taking the book from his master. But I haven't done anything wrong. The look his master gave him was one of amusement. You know nothing, Jon Stark. But at least you are capable of learning, so you are not completely hopeless. Walking through the darkened alleyways of King's Landing, a man wearing a dark cloak with his hood raised over his head easily avoided the prying eyes of the people of the city as he made his way towards the harbour and one of the more prestigious inns known to house usually only the captains of vessels or visiting nobles from across the narrow sea. Pausing near the back entrance, the man took one last look around to make sure he wasn't followed before quietly making his way into the building and up a narrow flight of stairs to the uppermost level of the building. Ignoring the sounds of whores applying their trade, the man made his way towards the last room at the end of the hall and knocked on the door twice, then once, then thrice more. The door immediately opened, revealing an obese man who could rival King Robert and Lord Mace Tyrell in girth. The man's oily golden forked beard twisted as the man smiled and pulled the dark-cloaked man into the room. It's been too long, Varys, the man said after shutting the door and making sure that they were alone. Lowering his hood, Varys nodded as he watched his longtime friend make his way back across the room towards a large pitcher of wine and a platter of bread and cheese. That it has, Illyrio. I take it that you managed to take advantage of the information that I sent you. Yes, for all of a few days that is. Illyrio grumbled as he sat down, the chair beneath him groaning as he did. There are plenty of wealthy in Essos who will pay good coin for northern glass, especially those decorative pieces that they've been exporting as of late. Unfortunately, it seems that the North prefers to do direct business with only one of their own in Pentos. Even if he is an exiled kid from a disgraced house. Domeric Bolton, Varys said, identifying the young man. I had heard songs that he was doing well in his exile. Doing well is an understatement, Varys, Illyrio laughed. The boy arrived in Pentos with nothing more than the clothes on his back and few loyal men who were willing to follow him. I thought he'd end up as nothing more than a sellsword that I could perhaps employ and slowly turn to work with us in the endgame. But he proved me wrong. Within a few days of arriving, he managed to get the edge on the glass market. By the end of his first week, he managed to set up a stall and secure a few high-paying customers. And within a moon's turn, he managed to grow his trade to the point where he can afford one of the largest manors in Pentos near equal to my own. He has a small army of unsullied guards and sellswords. The kid either has the greatest mind for trade I have ever seen. Or someone is helping him, Varys finished for his friend. Yes, and I'm willing to bet coin it's the second. No one establishes a network as fast as he did without help. Then there is the fact that some of his more aggressive competitors just up and disappear. But not until they try something nefarious against him first, of course. But still, just to be safe I've pulled out almost completely of the northern glass market and I'm staying clear of the Myrish market as well. This is one trade war that I guarantee will get bloody soon if it hasn't already. Humming, Varys nodded and kept the information in the back of his mind. Let us talk on other matters. I've heard an unfortunate rumor regarding one close to us. Sighing, Illyrio rubbed at his golden beard. You heard correctly, my friend. Damn cut purses. The Septa didn't stand a chance. They hardly even left anything behind that could identify her. This will hurt our long-term goals. Her voice would have gone a long way. Yes, it would have, Varys nodded. He knew very well how much her voice was needed. That was why he'd done what he did in the first place to secure her loyalty. Or rather service to the cause. But we still have other options. What of the two that are running? I have not heard many songs of either since they wore out their welcome in Volantis. Illyrio merely shrugged. Not much to say. Viserys continues saying that he is the true king of Westeros to anyone who will listen. There are still a few amongst the wealthy who are willing to entertain him with the promise of a return for their generosity, but the boy often wears out their welcome within a few weeks at best. The girl, not much to say on her outside of the fact that she is apparently turning into a true Valyrian beauty. Last I heard, they were heading north towards Norvos. I see, Varys nodded. So, despite a mild setback, our plans in Essos are continuing as predicted. Yes, Illyrio nodded. What of here in Westeros? I've been hearing more than a few tales of late that are cause for concern with our long-term goals. Most of which pertain to a certain sorcerer who has found a home in the north. Varys felt his stomach turn as the topic of conversation changed. Yes. Lord Alimnox of Winterfell, the northern sorcerer. Unfortunately, after now having met the man and even played against him slightly, I can say that whatever stories you have heard of him have been understating his abilities. Really? Illyrio questioned. I've heard some pretty outlandish tales. The least of which is him venturing into Valyria and returning with enough wealth to buy his own kingdom. That is true, Varys stated, drawing a sharp look from his friend. I am uncertain as to the full extent of what the sorcerer managed to acquire from Valyria, but it was enough for him to offer a tithe to the crown in the sum of 8 Valyrian steel longswords. One for each member of the king's guard and one for the king himself. Leaning forward, Illyrio stroked his golden beard with a bit more force. And what of the tales of those he is training? The children of House Stark? Will they be a threat? Varys lowered his eyes as the memories of Pycelle's trial came to mind. The sorcerer's primary student, his apprentice, is the baseborn of Ned Stark and Ashura Dane, or at least that is what the rumors say. Though my own investigation into the boy's mother has led me to know that is not the case. Unfortunately, the mother eludes me, but I have a suspicion. And if my suspicion proves true, then we will have yet another obstacle to overcome. But regardless of who Ned Stark sired the boy upon, his skill is without question. At barely the age of becoming a man, Jon Stark managed to fight and kill a member of the King's Guard in a trial by combat. And he did so almost effortlessly. I can only assume that his skill is a result from his training under the Sorcerer. And word from the north says that each of Lord Stark's children, even the girls, are being trained in a similar manner. And now Stannis Baratheon has sent his daughter and heir to train alongside them. Even Tywin Lannister's niece has also gone north to train as well. Leaning back, Illyrio stopped stroking his beard as a worried expression came over him. That is, concerning. Very concerning for our long-term goals. But they are still children. Young and inexperienced. They follow Nox, do they not? If we manage to turn the sorcerer towards our ideals, it is likely that the children will follow as well. Which will make things much easier for us. Varys's own experience with magic in his youth, which resulted in him becoming what he is, had left a sour opinion of anyone who practiced the arcane. If it were up to him, he would simply leave the sorcerer be. But as it was, that was not an option. I do not know if such a thing will be possible, Varys answered honestly. I tried to get a read on the man while he was in King's Landing after the failed coup attempt by the Maesters. But the man might as well have been a blank piece of canvas for all that I was able to infer about him. But one thing that I know is this, Nox is loyal only to himself. Many in the land, the king included, are deluded enough to believe that the sorcerer owes his allegiance to the wolves, especially now with his wife being named the stewardess of Winterfell. But I know better. A man like Nox only serves those that he is also using. And once the Starks no longer have any value to him, he will leave them behind and move on. And we need to take extreme care not to underestimate the man. He has proven to be very adept at playing the game. Speaking from experience, my friend. Illyrio jibbed and laughed, though Varys did not amusing. Fine. If he can't be brought to our way of thinking, then we simply need to remove him from the board. From what I've heard, this sorcerer's power is like a maul, big and destroying everything in its path. So, let us instead go for a power that is akin to a dagger in the dark. Varys knew immediately as to whom Illyrio was referring to. Nox and the Starks just survived an assassination attempt by their own vassal lords. Their guard will be raised for some time yet. I doubt that even the famed Faceless Men would be able to succeed. Valar Morghulis, my friend. All men die. Illyrio responded with a slight smile. But I can concede your point in that the sorcerer will be on guard. And our plans are still years away from fruition anyway, so eliminating the sorcerer and those who follow him will be our last resort. For now, I will strive to find a way to level the playing field. And I believe I might just have an opportunity to do so. It'll cost a fair amount of coin, but the payouts will be more than worth the cost should we be successful. Varys did not like the road his friend was turning towards. And pray tell, how exactly are you thinking of leveling the playing field against a man like the sorcerer, my friend? Illyrio's smirk behind his beard did not diminish. I know of your history, my friend. While I can sympathize with your plight, now is not a time to let our personal grudges get in the way of plans that have been in place for so long. Not when we are finally so close to seeing them come to fruition. Sometimes, you must fight fire with fire. And that is exactly what I intend to do with this sorcerer and his ilk. He was right, of course. Varys's own history had made him distrustful of anything even remotely related to the arcane. And if it were up to him, there would be no practitioners of the arcane left. But he knew that that was a dream that would never come to fruition. At least not in his lifetime. Very well, my friend. I will leave this particular matter in your capable hands, Varys conceded. While you work from the angle of countering him, I will see about trying to entice the sorcerer over to our way of thinking. Just know that the price for such an act will be quite high. And will more than likely require more than a few concessions in the future. As long as he does not stand in our way, we can deal with any fallout, Illyrio nodded. Now, let us move on to other topics while we still have the chance to do so. There is much that we still need to discuss regarding the plans in motion. Both here in Westeros and those in Essos. Nodding, Varys finally took the only other chair in the room and made himself comfortable as he and his friend began exchanging what they knew and how certain facts and actions would require changes to their long-term goals. It'd taken Nox years, but he was finally getting used to the almost agonizingly slow pace of travel that Westeros was limited to. This was a journey that would only take a few minutes to maybe an hour back in the Empire. But here, it could take days or even weeks to complete, and you were stuck either riding in a saddle, in a carriage, or walking. While Nox had become a proficient rider during his time on this world, he was far from what could pass as a good rider. Hells, even his wife Nyra was a better rider than he. A fact that she liked to remind him of, as it was one of the few areas where she could endlessly tease him good-naturedly. So, as their group finally crested the last of the seemingly endless hills that made up the landscape of the gift, Knox only just barely managed to keep his sigh of relief to himself that they would be given a short reprieve as the wall came into view. Well, Oberyn whistled as he pulled his horse up alongside Knox. Hearing about the wall is one thing. Now having laid eyes on the thing, no description can do it justice. One can only wonder as to just how the people of old managed to build this thing. Knox was certainly in agreement with his friend. Well, to him almost every structure of note he'd come across on this world had been nothing short of amazing, especially considering the people of this world managed to build them without access to the tools or techniques that were used daily in the Empire and the Republic. But the wall was something else entirely. He'd been able to sense the wall ever since he'd first arrived on this world nearly a decade past. Yet with everything he'd been trying to accomplish over the years, he'd never had the opportunity to venture to the legendary structure. But now that he was within eyesight of the wall, so to speak, he was very well inclined to agree with Oberyn. Just reading and hearing about the wall did it little justice. The wall was massive, on the level where even the vainest of Sith would almost consider it over the top. But what truly demanded Knox's attention was not the size or the scope of the wall, but rather its presence in the Force. Even though it'd been thousands of years, he could tell that the wall itself was built with the aid of the Force. He could sense the Force, both the light and the dark, incorporated seamlessly into the structure. They say that Bran the Builder designed and built the wall with the aid of men, the children of the forest, and giants. Knox reminded himself as their large party led by himself and Ned began their descent from the hilltop towards a lone castle nestled at the base of the wall. He was the architect for all intents and purposes. Which means that he was able to figure out how to incorporate the light and the dark side so seamlessly. Either that, or history has stolen credit away from where it was due and given it to him. A possibility. But still, if Bran Stark was truly the mastermind behind this behemoth, then I seriously need to look over the architecture of Winterfell again. Force only knows what the man built into his home if he was this capable. Urging his horse forward slightly, Knox pulled alongside Ned who, Knox noted, was staring at the wall with the same awe as he. Though Ned's awe was from not seeing the wall for the first time, but rather from seeing it differently now that he'd been open to the Force. Quite a bit different, isn't it? Knox asked as the two trotted along the King's Road. Seeing a structure made by the Force through the eyes of the Force. It is, Ned nodded. Before my fostering in the Vale, my father brought my brothers and I to the wall so that we might see it for ourselves and come to understand the value and history that it holds. I remember being awed at the sight when I was but a boy. And now that I see it differently, it is far grander than I ever thought as a boy. Focusing his sight further, Knox tried to get a read on the infamous Castle Black that was nestled at the base of the wall. Strange, he thought as he felt his sight almost get repelled by the wall. Out of curiosity he tried to reach beyond the wall, but the repulsion from whatever Force rituals were performed on the wall were still so powerful he was nearly physically rocked in his saddle. Interesting. Very, very interesting. The wall is not just a physical block, it repels Force abilities directly as well. It'll be interesting to see if it repels Force-sensitive individuals, and if so to what degree must their Force sensitivity be in order to be registered by whatever runes lie within the wall. Most of the Lords of the North will be housed in Mole's Town, as Castle Black does not have the space or resources to hold so many, Ned spoke up, breaking Knox out of his musings. We'll meet up with them first before heading on to Castle Black to speak with Lord Commander Mormont. As you say, Stark, Oberyn nodded good-naturedly as he turned and looked behind him at the train they were leading. Let's hope that the Watch has the resources to deal with such a large influx of Southern volunteers. While the comment was made in jest, Knox knew from talking with Ned that it was a valid concern. Usually volunteers for the Watch, or prisoners who choose the Black over whatever other punishment awaited them, numbered in the handful at most. The few dozen that had been sent to take the Black after the attempted coup had been the largest single influx of men heading to the Watch since the end of the rebellion. And now they were arriving with somewhere between 50 and 100 new men to join the Watch. Most of whom had far too many years under their belt to be of any real use. But there were a couple mixed in there that were still young and strong enough to be of use to an order like the Night's Watch. But as Ned had stated, the state of the Watch had declined severely over the years as only really the Lords of the North bothered to keep the wall funded and fed. To everyone else, it was just a dumping ground to send their unwanted, and that was the full extent to which they viewed the wall. The Lord Commander will find a place for them, Ned stated, urging his horse towards a small settlement perhaps a mile or so from the wall. As they drew closer to the village, Knox began picking out different presences through the Force that he'd made sure to memorize throughout the years as people of importance. The Umbers, both the Great Jon and the Small Jon. Maege Mormont as well. One of the Karstark boys, though I never did get a good enough read on any of them to tell them apart from this distance. And there is also Gregor Forrester, not surprising as Asher and his gladiator friend have decided to join us to speak with the wildlings before he settles down to wed. Which means that other familiar presence near to them is Galbart Glover. There are others, quite a few others it seems. But none that I have taken any note of. Still, this is quite the gathering. Not that I expected any less when we are about to discuss the possible alliance with those that have been considered enemies of the North for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. As they drew closer to the village, those that had accompanied their lords quickly began clearing the roadway as they saw the stark banners coming towards them. And hastily arranging themselves at the onset of the village were all of the lords Knox had sensed during their approach. The great Jon and his son were holding the center of the line, pushing the others off to the side. He could see Glover try and edge close to the center, but all it took was a single look from Maege Mormont while the she-bear was fingering her mace to get the man to move down the line. "Ned, Sorcerer!" the great Jon bellowed as they drew closer. "See, you lot finally got here. We've been sitting on our asses for days waiting for you. And I see why it took you so long. Bunch of southern pretty boys freezing their balls of holding you down, hey? Hope these southern boys learn to thicken their blood before winter comes for us, and not just these light summer snows. The watch doesn't need a bunch of frozen corpses to deal with." The men of the north laughed as they all took note of layers of fur and leather that each of their southern guests that choose to follow them were wearing. The men from House Tyrell were all wearing a heavy fur coat over their normal clothes, the same of which could be said for all of those from the Reach. And those from Dorne were faring even worse. They'd lost one guardsman from House Martell already due to the elements. Obara, who'd been the only one of Oberyn's daughters to follow them, was wearing a thick wool coat underneath a set of furs. And even the famed Red Viper himself was wearing a heavy fur coat over his traditional red leather armor. None of whom seemed particularly pleased at being reminded of their unease with the cold. "Enough, Great Jon," Ned ordered with a sharp look, bringing a sharp end to the amusement of the Northmen. "We would be faring no better in the Reach and even worse in Dorne during the height of the summer years. And these members from House Martell and House Tyrell are more than just our guests. They have volunteered to come north and face the wildlings with us despite knowing the risks. And they will be shown the proper respect." The great Jon scoffed. "Respect is earned in the north, Ned. You know that better than any. But I suppose the fact that they're actually here means something." "Of course, it does," Oberyn stated, sliding off his horse with ease and landing soundlessly. "And if you need further convincing, I will be happy to have a go at you in the yard. Though I do fear I will need to comfort your widow after we are through." The Umber Lord did not look amused. "I've been making corpses of men since you were still at your mother's teat, Dornishman." Oberyn merely smirked. "And I've made corpses out of men in just about every kingdom in Westeros, plus every free city in Essos, Valyria, and even during my brief stay in the Summer Isles. Now, shall we continue with this pointless debate? Or do you wish for us to simply whip our dicks out and get this over with? If so, you best do it now. For I fear that if we wait for a larger audience then you will only find yourself emasculated even more by being outmatched by a mere southern boy." The great Jon's face started turning red. Though to the surprise of everyone not from the north, the Lord of Last Hearth did not draw his sword. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed. "Haha. You must be the famed Red Viper of Dorne. My son has told me about you. Good to see he wasn't just blowing smoke up my ass." With the tension broken, the men those that had followed them since Winterfell began dispersing into Mole's Town as Ned went about greeting the lords with Prince Oberyn and Willis Tyrell by his side. But as they were greeting one another, Knox couldn't help but feel a great surge of, not quite hatred but displeasure coming from some of those that had lined up to greet them. Focusing in, he found the source of the anger as the only woman, Lady Maege Mormont, was staring with unabashed anger at those from the south. "Because of Yora? No. She didn't hold this sort of anger while we were in the south. This is something else. Something personal. And you must be the famed she-bear, Lady Mormont," Prince Oberyn greeted the Lady of Bear Island, either not noticing or not caring about the look of pure fury that was etched onto her face. "I had the pleasure of fighting alongside your daughter in Valyria, a woman of the north if there ever was one. And my squire Daemon had the pleasure of dancing with her several times during her brief stay in Dorne. Oh, I know all about what kind of pleasurable dances this boy performed with my daughter," Maege all but growled, her eyes alight with fury and directed at Prince Oberyn's squire. Oberyn's brow raised as Maege pushed past him and marched up towards the young Daemon Sand, who, to his credit, managed to hold his ground if only barely in the face of the scowling she-bear. "My lady," Daemon said, swallowing hard and bowing, Your daughter and I I would ask how she is doing? We grew quite close during her time in Dorne." "Oh, I know," Maege ceded, her hand now firmly gripping her mace, though she did leave it hooked onto her belt at her side. "My daughter is in good health, boy. As is my granddaughter." All conversations that were being had ceased at the proclamation. Asher Forrester, who'd been amid reuniting with his father, turned and stared open-mouthed at the scene while the gladiator beside him merely raised her brow. Even the usual carefree Oberyn was struck silent as his gaze bounced between his squire and the formidable Lady of Bear Island. And as for Daemon Sand, he was just standing completely still as if his brain had decided to short-circuit on him and leave him high and dry. "You're your granddaughter?" The bastard from Dorne finally managed to croak out. My granddaughter," Maej reiterated, the feelings of fury escalating from her. "A result of those pleasurable dances you and my daughter shared." One could have heard a pin drop in the mud for all the noise that was happening around them as everyone from both the north and the south turned their full attention towards Maej Mormont and Daemon Sand. The former of whom stood a full head over the bastard from Dorne. "My lady, Daemon started to say before stopping, clearly not sure just what to say. I don't know what to say, Hat, typical southern boy," Maej spat. "Fuck the north over and leave them to deal with the consequences. I don't know why I was expecting any different from you, boy. Even after all the good my daughter spoke of you." Something seemed to snap in Oberyn's squire as the young man suddenly stood up straight. But instead of addressing Maej, he turned to Prince Oberyn and went down on a knee. "My prince," he began, his eyes never leaving Oberyn's. "Serving you has been the honor of my life. But now I must beg to leave your service, my prince." "Oh?" Oberyn asked, his eyes darting towards the still fuming Maej. "Why?" Daemon hesitated, but when he spoke with conviction. "Because I can no longer be in your service, nor in Dorne's service while I am here in the north. With permission, I would seek to stay here in the north and serve at whatever capacity House Mormont would have of me." "And who said that I will allow you to even step foot on my lands, boy?" Maej asked, her eyes narrowing in on the young man. Rising to his feet, Daemon turned back to Maej Mormont and didn't back down from her gaze. "Then I will stay on the shores near to Bear Island and form a homestead of my own and do what I can to serve the people of the north. And even if you try and drive me away, my lady, I will not go unless you end my life. For I will not allow my daughter to be raised without knowing her father. And while Daisy is strong, perhaps the strongest woman I have ever met, I will not force her to shoulder the burden of raising a child alone. I will be with her and our daughter in whatever capacity I can." Nox could sense the fury slowly leaving Maej as she took note of the young man's conviction. "Bear Island is not the south, boy. We have no sandy beaches, only ice, snow, and mud." Daemon just shrugged. "Sand is overrated, my lady. It gets everywhere if you're not careful and you have to spend days cleaning it out. We don't have no fancy feasts or tourneys or wines for you to sit back and relax with." Maej pressed further, clearly trying to find a fault with the boy and pressure him into not coming near Bear Island. But unfortunately for her, Daemon didn't seem bothered in the slightest. "Never really been one for fancy feasts, just ask Prince Oberyn and Princess Arianne. Plus, I haven't fought in any tourneys of note, so can't really miss something I haven't experienced. And as for wine, well, I've always actually preferred mead or ale over it. Too sweet, in my opinion. If your next statement is to say that there is no warm weather in the north, I am already aware of that, my lady. And, in truth, I'm actually starting to enjoy the cold of the north." Maej's fury was almost completely gone by this point. No doubt she was expecting the young Daemon to shirk away from his responsibilities or hesitate to stay in the north, but so far, the lad was proving her wrong about him. "And what is the future you see between my daughter and yourself, boy?" Daemon hesitated once more, but again spoke with conviction when he finally answered her. "I cannot say that I love your daughter, my lady, for we have only known each other for a short time. But I can say that I am fond of Daisy, fond of her enough that I am willing to leave the life I had behind to be near to her and our daughter. And, even though I am a bastard and make no apologies for what I am, once I gain your approval, my lady, I would gladly take your daughter as my wife and live out the rest of my days serving her in House Mormont on Bear Island." Maej didn't say anything in return, she just stared at Daemon with a hard look. A look that Daemon returned in kind. "You've got stones, boy," Maej said at last, her demeanor cracking just slightly as amusement and something close to respect came off her. "Show your mettle north of the wall, boy, and I might even say that you've earned my respect enough to court my daughter. And the rest of you, show's over. Now bug the fuck off before I shove my mace up your asses." Everyone who wasn't a noble scattered back into Mole's Town as none wanted to test whether Lady Mormont was serious in her threat or not. "Well then, that was certainly entertaining," Oberyn chuckled, slapping his former squire on the shoulder, and giving him a nod of approval for his actions. "Now then, gentlemen, seeing as how we have been on the road for some time and are likely to begin again soon, I do believe I will be taking this opportunity to relax and see what kind of pleasures this quaint little village can provide." No one needed to question what the Prince of Dorne meant, especially as the man began wandering towards one of the buildings in the village that had a red lantern hanging outside its front door. "By the gods old and new, I'm starting to suspect that my grandmother is not entirely wrong in her assessment of my friend," Willis sighed good-naturedly as Oberyn disappeared into the building before turning to Ned. "Lord Stark. Would it not be prudent to continue escorting those bound for the watch the rest of the way to Castle Black?" "No need," Knox replied before Ned could. "It seems we have a welcoming party from the Night's Watch heading our way." True to his word, a dozen men in black cloaks riding horses marched into the north end of the small town and made their way down the road towards them. The one in the lead was one that was instantly recognized by everyone from Winterfell. "Benyon," Ned called out in greeting to his brother as he and his fellow brothers from the Night's Watch drew close to them. "Ned, boys. Lord Knox." Benyon Stark greeted each of them in turn before turning his attention to the others with them. "You must be Lord Willis Tyrell then." "I am, Lord Stark," Willis replied. "I'm no longer a lord," Benyon replied not unkindly. "I gave up my title when I took my vows. I am now merely the first ranger of the Night's Watch." Willis took everything in stride and nodded his acceptance. "As you say, first ranger. We've brought a number of volunteers for the watch from all over the Reach and we were just about to discuss what is to be done with them now that we are so close to the wall." Benyon turned his attention from his family and Willis towards the line of men, some of whom were obviously prisoners as they were forced to ride in barred wagons. "We can handle them from here, my lord," Benyon stated before turning around in his saddle. "Yoren. Get this lot to Castle Black and start sorting them out." "I, first ranger," one of the men in black, Yoren Knox guessed, nudged his horse forward. "All right, you lot. We're not done yet. So, get up off your asses and let's get walking. Your new home and your new brothers at the wall await ye." Moving off to the side, Knox watched dispassionately as the soon-to-be brothers of the Night's Watch and those guarding them detached themselves from the rest of the convoy and began following Yoren and most of the other Black brothers towards the wall and Castle Black. Once they were well on their way, Ned turned around and faced the rest of them. "All of you get some rest," he said loudly. "We wait 2 days. And then we head to Eastwatch and board the Seawolf to head north to Hardhome." Those that had travelled with them quickly dispersed into Mole's Town looking for a place to lay their heads for the next few nights. Shouldn't be a difficult task, Knox thought as he watched the residents of the town quickly move to offer their homesteads in exchange for coin or anything else of value. This is probably the largest influx of people this town has seen in a long time. I would have been surprised if they didn't try to milk everything of value out of us during our stay. As Ned and the boys started heading into the town with Benyon, Knox felt the lightest of touches from the force on his mind. Stopping in his tracks, Knox turned towards the massive structure as he pushed back, causing the light touch to flee instantly. Interesting, he thought as he noticed Jon's and Rob's steps falter for a moment as his young apprentice and acolyte turned their attention towards the wall. That was a controlled probe. But with the wall muddling just about any sensory capabilities from the force, I cannot tell who it came from, but it definitely came from Castle Black. Smiling, Knox followed the Starks to try and find a place to lay his head for the night. Well, this little stop certainly became much more interesting, hasn't it? When Jon had been a boy before Master Knox had arrived, he had thought on more than one occasion that the Black would be his future. After all, what other future could one such as he have besides a guardsman or a Black brother? And the fact that the North was full of tales saying that there was much honor in joining the Night's Watch, of being part of something bigger than yourself, had indeed been tempting. But now that he was standing in the famed Castle Black and now that he was watching those who called themselves the Black Brothers mill around the yard? Well, he found himself more than a little underwhelmed. For one, calling Castle Black a castle was a bit of a misconception. A castle or keep implied a well-fortified series of buildings. The only defense Castle Black truly had was the wall itself to the north as there were no actual walls surrounding it to the east, west, or south. Instead, Castle Black consisted of multiple stone towers and timber keeps that had paths both above and below ground joining them together. There was the Lord Commander's Tower, the King's Tower where most of the lords of the north and south were being put up for the night. Another tall tower that was nearly as tall as the Sorcerer's Tower in Winterfell, though even then the tallest tower in Castle Black only managed to reach a third of the way up the wall at best. Then there was another tower that had a very poor excuse for a battlement that looked over the training yard, and 2 other towers that looked sturdy, but were starting to show signs of age. And nestled against the wall was a strange contraption that was like a carriage attached to a winch that could carry people to the top of the wall. And to think, for a very brief time I was certain that this was my future, Jon thought, looking around Castle Black with a critical eye. It wasn't that he now suddenly held the watch with disdain. No, he was still a man of the north, and he knew the importance of the Night's Watch, even if almost all of those in the south had forgotten. But rather it was now that he had been out into the world, he knew that there was far more out there for one such as he. Enough sightseeing, Jon, he chided himself as he forced himself to keep moving slowly through Castle Black. You have a job to do. Shortly after they'd arrived in Mole's Town the day prior, Jon had felt something strange brush up against him. And it hadn't been just him, Rob had sensed it as well. It was something force-related, like one of the probes that he had begun feeling his master send his way from time to test his defenses. But unlike his master's probes, this was incredibly amateurish. And as soon as Jon had reacted to the probe by trying to find its source, it all but disappeared, leaving him in the dark. He'd tried to send out his own probe through the force, but as soon as he did, he discovered something else incredibly strange. The wallet muddled the force. He didn't know why, but whenever he tried to use the force to survey his surroundings, the closer he got to the wall the harder it was to be successful. His other force abilities were still just as they were, he could levitate objects as easily as he could back in Winterfell. But for some reason his ability to sense his surroundings was lessened the closer he got to the wall. Out of curiosity, he'd tried to sense beyond the wall, and immediately regretted that decision. It was like physically running headfirst into the wall. He'd learned his lesson quickly. So, without really being able to use the force to sense anything more than a few feet around him, he was stuck walking through the entirety of Castle Black, trying to find just who it was that he'd felt the day before. Making his way along what passed for a wooden pathway, Jon felt a quick spike from the force, like the one he felt the day before. And just like last time, the moment he reacted to the presence, it quickly retreated. But unlike the day prior, this time Jon was ready for it, and much closer to the source so that the wall, while still hindering his ability to sense anything beyond the immediate space around him, couldn't hide whoever it was completely from him. Got you, he thought victoriously as he turned towards a small squat tower that was situated near the outskirts of Castle Black. A rockery, Jon realized as he saw a raven fly into the upper part of the squat tower. A maester. This should prove to be interesting. Glancing around to make sure that there were no prying eyes, Jon palmed his lightsaber that was hanging on his belt and reached out to open the door only to have the door seemingly open on its own. Egg, is that you, Egg? Blinking, Jon slowly walked through the opened door, his eyes searching for the source of the raspy voice. What he found both surprised and confused Jon. The source of the force presence he'd been feeling was coming from an old man, the oldest Jon had ever seen in his life. The man was bald save for a few wisps of snow-white hair still clinging to his head. And he wore a thick black cloak that he had tightly clutched in his fist, no doubt trying to stave off the cold. And around his neck he wore the chains of a maester, but unlike any other maester he'd seen, this man had more chain links than Jon ever thought possible. Egg. The old man called out again, and only then did Jon realize the man was blind as his snow-white eyes passed right over Jon several times. Egg, is that you? Letting go of his lightsaber, Jon entered the room fully and shut the door behind him to keep the cold out. I'm sorry, sir, he said, drawing a sharp look from the man. My name is not Egg. My name is Jon Stark. Stark? The old man questioned, his head tilting to the side. But that your voice sounds just oh. That's right. So much time has passed. Forgive an old man. My mind is, not what it once was. And your voice and your, well, you just reminded me so much of my long-lost brother Egg that my mind wandered without thought. But a Stark you say? But that could oh, I see. So, your father was indeed as foolish as I feared. Jon felt his anger flare and the force responded to his anger. My father is Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell. And he is no fool, old man. The old man seemed completely nonplussed as he calmly withstood the wave that was Jon's anger through the force. I see, the old man sighed, shaking his head. I didn't want to believe that your sire was as foolish as the tales say. But it appears that he succumbed to his own madness. But despite how you may have come to be, it warms my soul to know that our line has not ended. Jon was thrown completely on the back foot. He can't know. He's just a maester at the wall. There is no way that, wait, just who is this man? Who are you, maester? The old man smiled and waved his hand in a quick cut across his chest. In response, the lock on the door slid shut and the lone shutter that was open closed and locked. I am merely a maester and a member of the Night's Watch to those who would seek our family harm, the old man answered cryptically before rising to his feet and walking towards Jon with the sure steps of a man half his age. But to you, to a member of family which I will not hold secrets from, I am Aemon Targaryen. Your great-uncle on your sire's side. A Targaryen. Jon breathed. His thoughts so jumbled in his mind that he was having difficulty telling up from down. His great-uncle nodded before reaching out with a hand and patting him on his shoulder. I'm sure that this is not easy for you, son. Please, sit. Let us talk. But first, throw a log on the fire. These old bones of mine are not quite as sure as they once were. Jon hadn't even realized he'd moved to do as the old man asked until he could feel the heat of the fire against his knuckles as he placed a log onto the low burning fire in the room. Taking a seat across from the old maester, Jon found he still had no idea where to begin. I don't know what to say. Then let us start with something easy. Maester Aemon smiled toothlessly as he held out a hand and with a twitch of his finger, brought a thick blanket over to wrap around his legs. You can use the Force, Jon stated, his mind finally starting to right itself. The Force? Yes, I do believe that is the term that I have heard from those who've come to join the Watch in recent years. Aemon nodded. A term your master Nox brought to this land. For me, it has always just been magic. Granted, it has only really shown itself in the past 10 years or so. But magic was the best term I could use to define what I can do. Jon felt himself smirking. Magic is an oversimplification of the Force and its capabilities. I doubt that mere magic like we once knew would allow you to see even though your eyes no longer see. Nor move as well as you do despite your age, Maester Aemon. The old Maester smiled and gave a sharp laugh. Ha, you're the first to truly notice in years. Yes. I have been scrounging for every scrap of information I can get about your Master Nox ever since word reached the Watch of his arrival and the gifts he's brought to the north. Perhaps, you could entertain an old man and tell me? Is he a descendant from the Dragon Lords? Just as we are. Jon's mind immediately went to what he knew of his master's past and the fact that there was life beyond their own amongst the stars. I'm sorry, Maester Aemon. My master's past is his own to tell. Not mine. Aemon stared sightlessly at him. It was the same stare Jon was used to getting from his master. Your loyalty to him is indeed great. But now that we have asked the easy questions, perhaps it is time for you to ask that which you truly wish to know? While it might seem unlikely, I can perhaps provide you the answer that you've been seeking. There was only one question Jon truly wanted an answer to, now that he knew just who his mother and sire were. Why? Jon asked simply, feeling his stomach rise into his throat. Why did he do that to my mother? Why did everything go wrong? Frowning, Aemon rearranged his blanket, so it was better covering his legs. Have you heard the old saying about whenever a Targaryen is born? They say that every time a new Targaryen is born, the gods will toss a coin in the air, one side madness and the other greatness. And the world holds its breath to see how it will land. Your sire, there were many that thought that his coin landed on the side of greatness. I too thought thusly. Over the years he would write to me, the first in many, many years to do so. At first, I saw what everyone else saw. The next great king of Westeros. But as time went on, and especially after the fragility of his wife became known, I started to see that which others were denying was there. Madness, born of obsession. Your sire became obsessed with the tale of the prince who was promised and the return of the great enemy of man. At first, he believed himself to be the promised prince. But as time wore on and there was no sign of the great enemy the prince was said to be destined to face, his obsession changed. He no longer believed himself to be the prince who was promised. But rather he believed that the prince would come from him. And that the prince would need to be Aegon the Conqueror reborn, with his sister wives fighting by his side. Sister wives that he feared his current wife would never be able to provide him with. So, he sought another wife, Jon added, leaning forward with his elbows resting on his knees. He did, Aemon nodded sadly. And quickly enough, he decided on one, your mother. His statement took Jon aback. But he never even met my mother until Harrenhal. True. And it was after meeting her at Harrenhal that he decided that she was indeed the one that he needed. Aemon sighed. But he knew of your mother well before either stepped foot into that keep. The only daughter of House Stark, descendants from the Kings of Winter, the last known line to face against the great enemy of man. And he also reasoned in his mind that by marrying your mother, he would be satisfying the pact of ice and fire and appease the gods both old and new. Furrowing his brow, Jon thought back on his history around the Dance of Dragons. But the pact of ice and fire was for a Targaryen princess to marry into the line of Starks, not the other way around. Your sire's obsession made him blind to that point, even after I pointed the same to him, Aemon sighed. But last word I had from him said that your mother agreed with stipulations. I do not know what happened to alter what was between them though. But whatever it was brought about the downfall of House Targaryen. And I hope that you will humor an old blind man in helping him understand just what went wrong, and why his family was brought to the edge of extinction, and why the last remaining relative he has refuses half of his heritage. Jon wasn't sure what to tell the old man. Jon had learned the hard way that the truth only brought pain. He could lie and spare the old man some sorrow. But he knew that any lie he told him would immediately be recognized. So, he told the truth. Or as much as he knew of it. My mother tried to send word explaining her actions before she left with, my sire. Jon said, still refusing to consider Prince Rhaegar his father. But that word either never reached her family or was misunderstood. Either way, my uncle and grandfather went before King Aerys and demanded Rhaegar show himself and explain his actions, and both were executed for treason against the crown. When word reached my mother about what happened, she wanted to return to her family and correct the wrong that her actions had brought. But Rhaegar, he refused to let her go. And he took her again and again by force until I was conceived. And then he rode off to put down the rebellion. Leaving my mother alone with little to no aid in the middle of the desert with only the King's Guard as company. My mother, she died bringing me into this world. And with her last breath, she begged my father, Eddard Stark, to raise me as one of his own and protect me from all those who would seek to either use me or bring harm to me. Aemon seemed to sag and age before his very eyes as his worst fears were confirmed. I see, so, the coin did indeed land on the side of madness. I had held out hope for so long that it was not so. But now. I'm sorry, Jon said, lowering his eyes. You have nothing to apologize for, Jon. You were but a babe, not even born yet when all these troubles came to pass. Maester Aemon replied. And while we might wish things differently, we cannot change the past. We can only learn from the mistakes of the past and strive not to make them once more. Aemon's old frame began shuddering as the old man started coughing uncontrollably. Rising immediately to his feet, Jon placed a hand on the old man's shoulder to support him while using his offhand to wordlessly summon a cup of water through the force to himself. Thank you, Jon. Aemon coughed, taking the offered cup and taking a few sips before breathing deep. This cold air, it can and has killed even the hardiest of men. And I am far from my prime. You still have many a year left in you, uncle, Jon said, testing the word on his lips and finding that calling the old man by the title did not bring him anger like he thought it might. And with the aid of the force, you might have more than you think. The old maester gave him a toothless smile. I am not your master, Jon Stark. But, mayhap I could still have a few years left in me. At least enough to see one more winter come to these lands. Aemon quieted as Jon felt his old hand on his own. I wonder, my boy, might you grant an old man one more request? I can see you through the force but it is not the same. Might I know your face? Jon saw Aemon's hand twitch towards his face to emphasize his words. Uncle Aemon, Jon nodded while kneeling, moving to guide the old man's hand to his jaw. You have our family's jaw and eyes, Aemon said, his fingers gently wandering around Jon's face. I can see through this power you have, but I cannot tell much. Tell me, what is your coloring? My mother's, Jon answered without hesitation. Then it has served you well to hide you against those who seek our family harm, Aemon sighed, letting his hands fall. I sense so much anger in you. So much anger, buried deep beneath the surface. Anger at your sire. Anger at your grandfather for the madness that consumed him. And anger at the world for the station you found yourself in. Time may have dulled your anger, but it is still there. Festering beneath the surface like an infected wound. I wonder, might you humor an old man and listen to my advice? Of course, Maester, Jon nodded. Was it any wonder as to why he harbored such anger towards the one who sired him and the one who killed his grandfather and uncle in such a brutal and unjust way? Smiling, Aemon patted his cheek. This is the same counsel that I gave my brother Egg before we parted for the last time. The Great Council had just named him king and he was set to ascend the Iron Throne. He was a man grown with children, yet in many ways still just a boy. Kill the boy within you, I told him. It takes a man to rule. An Aegon, not an egg. Kill the boy and let the man be born. You may not rule from the Iron Throne, but I see that one day you will indeed rule in your own way. You are more than half the age that Egg was, but I can see that your life will not be an easy one. And it is not a life that a boy will be able to traverse. So, kill the boy, Jon Stark. End this boyish hatred you hold in your heart at your sire and his father. The past is the past and the ink is dry. We cannot change what happened. So do not let your anger at their actions hinder your future. Remember what they did so that you do not make the same mistake. But do not paint all your ancestors with the same brush. Remember not only the bad times of our family but remember the good as well. Jon was struck by the weight of the maester's words. His master and father had both told him something similar in the past, but for some reason hearing the words from his oldest living relative just seemed to give the words far more weight than they once held. Thank you, Uncle Aemon. Jon said lowly, rising to his feet. If there is anything I can do. Live, Aemon smiled, turning his sightless eyes towards Jon. Live for our family, Jon Stark. Pausing near the exit, Jon debated on whether to tell the old maester his true name. In the end, he decided that there wasn't any harm in a lone brother of the Night's Watch knowing his secret. Especially seeing as how the man was, as he said, family. My name. The name my mother gave me. Is Jaehaerys Stark. And after we are done with the wildlings, I would like to call upon you once more, uncle. Aemon grinned toothlessly as he leaned his head back and stared upwards. A good name, Jaehaerys Stark. I look forward to talking to you again when you and your father finish with what needs to be done north of the wall. Nodding, Jon quietly opened the door to the maester's quarters and stepped out and almost ran headlong into Master Knox, who was standing just slightly beyond the doorway, leaning on what passed for a banister. Find what you need, apprentice. Doing what he could to calm his racing heart and not show that his master once again managed to surprise him, Jon nodded. My master. Knox nodded as Jon felt his master's eyes through the force pass over him. You're lighter than you were before you stepped foot in this place. I feel lighter than I did before, master, Jon nodded, his head turning to look back at Maester Aemon's quarters once more. It's time for me to kill the boy, master. Move past what held me back before. And accept who I am. And who are you? Swallowing, Jon cast a look around to make sure there were no unwanted ears nearby. I am Jaehaerys Stark, apprentice to Darth Knox of the North. And while it might not be safe for me to go by that name yet, it is who I am. And I will no longer hide from myself. About time, apprentice, his master nodded, a smirk upon his face. Though I do trust that you will take caution when trying to hatch the egg you procured from our little expedition. You might be able to hide your name until you are ready. But the creature you brought back will wait for no man once it is hatched. Ever since she and her brother had been forced to flee Bravus after the death of Sir Willem Darry, Dany had been to nearly every free city in Essos with her brother Viserys as the two did their best to stay ahead of the assassins her brother said were being sent after them by the usurper Robert Baratheon and his mad dogs. They'd been to Myr, Tyrosh, Qohor, Volantis, and Lys. And now she could add Norvos to the list. Though I fear that our stay here will not be long. Dany thought with a tired sigh as she walked along the path that lined the small garden in the estate that her and her brother were currently residing at. Lady Mellario made it quite clear to us that while she will house us for a time, it will not be for long. If word were to reach the usurper that she gave aid to my brother and I, then she fears that the usurper would take it out on her children still living in Dorne. And now with our time here possibly running short, I have yet to ask the one question of her that is burning in my soul. The question that was raised by my only friend, Jon. Jon Stark, son of the usurper's dog. She wanted to hate him for who he was, for the deception he laid upon her by not telling her his name. But she just couldn't. She couldn't hate him. No matter how hard she'd tried, no matter how many times she told herself that he was her enemy, she couldn't hate him. Every time she tried to force herself to hate him, she remembered the shy boy her age she ran into in Volantis. Of the care that shone in his eyes when he tried to help her before Viserys pulled her away from him. She remembered all the times that came after that when she would see him in her dreams, or sometimes when she was awake when she would spot him in the corner of her eye only to have him disappear the moment she tried to find him. Then she remembered when they started talking to one another. Of how he tried to explain what was happening to them and how he was trying to help her. Him. A Stark. The first person to try and help her outside of her brother since they were forced to flee the house with the red door. Was it all a lie? She thought, only to immediately dismiss it. No. There was no lie in him. I don't know how I know, but I know that Jon wasn't lying to me when he told me his name and what he knew of the usurper's rise to the Iron Throne. My family's throne. But what he said, it goes against everything Viserys has said. Could he have lied to me? Is that why I'm so afraid of asking Lady Mellario such a simple question? Is it that, I don't want to know the truth? Is there something you need of me, Daenerys Targaryen? Daenerys had been so focused on her own inner turmoil that the path she'd been walking had faded from her sight and she'd ended up mindlessly wandering into Lady Mellario's private gazebo in the middle of her estate. Lady Mellario was sitting in the shade, a cup of tea in her hand while her lone guard stood behind her. Dany had been stunned, to say the least, when she and her brother arrived in Norvos only for him to immediately bring them to the exact person Jon had told her to try and find. She wasn't sure just what type of reception her brother was hoping to have received when they arrived at the manor, but the frosty and almost hostile reaction from Lady Mellario to their presence was clearly not it. At first Dany was afraid that the Lady Mellario would turn them away immediately, but after exchanging a few words with her brother, Lady Mellario stated that she would give them shelter for a se'night before sending them on their way. Viserys was not happy about the decision, and she was afraid Lady Mellario had awoken the dragon within her brother. But, surprisingly to her, Viserys accepted the offer. Though he did so with the parting words that he would remember her actions when he claims what was promised to him. Dany wasn't sure just what he'd meant by that. But by the look on Lady Mellario's face, she clearly did. And Dany knew then and there that, just like many times before, her brother's temper had cost them a place to stay. Are you going to stand there with your head in the clouds all day, Daenerys? Or are you going to join me for tea? I apologize, Lady Mellario, Dany said, bowing her head. Honestly, she wanted to do nothing more than flee from the frosty glare of the woman. But as a guest she knew that she had no recourse to deny the request to join her. I would enjoy a cup of tea. Being careful to remember the proper etiquette that was expected of her, Dany gracefully took the seat across the table from Lady Mellario. Wordlessly, Lady Mellario picked up a porcelain tea kettle and poured her a cup of steaming tea. Having never really had much tea in her life, Dany was taken slightly aback by the rich smell coming from the kettle. I take it by your expression that you have not had the pleasure of indulging in tea from UTI. No, Lady Mellario, Dany answered, staring at the green-colored tea in her cup as her host moved a few other dishes towards her that contained various herbs. Traditionally, one would not add anything to the tea. But if the taste is too bitter for you, feel free to add honey. Or, if you wish to add to the flavor, I have some mint, lemon, and basil if you desire. Thank you, Dany said, carefully picking up the offered cup and taking a sip. The tea wasn't nearly as hot as she'd expected it to be. But the taste, by the gods, she had to fight back the urge to down the entire cup immediately. She'd never tasted anything so wonderful in her entire life. Drink it slowly, girl, Lady Melario chided her. That tea is not cheap. Swallowing what was in her mouth, Dany tried to drink the tea at a much slower pace. Apologies, Lady Melario. Lady Melario waved off her concern as she leaned back and sipped her own tea in silence. Holding her cup in her hand, Dany glanced around the garden, wondering if by chance her brother was anywhere nearby. He's not around. Should? No. I need to ask her now. Before Viserys comes back. If he finds out I'm asking about what happened during the rebellion, I will awaken the dragon once more. If you are looking for your brother, he is not here, Lady Melario said, answering Dany's unasked question. He's taken some of the gold that I gifted you to and is currently entertaining himself with whatever whores he can find. Dany tried her best to hide her wince at what her brother was currently up to. My brother, he is under a lot of pressure and needs to do what he can to relieve the tension. Dany said, trying to explain her brother's actions using the same reason Viserys had given her the only time she'd ever brought up his whoring. She'd awakened the dragon that day and had garnered a blackened eye and no food in her belly for a full day because of it. And since then, she had not sought to stand in the way of her brother's stress relief. Lady Melario just scoffed. Your brother wouldn't know pressure or stress or responsibility if it came up and bit him in the ass. That coin I gifted you to, if used correctly, will last you for years even after you leave my home. But with your brother's atrocious decision-making abilities and spending habits, you will be lucky if it lasts beyond a single moon's turn. Dany wanted to argue back that her brother was the true king of Westeros and that he indeed knew his responsibilities, but the words died on her tongue before she could give them voice. As much as she wanted to protest what Lady Melario was saying about her brother, a part of Dany agreed with her. Not that she would ever say it out loud. So instead, she just held her tongue on the topic. Sighing, Lady Melario set her cup down and looked Dany right in the eye. Tell me, girl. Do you know why your brother brought you here to me? Because, you are married to Prince Doran Martell of Dorne. That is correct, Lady Melario nodded. Your brother hoped to leverage something that might happen in the future into forcing me to give you to aid. But might is not definite. Honestly, given what I've seen, it's something I do not wish to see come to fruition. And it is also because I am the wife of Prince Doran and the mother to his children that I was tempted to throw you both out on your ear. Should word reach back to Westeros and King Robert that I am giving you to aid, then he will take it out on my children. I understand, Lady Melario, Dany nodded sadly. And I appreciate the aid you are giving my brother and I, despite the risks to you and your family. Lady Melario just kept staring at her with a hard look. The only reason I didn't throw both of you out is because of you, girl. Me? Dany gaped. No one had ever really put her before her brother before. Yes, you, Lady Melario nodded. I only met your mother once, but she was a wonderful woman. She deserved a far better fate than the one given to her. And you, girl, you remind me so much of your mother. And I could not in good conscience send you on your way without at least giving you some help. But, now that you've been a guest of mine for a few days, I've started to notice something about you. Each time we cross paths, you look as if you're about to say something but then you back down. Sometimes because your brother is within the room. Or other times because you lose your nerve. Well, no more. Your brother is not here, and I will not let you go till you say what is on your mind, girl. Setting her tea down, as she feared she would no longer be able to hold it with how much her hand was shaking. Dany breathed in deeply as she tried to get the words out. I won't talk no what happened during the usurper's rebellion against my family. She said in a rush of words that even she could barely comprehend. Even though the words were mostly clumped together, Lady Melario clearly heard her as her frown increased tenfold. Surely, you already know everything that happened. Trying to calm her breath, Dany forced herself to press on. Viserys, he told me what happened. How Lyanna Stark seduced my brother and how the other lords of the realm rose up in an unlawful rebellion against the crown. That the usurper and his dogs slaughtered the royal family. How a king's guard stabbed our father in the back. And how we must continue running to stay ahead of the usurper's knives lest we join our family in death. But lately I have heard a different version of what happened. And you, Lady Melario, you were in Westeros during the uprising. I just want to know what happened. Lady Melario seemed to debate on whether to speak or not. I can tell you what I know of the rebellion. Of what is now recorded as history. But I must warn you, while the rebels did indeed commit some heinous acts during the war, so too did your family. Are you sure you wish to know this? I am, Dany replied, her voice sounding far surer than she felt. I need to know what happened. Please, it's important to me. Lady Melario nodded and picked up her teacup once more. Very well, Daenerys Targaryen. I will tell you what I know of the rebellion and the cause of the downfall of your family. The sun had just begun to set by the time Lady Melario finished her tale of the rebellion. And as impossible as it seemed, her version of what happened matched up almost perfectly with Jon's, rather than her brother's. It was all a lie. Dany wanted to scream as tears of betrayal began falling down her face. All my life, everyone has been telling me that the fall of our family was because of others' greed and betrayal. But that wasn't the case at all. My father, my brother. They caused the downfall of our family with their actions. My father went mad and started butchering and burning anyone and everyone who gave him even the slightest of reasons to suspect they slighted him. And my brother, he either ran off or kidnapped Lyanna Stark and didn't ever try to reason with the Starks about what happened to her. Which only makes him sound guilty of the crimes they accused him of. Gods, the people hate us, we can't ever return, I'll never see my home again. Unable to hold it in any longer, tears burst forth from Dany's eyes as she buried her face in her hands and cried. Dany nearly jumped as she felt a soft touch upon her head. Picking her head up from her hands, she saw Lady Melario standing before her. The hard look that had been a constant in her eyes ever since they'd arrived was gone, replaced by one of sympathy. I am sorry, my dear. But I told you that it would not be an easy tale for you to hear. Nodding, Dany did her best to fight back against the tears. My brother, he said that the people of Westeros raise secret toasts to our safe return to the throne. Another lie. Some may, Lady Melario shrugged, retaking her seat. But they are far outnumbered by those who curse your family or those who are indifferent unless you can give them something they do not already have. Be it coin or power. But those three categories only describe those in power. Let me tell you a secret that many a highborn refuses to believe about those beneath us. They do not care who sits in power, nor do they care for the games nobles play. To them, it only means their blood and the blood of their loved ones. As long as a family is safe, has coin, and can put food and drink on the table, they care not for who sits in some gaudy chair or who wears what crown. Part of her wanted to protest that what she said wasn't true, but in her heart she knew it was. While her and her brother had been on the run, she never really cared about who was in control of which city they were staying in. All she cared about was that she had a roof over her head and food in her belly. What do I do now? She asked, broken and lost. That is completely up to you, Daenerys, Lady Melario answered. You can crawl into a hole of pity and let yourself fade into the nothingness of time. Or you can do as your dragon lord ancestors of old did. You can take what power you have, and create a new life for yourself. But I don't have any power, she thought despondently. Only to sharply draw herself up short. No. I do have a power. And I have someone who can help me. I only pray to the gods above that Jon will be able to help me. Chapter 25, The True North Part 2. Releasing this chapter a few days early because of the holiday weekend coming up here in the States. So, guess you all can consider this an early holiday present. Ideally, I'm going to be posting one more chapter before the end of the year, so everyone can expect the next chapter to be coming out around Christmas. Also, glad to see the notifications are finally back up and running, so hopefully everyone can be notified about this update. Also, if anyone is interested, I would highly recommend checking out the Wheel of Time TV series. They've actually done a really good job so far with it. One thing though, for those who do not know the lore, I would highly recommend watching the little animated shorts they have that accompany the episodes. They do a decent job of explaining some of the lore and backstory that is going on. Shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. The help has been invaluable so far. And another huge thank you to everyone who has favorited, alerted, or reviewed this story so far. Your support is what keeps me going. If you have any direct questions you want to ask me, please PM me, as I am not the greatest in responding directly to reviews, but please still review LOL. I like hearing from all of you. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, so I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 25. Huffing and puffing, Robert Baratheon, King of the Andals and the First Men, forced himself to keep putting one foot in front of the other as he made his way around the training yard of the Red Keep for the 10th time with a log perched across his shoulders that was easily as long as a man and nearly twice as heavy. Finally crossing the line where he'd started, Robert let the log fall off his shoulders and onto the ground before he joined it on the ground. Wine! He bellowed, breathing heavily, and resting his head back against the log. No wine for his grace. Water only. Growling, Robert glared at his commander of the King's Guard, Sir Barristan, who was standing on the sidelines and currently preventing Robert's squire Lancel, another Lannister golden-haired little shit, from coming to his side with his ever-present pitcher of wine. By royal decree, for that was exactly what it took to get his commander of the King's Guard to agree to Robert's desires, Barristan was to treat Robert as if he were just a squire being trained to fight. And now Robert was seriously regretting that decision. Barristan was a taskmaster beyond any Robert had ever been trained by. He knew that he would never again be the demon of the trident that had crushed the chest of that sister-fucking piece of shit. but he could at least gain back some of what he'd lost since he'd sat his ass down on the Iron Throne. There were many, such as his own loving wife and his brothers and even Jon and Arianne, who questioned as to why he was now putting himself through this. But they didn't understand. The Greyjoy rebellion had reignited the fire within him, stoked his rage and made him want to be the warrior he once was. But that fire faded fast the moment he got back to King's Landing and had to resume ruling over the Seven Kingdoms. For years he never even stepped foot in the yard. His primary drink was wine. And the only exercise he got was from fucking whores. He hadn't even realized just how bad he'd gotten until Ned, his sons, and Nox showed up after slaughtering the maesters and revealing a conspiracy that had been around since before the time of the dragons. Seeing Ned again had put some life back into him. But watching Ned's boys, one of whom handily killed a member of his own King's Guard with little effort, had reignited that spark within him. And watching Nox deal with some of the shit of this city so easily. Hells, he felt more than slightly humiliated when he compared himself to them. So, while their time in the city was brief, far too brief for his liking, their time with him had forced him to look at himself. And he did not like what he saw. While he doubted that he would ever be the king that Jon wanted him to be, that just wasn't him, he could at least return to being at least part of the warrior he once was. Seven hells, boy, Robert growled as he roughly yanked the water skin away from his squire, spilling some of its contents. Did you walk down to the bay to get the water or something? Lancel's eyes were wide as he nervously shook his head. No, your grace. I was standing right here the whole tea time. It was rhetorical, dumbass, Robert sighed, shaking his head and pouring some of the water over his head before downing the rest of it. Get my sword. Lancel nodded and quickly ran off to the bench where Robert's sword, Dragon's Bane, was waiting. All but ripping the sword out of the little shit's hands, Robert took a moment to marvel at the rippled Valyrian steel. No matter how many times he'd seen it since that wonderful day at the small council, he still couldn't help but admire this one facet of the dragon lords of old who had created this and other such works of art. Barristan. Get your ass out here. Making sure he had a firm hold on his sword, Robert waited as Barristan drew his own Valyrian steel blade and moved to stand opposite of him. Their spar, if it could even be called that, was very one-sided as Barristan proceeded to thoroughly trounce Robert time and time again. Not that Robert necessarily expected differently. He'd always preferred his warhammer and brute strength over the finesse of a sword. That was more Ned's thing when they were growing up together in the Vale. But given his status and age, he doubted that he would ever again step foot onto the battlefield. More's the pity for that. So training in the yard was about the closest he would ever get to feeling the thrill of battle again. Finally, after getting disarmed and knocked on his ass for the 10th time, Robert finally called an end to the training session. By the Seven's hairy balls, Barristan, can you at least look like it took some amount of effort on your part? Robert gaffed, motioning towards his commander who wasn't breathing hard and barely even sweating. It did take a lot of effort on my part, your grace, Barristan nodded, sheathing his sword. After all, you're still alive. Letting loose a loud rumbling laugh, Robert slowly got to his feet as he noticed a slight grin on Barristan's face. As there was on Lancel's. What's so funny, boy? Robert asked, rounding on his squire with all the fury he could muster given the situation. The smile instantly disappeared. And nothing, your grace. Oh really? Robert asked, just barely able to keep himself from breaking as he stared hard at the boy. Are you too good to laugh at a joke made by the commander of the King's Guard? Aye. Oh, enough, Robert laughed, thoroughly enjoying first victory in the yard that day, even if it was with bloody words instead of swords. Get your ass moving and get someone to prepare my bath. I smell like the wrong end of a horse. Why yes, your grace. Lancel bowed before all but sprinting out of the yard. Sighing, Robert weaved Dragon's Bane through his belt and motioned for Barristan to fall in line. Come on Barristan. Let's walk, gods only know how long it'll take that useless golden shit to actually do as his king commanded. Barristan didn't say a word as he fell into line behind Robert, and together the two of them made the short trek from the training yard to the godswood in the Red Keep. If only you were here with me. Robert thought with sorrow as he and Barristan began traversing through the rows of flowers and plants that decorated the godswood. All of this, it means so little without you here to share it with me. Not even all of the 7 kingdoms can fill the hole your death left in me. Though at times, gods, I wonder if you would even want to be here in this cesspool of a city. No weirwood tree to remind you of home. No open fields to ride through. But more than just being in the city. Would you even want to be with me? Hearing a quick sniffling, followed by the unmistakable sound of someone crying, Robert ceased their walk and began looking around. Barristan, Robert called out behind him as he spotted only one other individual in the godswood. Who was Oakhart assigned to watch today? Your children, your grace, Barristan answered immediately. Grimacing, Robert was of the mind to just leave it be, but another sharp cry froze him in place. Curse it all to the 7 hells. Turning on his heel, he marched over to where Oakhart was standing, the man looking clearly uncomfortable as he finally noticed Robert and Barristan approaching him. "Your Grace!" Oakhart near shouted, standing up straight like he had a rod shoved up his back. Robert gave him a quick nod of acknowledgement before turning his attention to the source of the noise. He wasn't sure just what he was expecting to find when he looked down, but seeing Myrcella holding onto an openly weeping Tommen with a red bundle laid out before them was certainly not it. Two golden heads, but they shouldn't be that way. They should be dark hair, just like my love's. Black of hair with stormy eyes. Not golden-haired and green-eyed like my bitch of a queen. Myrcella, Tommen, he called out, squatting down close to them. Robert wasn't sure just what was worse. The fact that Tommen let out a startled cry and hugged his sister tighter. Or the fact that Myrcella glared at him with a look that did not belong on a young girl her age, or her flat tone when she responded to his presence with a "Your Grace" and not "Father," not Robert. Just, "Your Grace." As if she were not his daughter at all. He didn't know why, but it hurt. The hole that had been created by the loss of Lyanna, hearing that cold tone from his daughter and the reaction of her holding her brother tighter, it made the void left within him ache something fierce. By the gods, have I really been this shit of a father that my own children act like this just in my mere presence? "What's going on, children?" he asked, trying to keep his tone light in the face of his daughter's glare and his son's obvious distress. Myrcella's gaze hardened as he noticed her tightening her hold on Tommen. "Why do you care, Your Grace?" Feeling frustrated, Robert snapped at her. "I care because I am your father, damn it." Myrcella flinched and Tommen's crying started anew, making Robert feel like complete shit. "I'm sorry," he said, fighting down his irritation and trying to keep calm. "Please, Myrcella." "Tommen. I am your father. Not just your king. Now, talk to me. What's going on? And what is that?" Myrcella's gaze softened only slightly and Tommen crying lightened. But still neither answered him. Reaching forward towards the red bundle, Robert lifted the corner of the cloth and peered at what was within. And was met with the sight of flesh and blood. Thankfully, an animal's flesh and blood. An animal that had just been skinned by the looks of it. A wave of bile rose in his throat as he was brought back to the last time he was presented a red bundle soaked in blood. "Stop it," he chided himself. "They were spawns of the dragon and children of that whore. They do not deserve your pity." "What is this?" he asked gently, making sure that neither child could see the skinned creature inside. "It's Sir Prance." Robert's heart froze in his chest as his lungs refused to work. Sir Prance. That was the name Tommen gave to the fawn that I ordered to be gifted to him. Moving in a way so that his children wouldn't see under the red cloth, Robert again lifted the cloth and stared at the skinned animal. It was indeed a fawn. And around its neck was a black and yellow collar. "Who did this?" he asked, turning towards his children. Neither would answer him though, or even look at him for that matter, so he instead turned towards Oakhart. "Oakhart. Answer me. Who did this?" Oakhart looked more than slightly uncomfortable as the young man shifted his feet back and forth. The Queen ordered not tell any. I don't give a damn what that bitch ordered." Robert all but yelled and shot to his feet, an action he immediately regretted as it caused Myrcella and Tommen to both whimper and cling to each other together. "I want to know who did this. Now." Oakhart hesitated only a moment longer before telling him. "It was the Crown Prince, Your Grace. He said that no self-respecting lion would want a fawn, lions eat fawns. And the Crown Prince told Prince Tommen that Pride was hungry." Robert felt his fury spike. Pride was the name of the pet lion that Tywin had sent to King's Landing for Joffrey's last name day. Though Robert was not happy about keeping the beast in the Red Keep. Unlike the wolves that followed the Starks around, no doubt where Tywin and his wife even got the idea in the first place, that beast was not tamed in the slightest. It wasn't even a cub, but nearly a full-grown lion. And the beast had a habit of trying to claw or bite anyone who even got close to it. In fact, it pretty much spent all its time in Joffrey's rooms locked in a cage with a chain around its neck just to make sure it didn't do any harm to the servants. Hells, even despite the beast being locked away and chained, it still already managed to maim 3 servants, though how it managed to do that he had no idea. But now, hearing what Tommen said about his pet fawn and Joffrey wanting to feed it to the beast. He'd heard a passing whisper that Joffrey was tormenting his servants by forcing them to put their arms through the bars of Pride's cage. But he'd chalked it up to be just that, whispers. Especially seeing as how he could never actually find the servants who were injured or even the ones who were whispering about it. But now, could there be some truth to it? Turning his back on his king's guard, Robert knelt back down beside his children. Using his hands, Robert began digging a shallow grave for his son's pet fawn. Once the hole was as deep as his elbow, he stopped digging and put the fawn into the hole and slowly covered the poor creature with dirt. After burying the fawn, he sat down fully and motioned towards his children. "Come here, Myrcella, Tommen." Moving slowly, another action which brought another slight pain to Robert's chest. Both Myrcella and Tommen slowly came over to him and sat down in his lap, with each claiming one of his legs as a seat. Wrapping his arms around the two of them, he held them close, mentally cursing all the while at the stiffness he felt from each of them. He remembered his mother and father doing exactly this to him when he was still but a boy before he was sent away to foster, and it always made him feel better. So, maybe it would work for his children as well as it did for him? I'm sorry, Tommen, Myrcella, he said, surprising himself slightly as he realized he really did mean it. I've been a shit father to both of you. And I'm sorry. Though I know just saying it won't mean much, but I am sorry. And I promise, from here on out, I will be a much better father to both of you. I'll protect you both, just as a father should. While holding them, Tommen had eventually relaxed enough so that the young lad was resting his head on Robert's chest. But Myrcella, his beautiful daughter, was still resisting him. And what if we need protecting from Joffrey and Mo mother? Frowning, Robert looked closely at Myrcella. Had things really gotten so bad? Was his eldest tormenting his brother and sister? Right under Robert's very nose? And why would they need protecting from Cersei? Robert would be the first to admit that his queen was a cold-hearted bitch. But she did care for their children, didn't she? Even from your mother and your brother, children. I swear it to you, he said with conviction as he started rocking slightly. But even if I stay with you both all the time, I can't protect you both forever. You have to grow strong. What are our words, children? Hear me roar. Tommen answered almost immediately, drawing a harsh look from Myrcella. Robert seriously wanted to curse that bitch. And himself for being so lax. Those are the words of that bye of your mother's house. Of House Lannister. You two are Baratheons. Ours is the fury. Those are our words, children. When the dragons tried to put us down, we put them down. We do not back down from a challenge or a fight. We meet it head on and show the world that we are not afraid of any challenge that might be put in front of us. We do not fear the storm that comes. We are the storm. That is why ours is the fury. Tommen had ceased his tears and even Myrcella was looking at him with, well, not the look of contempt that she wore earlier, but a more neutral look that he couldn't really read despite her age. Some progress, at least, Robert thought, holding on to his two children as he turned his head around towards the two Kingsguard behind him. Oakheart. Where is Joffrey and the Queen? He felt both Myrcella and Tommen tense, and in response he tightened his hold on each, trying to give them some support. Or at least he hoped that was how they would view it. They are in the prince's chambers, Your Grace, Oakheart answered. Sir Jaime is watching over them. Nodding, Robert helped his children off his legs before standing and placing a hand on each of their shoulders. Have a servant bring my children's playmates to them. And then have another go to the kitchen and prepare whatever they want. Oakheart nodded and stood aside for his children. Myrcella gave him a hopeful look before parting, and Tommen, his son, didn't seem to want to let go of him. In the end, it was Myrcella who managed to coax the young boy away with the promise of sweets from the kitchen and that the first game would be one of his choice. Once they were out of sight, Robert let out a breath and all but collapsed onto a nearby stone bench, his hand coming up and rubbing at his chest. It'd only been for a moment. But as he held his children, gave them comfort, and interacted with them, he felt the void that had been left in his heart from the death of his Lyanna disappear. A void that not even the Seven Kingdoms could fill. Is that how to make the pain go away? He thought, frowning in thought as he sat there in the godswood, staring off in the direction his children had disappeared to. Your Grace, Sir Barristan called out tentatively, breaking Robert out of his stupor. Are you all right? No, Barristan, Robert replied, shaking his head as he felt the anger that had been suppressed by the light his two children had brought to him return full force. I'm pretty fucking far from all right. Bending over, Robert roughly grabbed hold of Dragonsbane and marched off towards the royal chambers, leaving Barristan rushing to keep up. It was far past time that he did something he should have done some time ago. With each step he took, his rage over what he'd learned in the godswood intensified. Ours is the fury, Robert seated to himself as he marched into the royal wing of the Red Keep. It's time that bitch and my pathetic excuse for a son learn what that fucking means. Even if he didn't know which room was his son's, and granted it took him a moment to remember, it was painfully obvious where his wife and son were as he saw no less than 6 Lannister guards standing watch outside one of the rooms. One of the guards spotted him, and immediately snapped to attention, catching the attention of the others. Your Grace. The man called out in surprise. The Queen asks not to be dis. I am your fucking king. Robert bellowed back as he let the Bane's sheath clatter to the floor, revealing the rippled Valyrian steel. If you lot stand in my way, your heads will be decorating the walls of the Red Keep. Move. The fools wisely scattered, leaving him a clear path to the door. Reaching the door, Robert didn't bother to knock, or even use his hand to open the latch. He simply leaned back, picked up his leg, and kicked at the wooden door with all the force he could muster. The doors opened with a bang, startling the three inside. Despite his rage near clouding his vision, Robert was clear-minded enough to see his wife and son sitting having a cup of fucking tea and treats with the Kingslayer standing behind the bitch. Cersei called out to him, or at least he thought she did. But he paid her no mind as his eyes settled on the cage in the corner of the room where the beast Joffrey called Pride was kept. If he'd been in the right mind, he might have felt pity for the beast as it was locked in a cage barely large enough to fit it with a golden chain collar around its neck and attached to the bars. But Robert was far past the point of caring. Ignoring everyone, Robert marched over to the lion and, with one thrust, buried Dragon's Bane into the beast's heart, ending its life instantly. No. Turning his head, Robert saw Joffrey charging at him with a fucking whipping stick in hand. His rage still peaked, Robert didn't hesitate as he pulled Dragon's Bane out of the beast and held onto it with one hand. Waiting until the little shit was closer, Robert caught Joffrey on the jaw with the back of his free hand, knocking the little shit off his feet and onto the floor. Robert! Cersei screamed, running at him as well, her hands raised ready to slap him back. He didn't hit her, though gods knew he wanted to. Instead, he simply caught her arm mid-slap and roughly threw her down onto the ground next to their son. Raising Dragon's Bane, Robert didn't point the blade at either his wife or son, but instead at the last occupant of the room. The Kingslayer. Cersei's brother, who just so happened to have his hand on his sword. Give me a fucking reason, Kingslayer. Robert growled, glaring at the yellow-haired shit. I can guarantee you, it won't be as easy as stabbing an old cripple in the back this time. He could tell that the Kingslayer wanted to pull his sword, he could see it in his eyes. But instead, the fool showed restraint and moved his hand away from his sword. No doubt because Robert knew that Barristan was standing right behind him and was eyeing the Kingslayer with his own hand on his sword. Lowering the tip of his sword, Robert turned his attention from the Kingslayer into the little shit he called a son, who was currently being coddled by his equally bitch of a mother. Why? Cersei yelled, holding onto their crying son. You know why? Robert growled, his eyes shifting from Cersei to Joffrey. Tommen's fawn, you little shit. The fawn. Joffrey cried, his voice sounding strangled and pathetic. It was just a pat. Shut up, you little shit. Robert yelled, bringing his hand up to slap down at the boy, only for him to curl into his mother like a coward. You skinned Tommen's pet and presented it to him like it was something to be proud of before feeding part of it to that fucking beast there. Joffrey whimpered in fear while Cersei glared up at him. It was only a fawn. Gods, he wanted to smack that conceited look off her face permanently. But he knew that that would cause more than a few problems. Problems he was not of the right mind to deal with. This sort of thing will never happen again. Robert growled as he tried to keep his fury from killing both right there. I've heard rumors of what you've been doing, you little shit. The pregnant cat. The servants that end up maimed only to disappear. Never. Again. If I hear even a whisper of you even looking at someone the wrong way, I will have you disinherited and on the next ship destined for the wall. Your grandfather be damned. Cersei's eyes went wide, as did Joffrey's. You can't do that. Cersei screamed, cradling their son tighter. Joffrey is the crown prince. You cano. He is a prince. I am the fucking king, woman. Robert yelled, causing Cersei to flinch. And we have Tommen as well to replace him should he fuck up again. Pausing, Robert leaned over and glared at his son, who couldn't meet his gaze. One fucking toe out of line, boy. And you will spend the rest of your life freezing your ass off at the wall. Righting himself, Robert gave one last glare towards the Kingslayer before turning and marching out of the room. Leaving his wife to cradle their now whimpering son. Gods, how could such a pathetic little shit come from me? Sitting in a large lifeboat that had been attached to the Sea Wolf, Knox was pulling deeply on the force to try and cover up just how badly the cold air of the north was starting to affect him as the boat was slowly rowed towards the shoreline. He'd learned very quickly after arriving on this world just how strange its weather patterns were, most of which seemed to defy the very laws of nature. But he'd never thought that he would ever step foot on a part of this world that could make even Hoth seem hospitable. After passing by the wall by sea, the air temperature had plummeted. Many joked that north of the wall a man could take a piss and watch it freeze before it hit the ground. Which honestly was ridiculous considering just how cold the air would have to be to make such a feat possible. But now that he was north of the wall, he was highly inclined to believe that there was some truth to the tale. The weather has to be being influenced by the force presence north of the wall. Knox thought as the boat he was in drifted closer and closer to shore. Ever since passing the wall, I've noticed a strange force presence, dark in nature, to be sure. But it's elusive. Similar to Valyria, but not quite. Valyria was brought about by a sharp influx of pure dark side chaos that corrupted the land quickly. Whatever this strange presence is, it's been slowly changing the land to how it wishes it to be. And the only reason why it hasn't spread further south is because of the wall. Interesting. I'm going to need to speak with a number of people once we get back to the wall and Winterfell. Knox. You with us? Knox responded to Ned's question while giving himself a mental shake. There would be time to ponder the strange force signature after they were done with what they'd set out to do. What can you tell me of the wildlings' numbers? Ned asked. Tilting his head back, Knox focused his senses in on the plot of land before them. It was difficult due to the strange force presence north of the wall, but wasn't impossible for one of his skills to discern an approximation in a specific location. Mans kept his word, Knox responded. I would say that there's somewhere between 1 to 2,000 wildlings in the ruined settlement and none outside for quite a distance. Nodding, he could feel Ned reach out with his fledgling abilities to try and verify the numbers. As he did, Knox took a moment to get a read on those who were coming with them to shore. There were nearly a dozen rowboats rowing towards the shore from the Seawolf, ferrying the lords and ladies and their men at arms from south of the wall. At best, they numbered perhaps 200. The rest of their men, another 200 strong, were waiting back on the Seawolf for the rowboats to return to the ship. And while all of them were armed in one way or another, they had all taken the time to use leather to tie the hilts of the blades into their sheaths. A gesture that meant while they were coming armed, they had no intention of using their weapons. Not that we will need them anyway, Knox thought, sending a passing glance over his apprentice and acolyte and fingering the mask, Raven's mask, that was tucked away within his cloak. I could take on these wildlings myself and hardly break a sweat. Robb and Jon, they are young but well on their way to one day becoming my equal or better. And that doesn't even include the fact that we have the Quiet Wolf of the North, the Red Viper of Dorne, the Gallant Knight of the Reach, and the Lion Survivor. If anything, these 200 men that insisted on joining us will probably just be a nuisance rather than an aid should things go to hell. Moving his senses back to the beach, Knox noted that the wildlings had started assembling themselves on the shoreline. There was no shortage of anger and trepidation coming from both the wildlings and those who came from south of the wall. As far as Knox could tell, while the wildlings did make the odd trade or two with the north or even the men of the wall on occasion, this was the first time in a long time that leaders from either side of the wall met with the purpose of talking with one another instead of trying to kill each other. Once they were close enough to beach the boats, several men jumped over the sides into the ankle to knee-deep water and pulled them up onto the shore. Ned was the first one off the boats, followed almost immediately by Winter and her cubs Ghost and Grey Wind, while Knox, Jon, and Robb followed immediately afterwards. He could hear murmurs of surprise at the sight of the near horse-sized dire wolf in their midst, even more so when Winter obeyed the simple hand commands that were being given to her by Ned. In relatively quick order, the rest of the dozen boats were docked, and those that had come as representatives of the lands of the south lined up beside Ned, with Oberyn, Willis, and Jerion standing closest to the Warden of the North. It was an impressive group to be sure, but the wildlings were certainly not a people to be outdone. Standing nearest to the shore were dozen or so wildlings, a mix of men and women, all of whom Knox assumed to be chieftains amongst the wildlings. But there was one amongst the assembled wildlings that gave those from south of the wall pause. And that was the giant that was standing amongst the wildlings. Well, he's certainly an impressive one, Knox thought, scanning over the giant that could potentially rival a rancor in height. Ned made to move forward but stopped as he no doubt finally saw the familiar face that was standing in the middle of the wildlings that had been assembled. Ned turned towards Knox, but he simply just shrugged. You never asked. Lord Stark, Mance Rayder called out in greeting as Ned and the rest of them approached the wildling leaders. Rayder, Ned nodded in reply. Why am I not surprised to find you here of all places? You know this man, Stark? Oberyn asked, drawing a few looks from wildlings. Ned nodded. This man was masquerading as a bard during Knox's wedding, the same wedding that saw the end of my son and wife. This man, though, he saved the life of Robb here and had a hand in capturing several of the conspirators alive. Rayder just shrugged. I just did as any man should have, Stark. Now, it has been some years since my tutelage under Maester Aemon, but if I am not mistaken it seems that you've brought more than just the lords and ladies sworn directly to you in the north. Ned nodded, motioning towards each of those of note that came with him. These are my sons, Robb and Jon Stark, and beside them is my ward, Theon Greyjoy. This is Lord Alym Knox, the Northern Sorcerer. Outside of my own lords I have brought Lord Willis Tyrell of Highgarden, Lord Jerion Lannister of Casterly Rock, and Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne. With each name said, Rayder's surprise and slight apprehension grew. Taking on the north was one thing. If anything went wrong now though, his people could potentially be facing retribution from 3 other kingdoms from south of the wall. An impressive group, Stark, Rayder nodded before turning and motioning towards first the 2 beauties standing beside him, then to the rest of those assembled. This is my wife Dalla and her sister Val. The old crone here is Mother Mole. The man standing next to me is Magnar Then, leader of the Thens. And these 2 here are Tormund Giants Bane and Karsai. And the giant here is Mag Martundo Weg, or Mag the Mighty if the name is too long for ye. Knox gave each leader a pass over, but he paid especially close attention to the old woman next to Rayder. Attention that she was returning in equal measure given the feather-light touches of the force he felt against his mind. The old woman was strong in the force. Very strong. But highly untrained. Had she received proper instruction, there was a possibility that this old woman could have been his rival in terms of power. Before anyone could say another word, the old woman started crackling with a large grin plastered across her face. The time of breaking has come. Here and now, we decide our fates. Death. Salvation. One and the same? Perhaps. Hatred rules the hearts of many. Put aside such hatreds we must, lest we all meet our end at the foe long thought dead. Crackling again, the old woman turned and began walking towards the center of the ruins. Come, come. Warm our bodies and bellies, we should be taking begins. Most of those who'd followed the Starks north turned their attention away from the retreating old woman and back to Raider. She's a bit different, Raider said, answering the unasked question. But she knows far more than most. And often knows what could happen before it even comes to pass. Something I feel like you Nox might have intimate knowledge of. I do, Nox nodded as he took the first step towards the line of wildlings. But discussing the Force is not the purpose of our journey here. We've come to talk about our common enemy. The enemy of all of us. So, let's talk. Raider nodded and motioned for them to follow as he led all of them towards the only building that was still in passable shape, and by the standards of this place all that meant was that it had 4 mostly intact walls and a roof. The space inside wasn't necessarily the largest, but it was enough to fit the wildling chieftains and those of rank from the south. Although he would admit that it was rather amusing to watch the giant Mag the Mighty squeeze his way into the building. Mother Mole had already taken a seat closest to the fire that was burning in the center of the building as they all made their way in, separating out into 2 groups, one on each side of the room. During his tenure amongst the Sith Empire, Nox had been to several negotiations, or rather surrenders considering who he served. And the atmosphere was the same here as it'd been back in the Empire. Fear, trepidation, and more than a touch of hostility as the 2 groups eyed each other. But there was also something else that Nox was not expecting. There was the unmistakable aura of a Force-imbued object. He couldn't pinpoint it exactly, but it was here. And in the wildlings, or rather the free folks, possession. Well, Nox sighed, shaking his head. These things were never easy. Perhaps starting on common ground will help. I believe you all can agree that this meeting with each other is not the easiest of prospects. Fucking right you are, Sorcerer, Great Jon growled, earning a few murmurs of agreement from those of the north. These fuckers have been raiding and killing like animals for thousands of years. And the crows have been doing the same to our people for the same amount of time, Mance Raider countered. And if we are to base such hatred on this, then may I ask why it is that you have a Greyjoy in your midst? My lessons from the old man might be far behind me, but I remember well the tales of the Krakens raiding the north worse than any free folk raid. You paint all free folk with the same brush, do you not do so with him as well? Nox just barely kept himself from smiling as he saw the Great Jon go red and start sputtering. The man had a point. The Ironborn had been raiding the north for perhaps just as long as the wildlings, or rather free folk, had. And the raids from the Ironborn, while perhaps less numerous, were far more damaging when they did occur. All right, then let us agree that there is no shortage of enmity between the people south and north of the wall. You are mistaken, Sorcerer, the beautiful blonde woman standing beside Mance spoke up, Val he believed her name was. We free folk do not outright hate our Northmen brethren. At least that is the truth for most of us. We are all the same blood, the blood of the first men. It is your crows that come hunting us in the night, killing our children, our loved ones, and taking that which we need to survive whom we truly hate. Nox could tell that more than one of those from the south were surprised by the eloquent speech. And to be completely honest, Nox was a bit surprised as well. A silver tongue. And by the way she holds herself she more than knows how to defend herself. It's no wonder this Val is a chieftain amongst the free folk. There will be a time to point out each other's faults later, Ned cut in, shooting a hard look towards the Great Jon that told the larger man to back down. We did not come to trade insults or histories. We came because your people have amassed in a number far larger than any seen before in hundreds of years. Yet despite your numbers being what they are, you have not marched on the wall or the north. Which tells me that you are not gathering simply for a raid. Well observed, Stark, Mance nodded. Yet you know exactly what our motives are. Ned's hard look didn't change as he stared at the king beyond the wall. I would have you say it, Raider. Nox sat back and watched as the Battle of Wills took place between the king beyond the wall and the Lord of Winterfell. Very well, Mance nodded. The White Walkers have arisen along with their army of dead and are marching on my people. I, and those that follow me, have not attacked the wall because we have no intention of invading the north. We come to hide behind the wall and weather the storm that comes. More than a few uneasy glances passed between the men and women that occupied the building. Only Ned, Nox, and Mance kept their composure. Do you have proof of this? Ned asked. Mance, sadly, shook his head. You know I don't. If I did, then there wouldn't be need for this talk to take place as we would already be south of the wall. Knox could feel Ned glance towards him. He knew what his friend was going to say, and it was unfortunate and could more than likely end the talks here and now. No Stark in all of written history has ever willingly allowed the free folk south of the wall en masse, Ned stated firmly in a tone that would not allow for argument. And without proof, I will not be the first to do so. Fucking kneeler, one of the free folk, Magner then, spat on the ground. "'Tis be a waste of breath, Raider. They just gonna sit back and watch us fucking die." Ned turned his attention to the man as Winter stood up and growled lowly in her throat. "I do not bar your entry out of spite, Magner then," Ned responded, holding his hand out to keep Winter at bay. "If and when the White Walkers come, I will man the wall with every strong arm the Seven Kingdoms has to offer. But until then, I cannot simply allow you and yours south of the wall so easily. There is too much animosity between the people of the North and the Wi Free Folk. However, having said that, I can and will open the wall to all that are sworn to the North." The meaning of Ned's words took a minute to sink in, and once they did there was no shortage of anger coming from the Free Folk. "You would have us become kneelers?" the large man named Tormund growled. "I would have you all live in peace within the North," Ned countered, not backing down from the wildling. "Swearing allegiance to House Stark and the North is not something I would ask just to inflate my own ego. By swearing an oath upon the old gods, which I know the free folk hold sacred, I can ensure that the laws of the North will be abided. And the oaths would also serve to protect you as well. Those of the North still live in fear of raids coming from beyond the wall and all of you who live north of the wall. By swearing the oaths, you would be gaining the protection of House Stark against any who might seek to bring you harm." His friend's speech might not have fully convinced the free folk, but it appeared to at least get them thinking of the offer. "Salvation through death," Mother Mole muttered. "Death comes in many forms. But it is one thing above all else. An end. Death is not the end. It is merely a transition from one state to another. As is this," Knox countered. Many amongst the free folk were casting wary looks towards their chosen king. "And where would my people be housed?" Mans asked, neither confirming the decision to join them, but certainly not dismissing it. "I doubt you would place us in the gift. Too much bad blood between the crows and the free folk to trust that the oaths would keep the bad blood at bay." Ned paused before answering. "There is much land in the north that is currently uninhabited. Much of it is arable that you could make your home. And due to recent events, there are a number of keeps and holdfasts that are in need of new lords and ladies to make their home. You would make one of us one of your kneeler lords." Another of the chieftains, Karsai he believed, spoke up for the first time. "Can you think of a better option to lead your people than one of your own?" Ned asked, which drew several surprised looks from the free folk. No doubt they were expecting to have to submit to one of them, not one of their own as they already did after a fashion. "Fucking gods hairy balls," Magner then spat. "My ancestors would be rolling over in their graves knowing I was even thinking about dis. As would mine, then." Great John muttered, his eyes hard, a feeling that was mirrored in many of the northern lords and lady. "As would all of ours," Karsai stated, stepping forward. "But fuck 'em, they're dead and we're alive. We got our clans, our families, our people, to think about. And what comes doesn't care about making us kneel. They only want us dead." Her words struck a chord deep in the assembled free folk and there was a clear shift in the air. Where there was once hostility, there was now an air of resignation. "And what of the time until the others make their presence truly known?" Raider questioned. "Will you order the crows to stop their ranging?" Ned grimaced. "No lord has the authority to order anything of the Night's Watch. They are separate from the rest of the realm on purpose. However, I will speak with Lord Commander Mormont and petition King Robert for a temporary cessation of ranging north of the wall unless it is to seek out the others. However, in return the North would require an end to raiding south of the wall by your people Raider. And any free folk or wildling that is caught south of the wall, if outside of the group sworn to the North, will be met with hostility." "And what of these other fancy kneelers?" Mans's wife, Dalla, asked, motioning towards Willis, Jerian, and Oberyn. "Are they just here to look pretty? Or do they have anything to say?" Oberyn spoke up first. "There isn't much for us to say, my lady. Dorne is as far south from the wall as you can go and still be in Westeros. What happens between your people and those of the North are not of our concern. However, these others, if they truly do exist, are. If actual physical proof of their existence is brought to Sun's Pair, I, as a Prince of Dorne, can guarantee you that the spears of Dorne will be at the wall to defend the realms of men. The same is true for us in the Reach," Willis stated. "We are here merely as observers. Nothing more. But I will add that Lord Stark's demands of oaths are not unreasonable, and in fact I would actually say the terms he set are most favorable towards your people compared to what you can expect to receive from any other lord or lady south of the wall." "Same as these two," Jerian nodded. "And while I cannot speak for my brother, and fucking gods know I would never want to, I vow that should proof be provided, I will and whoever I can muster will be here to fight against the others when they come." Raider appeared to have been expecting the answer. You have given us much to think about, Stark. I think now would be a raider. We got trouble. More than a few within the building started as a young woman with flaming red hair charged into the hut with two others close on her heels. The two behind the young woman both collapsed from exhaustion the moment they entered the hut, but the young woman, despite her breath being labored, only showed mild signs of exhaustion. Ygritte, Mance said, his fear and concern spiking. What's going on? He could feel the eyes of the young woman glance around the building as she caught her breath. Interestingly, her gaze slightly paused on first Jon, then Robb, and lastly himself. And each time it did he could feel a slight touch of something emanating from her. Another force sensitive, after a fashion. Bones. Harma. Weeper and Crowkiller. They all be common with what looks like half their clans. Frowning, Nox sunk within himself and reached out with the force. But much like in Valyria, his senses were clouded, as if he were trying to wade through a thick murky bog amid a heavy fog. But despite the resistance, he was able to find what he was looking for less than a few hours south of them. Given the sheer number and the murderous intent rolling off the horde, he was honestly surprised he hadn't sensed them before. Letting his anger rise within himself, Nox pulled deeply on the dark side of the force, causing light miasmas of force energy to waft off him as the temperature in the hut dropped significantly and the fire began to flutter. What is the meaning of this, Raider? Nox hissed, as more than a few amongst the free folk began reaching for their weapons while the men and women from the south did the same. Nox? Ned questioned as he stood his ground in the face of Nox's wrath. Raider here didn't keep his word, Nox seethed. There is a large force of free folk approaching from the south. They'll be here before midday. Fucking traitorous cunts, Great Jon spat, his hand gripping his oversized greatsword. They are not here on my command. Raider shouted, obviously struggling to fight through the pressure Nox was exerting on the free folk just through his mere presence. Pulling deeper on the force, more than one of the free folk lost the battle of wills and began shaking and cowering behind their chieftains, each of whom were barely keeping their composure. Explain. Quickly. Nodding, Mance gripped his hand to keep it from shaking. My decision to meet with all of you was not well received amongst some of the free folk. They saw it as a sign of weakness that I would be willing to speak with you instead of just attacking the wall head-on. Several chieftains broke faith and went their own way. I did not think they would be so bold as to try and attack us here. But apparently the chance to eliminate several chieftains of rival clans and several lords from the south have proven to be too valuable a chance to pass upon. And if it's Crowkiller, Weeper, Harma, and Bones like Ygritte has stated, then we can expect their numbers to be between 10 to 20,000. Ned's anger rose as he stepped towards Mance. You should have told us that a group amongst your people broke faith before we came here. Nox. Do we have time to get everyone loaded onto the Seawolf before they arrive? Frowning, Nox sent his sight outwards once more. There's time for 2, maybe 3 trips to the Seawolf. Even if we brought the ship in closer to the shore and risk running her ashore on the rocks in the bay, we'd maybe only buy another trip. At best, we'd only be able to evacuate half of everyone here before they arrived. The unease grew as the free folk and the men and women from the south began anxiously glancing at one another. As it currently stood, they were outnumbered nearly 10 to 1. They had the defensive position in Hardhome, but that unfortunately meant little as the place was little more than ruins. And at best, they would only be able to evacuate perhaps 1,000 to the Seawolf before the attack came. Stark, Raider spoke up, his voice carrying heavy resignation within it. This is a matter for the free folk and not your fight. But I would ask that you take the children we have here and at least one of our chieftains to your ship and see them safely to where the rest of our people are camped 2 days south of here. All of those from south of the wall glanced at one another. They knew what Mance was asking. Take the children and run, while those who stayed bought them time with their lives. Ned didn't say anything in response, instead he looked towards each of his bannermen, each of whom gave him a curt nod. He even looked down at Robb, Jon, and Theon, each of whom nodded as well. Lastly, Ned looked at Nox. Do you have any tricks? Smirking, Nox tapped at the side of his nose. Of course. Will they be enough? Ned asked, now drawing curious looks from the free folk as he continued to ignore Mance's request. With a little help from our new friends here, I would almost say they'd be overkill. Nodding, Ned did something that garnered no small amount of surprise from the free folk. Drawing the small knife he kept on his person, Ned proceeded to cut the leather bindings that kept ice in its sheath. The moment he did, Nox felt something shift in the force. Interesting. This was a shatter point. You're wrong, Raider, Ned said, handing the knife off to Robb, who also cut the leather bindings on his sword before handing it off to Theon. This is not a matter for the free folk. This is a matter for all of those of the north. And you and yours are part of the north. Or you will be soon enough. And if there is something that all lords and ladies of the north abide by, it is this: we will not ask something of our bannermen and women that we are not willing to do ourselves. Great Jon, take 24 of their strongest and start reinforcing sections of the wall to the south. It won't stop them, but it will slow them down. When the fuck did we start talking orders from kneelers? Magnar then growled, earning a hard look from Ned and the other men and women of the north. Are you well versed in siege warfare, Magnar then? Or in defending a holdfast from an attack? Ned asked, not backing down from the slightly larger man. All talking in the hut ceased as Stark and then stared one another down until eventually then broke the contest and shook his head. We do, then. Your people are fine fighters in the field, but defending a holdfast is nothing like fighting in an open field. Now if you want to survive this, I suggest you keep your mouth shut for now and listen to what we have to say. Great Jon, go. Now. Every moment we hesitate is a moment our enemies have to get closer to us. There was little argument after that as Umber pushed his way out of the hut, yelling at whoever he saw that looked even the slightest bit strong to follow him to prepare the defenses. Several of the larger free folk within the hut, including Tormund and the giant Mag the Mighty, left with Umber, hopefully to offer their help. Once the large men were gone, Nox held out his hand towards Raider and waited. The force-imbued object that you have hidden amongst your possessions, Raider. Hand it over, he said, leaving no doubt that it was not a request, but rather a demand. Raider hesitated, then sighed as he turned around as he walked towards one of the only pieces of furniture in the hut, a squat table, that had a large blanket of fur covering its surface. Placing his hand on the fur, Mance hesitated. This was our last resort. I was planning on offering it as trade to allow my people south, or at worst sound it and force our way south. Pulling off the fur, Raider revealed a large black warhorn that was nearly the length of the table. Nox could feel the force-etched runes running along its surface, intermixing with golden bands. The Horn of Jormun, or the Horn of Winter as it is also known. Believed to have been used to awaken the giants from their slumber by Jormun. And perhaps the only object known to man that is believed to have the power to bring down the wall itself. By the gods, Maege Mormont breathed, her eyes, as well as the eyes of everyone else in the hut fixated on the oversized warhorn. It really does exist. This thing was thought to be nothing more than legend. Then perhaps we should start calling this the Age of Reborn Legends, Oberyn remarked, his tone mostly joking but also partially serious. The return of magic. Sightings of the others. This horn, which most maesters doubt even exist. Now all we need is the return of dragons, and this age will be one to rival the Age of Heroes. Walking away from the northern lords and past the free folk, Nox stood beside the warhorn and held his hand out. As the head of the Pyramid of Ancient Knowledge for the Sith Empire, he'd had his experience with more than a few force objects in his time. This warhorn, however. It did something far more than he ever would have expected. And if used in a certain manner, it could potentially be used as a very, very powerful weapon. Nox, Ned called out from behind him. Is it genuine? Lowering his hand, Nox turned around and faced those in the hut. I can't say as to whether this is the Horn of Winter as described by your legends, but this is indeed a force-imbued object capable of bringing down the wall if it is wielded in the right hands. How? Robb asked. The wall is massive. How can a single horn bring it down? Size means little in terms of the force, acolyte, Nox lectured, making Robb cringe at being called out. But to answer your question, Robb, this horn uses the force to create concentrated ultrasonic vibrations that can be focused into a particular location in order to disrupt the chemical bonds within a specific composition of mass. Nox's explanation was met with blank looks across the entire hut. I'm a learned man, Nox, Oberyn finally said. But that went over even my head. Perhaps one more time so that we might all understand. Right. We haven't even reached what could be considered basic chemistry that even a child knows in the Empire. In short, it uses sound to bring down walls, or perhaps even more than that. Give me a moment, I think I have an idea. I just need to verify that it'll work. Turning his back on everyone, Nox once again held his hand over the horn and delved into the force once more, trying to see if what he had planned for the horn was possible. As he did, he heard Ned address the other lords from the south who joined them. Prince Oberyn. Lord Jerion. Lord Willis. I must insist that you three and your men return to the Sea Wolf. Nox could tell the three men were sharing a glance with one another before Oberyn lifted his Valyrian spear and pulled the leather covering off the blade. Respectfully, Stark, blow it out your arse. I haven't backed down from a fight yet, and I'm not about to start. And if the numbers you are about to face are indeed genuine, then you will need not only my spear, but every sword and spear available to you. My thoughts exactly, Oberyn, Jerion nodded, cutting the leather ties on his sword. I owe a debt to the North and House Stark. And a Lannister always pays his debts. Unfortunately, I am not much of a fighter, Lord Stark, Willis added, his tone notably upset with himself. But my brother, his squire, and the men of House Tyrell will stand with you as well. Only a fool turns down more spears before a fight, Stark, the woman Val stated. If they are willing to fight beside us, then who are we to stop them? Nox could tell that Ned wanted to send the men away, mostly to preserve the alliances that were being cultivated between the North and the other kingdoms. But as Val said, who were they to send willing combatants, and skilled combatants at that, away just before they were about to go to war? Very well, Ned conceded. Raider, how many non-combatants are amongst your people here in Hardhome? Raider hesitated as he thought of the number. Perhaps a few dozen at most. Almost all children save for Mother Mole and a few other elders. Good, Ned nodded. Lord Willis. I'm assigning you to oversee the transporting of the non-combatants back to the Sea Wolf. If Knox is right, and he usually is, then we will have only one trip to the ship and back before the enemy is upon us. Use the time wisely. Gather every arrow, bow, sword, and spear along with any capable arm able to wield them and send them back to us. As the Lady Val. I ain't no lady, Stark. Has stated. We will need every available arm to overcome these odds. Ned pressed on, ignoring the free folk woman. Knox. I take it you have a plan for the horn. Holding out his hand, Knox used the force to set up a table amid those present, drawing no shortage of surprised gasps and near shouts as the free folk experienced the force for the first time. Once the table was set, he then summoned several pieces of debris and placed them on the table to create a very crude map of Hardhome and the surrounding terrain. Unfortunately, this peninsula we are on places us in a bottleneck, Knox stated, lowering his hand as he began. Mance, given who is leading this attack, what tactics can we expect from our opposition? Not much, Raider answered. Crowkiller, Weeper, Harma, and Rattleshirt are all capable warriors and chieftains, but they are not tactically minded as those south of the wall understand them. Nodding, Knox let his sight settle in on the map he'd created. So, it's safe to assume that they will simply rush us in the belief that their numbers will be sufficient to overrun us. That's a safe assessment, Sorcerer. Good, Knox nodded. We'll use their numbers and ignorance against them. Use their numbers against them. Magner then questioned, his tone still somewhat hostile, but now there was a touch of respect in his voice. How? By causing panic amongst their ranks and letting them destroy themselves, with some help, of course. Knox smiled, pointing towards the cliff face south of Hardhome. When the time comes, Robb will blow the horn of winter directed at the cliff face here. The horn's ability will fracture the rocks and cause an avalanche which will sweep down and bury a good portion of the advancing army. Then we simply clean up any stragglers that don't get caught in the avalanche. Everyone in the hut stared down at the laid-out map as they digested the plan he'd presented. It's possible, but there is a problem with your plan, Sorcerer, Raider stated, pointing at various places on the map. They have to be close to that cliff face to get caught in the rock slide. And the field south of Hardhome is barren, giving them plenty of room to maneuver away from the cliff. They won't have a choice but to head to the cliff, Knox stated, drawing himself up to his full height. Because I'm going to make the alternative far, far worse. That drew many within the hut up short. Those who'd seen what he'd done on Pike and in Valyria clearly believed that he could do exactly what he said. But those who'd yet to see when he stretched his power, mainly the free folk, were in disbelief. I suppose that we will just have to trust that you can do what you say, Sorcerer, Mance sighed, realizing that they didn't have much of a choice in the matter. Master Knox, Robb spoke up tentatively, eyes darting towards the horn. How do, why do I need to blow the horn? Can't anyone do it? Rocking back, Knox scratched at his beard. In theory, yes. However, from what I've been able to glean from a preliminary examination of the horn, having a non-force sensitive blow the horn would be akin to a dozen battering rams beating against a stone wall. You can't be sure just where the break will occur. However, if the one to blow the horn is an individual like yourself, one who has been well trained in the force, then it becomes a single battering ram with the strength of a dozen. And you'll be able to pinpoint a specific location to bring down instead of just bringing down a huge section and potentially burying us and our enemies. Oh, Robb replied eloquently as more than a few turned and looked at him. You'll do your duty, Robb, Ned cut in. You're a Stark. And Starks never shy away from their duties no matter how trying or difficult they might seem to be. Robb stood up straighter and nodded. Leaning his hands against the table, Mance took his time looking over the display. It seems we have a plan then, he nodded before turning to address his chieftains. Karsai, see to the evacuation of the young and old with Mother Mole. Magner then, Val. Get everyone ready. As everyone began to disperse from the hut, Jon approached Knox. And what about me, Master? Jon asked him. Where will I be? Attached to your brother's and father's hips, Knox answered, turning towards his apprentice. Cut down anyone who tries to get close to them. Show no compassion or mercy. For there will be no time for either until the battle is done. Understand? Jon gave him a curt nod. His transformation from the still shy and unsure boy he'd been before they'd gone to Valyria to now was nothing short of remarkable. He was indeed proving to be an apprentice to be proud of. Yes, Master. After Jon had left to help his father and brother with the horn, Knox suddenly found himself alone in the hut. Placing his fingers on the surface of the table, Nox slowly walked around the table as he sunk into the depths of the force, his thoughts focused on the battle to come as he tried to glean any insight he could from the force. But as he suspected, the force was clouded by a dark fog here north of the wall. His abilities were not diminished, but his foresight was clearly compromised. I knew it. Another strong entity in the force lies here north of the wall. Nox concluded. He'd always suspected that the great darkness that had been shown to him was focused on a singular being, but now he had confirmation of that fact. The question though, is if taking the head off the serpent will be enough to destroy its followers. Shaking his head, Nox tried to force the thoughts of whatever this dark entity was to the back of his mind. There will be time for this later, we have a battle to survive first. Making his way out of the hut, Nox scanned the village, which was quickly taking shape as the lords and ladies from south of the wall barked out orders while also helping their unexpected new allies to prepare the ruined village to defend against the approaching horde. It's time for me to do my part as well. Nox nodded, seeing that there was no real need for him to do the manual labor of making the walls somewhat defensible. Finding a place near the center of the village, Nox lowered his head and began pulling deeply on the force. His thoughts focusing on the love he held for Nyra and his lost wife Ashura, as well as his fury at the loss of his son and the loss of Ashura. He could feel the snow shift around his feet away from his body as he slightly seethed in anger and basked in love, the light and dark side of the force battling within him, fueling him, making him stronger than he'd ever thought possible before his fateful meeting with his first apprentice and expanding his focus beyond just the dark side of the force. He could feel, not quite fear, but unease from many of the free folk and even some of those from south of the wall. Only 3 were brave, or foolish depending on your point of view, to approach him while he was in this state. His apprentice, Acolyte, and their father. The latter of whom was making his way over towards Nox while Robb and Jon aided wherever they could to help prepare for the incoming attack. Ned came to just outside of arm's reach of him before he stopped. Even after all the time they had spent together, Ned was still clearly uncomfortable being around him when he pulled this deeply on the force. Not that Nox blamed him at all. He'd made even seasoned Sith warriors tremble just by being in his presence. If you're here looking for reassurance, Ned, don't, Nox said before Ned could ask anything. I've told you before. The only thing certain about the future is uncertainty. And as a seasoned commander, you know that nothing in war is for certain. I know, Ned nodded. I just want to know the odds. Still pulling on the force, Nox shrugged. Better now that we are here. This was a shatter point. Had we left, then those that follow Mance would have been slaughtered. And the tribes left leaderless. It would be war amongst these people as new leaders tried to assert their authority. And with the slaughter, we would lose a potential ally in our first line of defense against the darkness that is coming. He could sense Ned's surprise. So, you would have stayed regardless. Honestly, I don't know, Nox answered truthfully. I only recognized the shatter point for what it was after it had come to pass. But no use lamenting on what could have been. Our enemy has arrived. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, several shouts rang out throughout the village that there were people on the horizon. A calm cold determination settled over Ned as the quiet wolf within him made itself known. I know you've been holding back, Nox, even during the Greyjoy rebellion. But now, as your friend, I ask you to stop holding back. Don't worry, Ned, Nox smirked, pulling out Raven's mask and fixing it to his face before raising his hand towards the sky, tendrils of dark miasma and force lightning snaking up his arm. It's well past time to show everyone the true power of the force. Gritting his teeth and pushing with everything he had, Nox sent the most powerful bolt of force lightning he'd ever created up into the sky. He could feel the sky above them shift as the force bent the very laws of nature to his will. Clouds began swirling and darkening as lightning arched between the clouds. With another yell, Nox brought his hand down, using the force to bring down a storm of lightning from the sky, crashing down on the approaching army. He could feel as each bolt he brought down from the sky impacted and disintegrated the approaching wildling army. But it wasn't enough to slow the advance. Holding his hands out, Nox could feel his body begin to tremble as he pulled deeper and deeper on the force. Winds began to blow around the village as the clouds began to turn. Tendrils of pure darkness crept down from the sky, nearly matching the speed of the lightning that was raining down on the army. Moving his arms as if he were rotating something, the dark tendrils and lightning began to twist and turn, starting first in the sky but quickly moving down to the ground. In the span of a few seconds, though to Nox it felt like hours, he'd turned the land south of Hardhome from a simple clearing to a death trap as the force Nado, like the one he'd created in Valyria, began tearing the approaching army to shreds. Alfin Crowkiller could do little more than stare, completely dumbstruck, at by the gods he didn't even know what to call it. It was like a blizzard only circling in a single location. And instead of white, it was a dark color, almost black but not quite. And worse yet was the thunder and lightning that was coming from within the storm. The ones who'd been caught under the storm when it appeared out of nowhere were undoubtedly dead, even if he couldn't see their corpses. And any who tried to get even close to it were either thrown off their feet and into the sky, or they were struck by one of the bolts of lightning and reduced to a smoldering heap on the ground. By the gods, Mance wasn't just pushin' shite. The fucking kneelers truly do have a sorcerer amongst their kind. Fuck. Crow killer. The Weeper called out as he came up beside him, staring up at the swirling wind and thunder with hatred and fear. What the fuck is that? I don't know, Alfin yelled back as loudly as he could. The power of the winds and the deafening crashes of thunder made casual conversation almost impossible this close to the din. But despite all of that, he was still doing everything he could to keep his fear from showing through. He could not afford to show weakness. That was what fucked over Mance. It has to be that fucking sorcerer shit Mance told us the kneelers have. The Weeper tore his eyes away from the swirling winds. You think a single man can do this? Fuck if I know. Alfin snarled. All I know is that this works for us. The kneelers' prized weapon is within our grasp. We kill the fucker. And the kneelers will be bending over themselves to let us through the wall. That they will, Weeper nodded, a grin overcoming him at the prospect of killing the one capable of doing this. But first we need to get to M. We head towards the cliffs, Alfin said, motioning towards the cliff face that led up to Hardhome. This was meant to slow us down, but we still got the numbers. We swamp Mance and these kneeler fuckers. Take their women and weapons and carve out a new home for us on the fucking wall after we slaughter every last crow there is. Those that were within earshot of him all gave a war cry as Weeper nodded and started shouting out orders for everyone to move closer to the cliffs so that they could pass by this windstorm without getting torn a new asshole. Just wait, sorcerer, Crow Killer thought, joy filling him at the prospect of running his spear through the sorcerer. Once I kill you, every kneeler will know my name and know to fear me. Jon was no stranger to the true power of the Force and what his master could do with it. But seeing the Force storm again before his eyes that was diverting the approaching wildling army left him speechless, despite the fact he'd already seen his master perform a similar technique during the battle in the ruins of Valyria. Hearing about what the Force was capable of was one thing, learning about it was another thing. But actually seeing what the Force was capable of in practice, that was something else entirely. He wasn't the only one stunned by the display. Many of those that had accompanied them from south of the wall were all staring at the Force storm in complete shock, even though many of them had fought beside Master Nox either in Valyria or during the Greyjoy Rebellion. The wildlings, or free folk as they preferred to be called, had clearly not been ready to see what Master Nox was doing. All of them, even the chieftains, struck speechless. And going by the looks many were sending towards Master Nox, more than a few of them were on the edge of dropping to their knees and declaring his master one of the old gods reborn. One day, Master, I will reach your level. Get your thumbs out of your arses. Jon's father yelled, startling just about everyone as Lord Stark walked amongst the ranks of Northmen, Freefolk, Dornish, and Reachmen that stood before the makeshift walls of Hardhome. You'll be seeing plenty of that as the day goes by. Get in ranks. Shields to the front. Archers. Ready your arrows and let loose the moment you have a clear shot. Pick your targets and make those arrows count. Men and women shuffled around as those carrying any type of shield made their way to the front of the line, placing themselves between the wooden wall and everyone else. Gripping his lightsaber tightly, Jon waited, his heart beating heavily in his chest. While beside him, Robb had a death grip on the Horn of Winter, waiting for the right moment to blow the horn and hopefully bury the approaching army. Stark? One of the archers atop the hut nearest to them, the same woman that had barged in to inform them of the impending attack, shouted down, gaining the attention of Jon, Robb, and their father. They be moving towards the cliff to avoid the storm. Quite a few started cheering, but Jon stayed silent. As did his father and brother. Just because Master Nox had managed to divert the approaching army into position didn't mean that the battle was anywhere near over yet. Stay steady, boys, their father said, standing between Robb and Jon. You've both proven yourself in battle once before and are more than ready for what is to come. Yes, father, Jon and Robb both said together as Jon fought to keep his nerves from showing. Above them, Jon could hear the snapping of bowstrings as the archers placed atop the huts of Hardhome began letting loose their arrows at the approaching army. Gods, this would be so much simpler if we actually had a way of seeing over the wall. But without battlements. We're all stuck just staring at the wooden palisade until the enemy reaches us. Get ready, Robb, their father said, a look of pure concentration on his face as he placed a hand on Robb's shoulder. Aye, father, Robb nodded, lifting one end of the horn to his lips and, with the help of two of House Stark's men, pointed the other towards the cliff face to the south. Breathing deep, Jon closed his eyes and reached out through the Force. His senses were not nearly as fine-tuned as his master's, but he'd have to be a complete novice not to be able to sense the large mass of open hostility and bloodlust that was racing towards them. 300 paces, Jon said, his eyes still closed as he tried to gauge just how far away the horde was from them. 200. That's close enough, his father stated behind him. Now Robb. Behind them, Jon heard Robb take a deep breath before pressing his lips to the end of the horn. The resulting note wasn't necessarily loud, but Jon could feel the horn blow in his chest and through the force to the point where it was almost painful. Looking around, he noticed that while everyone else seemed unnerved slightly by the horn, none were in the same type of pain as he. No. That wasn't true. He could tell that his father was more than uneased by the horn. And there was another, a wild no, a free folk woman, the red-haired woman, who was also clutching at her chest. After holding the note for several long moments, Rob's need for air ended the noise as his brother backed away from the horn and immediately collapsed as his knees gave out. Rob! Jon yelled, his voice carrying through the near-deafening silence that had followed the ending of the horn blow. I'm all right. Just, that was like running around Winterfell in knee-deep snow. Rob tried to say as Jon reached him. But his words were proven to be a lie as Jon tried to help him stand, only to have his legs collapse as soon as he tried to fully put his weight on them. Did it work? Frowning, Jon looked around, only now noticing the deadly silence that had taken hold of the village. I don't kn. A loud cracking noise sounded throughout the valley as every eye in Hardhome turned towards the ridge to the south. A second crack sounded, then silence. It was when a third crack, louder than the other two, sounded that something happened. And it was more than any of them expected as seemingly half the cliff face gave way, creating a landslide of rock, snow and ice that was heading directly for the approaching army. The once silent valley erupted into noise as cheers came from those within Hardhome while outside the walls cries of distress and fear rang out. Well done, son, their father said, patting Rob on the shoulder. You've done your part, now it's time for you to move to the rear. From his spot on the ground, Rob stubbornly shook his head. No. I can still fight. ICA. You can barely stand without support, their father finished for him. As a lord, especially a warden, you are expected to lead your men from the front. But you must also realize when it is time for you to move to the rear. This son is just such an occasion. Neither your brother nor I, nor any other man of the north, will be able to focus on the battle if they are constantly worried about you. Now, go. Jon and I will handle things from here. Rob looked like he wanted to argue further, but one hard look from their father was enough to quell whatever he had to say. Father, Rob replied sullenly as he was helped to his feet by the two Winterfell men that had been aiding him with holding the horn. See to it that no harm comes to my son, their father ordered of the two men before they half led, half carried Rob away from the two of them and towards the back of the village with Grey Wind following close on their heels. With his brother now safely on his way towards the rear, Jon took a moment to harden his emotions before turning back around to face the wall. The battlefield is no place for mercy or honor, he recalled his master lecturing him on more than one occasion. Mercy and honor are for before and after a battle. But once blades have been drawn, one's honor and mercy will more than likely get them killed. The wooden wall before him shook as the attacking wildlings finally reached them. Even with the avalanche burying most of them, there was still a lot of enemies they had to fight against. Drawing his lightsaber, Jon activated the blade and held it before his face. Beside him, Ghost growled slightly as the walls shaking became more and more evident. The Force is with me, and I am one with the Force. The Force is with me, and I am one with the Force. Hearing the wall break, Jon ended his internal mantra and lowered his lightsaber into a guard. For the North and all her people. His father bellowed as several spots in the wall gave way and wildlings started pouring through. The battle hadn't even truly started and yet Alphen knew that they were seriously fucked. The windstorm that shot lightning powerful enough to obliterate his clan was one thing. But now with that wretched horn being blown and bringing down part of the cliff face that they were being forced towards, his clan and those that had allied with him were all starting to scatter. Hold the line, you fuckers. He heard Weeper shouting, trying to get some sort of order back into those nearest to him as everyone started panicking. A fool's errand, Weeper, Crowkiller seated as he could do little more than watch as his clan and their allies trampled over one another as they tried to get away from the cliffside. Unfortunately, they only had two directions to go. Forward towards Hardhome, or back where they came from. And going back is not an option, he cursed, watching the landslide getting closer and closer to the middle of his army. Fortunately, he was far enough in the front to avoid the landslide, but the same could not be said for most of his army. Some foolishly tried running towards the windstorm, whether to avoid the landslide or because they were being pushed, he didn't know. All he knew was that was a death wish as those who even got close ended up becoming nothing more than ash in the wind the moment one of the lightning bolts struck them. This was exactly what they wanted, he realized with anger. That sorcerer fuck pushed us towards the cliffs, and they musta used the fucking horn of winter to bring it down on our fucking heads. Mance, you fucking cunt. I knew you would bring about the ruin of the free folk. Push forward. He yelled, throwing a few of his clansmen forward. We push forward and kill the sorcerer fucker. The so-called wolves of the north and the traitor Mance. I'm going to fucking kill you Mance. Alphen seated as he was helpless to do anything but watch as the rear of his army was swallowed by snow, ice, and stone. I'm going to shove my spear up your arse and pull it out your lying fucking mouth. Gripping the hilt of ice tightly, Ned watched carefully as small gaps started forming between the wooden logs that made up the walls of Hardhome as the wildlings outside used whatever means they could to try and create a breach. "Shields forward!" Ned yelled, as the trained men of the north got into position, forming a makeshift shield wall between the wall and the rest of them. "Archers! Knock arrows! Loose as soon as you have a shot! Make your arrows count!" He knew that this was not going to be an easy battle, not that any battle ever was. Even with half of the attacking force being decimated by the avalanche, they were still outnumbered at least 2 or perhaps 3 to 1 at best. And on top of being outnumbered, 2 of their 3 force users were currently out of the fight for the time being. Knox was too busy controlling the storm he'd created outside the walls. And his son Robb had to be forcibly taken to the rear after nearly passing out due to blowing on the horn of winter. They still had Jon, and granted his son was indeed proving to be a great warrior and a man that would make any father proud, but he was still just one man. Bowstrings started snapping as arrows flew, almost all managing to find their way through the small gaps being created and spearing into whoever was unfortunate to be directly on the other side of the opening. Even with using mostly stone arrowheads and poorly crafted arrows, the skill of the will-free folk is indeed impressive. But no matter how good their aim, arrows alone couldn't hold back the approaching army as entire sections of the wall began falling inwards, providing a path for the attacking wildlings. "Shields advance!" Ned shouted as the shield line locked their shields tightly together and braced for the first few wildlings that managed to get through the wall. Spears and sword at the ready. "Cut these bastards down!" The first line of wildlings reached them and collided with the shield wall. But fortunately for them, the wildlings were more brawlers and raiders and had little experience in modern warfare. Instead of trying to find holes in the shield wall or trying to simply circumvent it, they charged headlong into it hoping their brute strength and numbers would carry the day. They quickly learned their error though as the first charge bounced off the shields and fell to the ground. Those carrying spears and swords that were behind the shields immediately set upon them, using quick openings in the shield wall to make the kill before pulling back so that the wall could reform. But while the shield wall was a powerful defensive formation, it wasn't infallible. It could be overwhelmed if the enemy had the numbers to do so. And that was exactly what was happening as more and more of the wildlings poured through the openings being created in the wall. Beside him, Winter growled as he watched the men that made up the shield wall break formation as the pure chaos of battle settled over Hardhome. "This is the part of battle I hate the most," Ned thought with a growl as he brought ice down on the nearest wildling, the Valyrian steel cutting through the man's fur and flesh easily. "You can set your formations and plan your strategies. But quickly enough, all battles will descend into this chaos where strategy and tactics mean nothing, and the tide of battle relies on strength and skill alone." Sensing something wrong, Ned tilted his body backwards just in time to avoid a spear thrust. His left hand snapping out, Ned grabbed hold of the shaft of the spear to hold the attacker in place before bringing ice up, severing the spear shaft in two. Tossing the stone-tipped end of the spear away, Ned gave his attacker, a woman, a pitying glance before bringing ice down onto her neck, removing her head from her shoulders. The fact that he'd just killed a woman did not necessarily sit well with him, but in this case, he agreed with Knox. During the thick of battle, mercy and even honor to a degree usually served to get one killed. Taking his eyes off the now headless woman, Ned quickly passed a critical eye over the chaos. Their line was holding on by a thread. And the only reason why it was even holding at all was because of the clearly superior skill of those that they were fighting alongside. The clan leaders Mance had introduced were all proving why they'd been chosen to lead their clans as they fought with the veracity of seasoned warriors. And Mance was proving why he'd earned the title of King Beyond the Wall as he cut a bloody path through the attacking wildlings without hesitation. Even the women clan chiefs, Val and Karsai, were fighting with a skill that could make any master-at-arms proud. The lords of the north were cutting down the attacking wildlings left and right. The men of the Reach were also holding their own, their shining armor making them stand out almost like lighthouse amongst all the fur and leather around them. Further down he spotted those from Dorne being led by Prince Oberyn, and while Ned might still not entirely agree with the character of the eccentric Prince of Dorne, there was no doubting his skill with a weapon, especially when one saw the dead piling up around him. But perhaps the largest, both figuratively and literally, reason their line was holding was the single giant, Mag, that was fighting alongside them. Even the tallest of men only came up to his knee. And with each swipe of his club, which was the size of a tree trunk, the giant was able to incapacitate or kill at least 5 at a time. Sensing another disturbance, Ned turned without looking and raised ice so that it was shoulder height and perfectly perpendicular to the rest of his body. His arm jolted, and he knew without even having to look back that a wildling had impaled himself on the end of ice. Wrenching his family's sword free, Ned kicked back like a horse to send the dying man to the ground and putting him permanently out of the fight. Hearing the telltale sound of quenched steel and humming, Ned turned his head just enough to spot Jon in the thick of the fighting. If it were up to him, he would never have his sons having to experience the field of battle. But he knew that was simply not a possibility. Not in the world they lived in. But despite his misgivings about having his son on the field, Jon was more than proving his worth as he fought with a skill that could even give the legendary Sir Arthur Dayne pause. And when combined with his lightsaber, a weapon that literally did not belong on this world, Jon was a force of nature near on par with Nox. Snapping ice off to the side to flick the blood off the blade, Ned recentered himself as he forced his attention off his son and back onto the chaos before him. Jon can handle himself. Robb is safe at the rear for now. And the best way to keep both my sons safe is to end this battle quickly. So, come, Winter. Let us end this. For our sons' sakes. Beside him, Winter let out a howl, one that was echoed by Grey Wind further back before the two of them rushed back into the thick of the fighting, steel and fangs cutting down everyone that dared get in their way. Great Jon Umber was a man who, like all true Northmen, loved a good fight. He'd been making corpses of men since the time his balls had dropped. Most of his fights were spent hunting down random wildling raiders who dared to trespass on his lands. A challenge to be sure, but there was little fun to be had in just hunting down small packs of raiders. Then the rapist dragon fuck and his mad father stole away the she-wolf of Winterfell and brutally executed Lord Rickard Stark and his future liege Lord Brandon Stark. Needless to say, by the time the Raven had reached him that Eddard Stark had claimed the title of Lord of Winterfell and was calling the banners to war, Umber had already had his men marching south. The exhilaration of a pitched battle was nothing like just hunting down raiders. Fighting side by side with his fellow Northmen to get revenge on the rapist dragon who dared insult the old kings of winter, there were no words to describe the feeling. But once the dragons were dead or fleeing, the war was ended, and he was back to hunting the odd raider, bandit, or deserter from the Night's Watch. But then the Greyjoys decided to be utter idiots and declared war on the Seven Kingdoms, and he was once again called to fight. A call he answered eagerly. But the war was practically over before it could even begin as Nox made the squids look like complete jokes as the man single-handedly laid siege to Pike and captured the three Greyjoy brothers with hardly even breaking a sweat. But right now, all those battles paled in comparison to the sheer pleasure he was feeling in finally facing these wildling cunts in a true battle. To him, there was nothing better than gutting these wildlings. Especially after what they did to his lady cousin by the way of his Uncle Mors, abducting her at night, subjecting her to God's only knew what, and leaving her final fate unknown to his family. When Ned had first revealed his plan to speak with the king beyond the wall, Jon had just about been ready to break faith with his liege and storm out of his hall. But Eddard, and the sorcerer, had earned Jon's respect. Ned may have been raised mostly in the Vale and fuck only knows where the sorcerer hailed from. But neither fact mattered to Jon. Both men had proven themselves true men of the North through blood and deed. He still didn't know if he fully believed Ned's and Nox's tale about the White Walkers returning, and gods knew that part of him didn't want it to be true. How did one fight against death itself? But if Ned and Nox were telling the truth, then he supposed that it would be for the best if the fucking wildlings were on their side instead of dead and fighting against them. But to achieve that, they first needed to kill the wildlings who'd broken from their king beyond the wall. An act that he was all too eager to comply with. Swinging his great sword around him in a wide arc, Jon smiled as he felt the blade sink into the flesh of a wildling who tried to charge right at him. The idiot's warm blood hitting his face was almost as welcome as a warm cup of mead after being out in the cold. Come on. You fucking cunts. Jon yelled, swinging his sword, breaking clean through the spear shaft of another wildling and taking the man's head off in a single stroke. I am Jon Umber. He screamed, cutting down yet another wildling. And I dare any of you fuckers to cross blades with me. Umber. Face me. Jerking his sword free of a wildling's gut, Umber whipped around and glared, trying to find the one who challenged him. It didn't take him long. Standing just within the breach in the wooden wall was a small wildling, at least small next to Jon, wearing bones as if they were some sort of armor and a large skull as a helmet. The sword in his hand was old and rusting from improper care, but he could tell the jagged edge had recently been sharpened to an almost adequate level. Umber didn't need to be the most intelligent man to know exactly who this wildling was. He'd kept abreast of the wildlings of note ever since the disappearance of his cousin. Lord of Bones, Jon grinned, his hold on his great sword tightening as his heart began beating like thunder in his chest. Perfect. Pushing his way through the chaos of the battle, Jon raised his sword and swiped down at the infamous wildling chieftain. But the little shit proved more capable than the few he'd slaughtered so far. Before Jon could render his flesh, the wildling quickly sidestepped and counterattacked, forcing Jon to abandon his own attack and sidestep lest the wildling catch his sword arm. Gritting his teeth, Jon held his sword in his two meaty hands and squared off against the wildling, who seemed content to just stand and wait. Fucker fights by using his speed to counter his opponents. I hate these kinds of fighters, so annoying. Jon growled, realizing the Lord of Bones' endgame as the two stared at one another while the battle raged around them. Fuck it. Never was one for waiting. Roaring, Jon swung his sword in an overhead strike, aiming to cleave the man in half. But Bones dodged the attack and quickly slashed at his face. The strike was fast, but Jon had fought faster during the wars and was able to lean his head back enough to dodge the blow. Gotcha. Jon grinned, kicking out with his foot and catching the wildling's chief in the chest, which sent the bastard stumbling backwards and onto his ass. Dead now, fucker. But the little shit proved nimbler than Jon had anticipated, as he managed to quickly roll out of Jon's killing thrust and quickly getting to his feet, making it so that Jon buried his sword into the ground rather than his chest. The bastard then grabbed one of his own men and threw him towards Jon. Letting go of his sword, Jon simply grabbed the new screaming wildling by the throat with both hands and squeezed until he felt the man's neck snap beneath his fingers. Dropping the freshly made corpse, Jon quickly looked around, trying to find his prey. He hadn't made it far, less than halfway back towards the breach in the wall. But he was currently locking blades with another wildling. This one he recognized as perhaps the only individual he had ever met who could match him in terms of sheer size outside of his son or that son of a bitch mountain. Giantsbane. Jon roared, yanking his sword free and charging at the two. He's mine. Not wanting to lose the chance to gut the son of a bitch himself, Jon charged headlong through the crowd, uncaring of whether he was knocking over those who were standing with him or against him. Reaching the two, he swung his great sword down between the two, forcing them apart before putting himself in front of Giantsbane. Back the fuck off, Giantsbane, Jon growled, holding his sword up in a midguard as he squared off against the Lord of Bones once again. No, Giantsbane growled, shouldering his way next to him. You back the fuck off. This fucker has had this coming for a long time. Gritting his teeth, and forcibly reminding himself that he was not to kill the wildlings who were siding with them on his liege's orders, Jon risked a glance at Giantsbane out of the corner of his eye. Then you better kill the fucker before I do. Lunging forward, Jon brought his sword around just as Giantsbane brought his own blade down from the opposite direction. The Lord of Bones, clearly realizing he had no chance against the two of them, started scrambling backwards as he tried to put anything or anyone between himself and them. No, you don't. Jon growled just as the infamous wilding reached the breach. While the Lord of Bones was distracted with Giantsbane, Jon cut low, catching Bones on the back of the leg and hamstringing him. The wildling let out a cry of pain as his leg gave out. Giantsbane quickly capitalized on the opening and stabbed his sword through the man's chest, the edge easily slipping through the bones covering the wildling's chest. Not to be outdone by a wildling, Jon brought his sword back around and with one clean stroke removed the Lord of Bones' head from his shoulders. Breathing heavily, Jon looked from the severed head to Giantsbane. That one counts as my kill. Giantsbane didn't answer immediately as he instead spat on the corpse. If you need the kill to up your numbers, he's yours. Growling, Jon pivoted and cut down another wildling who'd been trying to sneak up behind him to run him through the back. I've killed 1 and 10 of your friends so far, Giantsbane. Not my friends, the large wildling shot back as he cut down a woman by the sound she made. And you're behind. That's 4 and 10 for me. What? Jon roared, feeling a new surge of anger flow through him as he cut down 2 more in one stroke. I'm not about to be outdone by a fucking wildling. 12? Come on, you savage fucks. Come and meet the gods at the edge of my blade. Pulling his sword free from the gut of a wildling, Garland used his shield to bash the dying man away from his person as he readied himself for whoever charged him next. He'd been expecting something to go wrong this day, he'd felt it in his gut when he'd woke this morning. And unfortunately, he'd been proven correct as his brother returned to the northern dreadnought with literal boatloads of children and elderly. The fact that his brother was returning to the ship with apparent wildling children and elderly instead of any of the other lords or ladies that went ashore caused no small amount of confusion. But once his brother was pulled aboard, he quickly explained the situation. The talks with the wildlings free folk was going well. However, during their talks a runner had appeared and brought news that a group of wildlings that had splintered off from the supposed king beyond the wall were marching on Hardhome with the intent on killing everyone there. Lord Stark, along with his sons, Bannerman as well as the few from Dorne and the Westerlands, despite being outnumbered perhaps 10 to 1, had all decided to stay behind and fight alongside their soon-to-be allies. He could tell his brother was hesitant to ask him to join with those that had stayed behind, but he didn't have to. His brother hadn't even been able to finish his explanation of what was going on before he'd already ordered Dickon to fetch their armor and swords. Die, kneeler cunt. Acting on reflex, Garland just barely managed to tilt his head back far enough to avoid the club that had been aimed at his head. While he would never even think about entering a battle without his helmet, he could admit that the damn visor over his face was obscuring his vision more than a little. If it hadn't been for the wildling crying out their intent, he would have never even seen the attack until he'd been hit upside the head. Slashing across his body, Garland just barely missed the wildling that had tried to take his head off. But as he readied his shield and sword to face this new adversary, he found himself hesitating. Standing before him wasn't some oversized hairy barbarian wielding a stone club. No. Standing before him was a squat thick-boned woman. It took every ounce of self-control he had not to lower his shield. A woman on the field of battle just. It wasn't supposed to happen. To be sure, there were a few women here and there that would take up arms during wartime, but this one looked to be some sort of leader amongst the wildlings given her better state of dress. And from the way she held her club in one hand and a dagger in the other, he could tell that she was no stranger to the weapons. As much as he wanted to take it easy on her because she was a woman, he knew that he couldn't. The rather painful lesson he'd learned from the woman Asha in Winterfell demanded that he keep his guard up no matter whether his opponent is a man or a woman. Crying out, the woman started lashing out wildly at him, her strikes seemingly without reason other than trying to overwhelm him in a flurry of movement. And if she were going against a less skilled opponent, her technique would probably work. But against himself, while he was wielding a shield and sword, her attacks were next to ineffective. He was able to easily either evade or block her dagger with his sword, and his shield was more than thick enough to take the brunt of her club strikes without issue. The woman, while skilled, was clearly not used to fighting opponents more skilled than herself as desperation and anger started showing in her strikes as she became wilder and wilder with each hit, he was able to block or evade. Her anger soon got the better of her, and she overextended with her club, giving him the perfect opportunity to catch the underside of her right arm with his sword, cutting clean through fur and muscle but not deep enough to sever the arm completely. Her right arm, now useless, dropped the club and fell uselessly to her side. And before she could recover, he pivoted and brought his shield around with as much strength as he could muster, catching her full in the chest with the edge of the shield, knocking her to the ground. Rushing forward, he placed the point of his sword at her throat. There was fear in her eyes as she stared up at him. Fear that made him hesitate to finish her. "Gods damn it," he cursed, his arm unwilling to move just a few inches to end her life. "You're beaten, woman. For your sake, stay down." Removing his sword from her throat, he made to find a new enemy when he felt something hard hit him in the back of the knee. The weight of his armor betrayed him as his leg folded in on itself and brought him down to his back. Dirt and darkness clouded his vision for a moment before his visor was roughly pulled away from his face. Sitting on his chest was the same woman he'd just knocked down, a feral grin on her face as her bloodied right hand was holding onto his helmet while her left had a dagger raised and pointed towards his face. "Dumb, kneeler cunt," the woman smirked. "Shit, this can't be how I meet the gods," he wailed in his head as he reflexively tried to bring his hands up to defend himself. But given her position upon his body, they were pinned to the ground. Her arm moved, but never reached him. Instead of lurching forward, the woman lurched backwards, her head snapping back. Blinking, he saw another wildling woman standing behind the one that had downed him, her fist full of his adversary's hair. Without a word spoken, the new wildling woman brought what looked like a small hand scythe across the first wildling woman's neck. The woman's blood flowed freely, spraying everything in front of her, which unfortunately included Garland, who suddenly found himself having to close his eyes and turn his head lest he get the woman's blood in his eyes and mouth. Hearing the woman's lifeless body hit the ground next to him, Garland turned back to the one who'd saved him. She had moved her hand scythe to her left hand and was holding out her right to help him up. "I fucked up," he realized, taking the offered hand and getting back to his feet while quickly collecting his sword and shield. "That was Harma, kneeler," the wildling woman said once he was back on his feet, a dagger and scythe in each of her hands as she calmly slit the throat of another wildling. "Why the fuck didn't you kill her when you had her on the ground? Hopin' to steal her or something?" He didn't really understand what she meant about stealing her, he vaguely remembered the woman Asha saying something similar, but he hadn't bothered to inquire what she'd meant when saying it. "Because I was a fool," he replied honestly, immediately settling into the rhythm of battle once more as he caught a wildling in the chest with his shield before bringing his sword down into the man's neck. Finding himself back to back with the wildling that saved him, Garland looked around, his visibility much increased now that he was without his helmet. "You didn't hesitate to kill any of the others, but you did with her. Why? 'Cause she had a cunt? I heard you southern kneelers often have trouble fighting a woman." Gritting his teeth, Garland forced the woman to move as he blocked a club with his shield that had been heading towards her. The wildling woman didn't miss a beat as she deftly maneuvered around his shield and managed to get her dagger into the attacking wildling's heart. "Women don't fight in the Reach," the woman scoffed. "We ain't in your fancy Reach, kneeler. This be the true north. We women are just as strong as our men." "I've noticed that," he shot back, as the two went back to back once more. "And my name is Garland Tyrell. Not kneeler." "Karsai," the woman responded. "Ya got a woman of your own, Garland." Blinking, Garland had to fight the urge to balk at the question. "This doesn't seem like the time to ask that." "Just asking, Garland," Karsai responded. "Take it by your tone you don't." "Good. You're not bad looking and you're skilled with a blade. Might just be looking to steal you when this is all over and give my son and daughter a new sibling." This time he couldn't help but freezing slightly. "Did you just proposition me?" "Not sure what that means, Garland," Karsai shrugged as they protected each other's backs. "Just sayin', don't be making yourself unavailable once the fightin' be done. Nothing better than a good fuck after a fight after all." "By the gods." Garland sighed, feeling more than a little mystified, stupefied, and shamefully interested. Just what sort of people are these wildlings? Grinning, Oberyn quickly thrust his spear forward, impaling a wildling through the heart before retracting as quickly as his viper namesake and moving on to his next opponent. While he knew that his love would not agree with him, this was by far the most fun he'd had since arriving in the north. Conquering a new woman or man, be they a whore or not, was an enjoyable pastime. But to Oberyn, nothing beat the thrill of a good fight. And this was indeed a fight unlike any he'd experienced since he last sided with Nox in Valyria. Perhaps I need to increase my efforts to entice Nox and Nyra into moving to Dorne on a permanent basis, Oberyn thought with a smirk as he parried a sloppy thrust of a spear before retaliating with a killing strike to his attacker's neck. Or perhaps see if I can extend my stay here in the north past whenever Arianne succeeds in her goal. Exploring and fighting in Valyria had been an exhilarating experience. And now a small war. Fun certainly does seem to follow Nox around. And I'm confident that with enough gentle prodding, Elaria and I will eventually get Nox and Nyra into bed with us. I may never get to personally experience either, but just having them in the same room and participating in the fun would be more than enough. Hearing an all too familiar feminine scream, Oberyn turned on a coin, his eyes searching almost frantically for the source of the scream as a new, unfamiliar fear settled into his chest. Laying on her back just a short distance from himself was his daughter Obara, her sword spear out of her reach, and standing above her with a large scythe raised to the sky was a thickly built balding man with blonde locks of hair running down the length of this back. Feet digging into the mud and blood, Oberyn raced as fast as his legs could carry him, his spear reaching as far as possible to try and get between his daughter and the descending scythe. Wood knocked against wood as Oberyn just barely managed to get his spear in the path of the scythe, the tip of the blade less than a hand's width from his daughter's face. Using his momentum, Oberyn turned his spear downwards, digging the tip into the ground and using it to vault himself forward. While in the air, his hands still on the shaft of his spear, he kicked out and caught the confused wildling in the face with the bottom of his foot. The moment his feet touched the ground, Oberyn spun in place, his spear kicking up a wave of bloody mud up into the face of the now dazed and confused wildling. "Are you all right, daughter?" he asked, his spear and eyes trained on the quickly recovering wildling. "I'm fine, father," Obara grunted from behind him as she scrambled to retrieve her weapon and regain her footing. "He caught me by surprise, that's all. He's mine, Obara. Go find another prey to play with." Not waiting to hear his daughter's response, Oberyn slowly twirled his Valyrian spear around as he approached the now fully recovered wildling. "Do you know who I am, wildling?" The wildling spat out a wad of blood and mud as he readied his scythe. "Some dead man." The wildling was quick and strong, but he lacked finesse. Which was why it was almost comically easy for Oberyn to predict exactly where the man would strike. He didn't even really need to use his spear, just his footwork was more than enough to avoid the wildling's initial onslaught of attacks. Quickly growing bored of just evading, Oberyn waited until he saw an opening and quickly thrust the tip of his spear into the man's leg on his inner thigh. It was barely a flesh wound and nowhere near any vital veins, but it would still give the man a painful limp and slow him down. "My name," Oberyn said, drawing back and lazily smiling at the wildling while all around them the fighting had come to something of a standstill as both sides began watching the spectacle. "Is Oberyn Martell. And that woman you almost killed is my daughter, Obara. Now, as is only polite, I would know the name of the wildling I'm about to kill." Clutching at his leg, the wildling glared at him. "I be the Weeper, Kneeler. And that bitch there is your daughter, eh? A fine set of tits and good hips. After I kill you, I'm gonna claim her over your rotting corpse. After I've gotten a few whelps out of her, I'll cut her good and leave her to bleed as a snack for the creatures of the forest." Oberyn's hand stilled. A rage unlike any he'd ever experienced save for the day he learned of his sister's demise came over him and nearly made him shake in place. Rotating his spear, Oberyn drove the point into the ground and reached for one of the finger-sized glass vials he kept hidden on his back attached to his belt. "Foolish, Weeper," he said through gritted teeth as he touched upon the vial he was looking for. "I was planning on making your end quick, but now I won't. I'm going to hurt you now. More than you ever thought possible. And soon, you will be begging me to end your life. And do you know what I'll do? Nothing. I'm just going to stay here and watch you slowly suffer to death. You have to kill me first, Kneeler." Weeper shouted, raising his scythe, and charging headlong at him. "I'm going to eat your fucking heart out of your chest." Letting go of his spear, Oberyn waited patiently as the oversized brute screamed and charged him. At the last moment, Oberyn stepped forward, avoiding the scythe, and putting him almost chest to chest with the wildling. Before the man could reposition himself, Oberyn lashed out with his fist towards his open mouth, shoving the glass vial into the open orifice. "Eat this, you fuck," he commented dryly before catching the Weeper's chin with his left hand, breaking the glass vial open in the man's mouth. The effect was almost immediate as the wildling's head cocked to the side as blood and spit flew from his mouth. Or at least tried to. What came out was a small splattering as the man's jaw remained shut while his body went completely rigid and fell to the ground. "It's a rather interesting concoction that I made myself," Oberyn explained, uncaring of the battle raging around him as he retrieved his spear. The primary poison within is obtained from a fish known as a puffer fish. It's quite the nasty poison as it completely paralyzes the body yet makes it so that you still feel pain. Lowering the tip of his spear towards the man's inner thigh, Oberyn only had to exert the smallest amount of pressure of the Valyrian steel to slice clean through the fur and leather and into the man's sensitive parts. I also added some manticore venom and the venom from an adder snake which, while not lethal by itself, is incredibly painful as I'm sure you are realizing now. Truthfully, I haven't truly tested this as I intended this concoction to be a surprise for one far larger than yourself, but I suppose that you are working as a good test subject for now. On the ground, the wildling's eyes were watering, his pupils wide as his body shook ever so slightly from the undoubtedly insurmountable pain he was suffering. His gurgled moans of agony being muffled by his blood and forcibly closed jaw was almost music to his ears. I could end this now, Oberyn remarked, withdrawing his spear from the man's thigh, and placing it over his heart. But, you threatened to rape my daughter, use her as a prize broodmare then leave her for animal feed once she'd served the purpose you had planned for her. So, I'm not going to end this right now. Instead, I'm just going to let you die from the pain racing through your body as you choke to death on your own blood. Turning his back on the soon-to-be-dead man, Oberyn passed a critical eye over all of those who'd been watching. The wildlings, on both sides of the battle, had ceased their fighting in the immediate area and instead were all staring at him. Some with respect, others in fear as they watched one of the leaders slowly die on the ground next to him. Well, Oberyn smirked, twirling his spear around and readying himself. Who's next? No one approached him as the wildlings began casting looks between each other. Then one of the attacking wildlings, a woman that could be pretty if she'd properly bathed and taken care of the rat's nest atop her head, stepped forward and raised her spear. But instead of attacking him, she opened her hand and let the spear drop to the ground. Her action was quickly followed by the other attacking wildlings as one by one they began throwing down their weapons. Wise choice, Oberyn smirked as he raised his own spear, blade pointing towards the sky. A boring choice, but a wise choice nonetheless. Pivoting on his right foot, Jon evaded a spear lunge as he brought his lightsaber around, ending the life of the attacker that had tried to run him through. Breathing hard and trying not to stare too long at the now headless wildling, Jon brought his attention back around to where he knew his father was fighting. His father was standing just a few short paces away from him, ice and winter moving around his person so quickly they were almost a blur as his father and the dire wolf brought down one wildling after another seemingly without ever breaking stride. Outside of the small skirmish between Winterfell and White Harbor, which he was almost too late to even participate in, Jon had never truly seen his father fight in a battle. And now that he had, he understood just why his father had earned his moniker, the Quiet Wolf. His father didn't boast or yell or taunt. He just fought. He was methodical. Each move made with purpose and with little to no flair, as Prince Oberyn liked to describe his fanciful movements he performed while he fought. A small whine by his left brought attention to the fact that Ghost was watching the duo fight as well. I know, boy, Jon said, admiring the way his father and Winter fought in almost perfect harmony with each other. We'll be at their level soon enough. Feeling a pull from the force almost powerful enough to knock him off his feet, Jon whipped around and tried to find where the sensation came from. The feeling was urgent. He wasn't in danger, but he needed to do something. Fast. Rushing through the chaos of the battle with Ghost on his heels, he used his lightsaber to clear a path as he tried to find where the feeling had originated from. Hearing a scream, accompanied by another pull from the force, Jon tore away from the thick of the battle and went towards one of the ruined huts. On the opposite side of the hut, away from the thick of the battle, he found a pair of wildlings, one on her back, a bow held between her hands. And the second standing above her, his axe pressing against her bow as the edge slowly lowered towards her face. Acting on instinct rather than rational thought, Jon sheathed his lightsaber and reached out through the force and grabbed hold of the woman before roughly pulling her to the side, away from the man and towards himself. The attacking man lurched forward, and the woman let out a cry of surprise as she was suddenly flying directly towards him. In his haste to get her away from the man, he hadn't really thought of just how to stop her. Within a breath, she'd flown across the distance separating them, and Jon was left with no other option than to open his arms and catch her. The impact knocked the air out of his lungs slightly as the two collided, her momentum carrying the two of them around in a circle as if they were in a dance rather than amid a life-or-death battle. Finally catching himself enough to stop them from falling, Jon got a look at the woman he'd saved. The first thing he saw was an unruly mop of flame-red hair and underneath was a set of blue-grey eyes that were staring up at him in shock. With a start, he realized that he recognized this woman as the free folk girl that had brought news of the impending attack on Hardhome. But before he could ask if she was all right, her eyes went wide. Feeling a warning from the force, Jon turned while still holding onto her midsection with his left arm, his right grabbing hold of his lightsaber and bringing the blade to life. The tip of blade cut easily through the chest of the wildling with an axe, the same that had been trying to end the free folk woman in his arm's life. The man blinked confusedly, the axe dropping from his hand as he fell to the ground dead. Feeling the free folk woman shift in his arms, Jon loosened his grip to let her free, and found her with a bow in hand, an arrow pointing right at his face. The strange thing was, even though he was staring at the stone-tipped arrow less than a hand from his face, he didn't feel any danger from the force. The woman's lips quirked up as she shifted, the arrow moving out of his face before being let loose and flying past his ear. A grunt came from directly behind him, and as Jon turned his head to see what she'd hit, he found a second wildling man standing a pace or two behind him, her arrow sticking out from his eye. Grabbing her by her shoulder, Jon pushed himself past her, his lightsaber moving without thought as he cut down yet another wildling that he hadn't even realized was sneaking up behind her. Behind him, he could feel the wildling woman notch another arrow and let it loose. He didn't know how he knew, but he knew without a doubt that her arrow had found its mark. Jon had no idea just how long the two of them stood back to back, circling around each other. Anyone that got close to them quickly met their end by Jon's blade, while the girl let loose arrow after arrow, each one taking down a wildling that was outside of his reach. It was the strangest fight Jon had ever been in. He didn't know how, but somehow, he just knew how the girl was going to move, where she was going to aim and where she would be. And for her part, she seemed to know just as much about him as she was able to perfectly stay out of his way, allowing him complete freedom of movement even though they were practically touching one another the entire time. Cutting down one more wildling, Jon pressed his back up against the girl and waited for the next. Only to find to his surprise that they were alone between the buildings, surrounded by numerous dead bodies that had either met their end at his blade or from her arrows. Sheathing his blade with a hiss, Jon turned to the girl. She was staring up at him, her blue-grey eyes narrow and filled with something that he couldn't place. But what he sensed from her was pure fire. That was the only thing he could think to call it. And it seemed to match perfectly with the look in her eyes. "Well," she said, knocking him out of his trance. "They're all dead, and we got a warm room just over there. Ya gonna finish what ya started? Or do I need to show ya the way?" He was going to ask her what she meant, but a shift in the force killed the question before he could ask it. Looking to the sky, Jon's brow furrowed as he noticed the force storm his master had created slowing down until it started to dissipate before disappearing completely. Is it over, was the only thought that went through his mind as Jon pushed past the free folk girl and ran back towards where he'd been. Arriving back at the wall, Jon was greeted with the sight of dozens of wildlings throwing down their weapons. And it wasn't a great mystery as to just why they were doing so. The wooden wall, despite being mostly destroyed by this point, was covered in the blood of the wildlings that had attacked them. The ground was soaked and the once white snow that had gently covered the ground now stained red with blood. And standing at the forefront of it all, with his mask in place and his lightsaber drawn, was Jon's master, Lord Nox. And flanking him on either side were Jon's father and Mance Rayder. The wildlings that just a few moments ago been out for their blood, were now dropping their weapons as if they were on fire and backing away in a show of submission. "Sorcerer! Stand and face me!" All eyes turned towards the one who'd yelled. A lone wildling, who'd yet to drop his spear, was making his way through those who'd surrounded them, his eyes fixated on Lord Nox as he walked. "I am Alfin Crowkiller." The wildling named himself, drawing a number of surprised shouts from the Northmen who knew of the infamous wildling who'd made a name for himself by hunting down brothers of the Night's Watch. "And I challenge you, Sorcerer. Stand and fight. Or be known as the coward you are." Lord Nox's mask made it impossible to see any facial expression, but Jon could feel annoyance seeping from his master. "It's been too long of a day to trade insults with a pathetic worm like yourself." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried throughout the battlefield as if he'd been shouting at the top of his lungs. "You have a death wish? Then so be it. Come at me, and I will send you to whatever gods you wish." Lowering his spear and grabbing it with both hands, the infamous wildling raced forward, clearly intent on running Lord Nox through before he could move. Jon didn't need to watch to know what was about to happen, as he'd seen more than a few make the same mistake when facing off against his master. And, true to form, his master didn't even bother using his lightsaber. He just raised his hand as small arcs of lightning danced between his fingers. Then there was a flash, and the lightning flew from his fingers and struck Crowkiller in the chest. The infamous wildling took 2 more steps before coming to a stop. His head tilted downwards towards his chest. In the center of his chest, right over where his heart should have been, there was now a smoldering hole the size of a man's fist that went clean through. Crowkiller managed to lift his head one more time and give Master Nox one last glare before he crumbled to the ground. The Battle of Hardhome was officially over. And they had carried the day against seemingly insurmountable odds. Chapter 26, The True North Part 3. Well, here we are again. Happy Christmas, holidays and New Year's to everyone. Got this chapter out in time, if only barely. Between the holidays, starting a new role at work which is incredibly demanding of my time and dealing with a toddler and a very pregnant wife, I don't really have the time I used to. I'm going to be doing everything I can to keep my update schedule going strong. But I do ask for patience if I'm a little late on getting chapters out every now and then. Now, y'all can skip this part if you want, but I honestly want to get something off my chest. For only the second time in all my time writing and being a part of this website, I actually had to block a user. Normally, I am all for people having their opinions, that's part of life, no one is going to agree with you 100%, and expressing opposition or criticisms is one of the methods in which we can grow. However, there is a line that goes from constructive or even flames, to straight up trolling. This story was recently hit with a troll, who decided to take it upon themselves to leave a review for just about every chapter that, well, let's just say that according to the troll I'm a retarded idiot who doesn't know my ass from a hole in the ground and deserves to die. And I'm not exaggerating here. They left a review that honestly said I should just die and stop writing. Honestly, I don't need that kind of hostility in my life, so for the second time, I blocked a user and reported them, not that it'll do much good. And for those of you who came in defense of me in this story, I wholeheartedly thank you. Given that you all are still reading this story on chapter 26, I'm taking it that you at least like what you're reading. So I cannot express enough my appreciation for all of your kind remarks. And even the constructive criticism that has helped me shape my writing to be better, I thank you all. Okay, rant over. Let's get to the chapter. And on a happy note, this story has officially become my most reviewed, alerted, and favorited story. Shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. The help has been invaluable so far. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, so I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. And having a happy holiday. Chapter 26. Throughout her entire life, Olenna Tyrell had always had certain notions about regions outside of the Reach, particularly when thinking of the north. The land was cold and the people were colder. Neither offered much value to the civilized people that lived below the neck, outside of being a good place to send the unwanted. But during her admittedly short time here in the north, she was finding that she was needing to reassess her assessment of the north and its people. The land was still bone-chillingly cold, and it wasn't even a winter year yet. The people were still standoffish and very wary of any outsiders. But on the other hand, she had never seen a more joined, more hard-working group of people than the people of the north. They worked to better themselves, as did anyone else. But here in the north, they took the saying the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few to an almost extreme degree. And the people of the north were also brutally honest. Something which she could greatly appreciate after having spent her entire life around sycophants and liars. But while she could admit, though never aloud, that she had misjudged the people of the north, there was still one inescapable fact that was weighing heavily on her mind. And that was the fact that there was very little for her to do here in this blasted land. Especially now that her grandsons had left with the wolves, the Dornish Horsen, and the Lost Lion to speak with the wildlings north of the wall. That wasn't to say that she had nothing to do, far from it in fact. She was constantly busy every day from the moment she woke to the moment she closed her eyes for the night. After all, it wasn't every day that she had the opportunity to carefully observe how a land had managed to go from a group of barbarian people to one of the most influential powers in the realm seemingly overnight. Every day she spent her time wandering around Winterfell and even Wintertown, taking mental note of everything she could until she returned to her room so that she could write them down. Their alcohol production, their massive glass gardens which now span several acres worth of land. Their glass production, hell's even their martial training which she admittedly had little interest in. Everything that made the North into the power it currently was she took careful note of in the hopes that once she returned home, she would be able to implement them into the Reach and give them the advantage once more. But after days of doing this, she realized something was very wrong. She was able to come by the information far too easily. The glassmiths, while not outright giving away their secrets, did not bar her from watching how they made the glass. In fact, they even identified most of the components that were needed to make the glass as strong as it was. Same with the alcohol, though granted the creation of alcohol wasn't a great secret. The men sworn to House Stark also didn't make any effort to hide their training regimes from her eyes, though after watching them for a few days she was sure that if she tried to make their training standard in the Reach, then House Tyrell would find themselves without any guardsmen. But still, the fact that she was able to get what she wanted so easily greatly unsettled her. And it wasn't just her, the same was true for the Dornish Horse and the Imp, both of whom she knew were snooping around just like her trying to learn what they could before taking it back to their homes with the hopes of replication. Why are they not being more secretive, she wondered, and not for the first time as she went back over her notes again for the 10th time that day. The only thing I haven't been able to ascertain is just how exactly they make this miraculous medicine that can apparently cure even grayscale. The glass, their exotic food, and the medicine has made the North into a serious player in Westeros. Yet they are doing very little to safeguard that which has brought them such good fortune. Why? The only logical explanation she could come to regarding their openness was the fact that the North didn't need to keep these secrets to keep their power. Which meant that Stark and the Sorcerer had more secrets that made those which were already known obsolete. And that truly troubled her. She'd already heard her grandson's squire talking about some sort of horseless carriage. If they could make such a thing come to fruition, and she had already learned the hard way not to doubt the Sorcerer or the Starks, then they would have a whole new advantage to hold over the heads of everyone else. As if they don't already have just about every advantage one could ever hope for. The only thing House Stark in the north is currently lacking in is sheer numbers. But given the recent influx of people to the north, both from Essos and from south of the Neck, even that might no longer hold true in a decade or so. Olenna huffed as she got up from her seat and made her way to the lone window in her room, which overlooked the main courtyard of Winterfell. Immediately, her eyes were drawn to the far side of the yard, where the remaining Dornish women were gathered, their backs turned towards her, no doubt watching the sparring yard below and trying to pick out which man they wanted to bed. Not that Arianne needs to pick, she thought, her eyes travelling briefly over the tumbled mass of black hair that she knew belonged to the Dornish princess. Her granddaughter's prediction about the Dornish being after the legitimized bastard boy had unfortunately been proven true. And from the gossip floating around, the princess had managed to ensnare the so-called White Wolf in almost record time. The two were hardly apart from one another, as they often retreated into the sorcerer's tower to do gods only knew what, but given what Olenna knew of the girl's uncle, she had a fairly good idea about just how the princess had managed to get her wolf so fast. Not that Olenna blamed the girl in the slightest. The girl had used her assets well and had ensured the loyalty of arguably the most powerful of the wolf pups. And as if that wasn't bad enough, Olenna could just make out the slim form of the youngest Stark girl standing alongside the Dornish with that ever-present wolf by her side. Greedy snakes, Olenna huffed. They've already ensnared one wolf. And now they're trying for a second. While she loathed to admit it, the Dornish had done a far better job at securing the wolves than she had. While the Dornish had managed to get their hands on perhaps 2 wolves, Olenna had still yet to secure Sansa as Willis's future bride. Sansa. Just thinking of the girl brought a mix of emotions to Olenna. She knew the moment the girl healed Willis that there could be no other candidate for the next Lady Tyrell. With her power, the people of the Reach would flock to her, to House Tyrell, in the hopes of receiving her blessing and healing. It would have been a boon if the girl was a devote of the Seven. But, alas, while she was open to the faith of the Seven she still held on to the old gods. Though not as tightly as the rest of her family. And on top of her magic, she would also bring with her the support of the North. Plus, the girl seemed naive. And while such a trait was not ideal in the long term, her naivete would allow Olenna to mold the girl into a perfect future Lady of the Reach. But there was a problem. One that she had not seen until after the wolves had left. She'd thought that with Ned Stark and the Sorcerer away from Winterfell, she would have the perfect opportunity to catch hold of the girl and ensure that she pressured her father into accepting the marriage contract. That first night, she'd maneuvered it so that she and Marjorie would have tea with Sansa and Lady Knox. The latter of whom Olenna would have preferred not to have been present, but it did give her a chance to see just what about this former common girl had so captivated a man of the sorcerer's caliber. The evening had gone exactly as she'd hoped. Marjorie and Sansa quickly formed a rapport as they gossiped like the girls they were and started sharing stories of their childhood. The Lady Knox had been more standoffish, but Olenna had not earned her reputation by backing down from a challenge. To her utmost surprise, Olenna quickly came to learn that the Lady Knox was more than just a pretty face and a bed warmer. She had a mind, and she knew how to use it. No matter the bait that Olenna laid out for the Lady Knox during their talks, the woman managed to avoid falling into her traps as if she'd been trained how to play the game since birth. As the night progressed, the stories slowly shifted to tales of the Reach. Marjorie took the lead here, telling tales of tourneys, other houses, and the grandeur that was the Reach. Each of which Sansa seemed to cling to, asking question after question. All which Olenna and Marjorie were quick to answer. It wasn't until after the tea was completed and Olenna and her granddaughter were back in her room that Olenna realized her mistake. She'd been played. The girl and Lady Knox had followed their stories closely and asked questions that, while on the surface seemed innocent, were anything but. In one conversation, the two had managed to subtly learn of the different houses of the Reach, who was aligned with whom, who had the most pull in the land and who were rising quickly through the ranks of the nobility in terms of standing. And while they'd managed to get all of that out of Olenna and Marjorie, they had in turn given them nothing regarding the inner workings of northern politics. She'd been so surprised by the realization of what had happened that she'd collapsed onto her bed. She'd been played. By a 2 and 10-year-old girl and a former common girl turned lady through marriage. She would have been damn impressed if she wasn't so worried. If Sansa was already this skilled at the game at her age, how skilled would she be in 4 years when the marriage between her and Willis would take place? Olenna dearly loved all her grandchildren, but she wasn't blind to their faults. If Sansa was already truly as skilled as she thought, then by the time they wed her skills, not to mention her beauty, would be more than enough to wrap Willis around her finger and allow her to take complete control of the Reach for the North. And she would be powerless to do anything as she would either be dead, or in King's Landing helping Marjorie take control of the crown. She needed to know if the girl's skill was genuine, or if that one instance had been a fluke. Unfortunately, finding another opportunity was proving exceedingly difficult to obtain. The girl was, well, she wouldn't say that Sansa was outright avoiding her, but she never seemed to have the time to sit and talk with her again. In a way, it was understandable. The girl was left in charge of Winterfell in the north, and even with the formidable Lady Nox aiding her, that was not an easy task to handle. And on top of dealing with the day-to-day running of the north, she also had to deal with the fact that there were members from 3 of the great noble families of Westeros within the walls of Winterfell. And even with all of that, the girl still managed to find time every day to train with her younger siblings in the way of the sword or their magic. Though how exactly they were practicing their magic without the oversight of the sorcerer was a mystery to her. Perhaps Sansa was more advanced than she'd shown and was teaching the younger ones how to use their magic? It would make sense as the girl was the eldest. But that thought was also more than slightly unsettling, as it meant that the power that the girl had showed them was just the beginning of it. But where I have failed, Marjorie has succeeded, Olenna thought, trying to console the fact that she had yet to truly get a firm hold of Sansa. Marjorie had managed to befriend Sansa in a relatively short period of time, and the two had even started to work together on a project Marjorie had brought forward to try and improve the lives of the orphans here in the north. And much to her pleasure, her granddaughter's future handmaiden Myra Forrester had arrived in Winterfell just a day past, along with another girl named Gwyn Whitehill, who was apparently going to marry Myra's brother here in Winterfell after Lord Stark returned. And ever since their arrival, the 4 girls, well 5 if Arianne decided to join them, had been near inseparable from each other. The girl is doing her part well, Olenna thought with a smile. Building a good rapport now with arguably the hardest to please people in Westeros will go a long way once she has a crown on her head. But she's not pressing hard enough. I'll need to talk to her about pressing her ideas more and making sure that the people of this land know that it was her that brought about these changes and not just the Starks. As she was trying to figure out just how to further her granddaughter's name here in the north, she spotted something that caught her eye. A group of Stark men-at-arms were leading a few ill-kept men through the courtyard at a hurried pace. She was about to dismiss the sight, but something didn't let her. There was something about them that just demanded her attention. And it wasn't until they had disappeared into the great keep of Winterfell that she realized that the small folk had been carrying a chest of some sort, and the men-at-arms had not been walking as an escort, but rather they'd been arranged in such a fashion as to try and keep whatever it was they were carrying away from prying eyes. Well, Olenna thought with a smirk as she found a new target for her inquiries. Sansa is currently with Marjorie touring the glass gardens outside the walls of Winterfell. So, they are not going to her right now, but rather Nox's wife. Which means that whatever is in that chest is important to the sorcerer. And if it's important to him, that means it's important to the North's continued advancement. Which means that I need to know just what is in that chest and if it is possible to steal away with at least a piece of whatever is inside. In all her admittedly short life, Nyra Nox had never once thought that the duties of the steward of Winterfell would be all that difficult or time-consuming. But she was wrong. So very wrong. She worked from nearly sunup to sundown, helping to oversee the goings-on of not just Winterfell, but Wintertown and the other small villages within the confines of the lands that belonged to the Starks. And if that wasn't hard enough, due to their position as wardens of the North, the Starks, and by extension herself, were responsible for other disputes that stretched across the North. Thank the gods for delegation, or else Nyra was sure that she would never be able to catch even a wink of sleep. And as if her normal duties were not difficult enough, she now had to perform a delicate balancing act with the visiting nobles from not just one noble house. Oh no, that would be way too simple. No, she had to manage guests from 3 great houses. To be sure, Sansa aided where she could, but the girl was still just that, a girl. Damn you, Alim, and you too, Lord Stark, for leaving me to deal with these people while you men go off and play negotiations with the wildlings. Nyra cursed, placing her quill back in an ink pot and wringing her sore wrist out as she read over the document that she'd spent most of the morning working on. Mercifully, I haven't had to deal with any of our guests as of yet, Nyra thought, setting the parchment aside and grabbing a new sheet. Though I suppose I am just being a little unfair to our guests. They truly haven't been a bother. They've been helpful. And I wasn't expecting that. Though I shouldn't be all that surprised. Alim warned me that these people were experts in the game. And while their being helpful is useful, their actions were not out of the goodness of their hearts. They were trying to sway the Starks into allying with them. And proving themselves useful to the people is indeed the quickest way to prove their worth here in the North. Perhaps the most surprising of their guests was none other than the infamous imp of Casterly Rock, Lord Tyrion Lannister. His whoring and drinking were legendary, even here in the North, which was saying something. And for the first few days the man stayed true to the tales, drinking whole bottles at a time, and spending more coin at the brothel than most men made in 4 years' time. But then something changed one day after Tyrion spoke with her husband. The imp no longer frequented the brothel, and he had taken to aiding Lady Bethany in the teaching of the young folk of Winterfell. It was confusing. At first, she thought that maybe the man had set his sights on either Bethany or her daughter. But after speaking with her, Bethany stated that was not the case. The man simply seemed to enjoy teaching the young students. Given Bethany's responsibilities, Nyra knew that the woman was certainly not going to complain about free extra help with the children. Then there were the Tyrells, who were providing good coin and food to help shoulder the burden of their stay on Winterfell's coffers. While Nyra was extremely wary of Lady Olenna, especially now that she had had a chance to sit down and talk with the woman, she was fond of Marjorie. The girl had a good head on her shoulders, easily befriending Sansa and Jane, along with Myra Forrester and Gwyn Whitehill, both of whom had only just arrived in Winterfell a day prior with a small escort each. Along with her blossoming friendship with the northern girls, she had also offered a few suggestions that would in the long run benefit the small folk, particularly the children, around Winterfell and Wintertown. And it was a proposal that she intended to bring before Lord Stark personally once he returned from beyond the wall. The last of their guests were honestly the ones that were giving Nyra the most headaches, though not necessarily in a bad way. The Dornish were interesting, to say the very least. The way they approached life was so different from the North. Yet, at the same time, there were underlying facets within how they lived that made them more northern than anyone else in the Seven Kingdoms. But the one thing that was, well, unsettling about them was their flirtatious manner, which wasn't just limited to Prince Oberyn. The princess had pretty much stuck by Jon's side and had been working on wrapping him around her finger ever since she arrived. The prince's daughters had also been flirting with more than a few of the men and women in Winterfell. Then there was Elaria, the base-born lady who was Prince Oberyn's paramour. The woman was almost as flirtatious as her lover. While Nyra couldn't say that the idea of, maybe betting her with Alan wasn't an unappealing thought. The idea that a Prince of Dorne and his paramour would have any interest in her was just. It was just something else. And if Alan were there with them? Milady Knox, one of the guards standing watch outside her chambers called out, snapping her out of the rather heated daydream. You have visitors. One of the surveyors Lord Stark sent out. Immediately, Nyra banished whatever thoughts she had of sharing her bed. It was time for her to be the Lady Steward of Winterfell and Lord Knox's wife. Send them in. The guards immediately opened her door, allowing in a young man that Nyra instantly recognized from her youth. Thomas, she smiled, rising from her desk and walking around towards the man while a few others brought in a chest and set it on the ground before quickly leaving the room. Milady Knox, Thomas replied, his eyes downcast as if he was refusing to meet her eyes. Thomas, stop that, she said, forcing him to finally look up at her. I'm still the same woman that you shyly asked to dance during the spring festivals back when we were still kids. He was just as she remembered him from their youth, though he had certainly aged a bit. But he still had kind eyes and a shaggy mop of black hair that refused to cooperate no matter what you did to it. Except unlike back then when he was nervous about approaching her just because she was a girl, now he was clearly nervous for another reason entirely. Right, a Lady Knox I mean Nyra. You haven't told your lord husband about me, have ye? Nyra nearly wanted to laugh aloud. No wonder he had never once tried to visit her in all these years, or even send her a written note. He feared her husband. Oh, leave off it, Thomas, she said dismissively. Alan is not the sort of man to get overly jealous of a man from my past. Believe me, he wouldn't care that we used to fancy one another back when we were children. Unfortunately, Thomas didn't seem reassured by her words. I'll take your word for it, Lady N I mean, Nyra. Sighing, Nyra shook her head. She knew that this was going to happen eventually, that the past she'd left behind would catch up to her and she would have to face the fact that things had changed. That she had changed. Well, Thomas, I hear you were part of the surveying team that Lord Stark dispatched some time ago. I take it that you've found something of note seeing as how you've returned. Thomas nodded his head. We did. But we just don't know what it is that we found. Following him back to the chest, Nyra watched with bated breath as Thomas opened the chest and pulled out something wrapped in a grey cloth. She knew why Lord Stark and Alan had sent the surveyors out to those specific locations, and if they were able to find what her husband thought was there, then the North would truly be able to become a power unseen since the fall of old Valyria. Holding up the wrapped item, Thomas slowly pulled back the cloth, revealing what looked like a chunk of pure silver the size of a grown man's head. But she knew that it wasn't that, based purely on the fact that Thomas was holding it in one hand with little effort. Nyra knew, even without having to ask, that this was the metal that her husband was so anxious to find ever since he returned from the Greyjoy rebellion with Red Rain to study. The metal that made the Valyrian Empire the ultimate power for centuries. Valyrian steel, Beskar, Nyra said softly, reaching out and taking the hunk of raw ore, surprising herself with just how light the metal felt in her hands. I don't know about that, milady, Thomas shrugged, his eyes never leaving the hunk of metal. But, it's definitely something. We've been working on the raw ore since the day after Lord Stark and Lord Knox left for the wall. Master Mycon been helping where he can but we ain't seen nothing like it before. She nodded before turning towards the guards. Go and inform Lady Sansa that I need to speak with her immediately. And then fetch Master Mycon and Gendry. I'll need to have words with both of them. And, for the love of the gods, do not cause a scene, no matter what you do. There are more than a few eyes in Winterfell that do not belong to the north. And while they may one day be tied to us, that day is not today. The guards immediately saluted her and left the room, leaving her alone with Thomas and the hunk of silvery metal. But they were not left alone for long, as within a relatively short period of time Sansa appeared, followed quickly by Master Mycon and the young boy Gendry, who looked more than slightly uncomfortable standing so close to Sansa. Lady Nox, Sansa greeted her cordially. By the old gods, this girl was going to turn into a force to be reckoned with once she came into her own. I was told that you have something important to discuss with me. I do, Nyra nodded, holding out the hunk of metal. The surveyors your father sent out have returned. And they found veins of this metal at the locations provided to us by Lady Talisa from the Valyrian journals. Sansa's eyes immediately widened as she stared down at the silvery lump with the same fascination as Nyra. Master Mycon, the young lady of Winterfell said, motioning for the two larger men to step closer. What do you make of it? The Master Smith of Winterfell shifted his weight from foot to foot, an odd sight considering the man towered head, shoulders and chest over both Sansa and Nyra. It's unlike anything I've ever seen, miladies. He shifted the metal about in his hands as he gave it an intense, calculating stare. It looks like silver, but it is not. It's harder than any other metal I've ever worked with before in me whole life. And not even the blast furnace can reach a heat to make it malleable. We left it in the furnace for half a day with the bellows working as hard as they could to produce as much heat as possible. It glowed just like any other metal, but the moment we took it away from the heat we managed only a single hammer strike before the metal cooled to the point where you could almost touch it with bare skin. If we could get it hot enough form, or perhaps melt it down and pour it into a mold, I'm sure we could make the best weapons and armor in the world. But, we simply just can't get the fires hot enough and, to be blunt miladies, I don't know of any flame in the world capable of melting it. Frowning, Nyra returned to her examination of the metal now in Sansa's hands. As she did, she noticed that Gendry looked like he wanted to say something, but the lad was still clearly unused to his new position and didn't know how to speak up. Something she could understand, having gone through a similar transition after Alan began taking her under his wing. Gendry, she called out to the young man, surprising him. You have something to add? Milady, Gendry nodded, keeping his eyes downcast. My former master in King's Landing, he used to work with Valyrian steel. Not often, and nothing more than daggers or knives, but he did reforge them. Tobo Mott, Master Mycon said, naming Gendry's former master. He is well known, even here in the north, for being one of the few men alive who can rework existing Valyrian steel. But he never forged it from raw steel, only ever reworked what was already forged, and he never let any of us apprentices watch him work while he did it, Gendry added, raising and lowering Nyra's hope that he might have an answer. But, I think I might know how the Valyrians worked the raw metal. How? Nyra pressed, excitement swelling within her at the prospect of having the secret before her husband returned home. Rubbing the back of his neck, Gendry looked more and more uncomfortable with each passing moment as he found himself the center of attention. Well, the Dragon Lords had something that could make fire hot enough to melt stone, dragons. What if they used the dragons to melt the raw ore, then mix it with something else so it could be forged into whatever they wanted? Nyra's hopes came crashing down as she realized the logic behind Gendry's words. It made sense, and it would also explain why no one else had been able to create new Valyrian steel since the fall of the Valyrian Empire. Not only did it require a very specific type of metal, but the process to smelt said metal required the usage of a dragon's fire to heat it enough so that it could be used in forging. Well then, Gendry, it seems that you now have quite a task ahead of you. Me? Milady? The lad asked, pointing to himself and looking around as if he wasn't sure she was talking to him. Unless either Lady Sansa or Master Mycon have suddenly decided to change their name to Gendry, which they haven't. So, yes, I'm referring to you, young man, Nyra said, fixing the lad with a gaze that had him frozen in place. Ever since my husband took you away from King's Landing, you've been looking for a way to make your mark, have you not? Well, here it is. You're going to figure out how to make a fire hot enough to match that of dragon's fire, without having an actual dragon. And you will then figure out how to forge this incredible metal into the best weapons and armaments this world has seen since the fall of the Valyrian Empire. Gendry visibly shrunk as small beads of sweat started to form on his face despite the cool air of the north. I don't know, milady, if my husband believes in you, Gendry, Nyra said, cutting the boy off. Otherwise, he would not have bothered taking you away from King's Landing and placing you under his tutelage. I know he's already talked to you about how you've been unknowingly using the Force whenever you work in the forge. Well, now here's your chance to prove just how resourceful you can be. Figure this puzzle out, Gendry, and you will be known not only as just another acolyte of my husband's, but you will be known as the man who was able to solve the greatest riddle since the fall of the Valyrian Empire. The young man's eyes shifted back and forth between herself and the lump of metal that was now being offered to him by Sansa. I won't let you down, milady. Of course you won't, Nyra smiled, then shivered as she felt something wash over her. Hey? Must be a draft in here, but I swore I closed the shutters this morning. Just my imagination then. My husband brought you to the north for a reason, Gendry, and I do believe we just found out what that reason is. Consciousness returned slowly, and painfully to Jon Stark of Winterfell as he tried to will his eyes to open, only to immediately shut them as even the slightest bit of light felt like he was getting speared through the eyes. By the old gods, what happened last night, he groaned to himself, his body unwilling to even allow him to raise his head off whatever he was laying on. He remembered the end of the battle and the cheers that had followed as the few remaining wildlings that had fought against them threw down their arms after the death of Alfin Crowkiller. With the battle over, they began clearing the field, piling the dead wildlings into a large pile to be burned per Mance Rayder's request, while those that fought on their side were treated with proper funeral rites. While the field was being cleared, word was sent to the Seawolf of their victory. Shortly after that, Lord Willis had returned to the shore with the children and elderly free folk. And they brought along with them just about every cask of wine, ale, and northern liquor that was aboard the ship. Things had become a blur after that as Robb, who'd mostly recovered after blowing the horn, and Theon cornered him and convinced him to join them in some sort of drinking game that he honestly couldn't remember much of. And that was where the trouble truly began. It wasn't unusual for his father to allow them a drink, and even lately they were allowed to drink ale and wine that wasn't watered down, but he always kept them at only a cup or two at most and only at feasts. But last night their father didn't stop them. If anything, he encouraged them to drink their fill as he said something about it being another lesson for the boys. Though what lesson that could be Jon still didn't know. Jon had no idea just how many drinks he'd had, but then the large free folk man, Tormund, had brought out several drinking horns filled with what he considered to be a true northern man's drink. He'd given one horn to the three of them, and they only managed a single sip before spitting it out, much to the laughter of the free folk. Jon couldn't for the life of him remember what the drink was, but it was just as strong as the northern liquor, perhaps even more so. He'd been tempted to just set it aside, but then the red-haired free folk girl from the battle grabbed his horn and downed the entire thing in one go without even batting an eye. After she finished the horn, she shot him a grin and threw the horn back at him. It was a challenge. And in his state of mind, Jon wasn't about to deny it. So, he'd had the horn refilled and, despite the taste, downed it all. Then the two started going back and forth, drinking first the free folk drink, then ale, then northern liquor, and then he honestly couldn't remember much more as his memory went black. But he did know that despite not remembering exactly what happened, the two continued to drink more and more to the cheers of everyone around them. Burrowing his head into the soft pillow he was laying on, Jon breathed deep. The pillow smelled wild. Not like flowers or something like that. But more like the forest. It was a more than pleasant smell to awaken to. Especially when coupled with the soft warm object that he was wrapped around that was moving slightly beneath his arm. Eyes snapping open, Jon fought against the pain of the light as he took stock of just where he was. He was in a hut and laying on a bed under several firs. But neither was the source of Jon's warmth or the pleasant smell of the forest that was filling his nose. The source of that belonged to the mane of fiery red hair that was laying across his face. He nearly shook as he realized the warmth was coming from her flesh. Her warm flesh that was pressed firmly against his own. And there was no break in the warmth. He could feel every delicate and strong curve of her body pressed firmly against his own. And his hand, by the gods. His hand was resting upon her breast, his fingers acting of their own accord as he felt, that is a nice way to wake me. Jon froze as her voice reached him. Turning his arms, Jon was greeted with the sight of Ygritte, completely devoid of clothes, just as he was. Both of them were, without clothes. And beneath his furs. And, dear gods, she was beautiful. Perfect. Wild and untamed. Strong, yet still delicate in all the right places. In this moment, the only thing he'd ever seen that was more perfect was the time in Sunspear when Arianne, oh gods. Arianne. She, oh gods. What have I done? Well, Jon Stark. Ygritte asked, grinning while one of her hands snaked between them and gripped his length, which was harder than he could ever remember. Are ya finally gonna put this to use and finish what ya started? Or do ya need me to show ya where to put it? While pretty much everyone within the confines of Hardhome were nursing what were sure to be massive hangovers, Knox, Ned, Mance, and Val were wide awake and meeting once more within the large hut that had housed their first meeting the day prior. While the primary talks were occurring between Ned and Mance, Knox was present to act as an advisor and sort of intermediary as he did not have the centuries upon centuries of bad blood ingrained into him. And Val was present because she was the one Mance had chosen to lead the free folk after they'd crossed the wall. Their current talk was centered around the exact number of free folk Ned was willing to swear the oaths to the north and therefore head south immediately thereafter. 5,000. Man said, repeating the number Ned had just given him. You promised safety beyond the wall for any who are willing to swear allegiance to the north. And I hold to that, Mance, Ned countered. However, we must also look at this logically. Settling the free folk into the north and getting them accustomed to our laws and expectations will take time. And the greater the number that cross the wall at the onset, the greater the challenge will be. We start with 5,000. Then, once they have adjusted, more can cross and be guided by those who have already established themselves. Plus, as you have already stated, some of your clans may not even wish to cross until the last possible moment, the thens for example. 5,000 is more than enough to start. It is a not insignificant number for your people, yet it is small enough not to cause alarm amongst the people of the north. The leader of the free folk turned and shared a look with Val. I don't like it, but you make a good point. Several of them, in fact, Mance conceded. And, in truth, I don't even know if we will be able to convince even that number to kneel. It will take us several days walking to reach where the majority of the free folk are camped, and I will send trusted runners out to begin spreading the word to see if we can garner some interest before we arrive. Where do you plan on sending my people, Stark? Ned remained stoic as he faced the two free folk leaders. That still needs to be decided. For the interim, Lady Val and those who swear to the north will remain in Wintertown on the outskirts of Winterfell until I feel that Lady Val is ready to take up the mantle of a lady of the realm. I ain't no fancy southern lady, Lord Wolf, Val countered with a little heat in her voice. You soon will be, Lady Val, Ned countered back almost immediately. A lady who will have more than just the free folk at whichever holdfast you take ladyship of. You will have men and women whose families have called the north home for generations. And while I do not expect you to become a lady of the south, nor would I want you to, there will still be certain expectations of you while you lead the people that call the land you hold home. He could tell that, while she wasn't pleased with it, Val was accepting of her fate. Fine, Val nearly growled. But I warn ye, Stark. Any fancy lordling of yours or their sons that think they can steal away into my bed just to take me lands and people will quickly find themselves without a cock. There it was again, that strange turn of phrase that Knox had heard several times throughout the course of the battle and especially after. While any knowledge on the traditions of the wildings, or free folk, was scarce south of the wall, he had a pretty good idea about what they meant by stealing. Apparently, Ned was of a similar mindset as he was the first to bring it up. I heard that turn of phrase several times last night, Ned said, clearly just as curious as Knox was. Unfortunately, my knowledge on the free folk is limited, at best. I would appreciate being enlightened by this custom you speak of, though I have a feeling I might know what it entails. Mance grew slightly uneasy, but still he nodded. I suppose it's best to get any misunderstandings out of the way now rather than have them become a potential problem in the future. You see, amongst the free folk there is no such thing as a marriage between a man and a woman. Instead, how such couplings are decided is by. Before he could finish, they were interrupted by a frantic Jon Stark, who seemed to have only partially managed to pull on his coat whilst trying to finish the lacing up on his pants. The boy didn't even seem to notice where he was until he nearly ran into Ned, as his attention was kept firmly on the entrance he'd just used to barge in. Father! Jon nearly shouted, his voice cracking slightly as he let go of his pants, only to have them fall slightly, forcing him to quickly grab them with both hands and resume trying to tie them. Lord Knox, your grace, my lady, I. Whatever explanation the boy had was lost as a clearly irate free folk woman with flaming red hair and a scowl on her face marched into the hut hot on Jon's heels. Her clothes were in a similar disarrayed fashion as Jon's, as if she too had hurried to dress. For her part, the free folk girl seemed to take the fact that she was still in the midst of getting dressed in perfect stride when compared to Jon. And as for the four adults in the hut, all of them simply stared back and forth between Jon and the free folk girl. Val, Raider, Lord Wolf, Sorcerer, the young woman greeted each of them in turn as she finished smoothing down her furs. Ygritte, Mance greeted her back. I take it there is a reason you are chasing young Stark here while both of you are trying to get dressed. Ygritte? The one who managed to inform us of the other wildlings' impending attack yesterday, Knox thought, placing the girl and giving her a once-over. She's certainly wild, that is for sure. An embodiment of the free folk mentality and the place they call home. And, there is more to her than meets the eye. She's force-sensitive, but not like the Starks. Her powers have manifested differently, much in the same manner as Oberyn and Arianne. She can manipulate the Force to a degree, but it seems like it will be on a subconscious level. Yet, unlike Oberyn, she's still young. Perhaps there is a chance to fine-tune her abilities? If so, then perhaps she could become a melee warrior on par with any Force-sensitive battlemaster. Not much to say, Raider, Ygritte shrugged. This one here stole me during the fight, plucked me right out from under a fucker that wanted to split me in half with his axe. I was just finishin' what he started considerin' he had far too much drink last night to do the deed properly. Stole you? Jon questioned. I mean I rescued you and we fought together. But what does that even mean to say that I stole you? I was just explaining this very thing to your father and the sorcerer, young Stark, so you might as well listen, Mance said, bringing the conversation back around to him. The free folk do not have traditional marriage customs like south of the wall. Instead, if a man or a woman takes an interest in another, they will attempt to steal them. Ideally from another tribe or from within their own. Usually a man will steal a woman, but it is not unusual for a woman to steal a man. The one who does the stealing demonstrates their strength and skill by managing to spirit their target away. And the one who is being stolen is expected to put up a fight to see if the one trying to steal them is worth their attention. I have heard well your ill ease towards the topic of rape sorcerer, so I must stress that while this system does incur such an action on occasion, in most cases by the time it comes to consummating their union, both parties are in full agreement with the act. Knox could already see where this was leading and, judging by the slight amusement he felt trickling off his friend, Ned knew it as well. This will prove most interesting once we return to Winterfell and a certain raven-haired young woman. I see, Ned nodded, struggling to keep a straight face as he pointedly ignored Jon, who was clearly still trying to wrap his head around what was going on. This tradition will either have to be stopped or changed once your people are in the north. Such an act will not be received kindly, nor understood, by the people of the north. Mance merely nodded. I expected that to be the case. I think for the first of our people to head south it would be best if we allow only those who have already stolen one another, and therefore are not tempted to steal sons or daughters from those who do not understand our ways. Wait, Jon cut in, holding up his hand. Forgive me, Father, Your Grace. But what does all of this have to do with Ygritte and I? Amusement flowed through the room as all eyes turned on Jon. You're a smart lad, Jon, Knox said, just barely able to contain his mirth. Haven't you figured it out yet? Jon's attention flickered back and forth between Ygritte and the others in the room. You stole Ygritte during the battle, Mance said, a full-blown smile on his face. And she has accepted that fact. Which means by the traditions of the free folk, she's your woman. Or, as you southerners call it, your wife. Jon's reaction was just about what Knox expected of his young and inexperienced apprentice. His eyes went wide, and his face drained of all color as his jaw dropped. And all that he could manage in response was a single, strangled what? Standing on one of the many overlooks of the Red Keep that looked out over Blackwater Bay, Peter Baelish, member of the small council and the master of coin, idly sat in his office while swirling a glass of arbor gold around in his hand. For the longest time, he had had a set goal in mind. He knew what he wanted, and he knew how he was going to obtain it. But now that goal was shattered. Part of it could still be salvaged, but the most important piece to his future, the one thing he wanted more than anything else in the world, was now gone. And no amount of power, gold, or pleasure would ever be able to fill the void left by the loss. But he wouldn't be like Robert. No, he wouldn't lose himself in sorrow and self-pity just because what he wanted was ripped away from him. No. He would just have to modify his plan to ensure that he was not the only one who felt this pain. He would make all those responsible for his pain suffer. He would have his chaos. He would have his vengeance. And he would start today. Hearing two sets of heavy footfalls and a third lighter set, Peter resisted the urge to smile as he set his glass of wine down. Right on time. Not that I expected less given what I am offering those two fools. Turning his back on the bay, Peter walked back into the keep and right into the path of the three that were coming his way. Making a show of being startled, Peter gave an extravagant bow to the smaller figure of the three. Your Grace, he said, bowing low of the clearly surprised Prince Joffrey, forgive me, I did not mean to cause you a fright. I was merely just taking a moment to admire the view. The Crown Prince quickly recovered from his surprise as his face went back to its normal sneering look before Peter could even right himself. A prince does not get a fright. Only women and weaklings do. Peter fought the urge to smirk. Yes, Joffrey will work perfectly. Of course, Your Grace, I apologize. I did not mean to imply that you are either, Your Grace. Only a fool would think of such a thing. Good, Joffrey replied shortly. Now, out of my way. Of course, he smiled, moving aside to give the Crown Prince a wide breadth. But, before you go, Your Grace, I offer you my deepest condolences regarding your magnificent beast. Truly, such a creature did not deserve such a fate, especially for only doing what the strong do, devour the weak. Joffrey stilled, then turned and looked at Peter. That's what I said. A lion is strength, and that fawn, it was weak. But nobody understood. Not father, not even mother. They all just babied Tommen because he started to cry. And pride was the one to die, it wasn't fair. Allowing himself the smallest of smirks, Peter shared a look with the two red cloaks that were shadowing the young prince. Both men gave him the slightest of nods before taking a step back away from them, ensuring the two have a moment of privacy. It cost me the service of 4 of my best whores for a day, but such is the cost when one wishes to speak with royalty in the middle of the Red Keep with any manner of secrecy. If I may be so bold, your grace, Peter said, putting as much as a friendly tone as he could into each word. While a man of my position has no business prying into the private affairs of the royal family, I can see that you are suffering, and I wish to help. But, you see, your father did not kill Pride because of your brother. He did it because he is afraid of you, your grace. Or rather, he is afraid of the great man you are shaping up to becoming. Joffrey was clearly taken aback, which was good. He needed the boy to be shaken to mold him into what was needed. My father he's not afraid of me. He's not afraid of anyone. He brought down the dragons. He caved in the chest of Rhaegar like it was a melon. Yes, he did, Peter nodded. But that is not the type of fear I am referring to, your grace. Your father, the king, has indeed done great things and will no doubt be remembered. But he fears that, with the way you are growing, your grace, that you will overshadow him one day soon, and that all his accomplishments will mean nothing in the face of your own. That he will be forgotten. That is what he fears. And he is not alone in this fear, your grace. Your mother fears it as well, which was why she has done nothing. And even your grandfather, the great Tywin Lannister, clearly fears what you will become, as evidenced by the fact that, despite pride being his gift to you, he has done nothing in the wake of its death. Joffrey was clearly thinking over everything Peter was saying, which again forced Peter to keep a tight rein on his emotions. He'd known this boy for years, so he knew exactly what he needed to say and do. But, that. Tell me, your grace, Peter pressed on, not wanting the boy to think too much on it just yet. Have you heard much of King Aenys Targaryen, son of Aegon the Conqueror? Joffrey blinked, clearly thinking on what he asked before shaking his head. No. Not surprising, your grace. He is often left by the wayside in favor of his father who tore down dynasties and forged a new reign. Peter explained, stressing the connection between the actions of the Conqueror and Robert, which thankfully Joffrey seemed to pick up on. Like all dragons, Aegon was prideful. He'd done something that no one else could do, and he would not stand for anyone, not even his own son, outshining him. So, he kept his son and heir at arm's length, preventing his son's greatness from flourishing and being known across the land. And the moment Aegon passed from this life, pockets of rebellion rose up across the land. Because Aenys's greatness had been suppressed by his father and family his entire life in fear that he would outshine them all, he was unprepared to handle the situation. But eventually he did. The rebellions were crushed, and the people started to recognize the king for his greatness. Aegon may have united the realm, but it was Aenys, the son, that truly held the land together. Joffrey seemed enraptured by his story, which was good. And what happened to Aenys? Smirking, Peter sighed dramatically. He died. Only 5 years into his reign. His death was, not natural, but no one could truly prove how he did. However, the last person to see to him personally was the Conqueror's widowed sister-wife, Visenya Targaryen. And now, it is widely accepted by those that study history that the Dowager Queen Visenya had the king assassinated because she feared that his deeds, his greatest, would one day soon outshine everything she, her sister and their brother husband had accomplished. And now, poor King Aenys is little more than a short footnote in the annals of history. Walking up beside the boy, Peter took a risk and set his hand on the boy's shoulder. I tell you this story, your grace, not because I wish to cause you distress, but rather because I want you to succeed. I see greatness within you, your grace. And it would be a shame to see it get smothered just because there are those who want to be remembered over you. It was a sign that he was getting to the boy that he didn't shake his hand off immediately. And what do you get out of my greatness? Good, he isn't a complete fool. Remembrance, your grace, Peter explained, drawing a confused look from Joffrey. I have risen as high as a man of my station can. And now I wish what all men wish, to be remembered. But I will not be remembered under your father's reign, as his time of greatness has already come and gone. But you, your grace? Your greatness is only just beginning. Joffrey stood up straighter as he smirked, the same smirk the boy always seemed to be wearing when he thought he was better than those around him, which was most of the time. So, you wish to ride my coattails to greatness then? Peter smiled and spread his hands in a shrugging motion. That is the unfortunate limitations of a man of my station, your grace. But, unlike most, I accept the fact that I can only achieve greatness by attaching myself to a great man. And you, Prince Joffrey, despite your young age, have the makings of the greatest man the Seven Kingdoms have ever seen. And my only wish is to serve a great man like yourself as an advisor. Joffrey's chest had puffed out slightly, his back straight and his head high. Then start now. What advice would you give your future king? Patience, your grace, Peter answered. Right now, your father, mother, and grandfather are all on edge and watching you carefully for any sign that you might one day soon outshine them. So, I would advise patience. Let them think that you are cowed by them. And once they relax and cease watching your every move, then start building your base of power for the day your father leaves this world and you ascend to your rightful place on the Iron Throne. And, if I may be so bold, Your Grace, I do believe that there are a number of people that I can discreetly introduce you to that will be more than anxious to help a great man like yourself secure your place in the annals of history. Joffrey's smile was so condescendingly self-assured that Peter had to almost prevent himself physically from smacking it off the boy's face. The endgame, Peter. Think only of the endgame. I will heed your advice for now, Baelish, Joffrey said, making to move on, only to stop. Continue to prove yourself with useful advice, Baelish, and I might just allow you to ride my coattails to glory and greatness. Smiling, Peter bowed deeply. That is all I can hope for, Your Grace. Until that day, I remain your faithful servant. Should you require anything, and I mean anything, Your Grace. Even if it might seem unsightly to some. You need only to ask, and I will see that your every desire is fulfilled to the fullest. Receiving a dismissive wave from the boy, Peter moved off to the side and allowed the young prince to pass him by with his 2 guards who were now rushing to catch up with their charge. The board is out, and now my first piece is down. Peter smirked, watching Joffrey, one of the keys to his long-term goals, turn the corner and disappear. And one day soon, my vengeance will be at hand. After the battle against the splintered wildlings, things took a turn for the, quite frankly, boring for Nox, as their next task was to make the march south away from Hardhome in order to meet up with the rest of Mance Rayder's army and discuss the terms that had been reached with the rest of his people and try and see if they could meet the quota that Ned had set on the number of people that were to be allowed south of the wall. Normally, Nox didn't mind traveling as it gave him a chance to study new people and cultures. But this time they were traveling by foot. Without roads. And across a landscape that could make Hoth seem hospitable. The lords from the north at least seemed to acclimate to the weather and traveling conditions quickly enough, but the same could not be said of those who were not from the north. Ned had recommended that the lords of the south head back to the wall on the Sea Wolf. However, none of their guests would hear about it. They were clearly anxious to show their strength not only to House Stark and the north, but also to their new allies as well. And so, despite the multitude of warnings they received from the northern lords and the free folk, the members of House Tyrell, Martell, and Lannister all grabbed their warmest clothing, finalizing their decision to follow House Stark back to the wall on foot. It was a decision that, even after a single day, Nox could tell all of them severely regretted making. Despite their bravado, after leaving the relative protection of Hardhome, Oberyn and Obara had taken to donning as many furs as they could while still maintain their freedom of movement. And the Tyrells were no better, though honestly Nox was surprised that Garland had insisted on keeping his armor on, though thankfully Garland had been talked out of the notion of wearing his full plate armor all the way back to the wall. The man moved slower than a slug in the suit, and considering the weather the man was more than likely to die from exposure to the cold in his armor than he was from an attack. The only one from south of the neck who seemed to be the most well adapted to the cold was Tyrion Lannister, and even saying that was a stretch as he was simply wearing the least amount of furs out of the group. The only other entertainment outside of the Southerners' attempts to stay warm during their trip was provided by his apprentice Jon and the young free folk woman Ygritte who had attached herself to him. The young woman was tenacious in her pursuit of Jon. Something that seemed to both baffle and unsettle his young apprentice as, outside of Arianne, he'd never had a woman chase after him. Of course, just about everyone seemed to be getting a good laugh out of watching Jon trying to keep the woman at arm's distance. Especially during the night when they laid their heads to rest, as she had taken to sneaking between his furs while he slept, which of course resulted in Jon all but forcing Ghost to sleep next to him so that she couldn't sneak into his bed. And to Jon's utmost confusion, the ones who seemed to find the situation the funniest were the Dornish, and Prince Oberyn especially. The Prince of Dorne had been the first to find the two, pressed firmly against one another for warmth on the second day's morning after the Battle of Hardhome. Jon had scrambled to his feet, all but throwing Ygritte away from his person. But to the boy's surprise, Oberyn had merely smiled and told him that his niece would have to step up her game before leaving the two of them alone to ready themselves for the day ahead. Jon will have to start asserting himself soon, he thought as his sight passed over Jon and Ygritte, who were walking close together. He has a tendency of drawing strong-willed women to his side. And if he's to keep up with them both, then he will need to be just as strong-willed. But there was far more to this young woman than just her strong will or tenacity. There was something about her that reminded Nox greatly of Oberyn and even Arianne. And he didn't mean her general demeanor, which almost seemed right at home amongst the Dornish. The girl had a presence about her that made Nox curious. She wasn't force-sensitive like Jon or any of his other acolytes. But she wasn't a stranger to the Force. She was much like Oberyn in that regard, using the Force subconsciously to enhance her own natural physical abilities. A theory which he had been able to confirm after Theon, for Force only knew what reason, challenged the girl to an archery contest. Theon was a good shot, there was no denying that. But Ygritte was on another level when compared to him. The ease with which she wielded her bow was astonishing. And every shot Theon made, no matter how difficult it might seem, Ygritte was able to make. Their little contest eventually came to an end when Theon failed to hit the mark he'd set, a small brand on a tree several hundred meters away from where they were standing. Ygritte had not only hit the mark, but she had done it after walking away from him with her eyes closed. And it was that shot that cemented his thoughts on the girl and her abilities. She was using the Force subconsciously to guide her arrows. Her affinity wasn't necessarily great enough to make her an acolyte like the others, but if she'd been born in the Empire there was no doubt in his mind that she would have undoubtedly been one of, if not the, most sought-after sharpshooter in the galaxy. The revelation about her abilities answered why she reminded him of Oberyn when he'd felt her out, but there was still the curiosity as to why she also reminded him of Arianne. It was something that he was going to have to investigate, and thankfully it appeared as he would have plenty of time to do so, as Ygritte, despite Jon's rather pitiful attempts to keep her at arm's length or further, seemingly had no intention of leaving Jon's side anytime soon. It seems like I'm going to have to revisit my lessons on not throwing away potential assets with Jon. Especially an asset as skilled as this young woman. The rest of the ride and walk south he spent his time trying to learn as much as he could about the free folk. Mother Mole had been a wealth of information for him, and she was also an interesting individual to talk to as her precognitive ability matched that of even Jedi and Sith who considered themselves experts in the field. But unfortunately, the old woman lacked the ability to properly explain how she was able to receive her visions. To her, it was just a normal thing, like breathing. She didn't know how she did it, nor could she explain it. To her, it was simply a fact of her life that she had come to accept and incorporate into her daily life. After several days of riding and walking, they finally reached the large free folk encampment and began their next task, actually convincing a group of free folk to take them up on the offer of shelter south of the wall. Predictably, the initial reaction after Mance had presented the offer to those who were not at Hardhome had been poor at best, and almost violent at worst. But the protests were quickly put down by not only Mance, but also by the other chieftains who were there at Hardhome and had already agreed to the decision. It took almost a full 2 days, but eventually Mance was able to gather a group of nearly 5,000 of his people, most of whom were younger individuals or young families, to follow them south under the leadership of Val and Karsai, the latter of whom had decided to move her entire small clan south of the wall. During this time, the few giants, including their leader Mag, disappeared from the free folk encampment. And while their disappearance didn't seem to necessarily surprise the free folk, as the giants apparently came and went as they pleased, it was a major disappointment to Nox. The giants were a force of nature. One that he had begun formulating several plans around the moment he'd first heard of them. But for any of those plans to come to fruition, he needed them south of the wall. Once the free folk that would be traveling with them gathered their things and said their goodbyes to those they would be leaving behind, Ned turned them west heading towards the Antler River, where upon reaching they would turn south and head directly towards Castle Black. It wasn't an ideal choice, as bringing this many free folk through the home of the Night's Watch was almost begging for trouble, but they really didn't have another good location to cross the wall. Eastwatch would have been a faster choice for crossing, however Castle Black had something that Eastwatch did not. And that was a large weirwood tree on the north side of the wall just opposite from Castle Black. And it was there that Ned planned on having the free folk swear their allegiance to the soon-to-be Lady Val and the north as a whole. For 2 days, their journey passed in relative peace. That was until this morning when they drew close to a plot of land that the free folk had no intention of even getting close to. When Ned had asked Val why the free folk wanted to deviate around the land, adding perhaps half a day to their journey, Val responded by spitting on the ground. "This path will lead us close to the fiend Craster and his cursed lot," Val spat. "Best we just go around and avoid him altogether. No free folk will step foot near his keep." Calling for a stop, Ned turned his attention to Val. "Who is this Craster? I've heard the name, but only in the context that he is a leader north of the wall." Repulsion so thick it almost made Nox gag, rolled off Val as she quickly shook her head. "That fiend ain't no chieftain. His father was a crow who forced himself upon a spear wife and got her with child before running back across the wall to hide." Jon and Robb both paled and looked appalled at what she was saying. "He wasn't the first to be born like that, nor will he be the last as long as the crows still exist. He may have once been able to overcome his birth, but Craster never cared for the laws of the gods. He steals women, gets them with child and then steals the child after she bleeds for the first time. He's cursed by the gods, and none amongst the free folk will have anything to do with him or his ilk." He takes his daughters?" Jon asked. Both he and Robb looked completely appalled by the notion and were looking almost physically ill when Val nodded. Why hasn't the watch done anything about him?" One of Val's brows rose as she regarded his young apprentice. "And who do you believe it is that gives Craster aid, boy? Who do you think trades with him? Gives him food and weapons in exchange for coin or information? No. The crows won't do anything about him because they be friends with the fiend." He could tell without even having to do a pass over the boys that Robb, Jon, and even Theon were all about 2 seconds away from bringing northern justice down on the man's head. And in truth, Nox wasn't very far behind them. There was a lot of darkness and evil acts that Nox was willing to put up with. But this Craster, if what Val was telling them was true and he had no reason to believe that she was lying, he was seriously edging close to the line that would force Knox to take action. Ned, however, was quick to put an end to any such thoughts from the boys. "We will be making camp here," the Lord of Winterfell said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "And you boys, nor anyone else here under my command, will take one step towards this craster. Is that clear?" None of the boys seemed pleased, but they all nodded their consent under the hard look from Lord Stark. After the boys had moved away to help setting up the camp, Ned then turned towards him. "Knox." "I won't start anything," Knox answered, waving off the question. "But that doesn't mean something else won't start something." "What do you mean?" Ned asked. He didn't answer immediately, preferring instead to let his senses flow out from him, trying to sense what was out there. But the land proved to still be just as inhospitable to him as it'd been ever since they'd set foot in Hardhome. The thick sludge that coated his vision bogged down the force and prevented him from getting a sense of what was out there. But while he couldn't truly see, or feel, beyond the confines of the large group they were escorting towards the wall, he could sense something out there. Something that was watching them. Something that had been with them ever since he'd stretched his powers at Hardhome. But the presence was slippery. A speck of dust in the corner of one's eye that never seemed to go away. It was irritating, to say the least. Whoever, or whatever, was watching their progress was extremely skilled, almost annoyingly so. And it was utilizing the darkness that blanketed the force to hide itself and its movements well. "I don't know," Knox answered honestly. The simple statement took his friend back. "I don't know whether that's bad or terrifying." Shrugging, Knox made to go and set up his own tent for the night. "We'll find out soon enough, my friend. Though, for the sake of caution, I would highly suggest you sleep with your hand on ice tonight. I have a feeling you're going to need it." Rolling over in his small tent, Garland Tyrell groaned as he found yet another root, or maybe a rock this time, stabbing him in the back. Sighing, he resolved himself to yet another night without sleep. He wasn't a stranger to traveling long distances or having to make camp on the side of the road. But in those instances, he had always been traveling with at least a dozen others, along with several beasts of burden to carry their supplies. So, while he would frequently make camp and sleep in a tent, it was always within a tent that he could stand up in, along with a cot that, while not as comfortable as a feathered bed, was certainly better than sleeping on the ground. But that was neither here nor there. They had no beasts of burden or extra horses to carry such frivolous supplies, as Karsai called them. Anything he wanted to bring, he had to carry himself. Which was why he was currently laying down in a tent that just barely fit him, and not even tall enough that he could sit up in without hitting his head on the top. "At least I'm not cold, though," he thought with a slight grin as he felt the warmth, and reason why he had even less room in the tent, move against him. The wild free folk woman Karsai had been a frequent guest of his tent ever since the Battle of Hardhome and the subsequent celebration that night, which resulted in him somehow finding his way into her bed, or furs as the free folk preferred to call it. Being with her had been strangely refreshing. She was perhaps the only woman he'd met so far that saw him first instead of just his family name. To her, the fact that he was Tyrell meant little more than horseshit. And it was the same with her daughters, both of whom were an absolute delight. And not to mention her skills in bed, by the seven, the woman was just about enough to make him forswear his house and live with her and her two young girls. "But I cannot forsake my family so easily," he thought morosely. "The curse of nobility they call it. And they are right to do so. We have privilege that most can only dream of. But, at the same time, we are cursed so that we can rarely follow what our hearts want. And Karsai won't go further south than the neck. She's already told me as such. She's not some fancy southern lady. She's a chieftain. A spear wife. We both have responsibilities to our people." Knowing that sleeping would elude him once again, Garland carefully disentangled himself from Karsai and her daughters, making sure not to wake any of them as he crawled his way out of the tent, grabbing his sword as he did so. Outside of the confines of the tent, Garland immediately regretted his decision to leave Karsai's warmth as the cold air pierced right through his fur and leathers as if they were little more than threadbare linens. "By the gods, if nothing else, my time north of the wall has given me a new appreciation for the men of the Night's Watch and the free folk who make their home in this land." Knowing that standing still would only make the cold worse, Garland gripped his sword hilt tightly as he made his way towards the edges of the camp, being careful to avoid the free folk who did not have a tent and were instead covered head to toe in furs and leathers and pressed against one another for warmth. Reaching the point where he knew the watchman would be waiting, Garland was surprised to find Oberyn sitting on a fallen tree, his Valyrian steel spear resting against his shoulder as the Prince of Dorne stared out into the darkened wood surrounding them. "Oberyn," he called out, drawing the attention of the man. "I didn't think this was your shift to take watch." "It isn't," Oberyn answered with a shrug. "But the cold has decided that I shall not find rest tonight." "And what of you? Surely, Karsai is more than enough to keep you warm throughout the night." Shaking his head, Garland brushed the snow off the log next to Oberyn before taking the spot. "I'm a knight and a gentleman," Oberyn. I don't discuss such activities. Oh, come now, Oberyn smirked. What's the point of getting a free folk chieftain into your bed if you won't even brag about it afterwards? She's certainly not shy about speaking of what happens between you two. I think there are at least 5 other spear wives who are looking to see if you'll steal them after Karsai's tales of your prowess beneath her furs. And what of you, Oberyn? Garland asked quickly, trying desperately to change the subject. Why have you not stolen a spear wife? I know you've been approached by more than one woman ever since Hardhome. Who says I haven't already? Oberyn asked, grinning like a cat who caught a mouse. As you no doubt know, these women are voracious when they find something they want. And they're not shy to express their desires and wants. They're much like the Dornish in that manner. But I have not partaken myself just yet. Really? Garland gaped, not entirely sure he believed the Prince of Dorne or not. Chuckling, Oberyn stood from the log and brushed the light snow off his fur before twisting his back. Contrary to what the Dowager Lady of House Tyrell believes, I do not go around fucking everything that is moving and has an orifice. I do have some measure of self-control when it comes to the pleasures of the flesh. And while the thought of stealing one, or more, of these spear wives is appealing, I will not do so until I can partake in them with my paramour. The famous Red Viper of Dorne showing restraint. 7. Now I have officially seen and heard everything. Garland laughed good-naturedly, though his mirth slowly faded as he noticed that only was Oberyn not laughing along with him, but the Red Viper was staring intently off into the distance. You're tempted, aren't you? Are you not? Oberyn asked back, shooting Garland a pointed look. Far be it from me to judge a man or woman by their particular tastes. But there are some tastes that go beyond the line, and if what Lady Val and the other free folk have told us is true, then this Craster is so far beyond the line he wouldn't even know how to find it again. I am of a similar mind, Garland nodded, his fist tightening on his hilt. My vows as a knight demand that I take this fiend's head immediately for the good of the people. But at the same time, if this Craster is indeed an ally to the Watch, then it is understandable why Lord Stark does not wish to act. Bringing this many through the wall is without a doubt going to cause problems throughout the Black Brothers, and it's best if he doesn't do anything else to worsen that relationship. Oberyn nodded before shifting his stance and squinting his eyes off into the distance. Well, isn't this interesting? Blinking, Garland turned in the direction Oberyn was facing. At first, he didn't see anything. But just as he was about to turn back around and ask what Oberyn saw, he noticed it. A shifting in the shadows that was moving away from the camp. Is that Nox? Yes, it is, Oberyn grinned, hefting his spear so that it was resting across his shoulder. If there is one thing I've learned during my time with the man, if you want to be entertained, stay by his side at all times. And considering he's all but sneaking away from the camp and heading west. Well, this is no doubt going to be entertaining. So, you coming as well? Looking over his shoulder, Garland glanced at the tent he was sharing with Karsai and her daughters. Might as well, Garland nodded. Not like I'm going to be getting much sleep in this cold, even with a good woman's warmth at my side. I'll make a Dornishman out of you yet, Sir Garland the Gallant, Oberyn chuckled before heading off after Nox. We'll have to be quick. Nox is far faster than he appears to be. Especially in the dark. The Prince of Dorne had not been lying. Nox moved like a ghost, silent and fast. It was all the two of them could do to even keep him within eyesight through the thick forest as they trudged through the ankle-deep, and sometimes knee-deep, snow covering the ground. The two had even tried calling out to the Sorcerer after they'd left the camp, but he'd made no sign of having heard them as he just kept on moving deeper and deeper into the woods. But then, just as Garland was sure that they were managing to catch up to the Sorcerer, he simply disappeared. His tracks in the snow disappearing along with his person. Well, shit, Oberyn remarked eloquently as they reached the spot where Nox's tracks simply vanished. Yeah, Garland nodded as he looked around, squinting into the darkness to try and find any sign of the Sorcerer. How in the seven hells did he just disappear like that? Did he know we were following him? I don't know, Oberyn answered, clearly unhappy at having lost the Sorcerer. One thing I know about Nox, though, is that if he doesn't want to be found, he won't be. Come, let's get back to the camp and find some. Wait. Do you hear that? Frowning, Garland turned in the direction Oberyn was facing and strained his hearing, trying to hear what it was the Red Viper heard. It was faint, and the wind made it incredibly difficult. But there was no mistaking the shrill crying coming from the darkness ahead of them. By the gods! Garland breathed as he recognized the noise for what it was. Is that a child? Oberyn didn't answer as he took off, leaving Garland rushing to keep pace with him. The further they went, the louder and louder the crying of the child became. It's impossible that Lord Nox hasn't heard this, he thought as the trees started to clear, revealing a clearing with a stump in the center. But then, why isn't he here? Doesn't he care about a child in? Wait, why don't I don't see anyone. But the crying is definitely coming from that stump up ahead. All right, This has officially become strange, Garland noted as he and Oberyn began to slowly make their way through the small clearing towards the stump in the center. Oberyn didn't say anything as he kept his spear pointed ahead of him, both hands spaced equally across the shaft and ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Drawing his own sword, Garland kept one eye on the stump and another on the woods around them as they drew closer and closer to the source of the crying. And just as he thought, and feared, laying in the center of the stump wrapped in furs was a child. A newborn child. By the gods, he breathed, sheathing his sword as he immediately reached out to pick up the child. "A boy," Oberyn said after giving the child in Garland's arms a single glance. Frowning, Garland shifted his hold on the child so that Oberyn could take him. "How do you know?" Oberyn merely gave him a pointed look as he took the boy from him. "I have 8 daughters. Trust me, I would know a newborn girl the moment I laid eyes on her. And this one here is no girl, therefore that leaves only one option left." Garland conceded the point. "Boy or girl aside, what kind of fiend leaves a child out in the wild like this?" "I think we both know the answer to that question," Oberyn stated, smiling down at the child, and rocking him slightly to calm it down and warm him. "The better question is not whom, but rather why." The question made Garland think. Why would one leave a child out in the middle of the woods like this? To avoid being a kinslayer by having the child be killed by the elements instead of by one's own hand? Possibly. But why here? Why place it on this stump in the middle of a small clearing when all one had to do to achieve such a death would be to place the babe behind the nearest tree and leave? "We'll bring the child back to camp and..." What they did it just get colder? Beside him, Oberyn held the child closer to his chest, even going as far as using what furs he could to help shield the child from the cold that had settled over them. But it was more than just the sudden cold. There was a tightness in Garland's chest. One he recognized, yet one he had not felt for some time. Fear. Dread. Drawing his sword clear of its sheath once again, Garland turned his attention to the woods. Within a single pass he saw it. Something moving between the trees. "Sorcerer!" He called out as he saw the shape move once more, this time far closer to the edge of the tree line. "Sorcerer! Announce yourself if that's you." The shadow moved again, this time right at the edge of the tree line. He could just barely make out the figure as belonging to that of a man, and a skinny one at that. But with the only light being that of the moon, it was hard to make out anything else while it stayed in the shadows. "Show yourself!" he shouted, pointing his sword towards the figure, and positioning himself so that he stood between Oberyn and the whatever was out there. As the figure moved out from the shadows and into the moonlight, Garland felt his grip on his sword slacken as fear unlike any he had ever experienced, raced through him like a rush of water breaking free from a dam. The man, if it could even be called that, was withered. Withered like a corpse that had been left to rot in the sun for days on end. Its skin was also a pale white that almost matched the snow, and the only clothes it had on were a pair of tattered pants and a tattered fur coat, yet it seemed completely unaffected by the cold surrounding them all. But the one thing that he noticed most of all about the figure was its eyes. They were bluer than any eyes than he had ever seen before. Blue almost to the point where they were glowing in the shadows. "Seven, protect me," Garland muttered as it took everything in his power to keep his sword steady and not run as the creature stepped further out from the tree line towards them. "I don't think the 7 can hear you right now," Oberyn said, coming up beside him with his spear in one hand and the child in the other. Swallowing, Garland kept a steady eye on the creature as it came to within a dozen paces of them before stopping, seemingly for no reason at all. "And name yourself, creature," he shouted. The creature, for he couldn't bring himself to call what was before them a man, just stared silently at them. Its unnatural blue eyes moving first to Garland, then to Oberyn, before settling on the child and staying there. "I think we now know why the child was left out here," Oberyn commented, anger lacing through each word he spoke. "And it doesn't look like it's in the mood for answering any of your questions, Garland, and I'm not even sure it's even capable of answering in the first place." The creature raised its hands and brought them together at chest height. Slowly, the creature's hands spread apart, a stake of ice forming between its hands. Its left hand dropped after it passed its shoulder width, leaving the icicle in its right hand. All the while, its gaze never left the child now hidden beneath Oberyn's fur coat. "Is that supposed to be a sword? Seems like any sort of negotiation is out of the question. Guess there's only one thing left to do. Oberyn, get the child out of here. Find Nox wherever he is, or get to the camp. I'll hold this thing off until you get back with help. You do know what this thing is, don't you?" Oberyn asked, and while Garland couldn't see behind him, he could tell from the noise that Oberyn was setting the child back down on the stump they'd found it on. "That's most certainly one of Nox's others, a White Walker. Do you really think you can take it on alone? Or that I would even let you for that matter?" "Suit yourself," Garland said, fighting down the fear that had been swelling within him, that he was now positive was somehow being caused by this creature before them. "Just don't get in my way." Funny, Oberyn remarked, no doubt smirking as the man's spear whistled through the air as he spun it in tight circles around his body. I was just about to say the same to you. Shifting his feet forward, Garland carefully and slowly approached the creature of legend with his sword held in a midguard while Oberyn did the same. The creature didn't move, didn't raise its weapon into a guard. It just stood there, watching the two of them approach with those unnerving blue eyes as if they were not even worth its time to consider. The instant Garland was close enough he lunged, his thrust aimed directly at the base of the creature's throat at the top of its chest. The creature didn't dodge. It didn't block. Garland's aim struck true as the tip of his sword found its mark, and did absolutely nothing besides vibrate in Garland's hand so violently that he could have sworn he'd struck a hunk of stone rather than a man. The creature just stood there, Garland's sword pressed firmly against his throat like it was nothing. Then it smirked. A sickly, twisted sight that sent a new wave of fear through Garland. What happened next passed in a blur. The creature moved its arm, a flash of blue ice and his sword was knocked away with such force that it was all Garland could do to even hold onto the hilt. Then pain blossomed in his chest as he suddenly found himself feeling weightless, like he was swimming in the ocean. The sensation ended as his back impacted the ground and he found himself rolling through the snow. Managing to stop himself, Garland looked up, his chest aching like a blacksmith had just taken his heaviest hammer to his chest. What the? How far did it? Oh shit! In the time it'd taken him to right himself, the creature had crossed the distance between them, its sword raised above its head ready to end him. Bringing his sword up, Garland caught the blade made of ice against his own, the shock of the impact making his arms shake. This is impossible. Garland wanted to scream as he strained against the ice blade. The creature's only using one hand. The creature's smirk ended as it again defied all laws of sense as it moved like water, dodging the spear thrust that should have taken it in the back of the head. Thankful for the reprieve, Garland clutched at his aching chest with his left hand as he watched Oberyn dance around the snow, his spear moving like a blur. But despite the speed and skill of the Red Viper of Dorne, the creature was just simply faster as it dodged or swatted away every attack Oberyn sent its way. I need to help him. Garland groaned, fighting against the pain as he forced himself to his feet. Looking down at his sword, he frowned as he noticed what looked like ice on his blade. Bringing his gloved hand towards the ice, he touched the surface of his blade and frowned. It's cold. How could the steel be so cold? I know. Stop thinking about it. Oberyn needs my help. Forcing himself to move, Garland sprinted across the clearing while the creature's back was turned towards him. Normally his honor as a knight would be disgusted at the thought of attacking anyone while their back was turned. But this was not a normal situation. Not by a long shot. A fact which was proven as the creature deftly knocked Oberyn aside and turned just as Garland's blade was about to kiss its flesh. Quicker than his eye could follow, the creature lashed out with his hand and caught his sword with its bare hand. He tried to pull on it, but the creature was impossibly strong as it just stood there, holding his sword in its hand, and not moving. Then, to Garland's horror, the cold returned. And starting at where the creature had a hold of his sword, the blade started turning ice white. Within 2 blinks of an eye, the entirety of his sword blade was white, like it'd been frozen. There was a swoosh of air as the creature brought its ice sword up, and shattered Garland's sword with a single stroke. The sudden breaking of his blade threw Garland even further off than he already was. It was only because of sheer luck that he was able to duck away from the creature's follow-up strike that nearly took his head. It froze and broke my sword. How? This is the best steel coin can buy. Forged by Tobo Mot himself. How can this be happening? Now without a blade, it was all Garland could do to avoid the seemingly endless onslaught of slashes the creature was sending his way. He was so focused on his opponent that he began neglecting his surroundings, and that proved to be his downfall as his heel caught on a root and tripped him. Now on the ground and without a weapon, Garland was helpless to do anything but watch as the creature, its smirk still in place, brought its blade up to run him through. 7. Is this where it ends? Grandmother, brothers, sister, Karsai, I. A flash in the moonlight brought his salvation as Oberyn suddenly appeared, his spear lashing out like a snake and catching the creature across the face. The creature screamed, an unholy sound of pure agony as it retreated away from Garland and Oberyn, the latter of whom had placed himself in the path of the creature with his spear at the ready. You still alive, Garland? 7 only know how, Garland muttered, his heart hammering in his chest as he got to his feet. Frowning, he stared down at the useless hilt in his hands before looking at Oberyn's spear, which appeared none the worse for wear despite having impacted both the creature and its sword far more frequently than his sword had. As he took the brief respite to think about it with the creature still thrashing about in pain while it clutched at its face, the creature hadn't bothered to dodge Garland at all, but had been doing everything it could to avoid Oberyn's spear. And even now, he could see those unnatural blue eyes glaring hatefully at the spear. What's with your spear? Valyrian steel, Oberyn answered out of the corner of his mouth. Makes sense, I guess. Valyrians were masters of fire magic, and this creature seems to be one with the cold. Either way, you're out of the fight, Garland. Stay back and... The creature threw its head back and let out an ungodly scream. A scream so foul that Garland instinctively fell to his knees and brought his hands to his ears to protect them. Pain and fear raced through him as he tried to fight against the noise ringing through his head. But fighting against the fear and pain was like trying to swim against the current of the trident while wearing full plate armor. Beside him, Oberyn had also fallen to his knees, his hands pressed against his ears and clearly in the same type of pain as he. But then, without warning, the pain and fear stopped. The scream was still ongoing and ungodly, but the pain and fear it brought was simply gone without a trace. The creature seemed to realize that whatever it'd been doing was no longer working as it ceased its scream and suddenly turned its back on the two of them. Looking past the creature, Garland let out a sigh of relief and a quick prayer of thanks to the seven. Standing just before the tree line of the clearing, his black cloak billowing behind him and blood-red blade drawn, was the sorcerer himself. A neat trick, White Walker, using a force scream to instill fear and pain. But it was sloppy, untrained, and weak, the sorcerer stated, walking out into the clearing, cloth-covered face focused on the creature. Oberyn, Garland. You two all right? A few cracked bones, Oberyn answered loudly. His spear lowered as he stepped back so that he was standing alongside Garland. And I don't think either of us will be hearing well for a few days. But was it really necessary for you to just sit back and watch this thing kick our asses and nearly kill us before you stepped in? Blinking, Garland rubbed at his ears. He couldn't have heard that right. The sorcerer was just sitting back and watching them fight against this creature? And doing nothing. Neither of you were ever in mortal danger, Nox replied dismissively as the creature snarled at him. Besides, now I have a gauge of this creature's capabilities. And you two now have a better understanding of just what we are facing. Oh, fuck you, Nox, Oberyn scoffed. I understand why, but still, fuck you. Even from across the small clearing, he could see the sorcerer chuckle. How in the seven hells could the man laugh in this situation? I think you'd enjoy that far too much, Oberyn. Now then, time for your little secret to be out in the open, White Walker. The creature snarled and screamed, the same type of scream that had let loose before that sent Garland and Oberyn to their knees. But unlike before, there was no pain. No fear. It was just noise. Then, the sorcerer moved. There was no logical explanation behind his movement. One moment, he was standing a dozen paces away from the creature. The next, he was past it with the creature hollering in agony and clutching at its arm. Or at least the stump where its arm had once been attached. Nox then turned and swiped low, removing both creature's legs, felling it as easily as if he were felling a tree. By the gods, Garland marveled as he watched just how effortlessly Nox had taken down a creature that had been so easily handling both himself and Oberyn. I knew that Nox was powerful, and skilled with a blade. I mean, I'd heard the tales, but still, by the gods. Standing above the creature, Nox leveled his glowing red sword at the creature's face. Here I was thinking that I was going to have to trudge across the entirety of the land north of the wall in order to find one of you in order to prove your existence to the people south of the wall. But it appears that the force has favored me today by delivering one of you right into my lap. Holding onto his chest and fighting against the pain that raced through him with each step he took, Garland made his way up beside Nox with Oberyn. The unnatural blue eyes of the creature glared hatefully at all three of them. A low sound came from within its throat, and Garland flinched, preparing for another scream. Except it wasn't a scream. It was something that was arguably more terrifying. The creature was laughing at them. Glancing towards the other two men, he could see that Oberyn was unnerved by the sound. And Nox, even though it was hard to tell what he was thinking with that cloth covering most of his face, seemed put off as well. And what is so amusing, Walker? The sorcerer asked. Garland had no idea what happened next. One moment the creature was laying legless and without an arm on the ground, and the next some sort of blue glowing symbol appeared on its chest. And the next moment the creature froze like a block of ice before shattering into thousands of pieces, leaving the three of them staring dumbly at the spot where it once was. Well. That was unexpected, Oberyn said, catching Garland's eye before motioning him to take a step back. Garland made to move back, but before he could he was hit with another wave of cold. And fear. It was similar to what he felt when facing against that creature. But this time it was different. The cold and fear were accompanied by a darkness. That was the only word he could use to describe it. A darkness so thick and deep that it felt like no light, not even the light of the seven, could pierce through its depths. Fuck. Garland couldn't help but jump clear off the ground as he heard the sorcerer's anger-fueled scream. The sorcerer threw his arms out as if he were swinging at some invisible object around him, and in response 5 trees nearby were reduced to splinters as they shattered. Not snapped or toppled. Shattered in a flurry of splinters. By the gods. Garland thought, his heart thundering in his chest as the fear and darkness pressed down on him while he watched the sorcerer reduce trees wider than men to splinters with mere waves of his hand. Then, as quick as the fear and darkness came, so too did they disappear. And with their disappearance, so too did Nox's raging. Oberyn, Nox called out, his voice surprisingly calm considering the rage he'd just displayed. Nox. While he looked calm on the outside, Garland could hear the nervousness in the voice of the Prince of Dorne, even with just a single word. Our absence did not go unnoticed. Stark and the others will be here soon. Nox stated, turning on his heel and facing west. Wait here for them with the child and explain what happened. And where will you be going? Oberyn asked. His voice sounding slightly sure of itself as Nox began making his way west. To get answers, Nox answered simply before disappearing into the trees. As soon as he was gone from his sight, Garland felt like a weight had been lifted off his chest. Gods, he muttered, turning around, and limping towards where they had left the child on the stump. Have you ever seen the sorcerer so angry? No. Oberyn replied, shaking his head as they reached the stump and spotted the child, still wrapped in furs and mercifully asleep. I don't even know if I could consider that anger. More like frustration. And if that's the case, I can only imagine what he was like after the attempted assassination of his wife and the Starks at his wedding feast. The thought made Garland shudder. If that feeling was only the sorcerer being frustrated. Then he never wanted to be around the man when he was angry. Picking up the child, he grinned slightly as a slight bit of joy went through him as he watched the child shift and get comfortable. Where do you think he's going? He asked, turning around and sitting down on the stump. Where do you think? Oberyn asked, using his spear as a crutch to help lower himself so he too could sit down next to Garland. There's only one other settlement out here. From the stories we've heard of the man, it wouldn't surprise me to learn that he was the one who left the child out here for those things. While I'd love to see Nox's brand of justice, I doubt either of us are in any condition to keep up with him. And besides, it looks like our presence was noted far sooner than we thought. True to his word, Garland began seeing torches dancing between the darkened trees of the forest. Lord Garland. Prince Oberyn. Nox. Over here, Lord Stark. Garland yelled back, an act he instantly regretted as his ribs gave him a painful reminder that they were still broken. The first face he could make out was Lord Stark, the older man running at a pace that almost seemed to defy his age. Behind him, almost right on his heels were his two sons, along with Val and, to his dismay, Karsai. It wasn't that he was upset to see her, far from it. But from the look on her face, he knew that he was not going to be having an easy time with her. His brother was only half a pace behind the others, his face set with worry. What happened here? Lord Stark demanded, his gaze passing over the path of destruction the sorcerer had left in his wake. That happened, Garland replied, pointing towards the frozen pile of bones and flesh on the ground. Cautiously, Val approached the pile, using the tip of her spear to shift through the frozen remains. What? By the gods, was this? It was, indeed, my fine lady, Oberyn answered, rising to his feet with only a slight groan. One of your White Walkers. Val immediately jumped back, her legs bent and spear at the ready as if she were afraid the shattered ice would reform itself and attack her. And she wasn't the only one. Karsai, and the other few free folk that had followed Stark out from the camp, reacted similarly while those from south of the wall just stared in shock. A White Walker. Lord Umber muttered, walking up to where the pile of ice was and staring down at it. This. Fuck. Garland hadn't known the boisterous Lord Umber for long, but his reputation preceded him. And the fact that he was now struck speechless spoke on the seriousness of the situation. It was a White Walker, Garland nodded, words which he never, not even in his wildest of dreams, thought he would be uttering. Getting to his feet, he hefted the small child in his arms, making the child cry slightly at being disturbed. It came for this one. Oberyn and I fought against it but, fuck. If it wasn't for the sorcerer, we would both be dead. It shattered my sword like it was nothing. A child? Lord Stark questioned, stepping close and peering down at the quickly calming child. Where did it come from? Where do you think, Stark? Oberyn asked with a raised brow. Outside of our free folk friends here, there is only one other settlement that is known to be in the area. A settlement that is very well known by both the Night's Watch and the free folk. Stark quickly put it together as recognition dawned in his eyes. Where is Nox? Getting answers. And knowing our friend, delivering his own brand of justice, Oberyn answered. Garland shivered as he felt cold. The same type of cold that he felt around Nox and the White Walker, only this time it was weaker. Not as heavy and dark, but certainly present. Are you two capable of following us to Craster's Keep? Lord Stark asked, the cold and darkness not receding in the least. To see what Nox is going to do to that fool? Right now, I'd be willing to run from the wall to Dorne to see it, Oberyn nodded. Garland didn't answer with words, he merely nodded, his own desire to seeing justice done rushing through him. Then let's move, Lord Stark commanded, To Craster's keep. The pace Stark set wasn't a run, but it certainly wasn't a leisurely stroll either. The man's long legs made it easy for him to traverse the ankle, and sometimes knee-deep, snow as if he were just walking through a field of wheat. He also, somehow, seemed to know exactly where he was going, as once he set them on a path, he did not veer from it at all as they made their way through the woods. He knew that they were close to the keep when he heard a scream of agony pierce through the still night. Moving faster, they quickly came upon an earthen dike that had been raised with a single gate that looked as if it had been torn to shreds by a pack of wild animals. The actual keep itself was just a single building sitting atop a hill, but that was not what immediately drew Garland's attention as soon as they passed the gates. No, his attention was immediately drawn to the dozen or so women and girls that were holding on to one another outside the building, and an old man that was screaming and crawling through the mud and snow. Standing above the man looking like the stranger himself was Nox, lightning dancing across his fingers as he stalked after the crawling man. Turning over, the old man held up his hands in a pleading manner as Nox descended upon him. I swear I don't know. Lightning arched off of Nox's hand, cutting through the air like a sword and striking the old man. Garland didn't even know it was possible for a man to make such a noise as the old man screamed in agony as his back arched off the ground. Nox. Stark's voice boomed across the keep, bringing an immediate end to the torrent of lightning that was flying from Nox's fingertips. Stark, Nox responded, his voice completely flat. You're just in time. This pathetic piece of shit here was just about to tell me why he has been leaving his male children out in the middle of the forest for the White Walkers to claim as their own. My son. Garland blinked as one of the girls from the huddle of women broke free from the others and rushed towards him. She was young. Impossibly young. Perhaps barely a year or so older than his own sister. Yet this girl, this child, was claiming the child in his arms as her own. The girl rushed past Nox and the whimpering Craster before coming to a stop before him, her eyes fixated only on the small bundle in his arms. Please, the girl pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Please, I tried to hide him, but me father, my son's father, he found him. I tried to stay awake and keep him away but he took him from me and please, give him back. The girl had tears running down her face freely by the time she finished. Part of Garland didn't want to give the child back. But he couldn't deny the girl her child. So, albeit with great reluctance, he handed the small newborn boy back over to his mother. The girl instantly started crying more, thanking him again and again as she cooed at the small child in her arms while rocking him back and forth. What's your name, girl? He asked, as he watched the girl cuddle her child. The young girl flinched and kept her eyes downcast. Gilly, me lord. Nodding, he tried keeping his voice as warm as possible. He may be a babe, but he's a strong lad. He'll be a force to be reckoned with when he comes of age. I'm sure of it. Turning his attention away from the girl, he focused back in on Craster, who was now staring up fearfully at both Nox and Lord Stark, who were both looming over him. The dark cold was back, stronger than ever. Even the wolves of the Starks were snarling and snapping at the old man as if they wanted to tear him limb from limb. Craster, Ned's voice was pure iron and ice, and it was a tone that Garland never wanted directed towards him. You have one chance before I leave you at the mercy of Lord Nox. What connection do you have with the White Walkers? And why have you been sacrificing your children to them? Garland, along with everyone else, stared silently at the whimpering man on the ground as they waited for his answer. But as time dragged on, the only thing that left his mouth was whimpering. Whimpering that began to pick up pace and soon turned into laughter. You think you stand a chance against them? Craster yelled, his maniacal laughter filling the air. I know. I know the truth. They are the old gods of the north. The gods of the first men. I have not sacrificed my sons to them. I have given them my sons so that they too may become gods. And when my time comes, I shall stand at the right hand of the gods as they bring winter to all the land. You honestly believe that? Was Lord Stark's response to the outburst before he turned his back on the man and began to walk away. Nox. He is yours to deal with as you wish. Make sure he understands the full gravity of his delusions. Garland wasn't entirely sure he wanted to know what Lord Stark meant by that, but he was sure that he was about to find out as the sorcerer stood over Craster, his hand outstretched and lightning dancing between his fingers. Craster tried to put on a brave front, but everyone could see the old man was shaking in fear. And by the smell. Well, it wasn't just his shaking that gave away his fear. The gods and my sons will avenge me. Craster yelled out. They will drag you to the hells and ensure your suffering is a thing of legend. And I will not betray them. So, you might as well end me now, sorcerer. And maybe they will take mercy on you when they come. The gods? Your sons. Nox shook his head as he squatted down next to the man. They are mere worms masquerading as dragons. The one sent to collect the child died with hardly any effort on my part. And as for killing you, no. That would be far too quick. You and I are going to be spending some quality time together before I let you die. And I can guarantee you, within minutes you will be telling me everything you know about the White Walkers and their ilk. So, shall we begin? You all may want to take the younger ones somewhere sheltered. What I'm about to do to this sack of shit is not something that should be witnessed by children. Craster's shaking, which had increased with each word Nox spoke, reached a feverish pitch as Nox held his hand above the man. But before Nox could even start, Craster let out another blood-curdling scream of agony. It was brief, and if he hadn't been so focused on the man he would have missed it, but Garland could have sworn he saw something on the man's chest glow blue under his shirt. And then it was just like with the White Walker in the forest. His entire body froze solid in an instant before fracturing and breaking into dozens of pieces. The entirety of the keep went silent as everyone stared at what used to be Craster. A low rumbling started coming from Nox's chest, and Garland began bracing himself for the inevitable destruction that he was sure was about to come. Only, it didn't. Instead of lashing out in anger as he expected, Nox threw his head back and laughed. In a way, the man's laughter was far more frightening than his anger. Something amusing about this, Nox? Lord Stark asked. In a twisted sort of way, yes. Nox replied, his laughter dying down as he purposefully turned his back on the pile of flesh and ice. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll leave the rest of this to you. This night has given me much to think on, and I'd rather get started immediately. No one made to get in the sorcerer's way as he swept out from the keep, his overcoat billowing behind him in the wind as he left them all to deal with the women still alive in the keep. Lord Stark did not necessarily look pleased, but he turned towards the women that were still huddled together. The only one not with the others was the young girl that had come and grabbed her baby from Garland. Who speaks for you? An old woman, as old as Craster, shakily rose to her feet. I do, me lord. I be Fernie. Stark walked up to the woman, and Garland found himself grateful that he was not on the receiving end of the look from the Warden of the North. Garland, having been born and raised in a noble family, knew well the importance of one's presence. His father, while he loved him dearly, could command a room just by entering, but he was not the best at it. That honor, at least in the Reach, belonged to Lord Tarly. But Lord Stark, just being in his mere presence at this moment unnerved him in a manner he had never experienced before. It was almost like he wanted to tell Lord Stark whatever the man wanted to know. And he wasn't even the object of his attention. I will give you one chance, woman, Lord Stark said flatly, his voice once again pure ice and iron. Did any of you know what Craster was up to with the children? The woman hesitated and began shaking as she met Lord Stark's eyes. No, not entirely, me lord, the woman stuttered, unable to keep eye contact with Lord Stark. Craster, if we give birth to a girl, he keeps em. A boy he would bring them out to the woods and we wouldn't see em again. We never thought he was given em to them. Lord Stark's gaze hardened even further. Regardless of whether you knew what he was doing to the boys, the fact remains, by your own admission, that you at least suspected that he was killing any boy that was born. Yet you did nothing. And what could we do, me lord? The woman shouted, or at least tried to as her voice cracked, and she was unable to stand up to Lord Stark for long before cowering in on herself. Craster, he was. One man, Lord Stark countered. One man. And I count 19 of you. Granted, some of you are mere girls, but them aside, there were still more than enough of you to stop this from happening. Yet you did not. Ye would have us be kinslayer, kneeler. Another of the elder women shouted. No, Stark replied. But there are options beyond kinslaying that you could have resorted to. Yet you chose not to. Because of your inactions, your daughters here were forced to endure that man. You had to watch as he would take your sons away as offerings to the White Walkers. Their fates are as much on your hands as they are on Craster's. The women were struck silent as the weight of Lord Stark's words settled on their shoulders. What happens to us now, Lord Stark? The eldest woman asked tentatively, clearly afraid of the answer. Now. Lord Stark responded. Now you live your lives as you deem fit. Live with the fact that your inactions are what led to the deaths of your sons and the sufferings of your daughters. Wait. The old woman near shouted as Lord Stark began turning his back on her. The girls, the young ones. They are innocent in this. They tried to protest but we couldn't. Please, we've heard you are taking free folk south of the wall. Please, take them with you. Lord Stark turned back towards the old woman, fixing her with a hard look before he shifted to look at the young women and girls huddled behind her. The free folk are not coming south of the wall on a whim, Robb Stark spoke up, stepping up beside his father. They are swearing oaths to the North and House Stark in return for sanctuary. Should you any of you wish to do the same, then you may travel with us. And I will personally ensure that those who do find a place in Wintertown to start a new life, free from the sins of your father. Lord Stark turned towards his son with a blank look. My son speaks true, he said, glancing back to the women. The younger ones, those who are willing to swear oaths to the north and kneel. They are welcome to join us under my son's protection. But you must decide now. For we will not linger in this place. A few of the young girls jumped at the chance to get away, including the young girl Gilly and her baby they rescued. While the other few young ones had to be convinced to leave by the elders. In the end, 7 of Craster's daughter wives left with them, leaving behind their sisters and mothers to find a new life south of the wall. Gods, just when I think man cannot get any more depraved, I'm proven wrong, Garland thought, giving one last passing glance at the shattered remains of Craster. The sooner we leave this wretched place, the better. I'm in desperate need of rest and warmth. Hopefully, Karsai isn't too upset that I left her behind. I need her warmth more than ever right now. Chapter 27, New Alliances Part 1. Well everyone, I'm back. Hope that you all had a good holiday and hope that everyone is staying healthy out there. Sorry for the slight delay, but holidays, job, family and general cold and flu season slowed me down slightly. Not much to say, so we'll just get to the normal comments and get this show on the road. Shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. The help has been invaluable so far. In fact, a huge chunk of this chapter was their brainchild, so huge props to Telemachus Sundance for an excellent idea. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, so I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 27. When he had first seen the wall, Jon Stark had thought that it had been a sight of wonder. One, if not the greatest construct ever built by the hands of man. He'd been struck by awe at the sight. But that was when he was seeing the wall from the south. Now that he was seeing it from the north, even though it was the same construct, it was just different. It wasn't a barrier of protection anymore. It was a monstrosity designed to keep all invaders at bay. The sheer scope of the wall instilled fear, not comfort of its protection. It was quite the oddity that the same structure could invoke two completely different feelings depending on which side of it you were on. Broodin' again, Jon Stark? If ya keep broodin' like that, your face will get stuck. And you have far too pretty a face for it to be stuck like that for the rest of your life. Resisting the urge to grind his teeth and doing all he could to keep the quickening of his heart under control, Jon turned his head to look at Ygritte. The free folk woman was, to use his master's words, tenacious. She never left him alone. He went to sleep alone and woke up with her next to him. He went out hunting and she showed up stealing his kill and mocking him for not being quicker. She was infuriating. And intoxicating. For every fault he could find with her, he could find two perfections. He hated that she snuck into his furs every night, even going so far as to bribe Ghost with smoked meat to let her buy. Yet at the same time, he now yearned to wake up every morning with the smell of the forest that was on her. She joked and prodded him for being too southern or too slow, yet at the same time those same proddings urged him to be better than he was. She'd worked her way into his mind and heart in much the same way as Arianne had. And for that, he felt lower than horseshit. He cared greatly for Arianne and could see a future with her, a future that he yearned for with all his heart. Yet now Ygritte had rushed headlong into his life and wouldn't leave. And worse yet, he didn't have the strength, nor want, to make her leave. He tried comparing her to Arianne to push her aside, but that was a total failure. They were both pushy, straightforward, and not afraid to speak their mind about their wants or desires. And they both pushed him to try and be far better than he was. When comparing who they were failed to separate the two, he tried comparing their looks. Where Arianne had hair as dark and beautiful as the night sky, Ygritte had a mane of fire that smelled of the forest. Where Arianne was buxom and full-figured and sophisticated, Ygritte was a lithe warrior woman. Where Arianne had skin kissed by the sun, Ygritte was pale like freshly fallen snow. The two couldn't be any more different from one another in terms of looks. Yet, both were beyond beautiful to him. It was like trying to compare a sunrise in the north compared to a sunrise in the south. In the end, he tried one last desperate attempt to push Ygritte away by telling her of Arianne. About how his heart was with her and that he wanted to make a future with his Dornish princess. Ygritte had been struck silent for a moment, but then she just shrugged it off. She asked him if Arianne was beautiful and strong. Which of course he answered with a yes, and she responded with I can work with that. She then went on and told him of the little-known aspect of the free folk culture regarding the stealing of spouses. The free folk would not steal one who was already stolen, but it also wasn't unheard of for a man and woman to steal another if they both agreed to it and if they were strong enough to have more than one man or woman. She then launched into a tale, in far too much detail in his opinion, of a free folk chieftain woman who was apparently strong enough to steal 3 husbands and made frequent use of all 3 of them in the furs. The story rocked Jon so hard that his mind went blank and the only thing he could think to ask was how such a thing was possible. To which Ygritte just smiled and told him, 3 cocks for 3 holes. Just the mere thought of which made him want to jump into the nearest icy stream just so he could reset himself and think straight once more. If my brooding bothers you so much, Ygritte, maybe you should find a man who doesn't do so as much. Ygritte merely smiled at him and shook her head. Ya won't be rid of me so easily, Jon Stark. Not when you went and stole me like ya did. But I do have to wonder if you're truly up for what ya got ahead of ya. Ya stole me. Ya wanna steal this Arianne. And just last night ya kept mumbling Dany. How many women ya planning on stealin', Jon Stark? And do you really think you can keep up with 3 women and keep us all satisfied? Other chieftains have tried in the past, you know. But none have managed to satisfy more than 2 women at a time. Jon nearly tripped. Last night was the first night he'd managed to reconnect with Daenerys through their bond since they'd discussed, or rather argued, over the events of the rebellion and what caused it. To his surprise though, she'd not only been the one to apologize, but she had also admitted that he was right. About everything. And then she begged him, literally begged him on her knees, to teach her what he could of the Force and to help her become powerful. When he pressed her on why she wanted the power, she answered that she wanted to forge her own path. A new path forward for House Targaryen. So, he began teaching her what he could. Which now was little more than an introduction on meditation and speaking of the Sith and Jedi codes to her. But it was a start. And for reasons that escaped him, he'd felt a tremendous weight leave him as soon as they made their connection once more. Dany is, he started, unsure of just how to put into words his relationship with Dany was. And come to think of it, he honestly didn't know the answer to that either. Well, let's just say that, oh hells. The chances of either of us ever being in the same place again is, highly unlikely. Ygritte gave him a look of disbelief before shrugging. Well, if she's strong enough to be in your dreams, then mayhap you'll be a greater collector of stolen women than any other chieftain. But don't ya think I'm just gonna let ya start stealing any woman that passes your fancy, Jon Stark? They gotta prove themselves to ya and me before I even think of letting ya steal 'em. And if ya don't, I'll be talking your balls, Jon Stark. The grin the wilding woman shot him before quickening her pace to rejoin some of the other free folk told him that it was no idle threat either. She really would take his balls if he stepped out of line. Despite himself, he couldn't stop when his eyes wandered down her back to rest on her shapely back. Gods damn it, Jon. Control yourself. Peering behind him, Jon took a moment to gaze out over the 5,000 free folk that would soon be swearing themselves to House Stark and thereby being allowed passage through the wall. It was honestly strange to think that he'd spent his entire life mostly being told stories about the evil and terror of the wildlings. About how they were just shy of being demons inhabiting human bodies and how they would snatch you in your sleep and kill you or eat you or worse. But when he looked over the line of people behind him, he didn't see demons or evil people. He just saw people. Families who wanted to live. And if he were being entirely truthful outside of the skirmish against the cannibals, who were despised even by a good majority of the free folk, he had seen and heard of more evil acts being committed by the so-called civilized people who lived south of the wall. Of course, not all of them are exactly, well, human. He thought, turning his eyes to one side of the column where their newest additions were walking. The morning after the incident at Craster's Keep they'd been approached by an unexpected visitor. The giants, led by Mag the Mighty and numbering 60 in total with just as many mammoth mounts had approached their camp while they were still breaking it down. The free folk amongst hadn't necessarily been alarmed at their sudden presence, surprised yes, but not alarmed. The same however could not be said of those from south of the wall. Which was completely understandable in Jon's opinion. After all, it wasn't every day that you would wake up and find a horde of giants standing just outside your camp. Thankfully, before things could escalate to violence, Jon's father stepped forth and approached the giants. What happened next was sure to go down as one of the strangest exchanges in the history of the North, perhaps even all of Westeros. Mag grunted out a few words to his father which sounded suspiciously like Stark and Kings of Winter. The leader of the giants then turned and waved south before growling out something along the lines of the blood of winter still running strong even in the warmth. He then, to the surprise of everyone present, went to a knee before Lord Stark and placed a hand over his chest before bellowing, "Stark, King of Winter. We, follow. Only strong. Follow. Wolves to warmth." It was about as strong as an oath as one could expect from the giants, who primarily spoke the old tongue and only a few words of the common and, according to Val, it was an oath that not even Mance Rayder or the Thens had ever managed to get from the giants. And with that swearing, their group grew not necessarily in numbers, but certainly in size as the giants and their mammoth mounts joined in the procession heading towards the wall under the banner of House Stark. Forcing himself on the path ahead, Jon nearly ran headlong into his brother Robb, who'd come to a stop in the middle of the path. Jon was about to ask his brother why he'd stopped, but then he noticed their father had his fist held up, signaling a stop to the column. Moving around his brother, Jon immediately saw why his father had called for a halt. Just ahead of them, near a line of trees were a dozen men on horses wearing all black. Rangers from the Night's Watch. None of whom seemed pleased at all to see them. save for the lone black brother that was just ahead of the others. Uncle Benyon, Jon thought with a smile as he watched his uncle urge his horse forward while their father began walking to meet him. Behind them, Jon could hear more than a few disgruntled mutterings coming from the free folk about the sudden presence of the Night's Watch, or the crows as they like to call them. Benyon, their father called out as their uncle dismounted his horse. Ned, Uncle Benyon returned before looking past their father at the assembled mass of people behind them. Even knowing what you planned on doing north of the wall, Ned, I honestly didn't believe that you would get them to agree, let alone so many of them at once. Fighting a battle together has a way of forging bonds fast, their father said, drawing a quick questioning look from Benyon that urged their father to continue. There were a number of chieftains that did not agree with Mance Rayder's decision to treat with us. And they tried to launch an attack on Hardhome while we were there. Their plan might have worked had the gods not favored us. But in the end, the dissenters are either dead, or have been brought back into the fold under different chieftains. Benyon's eyes went wide as he immediately examined their father, Robb, and Jon with a quick critical eye, no doubt looking for any injuries. Who were the dissenters? Crowkiller, Weeper, Herma, and Lord of Bones. All are dead. Lady Val said, drawing their uncle's attention as she stepped up alongside their father. Benyon's brow furrowed before recognition dawned in his eyes. You must be Val, good sister to Mance Rayder, are you not? I am. Val nodded. Soon to be Lady Val of the North, once she chooses a house name for herself and her people. Their father added before nodding towards the black brothers who were still on their horses a distance behind Benyon. Are we going to have any problems? Looking behind him, Jon noticed the slight look of worry that passed quickly over their uncle's face. You know your decision was not well received amongst the Night's Watch. These ones with me are not pleased with the decision. But so long as they swear to the north, we have no right to stop them from crossing. Nor will anyone try and stop them. You have my word on that. I guess we'll see just how good the word of a crow is, Val said, glaring at the black brothers still astride their horses behind Benyon. Uncle Benyon took her scorn in stride, apparently used to the reputation of the Night's Watch amongst the free folk. So, we shall, my lady. I take it that you are bringing them to the Weirwood Grove to swear their oaths then, brother? I'll lead you to them. Jon's father nodded and made to follow their uncle as Benyon, and the other brothers of the Night's Watch, all turned their mounts around and started heading towards the wall. Behind them, the line of free folk began moving once more, but Jon could sense a large amount of apprehension coming from behind him. It's easy enough to say you'll do something, Jon thought, remembering back to the many lessons he, Robb and Theon had endured under bother their father and Master Knox. But actually, following through on your words is far more difficult. All these people said they would swear to the North and House Stark in return for safety and a chance at a new life. I guess we'll soon see just how many of them actually meant it, and how many were just saying the words. As they continued south, Jon noticed that Robb was staring at the wall. Or at least he seemed like he was. It was more like his brother was, mesmerized by the wall. Robb, he said lowly, giving his brother a nudge to get his attention. Are you all right? Robb said, still not taking his eyes off the wall as they walked. I just got this feeling like I need to be somewhere, now. Not here. Well, I still need to be here, but I don't know. Just say what you mean, Robb, Theon joked, striding up alongside them. You just want to get south of the wall again and back to Winterfell so you can get back in the arms of that woman of yours. That got Robb to look away from the wall. That's not it. Well, it is, but oh shut it, you two. It's not like you two are any better. Jon wants to get back to his princess, and I'm sure you're missing the warmth of a woman as well, Theon. Theon didn't bother denying it, though Jon kept his mouth shut. You're right on that one, Robb. I've been missing the company of a good woman. Maybe I should see what this mole's town has to offer south of the wall. Maybe they got some gems hidden beneath the shadow of the wall. And what about you, Jon? I would ask if you're missing your princess, but considering the company you've been keeping lately in your furs. Nothing has been happening between Ygritte and I. Jon hissed, glancing around to make sure his words didn't carry too far, or that Ygritte wasn't nearby to hear. Theon's grin turned lecherous. Oh? And why not, Jon? She's more than willing. Perhaps you just don't know where to put it. Or perhaps what to do with a fine woman like that. If so, I'll be more than willing to please her in any manner you find yourself lacking in. Jon glared back at Theon and Robb as his brother started chuckling. I know where to put it, Theon. It's just, I do want to, but... Gods, my heart is with Princess Arianne. Though that last part was true, it wasn't the whole truth. His heart did belong to the Princess of Dorne, but lately she'd had to start sharing the space with Ygritte. What does the heart have to do with a good fucking, Jon? Theon asked, clearly not understanding the connection. She wants it. You want it. Go for it. And what your princess doesn't know won't hurt her. Though, she is Dornish. Hells, she might just jump in the bed with the both of you. Lucky fucking bastard. Before he could stop himself, the image of the three of them, Arianne, Ygritte, and himself formed in his mind. He'd be lying if he said this was the first time that he'd had such a thought. But just as he did each other time it came up, he immediately banished it. He would not let himself fantasize about such a thing. Most people were lucky to be even able to find one to spend their life with, without having to pay a lot of coin. So, he would not allow himself the fantasy of thinking he had a true chance to have two beautiful and powerful women to himself. Hearing the murmurings increase behind him, as well as the feeling of apprehension, Jon looked around and noticed that Uncle Benyon had led them into a grove within the haunted forest that contained not one or two, but 9 weirwood trees arranged in an almost circular formation. By the gods, Jon breathed as he stepped within the circle. He always felt something whenever he was before the weirwood in Winterfell, be it the Force or the old gods he didn't know. But standing amid these weirwoods, that same feeling returned. Only amplified several times over. Staying near the outer ring of the weirwoods, Jon watched with Robb and Theon as their father walked to the center of the grove with Winter trotting alongside him. Stopping, Lord Stark turned and faced the free folk that were still following them, his gaze falling on Val in particular. "And now we come to it," Lord Stark said, his voice loud and clear as it carried easily through the grove. Jon noticed Val's hand shaking slightly as she stepped out of the line of weirwoods and approached Lord Stark and the now sitting Winter in the center of the weirwoods. "Salvation through death." Her voice was so low and soft that Jon almost didn't catch her words before she visibly took hold of herself and slowly, almost excruciatingly slowly, went down to a single knee before his father. When she spoke again, her voice was of steel. "I, Val of the Free Folk, do hereby swear my life, spear, and shield to Lord Eddard Stark. His values are my values. His laws are my laws. Before the gods of the North and the First Men, I make my oath." It wasn't necessarily a traditional oath of fealty, but it was close enough to work. "I, Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, Warden of the North, do hereby accept your oath, Val of the Free Folk. And I vow that you shall always have a place at my hearth and meat at my table. Your worries are my worries. Your people are my people. And I shall ask of you and yours no service of which I am unwilling to do myself. Before the gods of the North and the First Men, I do hereby make this oath. Rise now, Lady Val of the North." Lady Val lifted her head and rose to her feet before turning and standing side by side next to Jon's father. Jon had to admit that the two of them with Winter standing side by side in the midst of a weirwood grove. It made for quite a sight. "I know many of you are having second thoughts, or perhaps third and fourths," Lady Val said, her voice carrying easily across the grove. "But as hard as this is, and trust me it was not easy. We must move forward if we are to survive the winter that is coming for us all. If any of you do not wish for this, leave now, and you will not be thought ill of. But for those of you who are ready to move our people forward under the banner of House Stark, then step forward and I will hear your oaths beside the Lord of the Wolves." The free folk closest to the ring of the weirwoods all started looking back and forth at one another, waiting to see who would be the first one to take the plunge. "Oh, fuck it," Ygritte grumbled, marching forward, but not before shooting a look towards Jon that promised him bodily harm. "This is all your fault, Jon Stark, so you better be taking responsibility." Caught off guard, Jon couldn't say anything back to her as Ygritte made her way to the center of the grove. Without hesitation, she dropped to one knee before Val and his father and spoke the same oath as Val. After receiving the response back from the two leaders, Ygritte quickly shot to her feet and turned heel, her eyes glaring daggers at Jon as she marched over to him. "This was your fault," Ygritte muttered as she stood beside him, while a group of 10 or so free folk made their way forward. "What did I do?" he asked, glancing at the fierce woman beside him. The grin she shot him was feral and unbelievably attractive. How the hells could she make a look seem so attractive and dangerous at the same time? "You still know nothin', Jon Stark. Gods help me, I'm never going to figure her out, or Arianne for that matter." He sighed as he watched the group of free folk go down to a knee and swear their oaths. "But now I really have to figure out what I'm going to do. Ygritte deciding not to come south was my last easy way out of this, whatever this is between us. I can't just ask her to go somewhere else once we're south of the wall, and I doubt she would even go in the first place. Hells, she'd probably do the exact opposite of what I asked of her just to mess with me." By the time the sun had come close to setting, perhaps only a third of those who'd followed them south had approached to swear their oaths. The time had obviously started to take its toll on all of them. Robb was constantly looking towards the wall. Theon had left to relieve himself more times than Jon could count. And if Ygritte sighed one more time or took out her arrows to check their heads or fletching, he didn't know what he'd do. Even Val was starting to look more than a little, well, bored with the whole procession. Only their father and Lord Knox were keeping their calm, at least on the outside. But Jon knew his father's tells enough to know that even his father was getting tired of all of this. And honestly, Lord Knox could probably be sleeping seeing as how he was leaning up against a tree and hadn't even twitched in some time. "Boys, Knox, his father called out suddenly after the latest batch of free folk got up from their knees. Yes, father, Robb responded, jerking in place at being called out so suddenly. Their father waited for the three of them and Knox to get close before saying why he called them over. This is going to take some time still. Take Benyon with you and bring this first group through the tunnels and south of the wall. Take them past Castle Black and have them settle near Mole's Town. Aye, father, Robb and Jon both said, while Lord Knox and Theon merely nodded. It didn't take too terribly long to gather all of those who had sworn their oaths, and by the time the sun was starting to reach the mountains in the west, Jon and Robb were leading the first 1,000 or so former free folk through the tunnel that led under the wall and out into Castle Black with their uncle Benyon leading the procession. A fact that Jon was most grateful for as they came out of the tunnel in the courtyard of Castle Black and found themselves all but surrounded by seemingly every black brother in the keep. And leading the black brothers, standing in the middle of the yard with his hand resting on the hilt of his sheathed sword, was perhaps the dourest-faced man Jon had ever seen in his life. Sir Thorn, Benyon said, stepping forward and putting himself between the dour-faced man and the rest of them. Do we have a problem here? Thorn sneered as he stared first at Uncle Benyon and the rest of them. Betraying the vows of the Night's Watch by letting these wildlings through the wall, First Ranger. I would say that we have a problem with that. Always figured you wolves were wildling fuckers, now we know for sure. You're no better than them. Reaching out, Jon caught Ygritte's hand as she reached for either her dagger or her bow. Now was not the time to get into a fight. Squaring his shoulders, Robb stepped forward past their uncle and right up in front of Sir Thorn. Jon could feel the cold calm washing off his brother. It was an aura their father always projected whenever he was dealing with an unruly individual. Those standing with us now, Sir Thorn, are those who are sworn to the North and House Stark. They are no longer what you consider a wildling. Or a member of the Free Folk. They are of the North. And as such, any action taken against them while under the protection of House Stark will be considered an act against House Stark itself. A fact which is well known by the Lord Commander Mormont, who I see is conveniently absent. Which means that this little, whatever this is occurring without his knowledge, is it not? I wonder what the Lord Commander would think, knowing that the brothers of the Night's Watch have fallen to the point of assaulting men and women sworn to the North. He could feel the force weaving into his brother's voice as the words flowed through his mouth. And the effect was almost immediate as most of the black brothers who'd assembled begun either slumping their shoulders in defeat, or outright trying to sneak away in the dying light. Only Sir Thorn appeared unaffected as the dour-faced man held his ground, his sneer set firmly in place as he fought a battle of wills against the heir of Winterfell and future Warden of the North. Mark my words, Stark, Thorn growled lowly. This will doom us all. Beasts like these cannot be housebroken. This time Jon almost had to physically take Ygritte in his arms to hold her back. And he was sure that if the other former free folk had been close enough to hear, she wouldn't have been the only one. That is not your decision to make, Sir Thorn, Robb continued, his aura and voice never once faltering. Now, stand aside and return to your duties. And we will forego mentioning this little display to the Lord Commander. Thorn looked like he wanted to press the issue further, but the man showed some amount of reason as he turned tail and marched quickly out of the yard, leaving a few hurrying to catch up with him. Well done, Robb, Lord Knox said, stepping forward and patting Robb on the shoulder. You used the Force to accent your presence and your words. Very well done indeed. Thank you, Lord Knox, Robb nodded, though Jon could detect something in his brother that was off. Despite what had just occurred, his eyes kept flickering towards the west. As if something was drawing, or rather demanding his attention. Keep the people moving. Robb called out, regaining himself. We need to get them all through the wall and south of Castle Black as quickly as possible. Uncle Benyon. You know these lands better than any here. I would appreciate if you would lead the free folk to an area where they can set camp. I can do that, their uncle nodded before motioning behind them for the former free folk to follow him. Standing aside, Jon motioned for Ygritte to go with her people as he went towards his brother, who was still staring off towards the west. Robb, he said, coming close to his brother. What's going on? Biting his lip, Robb shook his head. I don't know, Jon. I just have this urge. It keeps telling me that I should, no. That I need to go somewhere. When we were north of the wall it was mudded and unclear. But now that we're south of the wall, I can almost feel something physically pulling me in that direction. It's your trial, Robb Stark. Turning, Robb and Jon found Lord Knox walking up to the two of them, his sightless face staring off in the direction Robb had indicated. My trial? Robb asked. Yes, Lord Knox repeated flatly. Sometimes a master decides when a trial is to be had, as I did with Jon. Other times though, the Force intervenes and decides that it is time for an acolyte or apprentice to undergo their trials. This pull you feel, Robb, is the Force telling you that it is time for you to face your trials to become a full-fledged apprentice. Jon felt both excitement and fear rush through him. Excitement because his brother was advancing. And fear, because Jon remembered well what he faced during his trial in Valyria. His fight against the fireworm and shadow might have been an illusion, but he still remembered the pain and the fear of the moment. And that wasn't even considering he had to traverse the ruins of Valyria alone. "You've got this, Robb," Jon said, knuckling his brother lightly on the shoulder. "Hells, I could do it. This should be a walk through the godswood for you." Jon could sense Robb's uncertainty, but his brother kept his face calm as he turned to Lord Knox. "What will I face?" "I don't know," Lord Knox answered honestly. "It differs for each individual based on what the Force feels you need. You will face dangers. But most of all, you will face yourself. Be strong. You have been well trained, by both your father and I. You are ready for this, so do not allow yourself room for doubt. Go. And return to us no longer an acolyte, but a full-fledged apprentice." Despite the encouragement, Robb still hesitated. What should I bring? And what about father? He's still north of the wall and... "I will deal with your father, Robb," Lord Knox pressed, his voice slightly more insistent. "And you will bring only yourself and Grey Wind, as the wolf is as much a part of you as your own arms and legs. You can take a horse to aid in your travels. But beyond that, you must face whatever is waiting for you alone." Biting his lip, Robb turned and faced off towards the west once more. His anxiety and fear were still present. But they were being suppressed by the resolve surging through him. "All right, time to face my fears." Walking through the darkened tunnel leading beneath the wall, Ned Stark was feeling every one of his advanced years weighing down on him with each step he took. It'd been a long, long time since he'd performed such a march on foot, let alone through a terrain like the one that was north of the wall. And while this day had not necessarily included much walking, it was still draining. Many might think that it was not difficult to sit there and receive the oaths of loyalty, but they were fools. It was a taxing experience to do it even with those who you knew were already loyal to you. Doing it for the free folk, let alone 5,000 of the free folks, well, Ned was very much looking forward to resting in an actual bed tonight. "Though I fear it will not be for long," he thought sourly. Despite their best efforts, he and Val had only managed to receive oaths from perhaps half of the free folk that had followed them south before the sun had set, and wariness had made continuing on next to impossible. After Robb and Jon had led the first batch through the wall, Ned had been sending groups periodically throughout the day with the Tyrells, Martells, and Lannisters so that they would not be harassed during the crossing. And now with the sun firmly set below the horizon, he'd called for an end to the day, taking Val with him across the wall while the rest of the free folk made camp just north of it, waiting for them both to return the following day to receive the rest of their oaths. At least the giants were easy to deal with, he thought as he began to see the end of the tunnel ahead. While a giant could make it through the tunnel, they would pretty much be doing so on their hands and knees. And there was next to no chance of the mammoths making it through the tunnel. So, Ned had come up with a compromise with Mag the Mighty. Mag and the giants would follow Maege Mormont west along the northern side of the wall until they reached the gorge so that they could pass over the Bridge of Skulls. It wasn't ideal, but it was the only way Ned could think to get the giants across the wall with their mammoths. After they crossed, Maege stated that she intended to continue onwards to her home, which then left Ned with his next problem with the giants, which was how to guide them south to Winterfell, and after to the Barrowlands where he intended on allowing the giants to roam. But mercifully, Mag the Mighty had waved off his concerns. Apparently, despite not being able to read or understand maps, the giants were experts at finding their way. And Mag had assured Ned that they would find the center of the north and reach Winterfell. And Ned highly doubted anyone would try and impede their path. Only a fool without a brain in his head would even think about attacking a caravan with over 60 giants and their mounts. Coming out into the open of Castle Black, Ned took a moment to turn his head skywards and stare at the full moon hanging in the night sky. And to think, out there amongst the stars there are those that freely travel between their own world and their moon or other planets. And here we are, stuck on the surface of our world for who knows how many generations still. Are you wolves always so contemplative? Beside him, Val was going back and forth between looking at him and at the moon hanging over their heads. What do you mean? You and your sons, Val responded. You three all get the same look in your eye and stare off into the distance as if you're trying to solve some great riddle. But you don't even know what the riddle is you're trying to solve. They are my sons, Ned answered simply. And there is much that is on our minds, as you will soon learn once you have your own people, and the people of your soon-to-be home to manage. Val frowned at the thought. And why can't you Kneelers just think for yourselves? We can and we do, Ned answered as he started looking around Castle Black, looking for his sons but not finding them. They must be with the camp south of Castle Black. The duty of a lord or lady is to oversee your people, to keep the peace. To ensure they are not overusing the land or overhunting to the point where they drive all game off your lands. And unlike north of the wall, where your answer would be to simply move to a new location, that option will no longer be available for you and your people. Turning away from the pensive Val, Ned nearly ran headfirst into Knox, who had managed to place himself almost directly in his path without Ned even realizing. "Nox," he said, greeting the sorcerer and doing everything he could not to show his surprise at the man's sudden appearance, which was a step up from Val, who started drawing her spear before realizing who he was. "Ned, Val," Nox greeted them both, "I wanted to let you know before you started losing your mind. Robb has departed for his trial and won't be back for some time." Ned's brain took a moment to catch up with what Nox was saying, and when it did, all he could focus on was Robb and departed. "What the hell do you mean?" Ned asked, stepping forward until there was but a hand's width separating the two. "What do you mean that Robb has departed? Where has he gone? Where have you sent him?" Ned felt a gentle yet invisible force wrap around him like a blanket, preventing him from moving. The sensation was brief, yet unmistakable. A gentle reminder of just who he was dealing with. The force has decided that it was past time for Robb to face his trials, just as Jon did in Valyria. That did not make Ned feel any better. He remembered well the story of Jon's trial in Valyria, and it was not something that, while he understood was necessary, he was eager to put any of his children through. Taking a hold of himself, Ned resisted the urge to begin pacing like a caged animal. Where did he go? The force was drawing him towards the west. Where to exactly I do not know, though I have an idea. Turning, Ned started off in the direction of the stables, but was stopped as Nox placed himself in his path. "Out of my way, Nox," Ned growled. "You are my friend, and the good you have done for the North and House Stark goes without saying, but that is my son you sent out on his own." Nox didn't move. He just stood there like the wall itself, barring his path forward. "Do you trust in the training that you've given your son over the years, Ned?" Taken aback, Ned narrowed his eyes at Nox. "Of course. Do you doubt my ability to train him?" "No, of course I. Do you trust in your son?" "Yes. But..." "Then trust your son," Nox said with a note of finality. "As much as you may not wish it to be so, one day Robb, Jon, and all your children will have to stand on their own. And while neither you nor I can teach them everything, there comes a point where one must place your trust in the fact that you have prepared them as much as you possibly could for the challenges ahead of them. This is something that Robb must face alone. Your presence with him would be only a hindrance at best. And while this is Robb's trial, it is also a trial for you and I. A trial to see if we truly trust in the capabilities of the ones we've trained." Stepping up beside him, Nox laid a hand on his shoulder. "Trust in your son, Ned. He will make it through this. And he will be a better and stronger man because of it." He hated it. Gods help him, he hated it. But Nox was right. As was unfortunately a normal situation. "I may not know much about this strange magic you wolves and the sorcerer wield," Val said, adding her voice to the conversation. "But I have seen your pup with a blade in his hand. And he has survived in the untamed lands of my people. He's strong. Whatever he has gone to face, he will certainly succeed." Sighing in defeat, Ned turned his head slightly towards Nox. "Does it ever get any easier?" Nox's face remained completely devoid of emotion. "I'll let you know if I ever get an answer to that, my friend." Holding his cloak tighter around himself with his left hand while keeping hold of his horse's reins in his right, Robb Stark grit his teeth as he fought against the biting cold wind of the north as he rode west along the southern side of the wall with Grey Wind keeping pace at his side. Granted, the cold wasn't nearly as bad as it was north of the wall, and the wall itself acted as a buffer against the worst of the wind. It was still cold. Far colder than he could ever remember Winterfell being. For not the first time after spending 2 days at a near breakneck pace on his horse, he began regretting his decision to leave Castle Black and head west, especially without company besides Grey Wind. But as soon as that regret came, it immediately fled. He was doing the right thing. This was something that he needed to do. And it was something that he needed to do on his own. Hearing Grey Wind whine beside him, Robb turned his attention off the snow-covered path before and towards the dire wolf that was now coming up to his horse's stirrups. "I know, boy," Robb said, trying to reassure both his friend and himself that he knew what he was doing. "I know we've already passed by 2 of the ruined Night's Watch castles, but those places weren't what we're looking for. But I promise you, boy, it won't be much longer now. They pull from the force I felt back in Castle Black. It's back. And stronger now than before. We're close, boy. I know it. And once we're done with whatever it is I need to do, I promise you an entire buck to gorge yourself on." Grey Wind's large head turned up towards him as his tongue rolled out of his mouth and he felt a wave of acceptance seemingly roll off of his beast friend. Smirking, Robb turned his attention back to the road ahead of him, and nearly fell off his horse as he saw the ruins of yet another Night's Watch castle come into view. Only this was no ordinary castle along the wall. This castle was one of legend, and not of the good kind. The Night Fort, Robb thought, taking a breath to steel himself as he pulled his horse to a stop so that he could stare out over the ruins. This place, old Nan would tell us all stories of this place. None of them pleasant. It was here that the rat cook served an Andal king his son in a pie. It was here that brave Dany Flint was raped and murdered by the men of the Night's Watch. This place even unsettled good Queen Alysanne Targaryen to the point where she all but commanded the place be abandoned when she suggested that the Night's Watch should consolidate into fewer castles along the wall. And it is here, where my trial shall take place. If he'd had the choice, Robb would bypass the Night Fort even if it took him out of his way by a day or so. But he knew that was not an option. Master Knox told him that the Force would guide him to where his trial would take place. And he could sense the Force leading him to this place. Steel yourself, Robb, he told himself, hardening his heart and readying his courage as he tapped his horse's flanks with his heels to get the steed moving forward. A Sith, a Jedi, a Lord Stark does not show fear in the face of the unknown. For my father. For my house. To show Lord Knox that I am worthy of continuing my training, I will face what lies ahead without hesitation. Passing through the ruined gates of the fort and staring around in wonder at the small forest that was growing between the few structures still standing, Robb felt a shiver pass through him as a wave of cold struck him. A cold he recognized. A cold that came not from the air, but rather from the dark side of the Force. But it was different than what he'd felt before. It was tempered with a feeling of strength, of warmth, of light. What truly happened in this place to be so saturated in both the light and dark sides of the Force? He thought as he brought his horse over to one of the few structures that was still standing, though that fact was probably more attributed to the trees growing through the structure than the actual structure itself. Dismounting from his horse, he tied the reins off onto one of the trees and gave his horse a drink of water and an apple before leaving the horse and moving towards the largest of the buildings that had a weirwood tree of all things growing out from its roof. Keep close, Grey Wind, Robb called out to his companion as he drew his sword while approaching the entrance to the building, which was just a single door that was hanging on by only a single hinge. Not even bothering to see if he could move it by hand, Robb raised his hand and reached out with the force. A single jerk of his hand and a pull with the force, and what was left of the door was ripped off the doorframe and thrown across the overgrown courtyard. Keeping his sword in front of himself, he cautiously entered the ruined chamber, keeping his eyes and senses through the Force on high alert as he tried to find something, anything, that could tell him where the strange sensation in the Force he was feeling was emanating from. But there was nothing in the room beyond. Just the base of a weirwood tree with a carved face and tears of blood running down from its eyes. Nothing, he cursed, turning back around to Grey Wind. Come on, boy. We have a lot of ground to cover. The sound of cracking was the only warning he had that something was wrong. In the next instant he felt the floor give way beneath his feet. His body felt weightless as he plummeted, his hands losing his sword as he tried desperately to slow his descent. But he was helpless to stop his fall, until he stopped naturally as his back struck the ground hard enough to drive all the air out of his body and leaving him a coughing mess. Rolling over, he pushed himself up onto his hands and knees. Hells, he groaned as he tilted his head back to look up at the hole he'd fallen through. Gods, how far down did I fall? And where the hell am I? Squinting against the light coming in through the hole he'd made, he could just barely make out the head of Grey Wind peering over the edge. Stay up there, boy. He called out, getting to his feet, and dusting himself off. I'm not going to be able to climb this, I'll need to find another way out. Grey Wind. Stay close to the fort, boy. And for the love of the gods. Don't eat the horse while I'm down here. Grey Wind barked as he could feel something like amused acceptance come from his friend before he disappeared from where he'd fallen. All right, he said to himself as he looked around trying to find if there was anything that might have fallen off his person during his fall. The only thing missing though was his sword, which had thankfully fallen far enough away from his person so that he didn't accidentally fall on the blade. Small mercies, I suppose. He thought, picking up his sword and squinting off into the darkness before him. He was in a tunnel of sorts. Which made sense. Castle Black had dozens of underground passageways that connected the various buildings to one another. It would make sense that the other forts the Night's Watch called their own would have something similar to protect the Brothers of the Watch from the weather. There were 3 paths before him, each one just as dark and foreboding than the others. But there was one that just felt slightly different than the others. I suppose that's my way forward then. Let's just hope whatever passageway leading to the surface hasn't collapsed since this place has been abandoned. The light from the hole slowly faded as he went into the darkness of the tunnel, his sword held out and at the ready for anything. He wasn't sure just where he was going, but he just knew that he was going the right way. But as he went further and further along the path of the tunnel, he noticed something. He'd taken several turns along the way, and he'd seen no other breaks in the tunnel to allow light in. But for some reason, he could see just fine as if he were still in the area where he'd fallen. And the strange sensation that had brought him to the Night Fort in the first place was steadily growing in intensity with each step forward. And just as he was about to turn back around and try to find another path, he came upon a door that completely blocked off the tunnel. This isn't right, he thought, glancing behind him before examining the door further. This door, it looks like it's fresh from the carpenter. Reaching out his hand, he placed his palm against the surface of the wood. And, and it's warm. How can that be? Pressing against the door, he was surprised when it opened without much effort. And even more surprised when he heard raised voices coming from whatever room laid beyond. Walking through the opening, he blinked in surprise as he suddenly found himself near the rear of a great hall he didn't recognize. But the hall was filled to near standing room only with grown men, almost all of whom were wearing a combination of furs, armor, and weapons. What is going on? I say we tell that sister fucker and his horse to shove their offer right up their asses. One of the men shouted, rising to his feet and making Rob near fall back in surprise as he got a good look at him. If not for the completely snow-white hair, Rob would have sworn this man was the great Jon Umber's twin brother if he had one. Your Grace, the Dragon Lords gave us an offer. Made a pact with us. A daughter of winter to rule alongside one of their archons. And in return the North is recognized as a separate sovereign state in perpetuity with no fear of conquest by the Dragon Lords. And these, sister fucking dragons, they have forgotten the promises made by their ancestors, just like any other southern cunt. They haven't forgotten the promise made, Lord Umber, another man said, rising to his feet and making Rob reflexively reach for his sword as he noticed the sigil of the flayed man on his chest. Lest you forget, His Grace did send a message to the dragons reminding them of the promises made by the archons. Their response was that Valyria is gone. Thus, so too are any promises that were made between the North and the Dragon Lords. Then we should fight. Fuck the dragons. Fuck the Andals. A heavy fist falling against the high table brought an end to all the voices as a man in thick furs rose from behind the table. Rob's eyes widened as he recognized not the man himself, but rather the sword that was resting against the side of his chair. Eyes. And he's wearing the sigil of House Stark. The others are talking about the Dragon Lords, and they referred to him as His Grace. Could this be? The large man of House Stark took his time in speaking as his eyes slowly moved over the assembled crowd before him. It was a tactic that Rob knew well was one that his father often used to make sure that he had the attention of everyone in the room before speaking. Lord Bolton speaks truth. We did send a raven to Aegon reminding him of the promise made by his ancestors. And his response was exactly as Lord Bolton said. He will not honor the agreement that was arranged because Valyria fell before the pact could be completed on our end. And he will not entertain the idea renewing the pact here in Westeros by having a daughter of winter marry his eldest son when he produces one. Then to the hells with them. The large Umber man shouted, banging his fist on the table and making the wood groan and crack. I say we take the fight to them. The Andals have been trying for thousands of years to take the North from us. Each time we bloody them and send them running home to their mother's skirts. Sure, these Targaryens have their dragons, but we have our own tricks to take those beasts away from them. There were more than a few that shouted their agreement with the statement, which confused Rob greatly as he'd never heard of a way of taking away a dragon before. And if the North had such an ability, why wasn't it used? The Stark at the head of the table raised his hand, bringing an immediate end to all talk in the hall. Our tricks, Lord Umber, do not work on dragons that have been bound naturally. Just as they do not work on the dire wolves of old that bound themselves to House Stark in the past. And as for the past wars against the Andals, this time is different. Moat Cailin and our keeps are designed to keep out invaders and force them to wither and die in the cold. They were not designed to repel dragons. And as the Targaryens demonstrated at Harrenhal, even the greatest of keeps, if not built to counter attacks from the air, are basically defenseless against the might of a dragon. Then what is your decision, Your Grace? A smaller man that was seated near the high table and wearing the sigil of a lizard lion asked. Aegon, his sister wives, and their army have set camp well to the south. A smart move as they are forcing us out into the open field if we wish to fight them. And if we hold up, then as you said, they will use their dragons to burn our keeps and force us out into the open. The Stark at the table folded his hands before his face and leaned his forehead into his hands. Rob could almost feel the weight of the man's decision even from clear across the room. We have no choice. Aegon was wise in his conquering. He let us believe we would be safe behind the accords that had been struck with the Dragon Lords of Valyria while he conquered the southern kingdoms. Now he comes north with an army numbering greater than anything the North has ever faced and 3 dragons with naturally bound riders. They have made their position clear. Kneel. Or our keeps, our families, our people. Our very way of life will end in the flames of dragons and by the blades of the Andals. As your king, it is my sacred duty to protect my people, even at the cost of my own life and pride. And that is what I will do now. I will swallow my pride, and I will kneel to the Dragon Boy to save the North. The room was dead silent for all of a few moments before it exploded in pandemonium as almost all the lords rose to their feet and begged, or shouted or threatened the Stark, who Rob now knew beyond a shadow of a doubt was Torrhen Stark, not to kneel to the dragons. The last King of Winter let his men rage for a few moments before once again slamming his fist down, this time breaking the table under the force of the strike as he shot up to his feet. Rob nearly took a step back, and several of the lords did, as they saw Torrhen's cool grey eyes turn dark yellow for a moment before immediately turning back. The eyes of the wolf. I have not come by this decision lightly, my lords, Torrhen said, his voice heavy yet firm. Yet it is my decision. We can fight, perhaps even take down one of the dragons. But what will be the cost? Our keeps burned. Our people put to the sword, or flames, or worse. Our very way of life destroyed before our eyes. If it means sacrificing my pride, even if it means I will be remembered in ill manner for the rest of time, then I will do whatever I can to prevent such destruction. And I do not mean to simply bend over for the dragon boy. I will wring more than a few concessions out of him that will see that the North, and our way of life, will never be threatened by the Andals or their wretched faith of the Seven. That is my decision, men. And you will honor it. Now to bed, all of you. We ride at first light to meet with the dragon boy and his sisters. The men grumbled, yet their loyalty to their king won over their disappointment as none raised any further arguments as they left the hall. In no time at all, the hall was deserted save for Robb, Torrhen Stark, and one other young man who was sitting beside Torrhen and did not look pleased at all. Deciding to get a closer look, and confident that he could not be seen for some reason, Robb stepped forward to hear what was about to pass between Stark and the other man. You don't agree, brother? Torrhen said once the three of them were alone. The other man huffed. Of course I don't agree, brother. You're throwing away your crown, the crown of winter. For 8,000 years, the Starks have split blood, done deeds that would make even the Boltons shudder in disgust, all to unite the first men under the banner of the wolf. And now you're giving it away to some arrogant sister-fucking dragon shit. You fear their dragons, understandable, as all men fear them. But that is the backbone of their power. Give me a dozen of our best and a few days head start. We'll cross the Trident, sneak into the dragons' camp and end their greatest asset. And without their dragons, the conquered kings will not stay loyal for long. Their camp will descend into chaos, and they'll kill each other without us ever having to raise our blades. Torrhen sighed and shook his head. Your plan is indeed one that I considered already, brother. But last night, when I went to the godswood seeking the guidance of the old gods, I was granted a vision of two possible futures. The first, we fought. We sent men south to try and assassinate the dragons, led by yourself, before the battle, but you failed. Your charred corpses were held up as examples as the dragon's army moved to meet us in battle. The battle was brutal. We fought to the last man and even managed to kill one of the dragons and its rider. However, doing so cost the people of the North. Even though the battle was over, the remaining two dragons took their beasts north and unleashed their rage onto every keep between the neck and the wall, including Winterfell. Man. Woman. Child. It mattered not to the dragons. They simply burned everyone, turning each keep into smoldering piles of ash. Pausing, Torrhen let the weight of his vision settle in before he pressed on. The second, I knelt to the dragons. In return, House Stark retained our position as rulers of the North, only under the title of Warden of the North instead of King. We were able to get an accord with the dragons that stated that the faith of the Seven would never have a hold of the North. So, you intend to just roll over like a bitch for the dragons then? Torrhen didn't answer, preferring instead to turn around and pick a winter rose out of the vase that was sitting behind him that Robb just now noticed. The gods also showed more than just the immediate aftermath of this path, Brandon. Torrhen stated, holding the rose in his hand. The Targaryens will never sit easy upon the throne they will build. Their reigns will be plagued with distrust, unrest, fire and blood. Through it all, House Stark and the North will remain whole and largely untouched by the unrest. When the time comes, the gods have shown me that this here shall be the end of House Targaryen. They will be brought low by a rose from the North. And while it will be bloody and pain-filled, House Stark and the North will have their vengeance upon the dragons for disregarding the accords created by the dragon lords of Valyria before their demise. We merely need to have patience, brother. This will not happen in our lifetimes, nor in our children's. But one day, the Targaryens will meet their end here in Westeros. Torrhen's brother, Brandon, didn't seem pleased by the thought. As long as that bloody red and black dragon flies in the North, I will not be here, brother. No. No, you will not, Torrhen nodded, surprising Robb. You, and those who have a similar mindset to your own, will leave as soon as you are able to do so. Brandon leaned back and narrowed his eyes at the king in the North. And where will we be going? To Essos, Torrhen answered, holding the rose out for his brother to take. There, you will build your strength and form an army that will wait for the day to return. You, and your descendants, will learn everything you can about the dragons and how best to bring them low. And when the day comes when House Stark calls you home, the army you raise will come home and put a wolf on the throne built by the dragons. Brandon seemed to think on the idea for a moment before nodding. Very well, brother. Then I will take those of like mind and depart for Essos and build our strength while you play nice with the dragons. The North remembers, brother. The North remembers, Torrhen replied, before both men in the hall disappeared, leaving Robb once again alone in a cold dark underground pathway barely wide enough to fit 3 men through side by side. What in the hells was that? Rob wondered, turning around in place, trying to find any sign of the room he'd just been in, yet finding nothing. Wait, Jon told me he saw illusions during his trial. Was that what that was? An illusion? But it felt so real. Like I was there in the flesh and not a memory. And was that what really happened? The story said that Torrhen knelt to Aegon, but no one has really explained why. Did he really foresee the downfall of the Targaryens? And what about this Brandon Snow, where did he go? And why did they not come back during the rebellion? And why the hells was I shown this? Shaking his head, Rob searched through the force to find the pulse that had led him here. Finding it quickly, he set on down the tunnel once more in search of whatever it was. He'd figure out just why he'd witnessed that illusion later. Right now, he had a trial to complete. Making his way down the hall, he came to a stop once again as he was faced with yet another closed door. Only this time the door was in incredibly rough shape. And there was no heat coming off its surface. Though, when he got closer, he swore he could hear something on the other side. No helping it, I guess, he shrugged, placing his hand on its surface, and pushing his way through and immediately finding himself knocked over as someone ran into him. Picking himself up off the dirt, Rob could barely register the sounds of screaming and the clashing of steel as he tried to get his bearings. Where in the hells am I, he wondered, trying to look around but finding only small buildings surrounding him and the scent of salt in the air. I'm near the sea, I think. And there's fighting, but what is going on? Feeling a pair of hands grabbing him and pulling him to his feet, Rob found himself facing an older man who was bloodied and had a wild look in his eyes. Run, boy! The man yelled at him, shoving him in the direction where the other villagers were running to. They be coming to kill us all. Get out of here before they see a Warm blood splattered across Rob's face as a sword tip pierced through the old man's chest, killing him instantly. As the man fell, Rob found himself face to chest with a large man equal on size to the great Jon. Only this man was wearing the sigil of House Stark. His own house. Here's another one. The man yelled, grabbing Rob roughly by his arm and throwing him in the opposite direction of where the villagers were fleeing. Bring him to Lord Stark. He's deciding what to do with these Andal fuckers. Feeling another set of hands grab him, he quickly found his hands bound behind his back and a length of rope shoved into his mouth and tied around his head before being thrown up on a man's shoulder and being hauled away like a sack of grain. As he was being moved, Rob was able to look around, and felt no small amount of horror and disgust fill him as he took in the scene around him. Buildings were being burned as men and women were being killed without hesitation or mercy. Homes were being ransacked before being put to the torch. And worse yet, it was all happening at the hands of men of the north. Hearing a woman scream, Rob craned his head back, and felt his disgust grow. A man of the north had forced a woman onto the ground and was in the process of tearing off her dress while she tried desperately to fight him off. And all around him, other men of the north were either watching or laughing at the sight. He wanted to fight the man, to stop what was about to happen. He tried to throw the man off with the force, but to his horror he found nothing when he reached out to the force. And with his hand tied behind his back and slung up like he was, Rob was powerless to do anything but watch as the man exposed the woman before beginning to work on loosening his belt. His vision was suddenly blocked as another almost impossibly large man wearing leather armor marched past him. All the men who saw the giant immediately moved aside as the man marched through them and towards the scene. Without saying a word, the large man brought his foot back and kicked the would-be rapist in the head hard enough to throw him off the woman, who quickly made to cover herself. Looking at the man, Rob felt his blood run cold as he saw the sigil of House Stark on the man's leather armor, and a set of wolf-yellow eyes that was staring down at the rapist in contempt. Don't touch their women. The man growled as if he were a wolf. We don't mix with these Andals. Think of what kind of offspring that would bring. Half-breeds. Weaklings. I will not have the blood of the first men watered down with Andal filth. The rapist angrily got to his feet, a snarl on his face. These Andals raided our lands, King Theon. They killed our brothers and sons. Raped our women and daughters. And now you would protect them. I demand the right to do with these whores as I see fit. Rob felt his blood grow cold as he made the connection. That is King Theon, the hungry wolf. And this must be one of his raids across the narrow sea. And I'm apparently on the wrong side. Lord Grey Stark speaks truthfully, King Theon, another man said, this one wearing the sunburst sigil of House Stark. These Andals did far worse when they reached our shores. Why should we not indulge ourselves while we are here? King Theon Stark stared first at the Lord Grey Stark before turning towards the Lord Stark. Almost quicker than Rob could follow, King Theon drew his sword and mercilessly removed Lord Grey Stark's head. Anyone else dare to question my orders? King Theon yelled, turning in a slow circle with his bloody blade pointing towards his men. No one stepped forward. Your Grace. Gods, thank you. The woman who was about to be raped shouted, grabbing hold of King Theon's boots, and groveling at his feet. Thank you, Your Grace. The King of Winter sheathed his sword before reaching down and gently cupping the woman's face and raising her to her knees. His hand almost gently caressed her cheek before moving down to her neck. Then with no words and nothing more than a quick jerking of his hand, King Theon Stark broke the woman's neck with a single hand and let her corpse fall to the ground. Robb couldn't help but shake at the brutal display, especially as Theon Stark approached the Lord Karstark. "You challenge me, cousin?" King Theon asked with a hard look in his eye. "You challenge me, you'd better have a sword in your hand. As long as my heart beats, I rule. My orders are absolute. And you'll keep your tongue behind your teeth. Or I'll rip it out through your throat." Lord Karstark immediately backed down and bowed. "As you say, Your Grace. The village is ours. Only a few villagers managed to get away. The men are all dead, along with most of the women. Those who aren't are captured are waiting your judgment along with the children. What do you wish to be done with them?" Robb felt his heart thunder in his chest as he awaited the decision from King Theon. "When the Andals came to our lands, they killed our people without hesitation. Men, women, and children. We will repay blood with blood. Kill them all and take their heads. They'll be our message to those fucking Andals should they ever think of invading the North again." Robb wanted to scream that he was a man of the North, but the rope in his mouth prevented him from saying a word. Even as he was forced to his knees and his neck placed against a wooden log, Robb could do nothing but watch in horror as men of the North began butchering women and children like they were nothing more than cattle. Hearing a sword behind him drawn, Robb craned his neck enough to watch as Theon Stark himself stood above him, sword raised and ready to take his head. Then everything was gone, and Robb was once again back in the tunnel beneath the night fort, his arms and mouth unbound and his connection to the Force restored once more. Rubbing at his wrist, he could swear that he could still feel the biting of the rope as he got back to his feet. First, a vision of the king who knelt. Now, the hungry wolf. "Gods of the North, what are you trying to show me?" Pushing himself onwards, Robb was more than slightly wary as he reached yet another obstruction in the tunnel after only a few more twists and turns. This time, however, it wasn't a wooden door. Instead, it looked to be more of a tent flap that was draped across the tunnel. And as he got closer to it, he noticed that the flap seemed to be made of animal hide instead of cloth. The moment Robb pushed the hide aside, he immediately had to shield his face and eyes as he was assaulted with cold and snow blowing into his face. Peering around his hand in front of his face, Robb felt his jaw drop at what he was seeing. He was at the wall. Only, the wall was perhaps less than half as tall as he knew it to be. And there were hundreds, no, thousands of people working on the wall. And not just people. He also spotted dozens of giants and some other creature that looked to be the result of a mating between a man and a tree of all things. Are those the children of the forest? Taking a step closer, Robb gazed in wonder as he watched man, child, and giant work together to build the greatest structure ever created in the history of Westeros. And his jaw dropped even further as he watched a piece of the wall that was on the ground roughly the size of 5 carriages sitting side by side was lifted off the ground by a seemingly invisible force before floating towards the building site and settling in place on a section of the wall. "Stark? You need to rest. You're no good to us dead. We can work on this monstrosity of yours while you rest." Turning quickly, it took everything he had to not gape openly at the man who was standing less than a few paces from him. Seeing the king who knelt and the hungry wolf in these visions of his was extraordinary. But seeing Bran the Builder, the founder of House Stark, was something else entirely. The founder of his house looked, almost exactly like his father. Yet he was, old. Far older than Robb would have thought for a man who accomplished so much. His hair and beard were both white. Yet he held himself like a man younger than Robb's father. And yet, even though he held himself well, Robb could see the exhaustion written clear across the man's face. "Not yet, Azor," Bran the Builder said, shaking his head as he reached out with his hand and twitched his fingers, causing yet another several carriage-sized brick to rise into the air as if it were lighter than air. "There's still a lot of work that needs to be done here. That's a force technique. But how? There was never any mention that Bran the Builder could use magic, or rather the force." "Well, I mean, history does say that the wall was built with magic, but I guess it never said whose magic it was that built it." The second man, Azor, shook his head and turned towards the wall. "This monstrosity of yours won't be finished for years, decades even, my friend. I'm sure that the workers can go a few days or even longer without your unique help and guidance. Though I must say, there are more than a few who are seriously considering that you've lost your mind given the scope of this wall." Lowering his hand as the brick settled into place, Bran shook his head almost sadly. "It's my fault in the first place that we are in this predicament, my friend." "Horseshit," Azor spat. "If not for you and your timely arrival, we would all be done for. Your skills, your mind, and your magic turned the tide of this war in our favor. All of us, both on this landmass and from my own homeland, owe you a debt we will never be able to repay." "But it was my fault," Bran replied, looking down at his open hand. "I had a chance to end them all. But when it mattered most, I faltered. I was weak. Unable to do what needed to be done. And because I faltered, the enemy escaped into their domain and erected a barrier that not even I can penetrate. The man, Azor, shook his head before forcibly turning Bran away from the construction. You won't make amends for any perceived fault of yours by killing yourself, Bran. You need rest. You've been going for 20 days with practically no sleep. Now get your ass back to your tent, or I'll hit you over the head and drag you there. Lowering his shoulders in defeat, Bran turned away from the wall and began following Azor towards the largest tent, which just so happened to be the same tent Robb had emerged from just moments before. Following the two men back through the flap, Robb was expecting to find himself back in the tunnel beneath the night fort, but instead he found himself inside a spacious tent that had two large beds piled with furs and a table that was littered with pieces of parchment and a crude model of the wall. Staying near the entrance, Robb watched as Azor all but forced Bran towards one of the beds in the tent. I'm not to the point where I need you to guide me to my own bed, Azor, Bran scoffed good-naturedly as he dropped down heavily onto the bed. My wife is more than capable of that, and far better than you. And you're nowhere near pretty enough to tempt me into following you into bed, Bran, Azor chuckled, shaking his head. Besides, I doubt our wives would appreciate it much if we did. Speaking of which, have you given much thought to my offer? Your wife is now with child. And once I get a child upon my own wife, a union between our children would bring forth a new generation of magic users that would know no equal. My fire magic, and your force powers. They would be unstoppable. Perhaps, Bran nodded. But my wife is of this land, Azor. I will not be able to convince her to leave, no more than you will be able to convince your own wife to stay in this land. Very true, Azor nodded, grabbing a waterskin and pouring them both something dark into a pair of wood-carved cups. My Nissa does not fare well in this cold. Honestly, none of my men do. We yearn for the warm sands of our homeland, even if it will take months to return there. I don't know how you stand it, to be honest. But it is good to know that you will be settling down somewhere at least. I know these people offered you your choice of land. I take you have decided then where you are to build your home. I have, Bran nodded as he took the cup and leaned back on his bed. There is a natural hot spring in the middle of this land, between the neck and the wall. I plan on using that to help keep my future home warm enough so that the people can thrive despite the cold. Well, if anyone can build a fortress that will last, it is you, my friend, Azor said, raising his cup to Bran and taking a drink. How long do you think this wall of yours will hold against them? Bran turned thoughtful as he stared down into the contents of his cup. In truth, I do not know. What they've done with the force is, unlike anything I've ever seen before. With enough energy, a few could be practically immortal to age, especially now that they've encased themselves in their power. The wall will hold for a long time, both physically and through the force. But nothing is immune to the mistress of time. Eventually, whatever protections we place on the wall will fade. If I was them, I would sit back and consolidate my power and wait for time to ravage what defenses have been put in place. Wait for history to forget about me. That way when I came forth once more, I would be able to catch my enemies by surprise that I even exist. At least that is what I would do if I were them. Azor nodded as if he'd been expecting the answer. My thoughts are the same as yours, my friend. So, we need to do what we can to build up our people, and make sure they don't forget the true enemy of man. Easier said than done, Azor, Bran sighed. You haven't seen what I have. Nor read the histories that I have read. Over time, no matter the race, if an enemy does not present themselves, they are forgotten about in favor of new enemies. The best we can do is leave behind what evidence we can, make sure legends will stick around, and leave our descendants the keys to defeating them when they come again. I can only hope that when they come again, whoever faces off against them won't falter like I did. Azor nodded and raised his cup. Then it sounds like we both have our work cut out for us in the future. Let us just hope that our descendants will be able to complete that which we failed to do. The world around Robb pulsed, and in an instant, he found himself gone from the tent and once again in the tunnels beneath the night fort. Only this time, the tunnels did not look like the ones he'd been in previously. This time, the walls of the tunnels were covered in what looked like branches. No, not branches, Robb thought, stepping towards the wall and running a hand along its wooden surface. Roots. Weirwood roots. I'm no longer just in tunnels beneath the night fort, I'm walking within the root system of the weirwood tree. Pressing onwards, Robb felt a wave of the force wash over him. Warmth, hope, but at the same time cold and despair raged within him as the force pulsed once. Twice. Then a third time before ceasing. And when the sensation ceased, Robb found himself standing before three beings that he knew. Three that he had just seen. The king who knelt, Torrhen Stark. The hungry wolf, Theon Stark. And the one who founded his house and created some of the greatest structures that still existed today, the builder, Bran Stark. Each of them was now staring at him. And he felt like an insect standing before them, both in stature and importance. So, this is our descendant, the hungry wolf said, or rather spat, making Rob take a step back in surprise. He's nothing but a pathetic boy that was squeezed out of an Andal cunt. How pathetic it is that our house has fallen to have one such as him as the future of House Stark. The words struck Rob like a spear through the chest. Not just in their meaning, but physically. It felt like he'd been pierced as his knees quivered and he had to fight to even remain standing. He is pathetic, the king who knelt scoffed. I knelt for the good of our people. But this pathetic boy will kneel simply because he is a weak pup unable and unwilling to lead his people. Unbelievably pathetic. Our line would be simply better without him having ever been born. Without a doubt, the builder nodded. The wall was built to protect the North and her people. And this boy has full-heartedly brought those who are our enemies across it and greeted them with open arms. To think my line has fallen to this point. A foolish boy who's unable and unwilling to see what is before him and do what? Shut up! Rob shouted, or screamed, as he shot back to his feet, his breathing labored as he stood, shaking in rage and anger before three of the most prominent of his house. I have not betrayed the North. I am not weak. You! He screamed, pointing a finger first at Bran. By your own admission, you failed to destroy the White Walkers and their army. So, you built the wall. Not to save the North, but all people. The wildlings, the free folk, they are living breathing people who are no more savage than some of our own nobles. They deserved the chance to live. And if you curse me for trying to save as many people as possible, no matter their birth or creed, from an enemy you failed to end, then you can go and fuck yourself. And you. He continued screaming, moving to the hungry wolf. You did what you did to try and protect the North. But you are remembered as nothing more than a bloodthirsty butcherer. Yes, my mother was an Andal. But I am a Stark. A son of the North. My gods are the old gods and the mystery that is the Force. The cold of winter and the blood of the first men runs through my veins. I am no more an Andal than you. And as for you, King Torrhen, by this point, Rob was near panting in rage. I would be lying if I said I was not afraid of leading the people of the North in the future. Only a fool would say they were not even the littlest bit afraid of taking on the responsibilities for hundreds of thousands of people. But unlike you, I will not kneel to the dragons who forgot their oaths. But I would and will kneel to my brother, my pack brother, Jon Stark. A son of the North. And I would do so without hesitation because I know that he would never ask it of me. Taking several deep breaths to try and rein in his anger, Rob glared at the three apparitions, who were just staring back at him silently after his tirade. Each of you, Rob continued in a calmer voice as the worst of his anger finally subsided. Each of you did something unheard of to protect the North. Bran the Builder, you helped to fight back against the White Walkers and once they were pushed back to the lands of always winter, you built the wall across the North. And you did so not just to protect the people of the North, but all those who still draw breath. Theon Stark, the hungry wolf, most view you as a barbarian tyrant who slaughtered innocents and left a trail of blood wherever you walked. And while the stories are true, your motives were to protect the North from those who were seeking to conquer us by making it known that any action taken against the North would be repaid tenfold. And you, Torrhen Stark, the king who knelt. You bent the knee to the dragons to save the lives of your people. Each of you left legacies that continue even now. And while I have learned of each of you, I am not beholden to you or the ways you led the North. Times have changed. And the North must change with them. We cannot stay isolated and on our own any longer. The North has seen more advancement in my short lifetime than in centuries, hells, perhaps longer. I am a Stark, the next warden of the North. I will lead the North and her people in the way I deem fit. Not the way you three would have. I am my own person, I will learn from each of you, but I am not you. Nor do I intend to ever be any of you. I am Robb Stark. Son of Eddard Stark and Catelyn Stark. Not you. And if you three don't like that, then you can rot in the hells for all I care. The three ancient kings of winter stared at him in silence. Their faces completely devoid of any emotion. Slowly, almost excruciatingly slowly, a small grin formed on Bran the Builder's face as the apparition raised his hands and began clapping. Words easily spoken, Robb Stark, son of Eddard Stark and blood of my blood. But I can see that you indeed truly mean them. You are all I could have asked for in my descendant. And you are indeed the future of House Stark. The founder of House Stark then snapped his fingers, making both the king who knelt and the hungry wolf disappear in a cloud of mist, leaving just Robb and the ancient Stark standing face to face. Robb spun in place, trying to figure out just what was going on. Bran hasn't disappeared, but he made the others disappear. Didn't Jon tell me about something exactly like this in Valyria? How he and Master Nox spoke to the dead Archons who were, well, ghosts? Force ghosts. Is that what is going on now? Am I actually talking to Bran the Builder and not just an illusion? Or are you really here? Robb found himself asking before he could stop himself. I mean, it's obvious you are, but well, I mean, are you a Force ghost? Is that how you're still here after 8,000 years? Bran's grin blossomed into a full-fledged smile as he nodded. That I am, lad. I'm slightly surprised that you know that term. But then again, perhaps I shouldn't be considering how well trained in the Force you are. It gladdens this old heart, if I even had one that is, to see that my teachings have lasted even after 8,000 years. Your teachings? Robb found himself asking, resisting the urge to reach out and touch the slightly glowing figure belonging to the founder of his house. Bran's grin faltered. I see, so, that is how it is, he said, sorrow creeping into his voice. It is so hard to see beyond the wall and my final resting place. The technique I used to keep the enemy at bay was unfortunately a double-edged sword. And seeing as how I died here at the wall, I haven't been able to leave it, so I haven't been able to see much of what has been going on since my death. But still, the fact that my family is still going strong even after all these years, and that they've managed to produce one so powerful in the Force more than makes up for the fact that my teachings were lost. I'm sure that my friend is heartened to know that he finally got his wish in combining our bloodlines. Even if it did take 8,000 years to do so. But that is neither here nor there. I would love nothing more than to stay before you and impart all my knowledge and have you catch me up on what has happened over the ages, but I fear your trial has drained me of what little power I had left. See. Bran held up his hand, and a lump formed in Robb's throat as he noticed his founder's hand was starting to fade. Are you dying? Bran shook his head as his hand fell back to his side. Kind of hard to die when you're already dead, lad. No, it's more along the lines of I've finally run out of strength to hold me to this plane. And soon I will become one with the Force, like I should have the moment I perished. But despite knowing what I should do and knowing the consequences of not doing it, I forced myself to stay behind. To resist becoming one with the Force, to pass it on to one who was worthy of completing it. Pass what on? Robb asked. My last creation. Bran answered with a smile. Or rather, my last recreation. I can't take credit for its original design, but I do like to think that I made improvements on it, especially given the lack of technology on this world. I built it but could never get it to work. For years I tried and failed until I eventually gave up and went home. Then, as I felt the Force calling to me, I came to the wall and meditated. And it was here that I learned of the last piece of the puzzle that was needed. It needed a runic cluster, an obvious answer but one that eluded me. Unfortunately, just as I put the finishing touches on the cluster, my body gave out and death came for me. And I'm rambling. Forgive an old man, lad, it's been Force only knows how long since I've last been able to have a conversation with someone other than myself. It would figure that I would get the opportunity just as I am running out of time. Come, lad, I need to stop rambling and say and show what needs to be seen and said before I become one with the Force. Robb was so overwhelmed with, well, everything that he could do little more than follow as the apparition of Bran the Builder turned and walked, or floated or, well moved, deeper into the tangle of roots that made up the base of the weirwood. Where are we going? He asked as he weaved his way through the roots, while Bran simply walked through them. Bran suddenly stopped, bringing Robb up short as the two of them stood before a stone box nestled into the roots of the weirwood tree. Not a box, Robb realized, Bran the Builder's final resting place. You're not in the crypts below Winterfell? Robb found himself asking. The crypts below Winterfell were a maze of corridors that housed every Stark lord and even some of their family members since the creation of Winterfell. And while the tomb of Bran the Builder had never been found, it was always assumed that the founder of House Stark was resting somewhere beneath the great fortress he'd created. That had been my wish, Bran nodded sadly. To be resting beside my beloved for all time. But unfortunately, we rarely get what we want in the end. I ended up dying here and was buried with the key needed for my last creation as well as something else that I think you will need. Open it. Robb nearly spit. But this is your final resting place. It offends the gods to disturb one's resting place. Bran merely waved off his concern. Trust me, lad. The gods, if they exist, don't give two shits about corpses. And besides all that I am here and about to join the Force. What is in there is nothing more than dust and what you'll need to help you in the future. But if it makes you feel better, lad, then I give you full permission to open it and dig through my remains to your heart's content. Now hurry, lad. I can already feel the pull getting stronger and stronger, we don't have much time left and there is still much that needs to be said. Still more than slightly uneasy with what he was about to do, Robb reached out through the Force and roughly pulled the stone tomb out from the roots of the weirwood and brought it out into the open. Not giving himself a chance to think about it, Robb immediately used the Force once more to pry the top off the stone tomb before throwing it aside. Inside the tomb lay the remains of Bran the Builder. His bones had mostly turned to dust over the ages, but parts of him remained despite the passing of ages. And within the tomb, laid out perfectly as if they still held his body, was a suit of armor that was oddly reminiscent of the armor that Lord Nox wore, only older. And laying near where one of his hands should have been, was a stone or metal tablet with intricate designs carved into its surface. But there was one thing above all else that drew his eye. And that was a small gem the size of his thumb that was embedded into the center of the chest piece of the armor. The gem was, glowing a soft blue light. And it almost seemed to be calling out to him. I wish that I had more to give you, lad, Bran said, breaking Robb out of his stupor. But the best I can do is offer you this, my armor. It might be ancient by quite a few standards, but judging by your look and the few glimpses I am able to get from beyond the wall, it should still be ages ahead of anything this world can offer you. And there is one last thing I must tell you, and that is to be wary of the enemy that comes from the far north and the lands of always winter. While the foot soldiers are about as dumb as a bag of rocks, those who stand at the top are far more devious, powerful, and crafty than you can imagine. But hold true to that which binds you the strongest, the reason you fight. For only that will give you the power you need to end the threat that I failed to. And one last thing, Bran continued, his visage fading to the point where Robb could barely make him out in the darkened tomb. The tablet, make sure you bring it back as well. It is the key to my last creation. Something I spent my entire lifetime trying to recreate. However, my creation is not at Winterfell. And I don't know what you call the place now. But find what should have been my tomb in the crypts of Winterfell, blood of my blood, and you will learn my story and the location of my last creation. Go with the force, blood of my blood. And may you find the strength to end that. Bran's words faded into nothingness as his apparition disappeared, both from sight and from Robb's senses through the force. Now alone, Robb squinted down into the darkness at the armor, skeleton, and tablet that was laying in the tomb. Well, he did say that I could take them. But, by the gods, does this feel weird? I need something to carry it all in, and I can't just leave his bones here. Bran deserves to rest in the crypts of Winterfell with all his line. Not here, forgotten beneath the wall. Reaching over his shoulder, Robb unclasped his cloak and laid it out on the ground next to the tomb. Taking a steadying breath, Robb reached into the tomb and began the slow process of carefully removing the armor, skeleton, and tablet from the tomb, doing his best not to damage anything as he did so. Robert may have turned over a new leaf, as Jon liked to say when it came to being the king his foster father wanted him to be. But it was no great secret that Robert still loathed the small council meetings. But in the interest of continuing on his path to improvement, and on the off chance there might be word of the Targaryens or some skirmish or other, Robert forced himself to at least attend every meeting of the small council. Even if he didn't stay for the entirety of the copper counting. Which was why he was currently tapping his foot impatiently as he, and the rest of the small council, waited for the arrival of the new appointed Grand Maester Jorge. The man was decent enough, knowledgeable, and prudent with his advice. But most importantly, the fool wasn't another Pycelle, though he did move almost as slowly as the former Grand Maester. Though unlike Pycelle, who moved slow because of his age, this new Grand Maester moved slowly because of his girth. Which, shamefully enough, rivaled Robert's own previous girth. Which he was slowly working on getting rid of. But by the gods, was it easy to put on. The doors to the small council chambers opened, accompanied by the sounds of rattling chains as the fat maester waddled his way into the room. 1,000 apologies, your grace, my lords, the Grand Maester apologized, bowing or at least bending over his gut slightly as he shuffled his feet towards his place at the table. I was just about to head down when I received a peculiar raven from the wall. A raven carrying the sigil of House Stark. Robert immediately sat up straighter in his seat. It was no great secret that he was incredibly interested in any news from the north. Specifically, from House Stark and his brother in all but blood. But ever since he'd learned that Ned and Nox had gone north of the wall with several heirs and lords of the land, he had become hungrier than usual for any news coming from the north. Well, don't just stand there like a pile of horseshit, man. What does Ned have to say? Robert demanded impatiently as the Grand Maester unfurled the small raven's scroll. The Grand Maester took a moment to read over its contents before speaking. Lord Stark reports that he was successful in his endeavor to have peace talks with the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder. An accord was struck between the North and the Wildlings, and as such Lord Stark has brought 5,000 Wildlings south of the wall after they swore oaths of fealty to the North. And he intends to name one of their chieftains, a woman named Val, as the new lady of the Dread Fort. Robert was more than slightly shocked by the news. As was the rest of the small council. The North and the Wildlings hated each other. Hells, the Wildlings were the main reason there was even still a Night's Watch in the first place. And now Ned was making peace with those people? And not only making peace, but bringing them into the fold as well? From his spot down the table, his youngest brother Renly scoffed. Lord Stark is trying to civilize those animals? Maybe he needs some time in the south as the cold has clearly addled his brain. Watch your tone, Renly, Robert growled, glaring at his brother, and shutting him up immediately. That is our Warden of the North you are talking about. And if there is any man in the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms capable of taming the Wildlings, it's Ned Stark. Swallowing, Renly shrank in on himself and kept his mouth shut. This could have unfortunate side effects, your grace, Stannis said flatly. The Watch has long served as an alternative to punishment for crimes committed. But with the North making peace with the wildlings, what purpose does the Watch still serve? If they serve no purpose, then what is the point in even keeping the order around? We'll cross the bridge if the issue is raised, Robert grumbled, not wanting to spend too much time on that headache of an issue. What else does Ned have to say? Clearing his throat, Jorge continued with the letter. There is, unfortunately more, Your Grace. The talks between the North and the wildlings, it was ambushed by an apparent rogue group of wildlings that aimed to kill Mance Rayder as well as Lord Stark and his sons. Robert froze. Ned and his boys. All fine, Your Grace, Jorge added quickly. Lord Stark reports that they received only minimal casualties, and none of them of real note. The rogue wildlings however were almost completely wiped out thanks to the quick alliance between the North and the King beyond the wall and his men. Robert felt a wave of relief, and envy rushed through him. So, Ned goes north of the wall, makes friends with the so-called King beyond the wall. Fucks another group of wildlings up the ass and waltzes back to the North with over 5,000 new heads to add to the North. And what have any of you done recently? The question was made in jest, but as he thought about it, it actually had merit. Who here in this room had done anything even remotely close to what Ned had just accomplished recently? And that unfortunately included himself as well. Fucking hells, if Ned and Nox leave me any further behind, I'll never get close enough to even see them again. I, at least, have been cultivating relations with the people and our vassals and trying to smooth over grudges left behind in the wake of the dethroning of the dragons, Renly said lamely, trying to boost his own importance but failing miserably at it. But I do want to get back to the wildlings. More specifically, why did Lord Stark decide to give them such a valuable plot of land as the one belonging to the former House Bolton? Stannis was the one who answered, his eyes narrowed as he glared at their younger brother. If you would look at a map for a moment or take an interest in military tactics you would understand the answer to that question immediately, brother. The lands belonging to the former House Bolton are indeed valuable and maybe should have gone to another worthy vassal. But by placing the wildlings there, Lord Stark is keeping them close to Winterfell so that he can keep an eye on them. And not only that, but those lands lay between House Stark, House Manderly, House Karstark, and House Umber. 3 houses whose loyalty to House Stark is without question. Should the wildlings raise any issue, they will be immediately surrounded by House Stark and 3 of its most powerful vassals. And it keeps them far enough away from the walls so that they will not be tempted to try and overthrow the Night's Watch. It was a good and logical place to put the wildlings. Robert looked at his brother in mild astonishment. Even he hadn't reached that conclusion yet. But it made sense. And it sounded like a cautionary move that Ned would make. Did Ned have anything else to say? There, Lord Stark does have more to say, the Grand Maester said, his skin turning slightly pale for some reason. Lord Stark gives the reason as to why he made this truce with the wildlings and took a number under his house's protection. He says that the reason he took this action was because. Spit it out, man, Robert grumbled, getting more than slightly frustrated as the man's hesitation and stuttering started reminding him of that fool Pycelle. Swallowing, the Grand Maester read what was in the letter. Lord Stark states that, the reason why he made this truce with the wildlings was because he has reason to believe that the White Walkers and their army of the dead have awoken north of the wall. The chamber went silent as the weight of the words settled on them. Silence that was broken quickly by the outright laughter of Renly, the snickering of Baelish and a sigh of defeat from Jon. The White Walkers? Really? Renly laughed. What is next? Grumpkins appearing and granting wishes? Or perhaps Snarks trying to sneak into nurseries to steal all the children? Renly. Keep your tongue behind your teeth or I'll break them all, Robert said, shooting a glare towards Renly that immediately silenced him. Ned would not write such words in jest, nor would he make such a statement unless he knew it to be true. There has been discussion as of late in the Citadel between those who have forged their Valyrian steel links about the White Walkers and whether they are true or mere legends, the Grand Maester said slowly, clearly measuring each word he said. Unfortunately, there is very little that has survived over the millennia since the White Walkers were first mentioned. But more to Lord Stark's point, apparently, he is not alone in his thoughts. In the letter Prince Oberyn, Sir Garland Tyrell, and Lord Knox state that they all faced and defeated a White Walker together. But before they could take it captive, it froze and shattered, making bringing back even its corpse impossible. Slapping his hand on the table, Robert felt a rush of excitement run through him. He may have not done much of anything since overthrowing the dragons, but even the chance to face such creatures of legend and kill them was more than enough to get him moving. Jon, call the banners. We're heading for the wall. No, we're not. Robert froze as he stared across the table at Jon, who was sitting calmly with his eyes closed and his arms crossed over his chest. Granted, it wasn't unusual for Jon to deny his requests. But most of those times he didn't really mean it as Robert was able to do what he wanted to anyway. But there were a few times, like now, when Robert knew that his foster father was deadly serious in his denial. And why not? Robert asked, crushing the boy within him that still cowered slightly at the thought of going against Jon. The North no, the realm is in danger from these creatures creatures that are little more than legends right now, Robert, Jon cut back, his eyes cracking open slightly. While the words of Lord Stark, Prince Oberyn, Lord Knox, and Sir Garland does indeed carry weight. Words alone are not cause enough to call up the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms and march them across Westeros to the wall. And besides, Ned did not send this letter requesting aid. He sent it to us to inform us of the issue because, even he understands that calling the banners to the wall right now is not feasible. Gritting his teeth, Robert pressed his knuckles against the table. The greatest threat since the damn dragons, and he was being denied his chance to face them. We must. And what happens if we do summon the banners and march to the wall, Robert? Jon continued over Robert's protest. Say that the lords of the land decided to send even half of their forces to the wall. The watch has decayed to the point where only 3 of the castles along the wall are even habitable. Where would we post our army? How would we feed so many? And what happens when we get there and there is no enemy to face? How long do we wait? A fortnight? A moon's turn? How long do you think the men and lords will allow themselves to freeze at the wall, wallowing in hunger and the elements with no enemy to face before they decide to turn and leave? And after that happens, how do you expect to get them back to the wall if these White Walkers truly do show themselves? No, Robert. We will not be calling the banners now. Nor anytime soon. Robert wasn't willing to give up. This was a fight he wanted. No. This was the fight he needed. I am their king. If I call the banners, they will answer. Not necessarily, Your Grace, Stannis, law-abiding stick-in-the-mud Stannis, countered. The lords followed you during the overthrowing of the dragons because your cause was just, and you had managed to turn the tide against the Mad King. They followed you again against the Greyjoys because they were raiding the shorelines from the north down to Dorne. Calling them now, to fight against an enemy that has existed only in legend for as long as there has been written word, and without evidence of their existence? The lords will either respectfully deny the call or send only a token force. We must wait, Your Grace, until the enemy shows his face. Seeing he was outnumbered left him little choice but to sit back down. He hated it, but Jon and Stannis had a point. He knew that his hold on the Seven Kingdoms was not entirely secure. Hells, it was well known that there were many in the land who still referred to him as the usurper. And if he were to bring the armies of the realm to the wall to face an enemy only heard about in legends, and then have that enemy not appear? He knew that his hold on the realm would slip even further. While he honestly would like nothing more than to hand the responsibility of ruling off to someone else, he knew that Joffrey was nowhere near ready to rule. And gods only know if that boy ever will be ready to rule. Fine, he grumbled. But the moment Ned sends word and proof of these creatures attacking the wall, I will be calling the banners and bringing every able-bodied man with me to the wall. Reputation be damned. Until then, Baelish, work your magic and find some fucking coin to send to the wall. The watch has been neglected by the dragons for fucking centuries. I intend to change that. His master of coin frowned as he looked over the book in front of him, no doubt full of numbers and shit Robert didn't honestly care about. That will be difficult, Your Grace. The crown's budget is already stretched thin enough that a stiff breeze could break it. Twitching his finger over his shoulder, his golden shit of a squire hurried and gave him a cup of his favorite wine. Do what you have to. But find the coin and send it to the wall. I want at least 2 more of those castles habitable by the end of the year. Renly, you're master of law. Time to get off your fucking ass and do something. Find us men to man those castles or, brother or not, I will find someone who can. Renly paled but nodded while Baelish merely hummed and began scratching notes in his book. Now, he pressed on, taking a drink and glancing around the table. What else is going on in my kingdom? Varys was the first to speak. My birds have been singing a number of songs as of late, Your Grace. All revolving around the same topic. The arcane. It appears that it is not limited to just Lord Knox and those he has taken an interest in. There are several stories from Essos about the re-emergence of magic. And there are even a few here in Westeros who are claiming to have the capability for magic as well. Scoffing, Renly waved the thought off. Those men and women are mostly just charlatans. Little better than court fools who rely on sleight of hand tricks to fool their audience. Or vague words as they try to pass themselves off as some sort of green seer. Varys nodded. Yes, there are a fair number of those. However, the re-emergence of magic cannot be ignored. On the less savory side of the issue, there are a few of the more devout lords, ladies and religious folk who have taken affront to those who claim to use magic. There have even been stories of torturing and even witch burnings of those who have announced their ability to use magic. Slamming his cup down, Robert felt a fire burning within him as he shot Renly a very pointed look. I want execution by burning to be outlawed. Now. The method reminded him far too much of the fucking dragons and the mad fucker who got off on it. And send out reminders that anyone who takes the law into their own hands without a proper trial will face the king's justice. And just being able to use magic or being from a specific land is not enough to find a person guilty. Jorge, write up the decree by the end of the day and I'll sign it. I want the decree sent out immediately. It will be as you say, Your Grace, Varys nodded before folding his hands in front of him. There has been another song sung that I have heard a number of times. A man whose power is not just tricks. I have no less than 5 accreditable accounts of his powers in action. It seems this man can see past events. And events that have not yet come to pass. The first song I heard was when he went to a small keep and exposed the lady of the keep of adultery. The lord didn't believe him of course, but the man was able to lead the lord to a secret meeting between the lady and her lover. The man was then able to tell the lord of several past instances of their meeting up, and even showed proof that her children were by her lover, not the lord of the keep. The next time he appeared, it was at a village that was experiencing a severe drought. The man was able to show them exactly where to dig a well to bring water to the village. Another time he arrived at a village just in time to warn them to evacuate and hide in the hills. That night a group of bandits descended on the village. The homes were burned, but thanks to the warning, no lives were lost. And the man was able to help the local lord hunt the bandits back to their hideaway and bring them all to justice. Robert's interest was piqued by this point. And who is this man? He has given up his name, Varys replied. But before he started wandering, he was a septon from somewhere in the Crownlands. Though I haven't been able to track down his origins exactly. He has also started to garner quite the following. Those that follow him refer to him as the High Sparrow, the Messenger of the Seven. Standing vigil on one of the few remaining walkways of Castle Black, Ned Stark kept his eyes firmly trained on the west as he waited for any sign of his eldest son returning. It'd already been 4 days and nights since he'd departed, and yet still there was no sign of him. The only reason he hadn't gone after his son was a combination of keeping the peace between the Free Folk and the Night's Watch, and the words Knox had laid upon him when he'd first heard that Robb had taken off on his own. This was Robb's trial. Something he had to do on his own. A passage to manhood of a sorts. By now, he really understood what Alim had meant. As much as this trial was for Robb, it was also for him. It was his trial to see if he could trust in his son's ability enough to let him do this on his own. Feeling a familiar presence approaching him, along with the light crunching of snow, Ned turned his head just enough to watch as Jon walked up beside him before staring out towards the west. Father. Has there been any sign? No. Ned replied, again fighting the urge to grab the nearest horse and ride west to find his son. He's fine, father, I can feel it, Jon muttered softly, his eyes closing for a brief moment before opening once more. But with the wall so close, I can't tell how far away he is. It's so odd. It's enough to know his heart still beats. It was a lie. But he wasn't about to say that. And where is your spear wife? She normally does not let you stray far from her side. Jon's face turned slightly red, and not from the cold. Well, she's around. She said that she gets bored when I go and talk with Maester Aemon. So, when I told her that I was going to speak with him, she said that she would find something more interesting to do. And did you speak with the Maester? Ned knew exactly who Maester Aemon was. He knew that his son enjoyed talking with the aged man. It was something that Ned wanted to encourage. It was good for Jon to realize that part of his family, part of who he was, wasn't all monsters. No. Well, yes. Jon quickly retracted. I went to his quarters, but he was asleep. And I didn't want to wake him. So, I thought you might like some company considering most of the others have left. Appreciating the gesture, Ned turned away from his son and back out west as his mind wandered. After all the free folk had sworn their oaths, the other lords and ladies of the north began departing back for their lands. It started with Lady Maege Mormont heading west along the northern side of the wall with the giants and newly knighted Sir Daemon Sand. Their destination the Bridge of Skulls to lead the giants across and then onwards to Bear Island. His other lords began departing one after another soon after until the only family to stay behind was Lord Forrester and his sons. And that was only because Asher Forrester, who had proved himself a true man of the north, were going to head to Winterfell anyway so that the lad could be married by Ned himself to Gwyn Whitehill. And what will you do when we return to Winterfell, and you are once again in the presence of Princess Arianne? Ned wasn't blind. He knew his sons perhaps better than they knew themselves. He knew that Jon was incredibly attracted to the Dornish princess, just as Robb was smitten with the Lady Magur. In a way, it was refreshing for his sons to have such a normal problem all things considered. While he knew that it wasn't uncommon for Dornish to take paramours, or for the free folk to apparently have group partnering. He hoped that he'd taught Jon well enough to not expect such a thing to happen. If it did, he wouldn't stand in its way. But he just hoped Jon wasn't expecting it to happen. I haven't thought well, I have been thinking of Arianne but, gods, I don't know what to do, father, Jon sighed, clearly defeated. I think I love Arianne. When I think of her, my heart races and I feel like I can do anything if it would please her. And it's not just because she's beautiful. She's wicked smart. Smarter than most would probably think. And Ygritte, it's only been a short time, but I'm starting to feel the same about her. I just don't know what to do and wait, what's that? Over there. Squinting off into the distance, Ned quickly saw what Jon was pointing towards. A small dark shape on the western horizon that was slowly moving towards them. And beside the dark shape was a second, grey shape that was bounding in and out of the snow. Ned did not remember his descent from where he was standing, nor did he remember the path they took through Castle Black. All he knew was one moment he and Jon were standing next to one another upon one of the walkways, and the next they were both standing outside the limits of Castle Black, rushing towards the hunched-over figure of Robb on his horse. "Robb!" Ned called out urgently, making his son raise his head. Robb lifted his head and managed a single word, "Father," before falling forward and rolling off his horse. Ned barely managed to catch him. With Jon's help, the two managed to get Robb to his feet with one arm slung over each of their shoulders. Beside them, Grey Wind, Ghost, and Winter began their own little reunion. "Are you injured, son?" Ned asked, fighting to keep any panic from showing. "No," Robb replied, shaking his head. "Just tired. I haven't slept since I left and I was doing everything I could to keep my horse and Grey Wind going despite not resting." "That was a foolish thing to do, Robb," Ned chastised his son, though he was unable to put any heat into his voice as he held on to him. "Even the strongest amongst us have limits and need to rest." While he and Jon helped Robb towards Castle Black, their presence was starting to be noticed as several Black brothers and men of House Stark started coming out from within the fortress with Benyon and Nox leading them. "Gods, lad!" Benyon exclaimed, giving Robb a once-over. "Get him to the maester, Ned. He's got warm beds and probably knows what to do with him better than any of us. We'll take care of his horse." "Wait. The bundles, on my horse. They'll be taken care of, Robb," Ned said, cutting him off. "We need to get you to the maest." "No," Robb said with more urgency. One of the bundles, it contains the bones of Bran the Builder, the founder of House Stark." Despite the situation, Ned found himself going still. As did many of the Black brothers and all of the men of House Stark. "What did you say?" Standing up straighter, Robb looked around with a tired, yet proud look on his face. "They contain the bones of Bran the Builder. A tomb was built for him in Winterfell, yet he perished at the Night Fort and they buried him there at the base of the Weirwood. He deserved to be with his house, so I brought his bones back with me." "And the other bundle, Lord Nox? Why you will want to look at it. I think Bran the Builder might have been like you." There was a hidden meaning in his son's words. But now Ned was too exhausted with worry and relief that Robb had returned to ponder the meaning behind them. "We can discuss this in the morning. After you have rested, Robb." Robb agreed, his body slumping more between himself and Jon. A nice rest sounds good, right about." He was asleep before he could finish his thought. His body going completely limp and forcing Ned and Jon to outright carry him the rest of the way to the maesters so that he could lay down and rest. "You did it, Robb," Ned thought as they brought him into the maesters' quarters and maneuvered Robb's sleeping form onto the bed. "You passed your trials, my son. Rest now. And when you wake, I feel like we will be having a long discussion about what you experienced."